Chapter 1. This is a challenge. Are you brave enough to enter? If you successfully return through this door, I will immediately erase your online disgrace. Before her stood a clandestine experimental base in Anqing, and the strikingly handsome man before her, with a hint of wickedness in his demeanor, was the head of this facility and the very mastermind behind her recent online vilification. Emolan cast a glance at the silvery white door and scoffed. What do I have to fear? The one lacking credibility here is you. Rest assured, as long as you return, my promise will be fulfilled instantly. Of course, if you do not come back, it will simply be your own misfortune. The man's devilish eyes ignited a surge of arrogance within Emolan, prompting her to raise her hand and gesture a thumbs down at him defiantly, declaring, "Just wait to lose." With that, she boldly stepped forward and flung the door open, plunging into the unknown. Behind the door lay an abyss of darkness, and a chilling gust of wind enveloped her as she stepped into emptiness, plummeting into the void. On an endless expanse of snow, a pure white cold wolf lay concealed within the snow. It had its eyes half closed, quietly sprawled out, enveloped in a billowing mist, resembling a divine beast from a celestial realm. Moments later, its eyes snapped open, fixing its gaze on a figure not far away. Cold, so cold that even its bones felt as though they would freeze solid. This was the first sensation Emolan experienced upon regaining consciousness. What on earth is this frigid weather? Emolan shivered, feeling an unbearable chill that made her long for the warmth of a furnace. Before long, an illusion formed in her mind. As if she were truly beside a warm hearth, she couldn't help but shift her body closer, inching nearer and nearer. Hanche glanced coldly at the small creature writhing in the snow, which soon squirmed its way to his side, burrowing into his embrace. Every hair on his body bristled with caution. "It's so cold. My little heater." Emolan's small hands climbed onto Hanche's fluffy, warm belly, stroking it back and forth in a desperate bid to absorb more warmth. Hanche remained motionless on the ground. At that moment, he was at the critical juncture of his bloodline awakening. Any sudden movement could easily result in severe injury from the surge of power. He had no idea how this small creature had appeared or how it had breached the defenses of the wolf beastmen to arrive in his territory. A faint fragrance wafted through his nostrils, and the icy touch of the small creature's hands wandering over his body sent Hanche into a daze. The heat that had surged within him due to the bloodline awakening was now replaced by a sense of soothing pleasure from her caresses. Hanche's eyes fluttered shut, unable to suppress soft gasps that escaped his lips. Under normal circumstances, even in dire need, he could control himself. However, at this moment of awakening, he had to muster his strength to resist the onslaught of bloodline energy, and his body had weakened to the point where it instinctively responded to primal urges. His breathing quickened, and he fought to retain the last shred of rationality. In the final moment of awakening, his body uncontrollably morphed into human form and engaged in a wild mating with the small female in his arms. Emolan dreamt a vivid dream of spring. In her dream, a muscular man embraced her in an intimate act. Naturally, she would not back down, immediately rising to resist, entangling with him in a fierce struggle. Yet ultimately, after a prolonged battle, the man prevailed and completely subdued her. Though Emolan felt a sense of unwillingness, the pain mixed with unfamiliar pleasure coursing through her body ultimately led her to succumb, slipping into a dazed slumber. "Carney, did you hear that wolf howl? It seems to be the leader's voice, but that kind of pleasurable sound is only emitted during mating." At that moment, two burly beastmen from the Cold Wolf clan, armed with spears, patrolled the outskirts of their territory. Upon hearing the resounding howl echoing through the territory, one could not help but nudge the other. "Lebeau, what are you thinking? Do you really believe our leader is like you? When have you ever seen our leader lust after a female, especially now during his bloodline awakening?" Carney scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Lebeau. During the bloodline awakening, the chieftain enters a period of weakness, making it difficult to resist any female that approaches. Lebeau grinned wickedly. Carney's expression darkened as he admonished. Once the leader successfully awakens his bloodline, he will officially assume the position of chieftain of our Cold Wolf clan. This is a matter of great importance to us, so mind your words." Lebu chuckled, realizing he should refrain from further comments. Meanwhile, Hanche gazed at the small female nestled in his arms, sound asleep, his brow furrowed with concern. This delicate creature could hardly withstand his needs after just one encounter. She had succumbed to unconsciousness. If this continued, it might very well cost her life. Yet, her soft, fragrant body continued to exude an alluring scent, stirring him once more with primal desire. Fortunately, the awakening was complete, and he now possessed the ability to control himself fully. However, what should he do with this little one? Females from other tribes held a low status within the clan, and the thought of bringing her back to face the treatment she would receive made him uneasy. After some contemplation, he draped a piece of animal hide over her and picked her up, soaring away from the Cold Wolf clan's territory until he reached the boundary between the Snow Antelope clan and the Repair Rabbit clan, where he gently set her down. Moments later, a returning hunting party from the Snow Antelope clan passed by and quickly discovered Mo Lan lying in the snow, rescuing her and taking her back with them. When Mo Lan regained consciousness once more, she felt a warm sensation enveloping her, a searing heat. As she slowly opened her eyes, she realized she was in a small cave, the space barely half a room. The warmth she felt emanated from a blazing bonfire nearby. The fire released a peculiar aroma, causing her to wrinkle her nose in discomfort. Frowning, she struggled to sit up with her weary body, only to find herself wrapped in a thick layer of animal hide, still stained with dried blood, the pungent odor making her immediately nauseous. However, upon removing the hide, she quickly regretted it, as a fierce wave of cold air rushed in, causing her teeth to chatter uncontrollably. What the hell is this place? Emolan hurriedly scooted closer to the bonfire, but it still failed to provide the warmth she sought. Reluctantly, she wrapped herself back up in the animal hide, despite her disgust. Beneath the hide, her body felt sore and fatigued, accompanied by an inexplicable pain, and suddenly, memories of what had transpired before her fainting spell flooded back. No way. He used her and then just tossed her aside? That scoundrel who abandoned her after taking advantage. Emolan recalled the handsome man from her dream, grinding her teeth in fury. Damn it. I, Emolan, swear that I will not rest until I drag you out. Just then, a girl clad in animal hide entered the cave, and upon seeing Emolan awake, she began chattering away in a language Emolan could not comprehend. Emolan was taken aback. What kind of gibberish was this? What language was she speaking? She had never heard anything like it before. Emolan attempted to speak, but suddenly a soft, cute voice echoed in her mind. Welcome to the savage continent, the beast world spirit, Xiao Xiao, at your service. Xiao Xiao. Emolan was taken aback. Yes, master. Xiao Xiao is a spirit derived from your bloodline power, designed to assist you in understanding this world. The language translation function is now activated. You've been asleep for 3 days, finally awake. I am AI, a member of the Snow Antelope clan. With Xiao Xiao's announcement, the incomprehensible language spoken by the animal hide girl transformed into words Emolan could understand. Emolan's eyes widened in astonishment. How extraordinary. Master, you have traversed to the savage continent, where the indigenous inhabitants are beastmen with ancient bloodlines. Upon hearing this, Emolan's mind exploded with disbelief. Beastmen? Oh heavens! She had actually crossed over to a savage world? Indeed, this world is fraught with danger. Please be extremely cautious, master. Xiao Xiao advised responsibly. Danger? What kind of danger? Emolan glanced around, her gaze landing on the friendly face of the animal hide girl. Master, the rules of the savage continent dictate that the strong prey upon the weak. As an ordinary human, you could easily become food for the beastmen. Therefore, please use your wits to safeguard yourself. Emolan felt a chill run down her spine. It seemed that surviving in this world would be riddled with peril. You belong to the Repair Rabbit clan, right? What is your name? Your skin is so fair and soft, you are truly beautiful. The animal hide girl, AI, curiously reached out to touch Emolan's exposed arm, her eyes filled with envy. Emolan quickly halted her conversation with Xiao Xiao and looked up, saying, "My name is Emolan." "Emolan? What a lovely name." "AI," he exclaimed with a sweet and innocent smile. Emolan smiled back, and at the same time, she heard Xiao Xiao's supplementary introduction in her mind. The female of the snow antelope tribe, AI. The snow antelope tribe is a diminutive group residing in the desolate snowfields of the Kumo region, known for their inherently gentle and timid nature, often subjected to the bullying of other wolf tribes that roam the icy plains. Such an adorable young girl is someone who can be bullied? Emolan's face immediately flushed with indignation. "Master, this is the beast world, not the realm of humans. Beasts do not possess the concept of what is cute or not. Surely the elder who loves the young understands this?" Emolan retorted with a pout. "Master, you still do not comprehend the essence of the wilderness. Little one, refrain from speaking further. Please experience it for yourself." With that, the little one fell utterly silent. Yet AI grasped Emolan's hand, gazing at the mottled bruises on her fair arms, and shyly inquired, "Have you mated with a male for the Shotu tribe?" Emolan's face instantly turned crimson, hurriedly retracting her arm beneath the animal hide, exclaiming, "No, no, he is not from the Shotu tribe." "Ah." AI was taken aback. Then her expression turned contemplative. "Could it be that a wolf tribe did this? No wonder you fainted in the snow." "Wolf tribe?" Emolan recalled the fierce aura of that handsome man. Perhaps he indeed belonged to a wolf tribe. As she pondered, another male beast man entered the cave. AI introduced him as Chuan, a formidable member of their snow antelope tribe, who had led the hunting party that rescued her. "Thank you." Emolan expressed her gratitude to the towering beast man before her. After all, he was the one who had saved her from the snow. She could not forget such a life-saving grace. Chuan nodded slightly, yet his demeanor remained somewhat aloof. "Which tribe do you belong to?" "Which tribe?" Emolan found herself at a loss for words. She was not a beast man. She had no tribe to claim. Chuan, Emolan is from the Shotu tribe. She was bullied by the wolf tribe and barely managed to escape. AI interjected hastily. Upon hearing this, Chuan frowned and scrutinized Emolan, clearly skeptical. "You are from the Shotu tribe?" "I." Emolan realized Chuan's disbelief. She was about to respond truthfully when AI suddenly embraced her arm, cheerfully reassuring, "Do not be afraid. Chuan is a strong member of our snow antelope tribe. He is a good male." Observing this interaction, Chuan's frown deepened. He pulled AI aside and bluntly addressed Emolan. "Since you have awoken, you should leave at once." "Chuan." AI was immediately alarmed at his words. "Enough, AI. We have already saved her life. We cannot keep her here any longer. The cold wolf tribe could attack. At any moment, it may not be safe for her to remain." Chuan spoke with an air of seriousness. "The cold wolf tribe?" Before AI could respond, Emolan queried with suspicion. "The cold wolf tribe is one of the most powerful wolf tribes in the Kumo snowfields. Each winter, they, along with the gray wolf tribe, the horned wolf tribe, and the snow wolf tribe, emerge to plunder food, wreaking havoc upon us smaller tribes. Wherever they go, they leave no food unscathed." Chuan replied darkly. AI nodded, her expression somber, as she explained, "It is currently the season when the various wolf tribes vie for dominance. Our snow antelope tribe was recently raided by the horned wolf tribe, and now we face the invasion of the cold wolf tribe. This winter will likely be a difficult one. Thus, do not blame Chuan for wanting to send you away. It is merely a matter of self-preservation. If it were just the cold wolf tribe, it would be manageable, but should we encounter even more savage wolf tribes, they may not even spare you." Upon hearing their explanations, Emolan could not help but be astonished. It turned out that little one was not exaggerating. This world indeed harbored a brutal reality of plunder and slaughter. Her life was perpetually at risk. I.e., why do the wolf tribes attack your snow antelope clan? Emolan inquired, puzzled. I replied, "Because in the Kumo snowfield, the female snow antelopes are most plentiful, and so is the food. Hence, whenever the harsh winter arrives and other wolf tribes cannot find sustenance, they resort to plundering us." "What? Isn't that the act of a robber?" Emolan exclaimed, filled with indignation. "Robber?" I seemed a bit confused and simply stated, "There's nothing we can do. although the Snow Antelope clan is numerous. We inherently lack combat prowess, thus we can only be victimized. This is outrageous. How can they bully the weak like this? Emolan was outraged. The Kumo snowfield is perpetually covered in snow. With food scarce that to survive the winter, those powerful tribes will plunder our small clan's food and females for their own needs. Ai sighed and continued recounting the misfortunes of the smaller tribes. Wait, you mentioned females? Why do they plunder females? Emolan was taken aback. For mating, I answer matter-of-factly. Aren't you also a victim of their bullying? The wolf tribes have more males than females, and the females are often weak, primarily kept for breeding, making them extremely valuable. Thus, the wolf beastmen will raid other tribes' females to satisfy their physical needs. Those captured females are mostly left as slaves, serving them for a lifetime. What? Emolan was utterly shocked. What kind of world had she entered? Don't you resist? After her anger subsided, Emolan immediately thought of this. Resist? The wolf tribes consist of powerful beings with awakened bloodlines. They possess divine bloodline powers and are incredibly fierce. How can we mere small clans be their opponents? Chuan wore a look that clearly conveyed, "Don't be so naive," which left Emolan thoroughly disheartened. This world is indeed terrifyingly savage. No, she must quickly find a strong ally. Just as she was thinking this, a commotion erupted outside the cave. Chuan's expression changed, and he grabbed Ai, rushing toward the exit. Emolan quickly wrapped herself in animal skins and followed suit. However, when she emerged from the cave, she was completely dumbfounded. Before her, on the vast white snowfield, a massive pack of grayish-white wolves was charging toward them, the thunderous rumble echoing the sound they had just heard inside the cave. In her line of sight, a tall, entirely snow-white cold wolf, devoid of any blemish, raised its head and let out a long howl, leading the charge. As it ran, its form gradually transformed into that of a human. With flowing black hair and an imposing stature, this scene truly astonished Emolan. Seeking a strong ally, was he not right before her? Xiao Xiao! Emolan internally screamed. Master, what are your orders? Who is this man? I must flirt with him. Han Che, the most ferocious male leader of the Cold Wolf clan. Xiao Xiao responsibly reminded you that flirting with him will undoubtedly leave you with nothing but crumbs. What? He's that strong? Emolan was taken aback. The Wolf King Han Che is indeed formidable. Moreover, Master, take a closer look. Does this leader of the Cold Wolf clan not seem familiar to you? Xiao Xiao reminded her once again. Familiar? Emolan hurriedly focused her gaze. She saw the Wolf King's athletic form, handsome features, and commanding presence, all of which felt strikingly familiar. A muscular man? Emolan's eyes widened. Is it him? The scoundrel who slept with her and then abandoned her on the snowfield? What a twist of fate! He had caused her to spend 3 days recovering. She would definitely settle the score with him. Emolan's anger surged, and without a second thought, she charged forward, hands on her hips. Shouting, "Scoundrel, return my dignity!" Han Che's steps halted abruptly, his cold, piercing gaze fixed on Emolan. It's her. As Han Che stopped, all the Wolf Tribe warriors following him also came to a halt, surrounding Chuan and Emolan in a tight formation. At that moment, Chuan's face turned ashen. Especially upon seeing Han Che's stern and majestic face, his heart sank to the depths. Meanwhile, Han Che, after scanning Emolan, ignored her entirely and directed his attention to Chuan. Speaking coldly, will you surrender willingly, or shall I force you to submit? Snow Antelope Chuan. Chuan clenched his fists tightly, staring fixedly at the Wolf King before him, and he knew that this male was the bravest warrior of the Cold Wolf clan. Even the notoriously savage leader of the Horned Wolf tribe, Zhan Hong, had been defeated by him, let alone him, a mere strong man from a small clan. However, the clan leader Nanshan had entrusted him with the task of protecting Ai. Even if it meant death, he could not surrender. Han Che, if you wish to kill, then do so did I. Snow Antelope Chuan will never surrender easily. Snow Antelope Chuan, do you think you can protect Ai? Another burly warrior of the Cold Wolf clan stepped forward, brandishing a spear, pointing at Chuan, and bellowed, if you hand over Ai and your clan's food, perhaps our leader will spare your life and that of this little one. Hearing this, Emolan's face twisted in displeasure. Little one, are these men blind? She had a beautiful face, a long figure, and an alluring shape. Anyone on Earth would know that with her figure, she could easily be a model. Why were they belittling her like this? Did they think only someone like I, round and plump, could be considered a woman? Xiao, am I really that inferior? Lan questioned indignantly in her heart. Xiao immediately replied, Master, that's how it is. In the eyes of these beastmen, the meaning of life is reduced to two things. Mating and food. By their standards, your petite frame is the kind that would be discarded after a single encounter. Too lowly. As for food standards, even if skinned and deboned, you wouldn't weigh enough for a regular wolf warrior's meal. Therefore, in their eyes, you are merely a trivial existence. How much do you think they will value you? What? Lan was stunned. It became clear why Han Che had discarded her so carelessly. To him, she was of such little worth. Yet, what if she were valuable? That could be even worse. Perhaps the fate of being captured would mean first violation and then death. TSK. Lan seethed with righteous anger as she silently admonished these beastmen. Barbaric. Xiao responded nonchalantly. Master, this is a savage continent, devoid of civilization. They must mate and reproduce for their tribes to endure. They must seize food to ensure survival. If they don't steal or kill, they would perish themselves. Please do not view the beastman world through the lens of earthly standards, but they cannot brazenly plunder like this. Chuan and Ai were her saviors. She could not allow them to face such a dire situation. Yet now, in the eyes of these beastmen, she was insignificant. How could she make the wolf tribe retreat? Lan's gaze slid toward Han Che, a smirk forming at the corner of her mouth. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, first catch the king. It seems that to resolve this predicament, she must start with him. Just as she thought of this, Lan held her head high, stepped forward, and declared with righteous fervor, Han Che, if you wish to take Ai, you must first pass through me. Lan's audacity indeed drew the attention of the wolf warriors, all eyes turning toward her. Han Che was taken aback, then crossed his arms, casting a disdainful glance at Lan, and said, A mere little female of the rabbit clan dares to provoke our cold wolf clan? Another rabbit clan? Does she really look that much like a rabbit? Lan rolled her eyes. Xiao immediately responded, No, master, the rabbit clan represents weakness, not appearance. Xiao, go back to your nest. This is none of your business. Lan reprimanded, annoyed. Even as a spirit pet, her emotional intelligence was lacking. Yes, master. Xiao, feeling wronged, fell silent. Lan smiled faintly, fearlessly striding toward Han Che and the others. They think she's weak? Then she would show them her strength. Lan, upon seeing this, Ai's face turned pale with fright. Was Lan trying to throw her life away? Chuan tightly grasped Ai, equally astonished at Lan's audacity. Has this little female gone mad? Lan approached Han Che, tilting her head to gaze up at the towering figure of Han Che, who stood at least 185 centimeters tall, mimicking his stance, crossing her arms, and arrogantly declaring, So, you are the leader Han Che. Let's negotiate, shall we? Han Che stared at Lan, disdainfully scanning her from head to toe, and coldly scoffed. You. What about me? Lan raised an eyebrow defiantly, lifting her chin. You are not worthy. Han Che replied coldly. Lan chuckled, suddenly leaning forward and whispering, What? After taking everything, you don't acknowledge me anymore. Leader Han Che, we still have an account to settle. Han Che's heart jolted. Did she recognize him? In an instant, Lan unexpectedly reached out, playfully touching Han Che's well-defined jawline, deliberately laughing arrogantly. Wolf King Han Che, you are nothing special. Han Che's expression darkened immediately. The nearby wolf warriors, witnessing this, immediately charged at Lan, brandishing their spears and shouting, Who do you think you are? How dare you provoke our leader? As Lan's eyes glimmered, she seized the opportune moment to firmly plant her foot on the spear held by the formidable warrior of the wolf clan. With a swift motion, she leaned forward, raised her long leg, and executed a perfect split, resting her ankle on Han Che's shoulder, delivering him a resounding leg bump. Then, under Han Che's astonished gaze, she playfully cast him a flirtatious wink. However, at that moment, a hint of gravity shadowed Han Che's expression that he never anticipated that this seemingly frail female would possess such bravery. Gazing into her fiercely determined eyes, he abruptly lunged forward, gripping her firmly. With a powerful heave, he hurled her away. Yet, true to her skill, Lan executed a graceful spin mid-air and landed effortlessly on the ground. Once settled, she casually brushed off her hands and raised an eyebrow, tauntingly asking, "Is the Wolf King Han Che only capable of bullying females? What a disappointment." Han Che glared at her, his gaze as frigid as icy. No one had ever dared to provoke him in such a public manner. Yet, unfazed by his demeanor, Lan chuckled lightly, delivering a swift kick that sent the spear soaring toward the chest of the approaching wolf warrior. Bang! What appeared to be a casual kick forced the wolf warrior to stagger back 3 or 4 steps, nearly collapsing to the ground. The arena was immediately filled with gasps of astonishment. Lan's display stunned everyone present. They could hardly believe that this seemingly delicate female dared to confront a Wolf Clan warrior without faltering. Relishing the astonished expressions around her, Lan felt a surge of pride. As a descendant of the esteemed Mo family, renowned for both healing and martial prowess, she possessed the means to safeguard her life. Even if it was deemed inferior by her kin, in the savage world, strength was paramount. Wasn't that the essence of survival? Meanwhile, Han Che, now more intrigued than ever, regarded Lan with a profound intensity. "You are no Rabbit Clan member. Who exactly are you?" he inquired. The Rabbit Clan was known for its timidity and weakness. Such a female could not possibly exist. Lan, with a mischievous glint in her eye, replied, "The Flame Clan, Han Che of the Cold Wolves. Have you heard of it? A powerful tribe, the backbone of the Beastmen. As a descendant of the Yan Huang, what was wrong with claiming to belong to the Flame Clan?" The Flame Clan? Han Che was indeed taken aback. He had never heard of such a tribe in the savage continent. "I suppose you haven't." Lan waved her hand dismissively. "Let me enlighten you. The Flame Clan is a prominent tribe of the Heavenly Dynasty, residing far from the savage continent. I am the Flame Clan shaman sent to observe the world of beastmen, and my name is Lan." She began to boast, assigning herself an exceptionally impressive title. "You are a shaman." Han Che looked on with skepticism. "What? You look down on females?" Lan scoffed lightly. Han Che scrutinized her, and after a moment, narrowed his eyes, stating coldly, "Whoever you are, you cannot impede the march of my Cold Wolf Clan." Lan frowned, about to respond, when suddenly a commotion arose among the Wolf Clan, and a warrior rushed over, panic-stricken. "Leader, it's bad. Xiao Hanxing is injured." Upon hearing this, Han Che's expression shifted dramatically. "What happened? Who allowed him to come along?" "Leader, Xiao Hanxing sneaked out on his own. He accidentally fell from a height and broke his leg." "What?" A flicker of concern crossed Han Che's eyes as he urgently demanded, "Bring him here immediately." Yes, several Wolf Clan warriors hurried off to carry a young boy, no more than 10 years old, who bore a strikingly delicate face. His right leg was stained with blood, and his pallid complexion seemed ghostly, cold sweat clinging to his brow. Upon seeing Han Che, he immediately began to sob. "Brother, my leg is broken. It hurts so much." Han Che knelt down, his face filled with concern yet feigning sternness as he scolded. "Who told you to follow along? What a reckless act. Brother, I want to be a strong warrior of the Cold Wolf Clan." Xiao Hanxing explained with utmost grievance. "Fool, you are still young. When you grow up, you will naturally become a warrior." Han Che looked at his younger brother, who was sweating profusely from the pain yet stubbornly enduring, and gently tousled his dark hair. He then rose and commanded, "Someone immediately take Hanxing back to the clan and hand him over to the shaman, and no time to waste." "Understood." Several Cold Wolf warriors rushed forward to carry Hanxing away. "Wait." However, at that moment, Lan intervened. "What are you doing?" Han Che turned to glare at Lan, arched an eyebrow, smirking. "Are you really going to send him back like this? Are you even his real brother?" "What do you mean by that?" Han Che's eyes flickered with suspicion. "Nothing much. I can assure you, if you take him back like this, he'll end up permanently lame." Lan shrugged nonchalantly. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Han Che's expression darkened. Lan stepped forward, pointing at Hanxing's right leg. "Look at his injury. it's evident that the bone is broken. In such cases, immediate stabilization is required. Otherwise, even if he heals later, he will still be lame. Moreover, if you have him carried back, the jostling will prevent the broken bone from healing properly. By the time he returns to the clan, not only will he lose his leg, but the stagnant blood could also pose a life-threatening risk. Tell me, which true brother would treat his sibling like this? Han Che was momentarily taken aback. Although he was not well-versed in medicine, Mo Lan's words were compelling, causing him to hesitate. If what she said was true, wouldn't Han Qing end up losing a leg? No, he could not allow that to happen. After a moment's contemplation, Han Che turned to Mo Lan. If you can save Han Qing, I will spare your life. He recalled her claim of being a shaman earlier. Upon hearing this, Mo Lan waved her slender finger in front of Han Che, smiling. If you want me to treat him, you must agree to one condition. Don't push your luck. Han Qing's leg is worth more than your life. I'm already being generous. Han Che's gaze turned icy in an instant. No. The life of the Cold Wolf clan's prince is not so easily undervalued, is it? Han Che, I require you to promise to spare the entire Snow Antelope clan and henceforth coexist peacefully with them. And only then will I help you save him. Mo Lan showed no signs of fear, boldly stating her terms. Impossible. Han Che immediately rejected her. The Snow Antelope clan was the most abundant source of food and females in the Kumo snowfield. They were vital for all wolf clans to survive the harsh winter. Without the Snow Antelope supply, even a powerful clan like the Cold Wolves would struggle to endure the winter, in comparison to the interests of the entire clan. Han Qing's leg seemed trivial, yet Han Qing was his younger brother, who aspired to become a beast man. If he were to lose a leg, despite Han Che's inner turmoil, he did not let it show on his face. However, Mo Lan sensed the tension in his clenched fists and pondered before continuing. How about this? We can reach a compromise. You spare the Snow Antelope clan, and I will help you treat Han Qing. As for the food and females required by the Cold Wolves during winter, the Snow Antelope clan will supply them without charge. The condition is that the Cold Wolf clan must cease all indiscriminate slaughter and plundering of the Snow Antelope clan. What do you think? Han Che fell silent upon hearing this. After a moment, a glimmer of insight sparkled in his eyes. How can I trust you? What if you failed to treat Han Qing? Mo Lan glanced at Han Che and, raising her hand to the heavens, declared loudly, I, Mo Lan, shaman of the Flame Clan, vow on the bloodline of the Flame Clan that every word I say is the truth, with no deception. Should I betray this oath, may I be rendered to nothingness, my spirit forever estranged from the Flame Clan. Hiss, such a potent oath. Everyone gasped, including those from the Snow Antelope clan and AI. In ancient tribes, the bloodline was of utmost importance. And Mo Lan dared to swear upon her heritage. Break, such an oath would mean to vanish utterly, even in death, leaving no spirit to return, a curse of the most grievous nature. Han Che felt a chill run down his spine. Where did this little female find such audacity? Even he would not dare to make such a grave vow. Mo Lan observed the stunned crowd, lowered her hand, and turned to Han Che. Moreover, don't the lives of me and the Snow Antelope clan rest entirely in your hands? The leader of the Cold Wolves is valiant and skilled in battle. Are you truly afraid we might flee? Mo Lan's timely flattery completely swayed Han Che. After a moment of contemplation, he finally nodded. All right, I will spare the Snow Antelope clan. You will immediately treat Han Qing. Now that's more like the leader of the Wolf clan. Mo Lan clapped her hands and laughed. However, just as her words fell, Han Che added, I will spare the Snow Antelope clan, but from now on, you will be my slave. What? Mo Lan was left dumbfounded. Become his slave? By what right? You are a shaman of the Flame Clan. Surely your life cannot be so undervalued by sacrificing your own life for the entire Snow Antelope clan. You stand to gain much. Han Che calmly reiterated Mo Lan's previous words, causing her to fume with indignation. What a cunning wolf king! I refuse to believe you can do anything to me. A slave is but a slave. Do not forget your own words. You promised never to harm the Snow Antelope clan, and any tribute must be given with their consent. Mo Lan gritted her teeth, glaring fiercely at Han Che. A deal is a deal. Save him. Han Che met her gaze with equal resolve. then walked over to Han Xing, squatting down beside him, gently ruffling his hair while reassuring him. Do not fear. She is a shaman and will surely heal your leg. Mo Lan glared in disbelief. What sort of person treats her so harshly yet speaks so softly to his brother? Is there no sense of chivalry? Anger aside, Mo Lan approached cautiously to examine Han Xing's right leg. Although the injury had been attended to, it was evident that the treatment was rather unprofessional, merely a hasty wrap of soft animal hide. Hardly any better than leaving it exposed. Mo Lan unwrapped the hide, gingerly supporting Han Xing's right leg, realigning the broken bone bit by bit, before she began to survey her surroundings. Han Che furrowed his brow and inquired, "What are you looking for?" "I need 2 wooden boards and some rope to stabilize the fracture. Otherwise, misalignment may lead to further injury." Han Che pondered for a moment, then rose and approached a nearby member of the Cold Wolf clan. Retrieving the bone knife from his grasp and presenting it to Mo Lan. "Will this suffice?" Upon seeing it, Mo Lan instantly exhaled in relief and nodded. "Yes." Han Che raised his hand and struck down, cleaving the bone knife in 2 before handing the pieces to Mo Lan. She broke out in a cold sweat. What brute strength! That knife was at least 2 to 3 centimeters thick. Rope? Mo Lan used the 2 pieces of the bone knife to brace Han Xing's injured leg, and then looked up to give her next command, and a gray-brown rope appeared before her. And she seized it without hesitation to continue the bandaging, casually inquiring, "What kind of rope is this?" "Quite sturdy." "Yak tendon from the snowfield," as Han Che replied. He curiously observed Mo Lan's bandaging technique. At the mention of yak, Mo Lan nearly dropped the rope. Yaks, such massive wild animals, twice the size of a cold wolf. Han Che can truly handle such beasts. The strength of this wolf king is indeed formidable. Amidst the turbulence within her mind, she maintained a calm exterior, and finally finished treating Han Xing's injured leg before brushing off her hands, and standing up. "Is it sufficient to simply send him back like this?" Han Che asked, still unconvinced that of course not. He cannot be carried on his back. His leg is severely injured and must be lifted without touching his right leg. And Mo Lan immediately waved her hand. "How can we lift him without touching his leg?" "Fool. We shall use a stretcher." And Mo Lan shot him an exasperated glance at a stretcher. Han Che was puzzled. Ignoring him, Mo Lan pointed at the spear held by one of the beastmen and stated, "I need the spears you have to make a simple stretcher." The pointed beastman looked towards Han Che, who nodded in approval, allowing them to hand over their spears to Mo Lan. She laid the 2 spears parallel on the ground, measuring their length before nodding. Then she turned to Han Che and asked, "Do you have any more rope? Also, bring me some larger pieces of animal hide." With a wave of his hand, Han Che had someone quickly deliver the rope and hide. With the materials gathered, Mo Lan set to work on the stretcher, and the surrounding beastmen gathered around out of curiosity. Even Chuan and he couldn't help but lean in to watch. Fortunately, the yak tendon was sturdy, and the animal hide was sufficiently wide, allowing her to quickly construct a simple stretcher. The beastmen gazed at the stretcher with expressions of novelty. Lan stood up, dusting off her hands. "All right, lay Han Xing on the stretcher and have 1 beastman at each end to carry it. Remember, keep the stretcher steady. Do not tip it over." Han Che nodded, signaling for them to immediately take Han Xing back while ensuring their safety along the way. Yes, several beastmen complied, lifting Han Xing and hastily making their way back to the tribe. Han Che turned to Mo Lan, a glimmer of admiration crossing his eyes. "It seems this little female is not lying. Perhaps she truly is a shaman. If that is the case, I might consider keeping her by my side." "Hey, Han Che, I have saved Han Xing. You should honor your promise and retreat now." Mo Lan looked at Han Che, demanding, "Not so fast. I still need to have a thorough discussion with the chief of the Snow Antelope clan about how the tribute will be delivered." Han Che's eyes sparkled with cunning, and he called out to a nearby snow mound. "Nan Chun, chief of the Snow Antelope clan, since you are here, step forward." "I, Han Che, keep my word, as long as you agree to provide us with food and females. I shall not harm a single male or female of the Snow Antelope clan." Mo Lan was taken aback, swiftly turning to look, and indeed, a group of beastmen was approaching from behind the snow mound. Chuan, upon seeing them, could not contain his joy and hurriedly pulled over. Chief. The chief of the Snow Antelope clan, Nan Chun, was a tall and handsome man, exuding an air of elegance and grace, making it hard for Mo Lan to fathom him as a clan leader. He looked far too gentle, resembling a delicate scholar. No wonder the Snow Antelope clan was bullied across this vast snowy expanse. Nan Chun appeared easy to push around. Look at Han Che, with that imposing demeanor, clearly a figure to be avoided. Who would dare provoke him? As Nan Chun approached with his clan, he first glanced at Mo Lan before shifting his gaze to Han Che. Cold Wolf Che, do you truly mean what you say? I failed to understand why you suddenly extend such courtesy to my Snow Antelope clan. Nan Chun was no fool. The Cold Wolf clan's sudden cessation of hostilities must have its reasons. By all accounts, your Snow Antelope clan does not warrant such leniency from me. This mercy is extended solely due to the Flame Clan shaman, Mo Lan, but you must have heard clearly. The food and females must be delivered punctually. Or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Han Che's cold gaze swept across Nan Chun's dignified face, his haughty demeanor reminiscent of a born king. The Flame Clan shaman? Nan Chun was taken aback. Indeed, Chief, she is Mo Lan. Chuan immediately pointed at Mo Lan, explaining to Nan Chun. She is the young female we rescued in the snowfield. It turns out she is a shaman. She is the one who saved Han Wolfshing's broken leg. Which is why Chief Han Che agreed to resolve our conflict through tribute, sparing the Snow Antelope clan from slaughter. Upon hearing Chuan's explanation, Nan Chun's gaze fell upon Mo Lan once more. Stepping forward to ask, Mo Lan, why do you, a shaman, intercede for my entire clan? Mo Lan smiled and replied, had it not been for Ai and Schwelling Chuan, I fear I would have perished in the snow. As the saying goes, a drop of water shall be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. Consider this my way of thanking the Snow Antelope clan for saving my life. Nan Chun nodded in understanding. I see. However, while we saved you once, you have now saved our entire clan. I, Nan Chun, shall remember the great kindness of Mo Lan, the shaman. Do not mention it. It was merely a small effort on my part. Mo Lan waved her hand dismissively. What is she saying? She merely acted on a whim. In truth, her primary aim was to seek justice from the Wolf King, Han Che. However, Nan Chun and the others did not concern themselves with her ultimate intentions. The fact remained that she had indeed saved the entire Snow Antelope clan. Compared to being ruthlessly plundered and slaughtered, seeking peace through tribute was a path they had never dared to envision. This Mo Lan, the shaman, was undoubtedly a benefactor of the Snow Antelope clan. Chief Han Che, I agree to the tribute and peace. Within 10 days, we will deliver the offerings to the territory of the Cold Wolf clan. And I hope the chief will honor his promise and spare the lives of my Snow Antelope people. Nan Chun bowed respectfully. As long as the offerings are timely, I shall keep my word. Han Che raised his hand. The Snow Antelope clan's tribute and peace effectively made them a subordinate tribe of the Cold Wolf clan, providing support that would alleviate the Cold Wolf clan's need to raid other smaller tribes. Hearing this, Nan Chun let out a sigh of relief. The lives of his clansmen were secured. He turned to Mo Lan with a smile and said, Mo Lan, now that this matter is settled, why not accompany me back to the Snow Antelope clan? I would like to properly host you as a token of gratitude. Mo Lan was about to respond when a chilling voice interrupted. No need. My slave will naturally return with me to the Cold Wolf clan. That venomous voice belonged to none other than Han Che. Your slave? Mo Lan, the shaman? Nan Chun was taken aback. Indeed, Chief Han Che agreed to the terms of our tribute, and peace only on the condition that Mo Lan becomes his slave. He looked at Mo Lan with a face full of sympathy. I in the world of beastmen. A slave is the most despicable and lowly of beings, subjected to oppression and trade at will. Mo Lan truly made a significant sacrifice for the Snow Antelope clan this time. At this moment, Nan Chun's face was also filled with reluctance. After a brief hesitation, he clasped his hands together and addressed Han Che. Leader Han Che, my Snow Antelope tribe is willing to offer 2 females in exchange for the freedom of the healer Mo Lan. Mo Lan was taken aback, bewildered by the situation. Why did all the members of the Snow Antelope tribe appear so sorrowful? Could it be that she had misunderstood the concept of a slave? Alarm bells rang in her mind. In a flurry of thoughts, Emolan anxiously called out internally, "Xiao Xiao, where have you vanished to at such a critical moment?" "Yes, master, where did you go? You fell short at such a crucial time," Emolan grumbled. "My master instructed me to remain silent and stay in the den," Xiao Xiao replied, feeling aggrieved. "Fine, I admit my mistake. Quickly tell me, what kind of treatment does the term slave imply in the mouths of these beastmen?" Emolan inquired eagerly that a slave holds the lowest status across the vast wilderness continent. They can be bought and sold at will. Subjected to relentless oppression if the slave is female, her plight is even more dire, as she can be forced to mate with any male at their discretion. "What?" Emolan's complexion turned ashen, and she screamed internally. "Han Langche, you scoundrel, you've led me to my doom." If the mere mention of slavery incited her anger, the subsequent detailed explanation from Xiao Xiao sent Emolan into utter despair. In the Ku Mo snowfield, tribes breed prolifically, and a single female may mate with countless males throughout her life, including her own father, sons, and even grandsons. Moreover, females of their own tribe are considered precious and are generally protected. Males would seek females from other tribes or slaves to ensure the safety of their own tribe's females. Females are of utmost importance to the beastman tribes, and female slaves are particularly coveted by the male beastmen. It seems that this leader of the Han Wolf tribe intends to cultivate her into a remarkable female, dedicating her life to the Han Wolf tribe. Upon hearing this, Emolan felt her worldview shatter into oblivion. Such a welcome was hardly better than death. What kind of world is this? This is a complete moral decline. "Xiao Xiao, save me." Emolan's heart began to tremble with fear. "Yes, master, I will assist you." Xiao Xiao responded with utmost obedience. "How will you help me?" Emolan was filled with skepticism. "When necessary, I can help you block the neural pathways in your brain, so you will feel much better." Xiao Xiao replied earnestly, "Get lost." Emolan wished she could kick this troublesome spirit pet to death. What a stroke of bad luck to have such an unreliable companion. If she didn't take action to save herself soon, she would become a mere puppet of fate. "Master, your wisdom is your greatest weapon. Whether they assimilate you into a beast or you transform them into humans depends solely on your determination and resolve." Xiao Xiao finally spoke sensibly. "Understood." After a long moment, Emolan finally nodded and sighed. As she inadvertently turned her head, her gaze locked onto a pair of ink-black-holed eyes, causing her to shudder involuntarily. "My slave, now, return with me to the Han Wolf tribe," Han Che declared, his hand waving grandly, and the warriors of the Han Wolf tribe raised their long spears, erupting into victorious cheers as Emolan beheld the glowing wolf eyes surrounding her. Her scalp prickled with dread. The territory of the Han Wolf tribe lay in the western desert of the Ku Mo snowfield. All the tribe members resided in underground caves within the snowfield. Just as Xiao Xiao had mentioned, the conditions here were indeed dismal. The barren land barely supported any vegetation, and the scant food consisted solely of bloodied meat chunks. The very thought that these chunks of meat might belong to some unknown tribe as beastmen made her feel nauseous enough to vomit. She finally understood the meaning of the phrase living off the flesh and blood of others. Having arrived at the territory of the Han Wolf tribe for 3 days, she endured not only the discomfort of the food, but also the frigid weather and the painful abrasions from the coarse animal skins rubbing against her body. Moreover, she constantly had to guard against the wolf warriors who deliberately prowled around her cave. Had it not been for Han Xing's need for her healing, and Han Che's order prohibiting anyone from disturbing her during this time, she feared she would have already been pinned down and humiliated by the beastmen who eyed her with insatiable hunger. Yet, the worst was yet to come. Starting yesterday, she began to feel extremely unwell, and the signals from her body gradually made her realize a troubling issue. She was experiencing altitude sickness. Xiao Xiao explained that the Ku Mo snowfield was situated at a high altitude, at least over 4,000 meters above sea level. The robust beastmen had no fear of it, but she was merely a frail human. If left untreated, her life could be at risk. When she was healthy, those coveting her were somewhat wary of her abilities, but now that she was ill, she had no idea how they would treat her. Emolan forced herself to calm down. She had to remain composed. In such a perilous environment, Losing her cool could leave her utterly devoured. She did not want to fall victim before her mission was accomplished, nor did she wish to end up in a situation worse than death. She needed to save herself, but food was already scarce, let alone medicine. How could she possibly cure her altitude sickness? Oxygen therapy might work, but without aspirin, ibuprofen, or aminophylline, how could she treat herself? Xiao. Are there any alternative medicines in the Kumo snowfield? Emolan curled up against the cold cave wall, weakly inquiring. Master, it is currently the cold season, and no medicinal herbs can grow at this time. The Beastman tribe may possess remedies for altitude sickness, but they are undoubtedly precious to receive treatment. You must seek out Chief Han, Ch. Olan attempted to get up, but a sudden wave of headache and dizziness engulfed her, accompanied by increasingly severe nausea. Unable to even stand, how could she seek out Han Che? Moreover, since arriving in the western desert of the Han Wolf tribe's territory, she had never left the underground cave. This place was even colder than the Snow Antelope tribe's region. Just stepping outside for a moment would chill her to the bone. Han Che was aware of her frailty, so he never allowed her to go out, aside from treating Han Xing's leg injury daily. She had never set foot outside the cave and had no idea where Han Che resided. Master, you should rest for a while. Wait until you regain your strength before seeking out Han Che. I will immediately assist you in utilizing the Heavenly Eye system to search for detailed maps of the Han Wolf tribe's territory. Please wait for me. Xiao Zhao's voice faded, leaving no further sound. Mo Lan leaned against the cave wall, gritting her teeth to endure. Just as her consciousness began to fade, an unusual noise suddenly emerged from outside the cave, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps approaching her haven. Mo Lan was startled and bit her tongue, which brought her back to a state of alertness. However, upon opening her eyes to the scene before her, her heart sank. 5 or 6 tall beastmen from the Han Wolf tribe approached her, their eyes glinting with a peculiar excitement as they slowly encircled her with ill intentions. Lap, did you see clearly? Did the chief really go out? If the chief finds out about this, we won't have a good ending. Connie, you really are talkative. What's the big deal about a slave? Even if the chief knows, what of it? The female slaves of the tribe belong to everyone, although the chief hasn't explicitly stated it. He has always turned a blind eye, but the chief said to keep her around for treating Han Xing's leg. If we injure her, won't the chief be furious? Ah, you should have seen how fierce this female was that day. Even the wolf warriors were no match for her. How could she be that weak? But she really looks so small and frail. Enough chatter. If we don't act now, you 1T have another chance once the chief returns. Emolan's consciousness was hazy. She felt herself being lifted and wrapped in animal skins. The last thing she did before losing consciousness was to weakly curse Han Che. You bastard, if I get defiled by your stupid wolf subordinates, I will castrate you when I get the chance. Time passed, and an odd warmth surged from beneath her, awakening the previously unconscious Emolan once more. Struggling to open her eyes, she found herself in an open wilderness. Strangely, this place was devoid of ice and snow, revealing the gray-brown earth beneath. Perhaps it was the absence of ice and snow that made it feel less cold. Otherwise, given her frail constitution, she would have long since frozen solid. But what place was this? The territory of the Han Wolf tribe had such a paradise. That stingy Han Che was too miserly. How could he not offer her such a fine place to reside? Instead, he kept her locked away in the underground cave, nearly driving her to develop claustrophobia. Dazed by the unfamiliar surroundings, Emolan momentarily forgot the lurking dangers nearby. As she regained her senses, she was suddenly pounced upon by a beastman from the Han Wolf tribe. The beastman eagerly leaned down to lick her face, panting heavily. Female, I've been thinking about you for so many days. Your skin is so fair, your body so soft. Today I can finally taste you. Oh my God. Emolan felt a wave of nausea rising in her throat, and she desperately pushed the beastman's face away, exclaiming, "Get off me. I am Han Che's slave, not yours, if you dare to touch me. Han Che will have you dismembered." The beastman was momentarily taken aback by her words, then responded, "Female, do you not know that female slaves can be freely mated with by males? The chief knows this too. Although you are the chief's slave, he has always cared for his subordinates. Even if we take advantage of you, the chief won't hold it against us. Exactly. As long as we don't take your life. The chief won't blame us. Lab, hurry. This is the territory of the earth brown bear. If it weren't for the fear that the cold would kill this female, why would we risk coming here? Enough talk, let's take action. Another orc standing nearby hastily urged, hurry. Upon hearing this, the orc named Lab, disregarding all caution, thought it absurd to leave empty-handed after coming this far. He lunged forward once more, tearing the beast's skin from Imolan's body. Ah, Imolan exclaimed, summoning all her strength to kick towards the orc's groin. Ow, Lab cried out in agony, clutching his nether regions as he fell to the side. Forget it. This female is too fierce. Quickly, bind her hands and feet. Several orcs surged forward, producing yak tendons to secure Imolan's limbs. Enraged, Imolan felt an urge to curse. These orcs were truly inhumane, but then she reminded herself that they were. After all, beasts. In their eyes, there existed only food and mating. That scoundrel Hanche, allowing his subordinates to treat her this way, was even less than human. Tears threatened to spill as Imolan felt utterly helpless, as if the heavens and earth had turned against her. Just as she was pinned down and unable to move, a series of beastly roars erupted around her. Roar, roar. The orcs pressing down on her suddenly recoiled in alarm. Leaping to their feet without hesitation, oh no, it's a grizzly bear. There's more than one. The faces of the wolf tribe orcs turned pale. Through their shoulders, Imolan glimpsed two massive black bears, towering over 2 meters, charging toward her with thunderous steps and gaping maws. Good heavens, what on earth is this? Am I to be devoured as food? Imolan's face blanched, just as she escaped the wolf den. She was now confronted by bears. How could her luck be so wretched? Yet before she could fully comprehend her fear, the orcs formed a protective circle around her. Imolan, still in shock, stared at the orcs before her, unable to process what was happening. In an instant, the enormous bears lunged forward, and 5 or 6 orcs brandished their spears, bravely charging ahead. However, the bears were thick-skinned and formidable, and the wolf tribe orcs were no match for them. In mere moments, the orcs were sent reeling, blood spewing from their mouths. One orc was even caught by a bear's claw, which gruesomely tore away a chunk of flesh from his shoulder. Seeing the dire situation, the wolf tribe orcs transformed into their beast forms, engaging in a desperate fight against the grizzly bears. The clash of beasts was bloodily savage. Flesh and blood flew, splattering Imolan from head to toe. In no time, the air was thick with the stench of blood. Thud! One orc was ripped open at the chest by a bear's claw, crashing to the ground. As he fell, he reverted to his human form. But despite his grievous injuries, he crawled with all his might to Imolan's side, lifting his blood-soaked hand to laboriously untie her bindings. Escape! We can't defeat the grizzly bears! Hurry! Fools! Why aren't you fleeing? Imolan shouted at the ORC. It is the duty of males to protect females. The orc gasped, struggling to catch his breath. Imolan was taken aback. It dawned on her that these wolf tribe orcs were fighting fiercely against the grizzly bears to safeguard her. But don't think that just because of this I will forgive you, you scoundrels. You beasts deserve to die. Imolan glared at the orc beside her, whose body was drenched in blood, and yelled in fury. Yet the orc paid her no heed, instead laboriously shedding his blood-stained beast skin to cover her, panting heavily. Quickly escape. We will hold them off. With that, he let out a long howl, transforming back into his beast form and charging once more at the grizzly bears. Lab! Imolan screamed. How was it that she remembered his name? Just moments ago, he had been on top of her, breathing heavily and repulsively. Yet now, in an instant, they were fighting valiantly for her. Such a valiant man could not possibly be just a pack of beasts. It is in the face of life and death that one reveals their true character. For reasons unknown, Imolan felt an inexplicable surge of emotion towards these orcs who had nearly violated her. The lore spoke of the wolf tribe warriors as the most valiant fighters of the Kumo snowfield, unafraid to battle against nature and the beasts of the snowfield. These orcs possessed formidable fighting prowess. Escaping the bears was not impossible, but defeating them was a daunting challenge. They could have easily abandoned her to save themselves. Yet they chose to stay, all for that one principle. It is the duty of males to protect females. Gritting her teeth, Imolan tightened the beast skin around her and surged forward. She had to escape to find Han Che and seek salvation. But how unfortunate. She stepped directly onto the beast's skin and fell flat on her face, spitting and sputtering. What is that smell? A peculiar odor wafted in her nostrils as she got up. Feeling a burning sensation in her palms, she suspiciously glanced at her hands and then at the ground, her eyes suddenly lighting up. Is that saltpeter powder? Excellent. This is my lifeline. Mo Lan's eyes sparkled, and without hesitation, she yanked off the beast's skin and with both hands began to dig for the saltpeter in the soil. Soon, she unearthed enough saltpeter and pulled out a bone knife, slicing the beast's skin into several pieces to fill them with saltpeter. Using oiled beast fur as wicks to craft makeshift explosives, she worked frantically. She kept glancing toward the battlefield, sweat trickling down her forehead. In her heart, she shouted, "Hold on, just a little longer. We'll be ready soon." Thump, thump. She felt as if her heart would leap out of her chest. Gritting her teeth, she silently roared. Faster! Bang! Bang! 2 orcs were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. When they clumsily got back up, they saw the female they had fought to protect, not fleeing, but squatting on the ground, seemingly tinkering with something, prompting them to bellow urgently. Mo Lan, run. Yet Mo Lan remained oblivious, focused solely on her task. At that moment, the grizzly bears finally noticed Mo Lan, who was being fiercely protected by the orcs. With a furious roar, they swatted away the orcs in their path and swiped at Mo Lan. Mo Lan felt the powerful gust of the bear's paw approaching from behind, sending chills down her spine. She spun around just in time to see the dark paw of the bear descending toward her. In shock, her face turned pale. Just as the bear's paw was about to strike her slender neck, a flash of white leapt forward. Woo! Accompanied by a piercing howl, a pure white cold wolf tackled the grizzly bear to the ground, viciously tearing into it. Han Che, upon seeing that white figure, Mo Lan nearly burst into tears of joy. At last, reinforcements had arrived. Exhausted, Mo Lan collapsed to the ground, a wave of weakness washing over her. But before she could catch her breath, she heard an orc shout hoarsely, "Chief, be careful." Mo Lan gasped in shock, looking up to see the 2 grizzly bears seemingly enraged, crazily attacking Han Chi in mere moments. The white fur on Han Che was stained red with blood. Oh no, Han Che couldn't take on 2 grizzly bears alone. Mo Lan fought through the waves of weakness coursing through her, gritting her teeth as she struggled to her feet, trembling hands resuming her earlier task. Moments later, she finally completed her makeshift explosive, pulling out the firestone she had used to treat Han Xing's leg. She quickly struck it against the largest explosive to ignite it, then aimed it at the thick chest of the grizzly bear, throwing it with all her might. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed, followed by a pained roar from the grizzly bear, its massive form staggering unsteadily. Success! Mo Lan felt elated and immediately shouted to Han Che, "Han Che, get back." With that, she ignited another explosive, throwing one after another at the grizzly bears. In truth, these rudimentary explosives had minimal lethality, comparable to firecrackers. However, the pain from the explosions instilled fear in the bears, and combined with Han Che's ferocious combat prowess, the 2 grizzly bears clearly became flustered and disoriented. When the first explosion occurred, Han Che, locked in battle with the bears, was startled and instinctively dodged the source of the fierce attack, only to realize that the one causing the explosions was none other than the blood-soaked Mo Lan. She was tirelessly hurling explosive after explosive at the bears. Each time one of those explosives touched the bears, it erupted with a deafening bang, followed by the stench of singed flesh. Naturally, this was accompanied by the bears' terrified howls. After Mo Lan launched the final explosive, she finally collapsed in exhaustion. Seizing the opportunity, Han Che leapt onto the 2 grizzly bears, fiercely biting them until they lay still. After defeating the bears, Han Che immediately transformed back into his human form and rushed to Mo Lan, lifting her into his arms. Meanwhile, the Wolf Tribe warriors who followed Han Che to the rescue arrived one after another, drawn by the anguished howls of the bears. However, upon seeing the lifeless bodies of the 2 grizzly bears, they were left utterly astonished. Mo Lan, Are you all right? Lan wearily opened her eyes, gazing at the cold yet handsome face before her, which bore an unusual expression of concern, bringing her a slight comfort. But then, she recalled how close she had been to being violated by his subordinates and nearly perishing beneath the bear's claws. Overcome with rage, I summoned the last vestiges of my strength and fiercely sank my teeth into his arm. You wretched Han Che! Were it not for you reducing me to the status of a slave, would I find myself in such a disgraceful predicament? It would be best if I could just bite you to death. Han Che let out a muffled grunt, his gaze fixed upon the unconscious Lan, whose head lolled to the side after a fierce assault. A grimace twitched at the corner of his mouth. This female truly is something else. Heavens! The chieftain has slain the grizzly bear. This territory now belongs to us. The arriving tribesmen, finally shaking off their shock, began to cheer, brandishing their swords and spears in celebration. Han Che cast a glance back at the fallen grizzly bear, a wave of relief washing over him. Splendid! With these two grizzlies, their food supply for the cold season would be far more abundant. Yet, what thrilled him most was the territory beneath their feet. The orcs of the Kumo snowfield knew well that the domain of the grizzly bears, regardless of its size, was a rare warm land in the snowfield. To possess such a warm land would allow the frail females and elders to reside here during the cold season, thus minimizing casualties. First, let us escort our injured tribesmen back to the territory for treatment by the shaman. Then we shall carry the grizzly bears back, marking this warm land as the domain of the Cold Wolf tribe. From this day forth, we, the Cold Wolf tribe, shall be the rightful owners of this warm land. Cheers! Cheers! At Han Che's command, the orcs erupted in jubilant cheers, promptly organizing themselves to handle the aftermath. After issuing his orders, Han Che looked down at Lan in his arms, only to find her face pale, drenched in cold sweat, and so weak she seemed on the verge of death. He grabbed a hide to wrap her more securely, but to his astonishment, the hide was but a short length, barely covering her abdomen. Stunned, he then noticed some items scattered beside her. Peering closely, he saw a blood-stained bone knife, 2 pieces of flint, and some fragmented fur and soil. Furrowing his brow, he removed the hide from his own body to envelop Lan. He then picked up the bone knife and flint, gathering some fur and soil before swiftly carrying her back to the Cold Wolf tribe's territory. Upon their return, he immediately summoned the tribe's shaman. Yuhi, to attend to Lan, he then sat nearby, spreading the collected items before him. Deep in thought, it was clear that his victory over the grizzly bears was largely due to this female as contributions. Had she not thrown those items that severely injured the bears, he would have never managed to defeat 2 of them single-handedly. Yet he was profoundly curious about what she had thrown. What could instill such fear in the fierce and formidable grizzly bears? She appeared so frail, yet in that critical moment, she exhibited such strength. This conundrum left him utterly perplexed. Chieftain, this little female may have been afflicted by a malevolent spirit. I believe it would be prudent to summon Sui to examine her. As Han Che pondered, Yuhi concluded his examination of Lan and reported back. What? Han Che's expression shifted dramatically. Lan has been afflicted. If she truly is under the influence of a malevolent spirit, it would spell trouble. The elders of the tribe had recounted how many of their kin perished due to such afflictions when they first arrived in the Kumo snowfield, particularly the frail elders and females, who could hardly withstand the torment of a malevolent spirit. Indeed, it seemed she was in the initial stages, having fallen ill within a day or two. However, after today's ordeal, she had grown alarmingly weak, and in the coming days, she would likely enter a critical state. If she did not rest and recuperate properly, she might not survive. Thus, chieftain, it is best to have Sui come and offer her a blessing. May the ancestors protect her and allow this little female to escape calamity. Yuhi sighed deeply, draping a clean, soft hide over Lan. Han Che's expression grew grave. Never did he anticipate that this fierce slave, who had saved the entire snow antelope tribe, would be afflicted. When she had stood against him that day, she had been so spirited and proud. He had seen a quality in her that no other female possessed, which was why he had so possessively claimed her. He believed he had not misjudged her. Yet now, it was unfortunate that she had fallen victim to a malevolent spirit. Han Che felt a mix of disappointment and regret. A female of her caliber, also a shaman, was a rarity in the world. He had thought her a divine gift bestowed upon the Cold Wolf tribe, only to discover, Chieftain, he began, hesitantly. What more is there? Han Che looked up, sensing something unusual in Yuhi's demeanor. She bears bruises around her wrists and ankles, possibly from being bound by yak tendons. Her affliction may be due to fright. It's possible. Of course, she could also have been frightened by the grizzly bears, those few strong, cold wolves. Han Che's face darkened as he abruptly stood and strode purposefully toward the cave's exit. This is a disaster. Yuhi's expression shifted as he hurriedly followed. Outside on the snowfield, the previously victorious warriors of the wolf tribe lay strewn about, and upon hearing Yuhi's words, Han Che wasted no time, angrily tossing them aside. The other tribesmen, witnessing the chieftain's fury, quickly gathered around. Chieftain, these are the heroes who fought valiantly against the grizzly bears. They have not yet received their rewards. How can they be punished first? Some voiced their objections. What did you all do? Han Che's expression was as cold as ice as he demanded in a chilling tone. Rabu and the others, currently nursing their injuries and preparing to dress their wounds, were bewildered to suddenly find themselves thrown aside. Chieftain, what have we done wrong? What have you done wrong? Why did you venture into the grizzly bear's territory today? Han Che's voice boomed with anger. We, the group, fell silent, exchanging glances until finally, Connie stepped forward, steeling himself to explain. We simply wanted to mate with Mo Lan. Upon hearing this, Han Che's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. He bellowed, You fools! Who gave you permission to touch her? Rabu and Connie exchanged defiant glances, retorting, It was merely mating with a slave. Does the chieftain not allow this? In the past, you have never objected to mating with other females in the tribe. Why now is Mo Lan different? Because Mo Lan is not merely a female slave. She is also a shaman. She holds immense significance for our Cold Wolf tribe. Your foolish actions have caused her to be afflicted by a malevolent spirit. Do you have any idea the extent of the damage you have inflicted upon the Cold Wolf tribe today? Han Che seethed, unleashing a torrent of scorn upon them. What? Mo Lan is afflicted by a malevolent spirit. What? Mo Lan is a shaman. The faces of the orcs turned pale. Now they finally understood the magnitude of the calamity they had wrought. Bringing Mo Lan back was not only because she was an exceptional female, but also because she held the position of shaman. Even a 3-year-old child would understand the importance of shaman in the tribe. Yet, it had been these fools who had ruined everything. How could he not be furious? How could he not be enraged? Han Che surveyed the assembled crowd with a cold gaze, announcing loudly, From this day forth, no male shall mate with any female, whether they be tribe members or female slaves, without the female's consent. Violators will face the tribe's penalties. After declaring this, Han Che's gaze fell upon the group on the ground. His face set in a grim expression as he commanded, Rabu, Connie, you have violated tribe rules and harmed the tribe's interests. Henceforth, you shall no longer be regarded as tribe warriors. Take them away and administer 50 lashes each to serve as punishment. Chieftain, have mercy on us. We realize our mistakes. Rabu and the others, pale-faced, repeatedly bowed in supplication. But alas, it was too late. Because of their actions, the tribe had lost a female, and more importantly, that female was also a shaman. Such an offense was unforgivable, and it was no wonder the chieftain was so enraged. They all willingly accepted their punishment, yet deeply regretted their impulsiveness that had caused Mo Lan to be frightened and afflicted by a malevolent spirit. Chieftain, please quell your anger. Yuhi rushed over, casting a glance at the kneeling group of remorseful warriors and speaking up for their clemency. The cold season is precisely when manpower is needed. Why not allow them to atone for their mistakes? This would demonstrate the chieftain's magnanimity and serve as a lesson for the other warriors. Han Che was initially unwilling to show mercy, but reflecting on the current necessity for the tribe to stockpile food, he knew they could not afford to lose more manpower. Ultimately, he nodded, saying, Let them guard the warm land for the elders and females. Should there be even the slightest error, they shall be expelled from the Cold Wolf tribe. With that, Han Che strode away, his expression still stern. Yuhi then exhaled a sigh of relief. directing the other orcs to escort the offending warriors away. Why does the chieftain place such importance on that foreign female? Other foreign females have come to our tribe before, yet the chieftain has never been so severe. Several orcs gathered around, their hearts still racing with trepidation. They had never witnessed the chieftain in such a furious state. He replied solemnly, Emolan is not an ordinary female. She is a shaman of the Flame Tribe, bearing the legacy of the Flame Tribe within her. The chieftain brought her back with the intention of having her contribute her strength to our Hanlang tribe. Yet your reckless actions have endangered her life and thwarted the chieftain's plans. Do you not realize how furious he must be? From now on, be more vigilant regarding whom to provoke and whom to leave untouched. Keep your eyes wide open. Upon hearing these words, all the beastmen swallowed hard and hastily nodded in agreement. The legacy of the tribe is the very foundation of its strength. This reasoning is sufficient to quell the rampant hormones of all male beastmen. Thus, the chieftain should feel somewhat reassured. Mused he, this fellow, Che, is such a closed book. Had they not grown up together, he would never have believed that one day Che would defend a female so fiercely. Since assuming the role of chieftain, countless females have sought to curry favor with him, yet he has never once been swayed. Che has proclaimed that he wishes to bring the casualties of the Hanlang tribe during the harsh season to zero. Failing to achieve this, he would not consider his own comfort. Che's sense of righteousness and selflessness far surpasses that of him and the other beastmen of the Hanlang tribe. It is for this reason that the youthful Che has shouldered the heavy responsibilities of chieftaincy, guiding his people towards prosperity year after year. Originally at the bottom of the four great wolf tribes of the Kumo snowfield, the Hanlang tribe has now ascended to the pinnacle of the wolf tribes. Even the once bullying Jiao wolf tribe now dares not provoke them again. In summary, Che is an outstanding leader and a commendable chieftain. However, regarding Emolan, he hopes he can retain some personal interest. After all, since reaching adulthood, Che has not mated with any females, which is far from ideal. The physical demands of strong wolves are always considerable. Prolonged abstinence can be detrimental, should anything happen to Che. The Hanlang tribe would struggle to find another leader of his caliber. For the survival of the Hanlang tribe, he resolves to lend a helping hand whenever possible in the future. Upon returning to the underground cave, where Emolan resides, he finds her petite form curled up on the beast's skin, still in deep slumber. He furrows his brow and sits beside her, gently adjusting the furs covering her. Emolan's small face is pale, her breath barely perceptible, which stirs a wave of anxiety and concern within Han Che. This little one, could she truly be unable to endure? He has witnessed frail females succumb to the curse of the heavens more than once. Life is insignificant before the forces of nature, yet it never fails to instill fear in him. He yearns for strength, for the tribe to flourish, for every member to withstand calamities. Yet, despite all his efforts, he cannot avert casualties, hunger, cold, disease, natural disasters. Countless dangers entangle them, leaving them to struggle in dire straits. Little one, you must survive. You simply must. Han Che raises his large hand, gently caressing Emolan's small face, the cool softness reminding him of that day in the snow. She was the first female with whom he mated, granting him an unprecedented sense of pleasure. That feeling ignited a fierce possessiveness within him, how he does not wish to share Emolan with other males. Hence, he sent her to a relatively peaceful small tribe for safety. The Shueling tribe, the Qinglu tribe, and the Xiutu tribe are all tribes without oppression, where Emolan has the right to speak for herself. However, the Hanlang tribe is different. Females are exceedingly scarce in the wolf tribes. Even as the chieftain, he cannot selfishly monopolize a single female. Yet now, the situation has changed. She possesses the identity of shaman and carries the legacy of the Yin tribe, making her integration into the Hanlang tribe unlike that of other foreign females. He can openly keep her by his side, yet he did not anticipate the ferocity of his tribe members. A moment of carelessness nearly led to disaster. When he saw the claws of the brown bear lunging toward her, his heart nearly stopped, regardless of the fact that the brown bear is the fiercest creature in the snowfields. It charged forward with a flurry of bites. The little one did not disappoint him. She risked herself to assist him in his moment of peril. Were it not for her weapons, he might have perished beneath the claws of the brown bear. She saved him, and they have already mated. Thus she is destined to become his female, his alone. Lon, do not die, he whispered tenderly in her ear, then rubbed his cheek against her icy face, that eye in her haze. Lon felt a familiar aura enveloping her, a heaviness in her chest causing her to exhale deeply. Yet as she opened her mouth, a warm breath invaded her mouth, and Lon, slightly dazed, foolishly allowed that domineering essence to engulf her. Suddenly, a warm current slid down her throat, gradually spreading throughout her limbs. Moments later, her fatigued and weak body began to feel a hint of comfort. Lan's fingers twitched, and she slowly opened her eyes. The space beside her was empty. Lan glanced around in suspicion. Had someone just kissed her? Who was the scoundrel taking advantage of her slumber? These beastmen are truly outrageous. She has fallen ill for their sake, and they still do not spare her. Had she known, she would have refrained from helping them. Let them be devoured by the brown bear instead. Lan pouted in indignation. You are awake? Just as Lan was sulking, someone entered the cave. She looked up to see a face filled with affection. Who are you? Lan asked, attempting to prop herself up, only to find herself utterly powerless. I am the tribe shaman. Sway, here to offer you a blessing. Do not rise. Just lie comfortably, Sway. An elder female had a graceful and gentle demeanor, a stark contrast to the ghastly visage of a shaman that Lan had imagined. Thank you. Lan offered a faint smile, obediently lying back on the soft furs. Good child, do not worry. You will be fine. Sway gently stroked Lan's hair, softly comforting her, the warmth and tenderness in her smile reminiscent of a mother's love. Lan felt a warm current pouring into her body from her scalp, her previously weak and convulsed state showing some improvement. Yet soon after, her eyelids grew heavier, and finally, she could no longer resist the pull of sleep. Drifting into slumber once more. After completing the blessing for Lan, Sway stepped out of the cave and saw Che lost in thought in the snowy expanse outside. Che, Sway called gently as she approached. Mother Che turned and greeted her respectfully. Although Sway is not Che's biological mother, she has watched him grow since childhood, their bond akin to that of mother and son. Che's biological mother dedicated her life to the Lang tribe, successfully giving birth to Che, Ing, and Xing. Though the three brothers share the same mother but different fathers, their bond is strong in the savage continent. Beastmen face significant challenges in reproduction, and Che's mother's contributions to the Lang tribe are undeniable. Unfortunately, Che's mother passed away after giving birth to the brothers due to frailty during a harsh cold wave, while his father was buried beneath the snow during a hunting expedition. Che's background is tragic, yet he matured quickly. After reaching adulthood, he inherited his father's bravery in battle and calm demeanor in action. This brings Sway a sense of comfort. She believes Che will lead the Lang tribe towards prosperity. The only shortcoming is that Che is not inclined to be close to females to BY tradition. As the chieftain, Che has the obligation to ensure the tribe's continuation. Yet, given that Che's parents devoted their lives to the Lang tribe, Sway cannot bear to pressure him further. However, his return with Lan has ignited a glimmer of hope within her. Just earlier, while conducting the blessing for Lan, she had noticed certain signs, prompting her to inquire further. Mother how is Lan? Che asked, his eyes betraying his uncontainable concern. Sway looked at Che, feigning sorrow as she sighed. Che, prepare yourself. This child may not withstand the curse of the heavens. Upon hearing this, Che's body stiffened, his expression darkening. Mother is there truly no other way? After a moment of silence, Che finally pressed on, unwilling to give up hope. Sway secretly chuckled, yet shook her head. I've already offered her a blessing. May our ancestors watch over her. Alas, she is of a different tribe. I cannot say if she will receive their protection. Che's eyes brightened at her words, declaring resolutely, our ancestors will surely protect her. Sway, intrigued, asked, how can you be so sure she will receive the ancestors' protection? Che, are you perhaps? Mother Before Sway could finish, Che interrupted her. I wish to bring Lan to my cave to care for her. Why? Sway was taken aback. Han Che's cave has never permitted females to enter. Today, he is actively requesting to bring Mo Lan over. Sui's curiosity piqued. Mo Lan is my slave, and I bear the responsibility to care for her. Furthermore, as a shaman of the Yin tribe, should she survive, it would greatly benefit the Hanlang tribe. Han Che responded with a calm demeanor. However, He felt a twinge of disappointment and inquired, Che, is this truly your sentiment? Naturally, I will exert my utmost efforts for matters beneficial to the tribe. Han Che replied, his expression betraying no hint of emotion. That's so. Your infusion of bloodline power into Mo Lan's body was solely to preserve her life, to ensure she can contribute to the Han Wolf tribe in the future. He voiced the doubts that had been gnawing at her heart. Upon hearing this, a flicker of resistance briefly crossed Han Che's face, but it vanished almost instantly. Indeed, Mother Mo Lan's survival would be advantageous for our tribe. He frowned slightly. Che, I understand your dedication to the tribe's interests, but you must also take care of yourself. For every fraction of bloodline power expended, you lose threefold in strength, if 2/3 is depleted. One will be rendered powerless. Although Mo Lan may be of use to the tribe, it is not worth the chieftain's risk for her sake. Mother, just now her breath was faint. I merely sustained her for a moment. The bloodline power expended was not even a fraction. In response to Su Yi's mildly reproachful words, Han Che calmly elucidated. Su nodded in satisfaction. That's good. If she were your wife, I would not object to you exhausting your strength to save her. But she is merely a lowly slave. Even if she possesses some merits, it is not worth the chieftain putting himself in jeopardy. With the cold season upon us, our tribe must organize strong hunters daily to procure food for the harsh winter. As the chieftain, you are at the forefront. Should anything happen to you, it could attract the attention of other wolf tribes, which would be most unfortunate. Han Che was well aware that the cold season was a time when food was scarce among the tribes, and conflicts would escalate as they vied for resources to survive the winter. Thus, while each tribe kept a watchful eye on others, they also fortified their defenses to avoid ambushes. He understood that Su Yi's concerns were for the greater good. But the thought of her wanting him to abandon that small being left him feeling uneasy. Han Che's gaze darkened momentarily before he replied, Mother, I know my limits. Rest assured, Su found herself somewhat perplexed by his answer. She had deliberately highlighted Mo Lan's status as a slave to gauge Han Che's reaction. Yet he showed no change in demeanor, nor did he express any affection for Mo Lan. What was going on? Did Han Che truly harbor no feelings for her? But if he felt nothing, why would he go to such lengths for her? Although it was merely a trace of bloodline power, it was indeed suspect. This reserved child, what could he possibly be thinking? He was unable to fathom Han Che's thoughts, but from his insistence on bringing Mo Lan back to his cave, it was evident he had some ulterior motive. Whether for public duty or personal desire, she was inclined to support him. Thus, she nodded and said, Very well, as long as you understand the gravity of the situation, bring Mo Lan to your abode and take good care of her. If she can endure the heavenly malice, that would be splendid. If not, it shall be deemed her misfortune, unworthy of our ancestors' protection. Thank you, Mother I shall take my leave now. Han Che's eyes brightened at Su Yi's consent, and he nodded before briskly entering the cave. He observed Han Che's somewhat anxious retreating figure, a smile playing on her lips. She was rather curious to see to what lengths this child would go for Mo Lan. Auntie, what are you looking at? A voice suddenly interrupted from behind. He turned to glare at You rascal, you startled me. He couldn't help but chuckle. Does Annie also have moments of fear? Could it be that you've done something to feel guilty about with Che? He playfully smacked He on the shoulder, chiding, You are becoming increasingly sharp-tongued. I dote on Che. How could I possibly do anything to feel guilty about? Would I ever refuse to mate for his sake? Yuhi's eyes sparkled with mischief as he slyly asked, Annie, is that so? He paused, then turned to Yuhi, sharing a knowing look. You noticed it too? Does Che have feelings for Mo Lan? Don't ask me. Che refuses to confide in me. So, I remain in the dark. He hadn't finished speaking when Yuhi waved his hand dismissively. You rascal. Always evading my inquiries. Unable to restrain herself, He frowned before asking, Last time, I asked you to discreetly check Che's health. Did you find anything out? Speak honestly. Is there truly no issue with his body? Yuhi hurriedly put a finger to his lips. Don't bring it up. Annie, I almost got beaten up by Che over this. Sue, he was taken aback. What happened? It was just a health check. Why would Che take it out on you? Yuhi shrugged helplessly. Auntie, to ascertain whether there is anything wrong with Che's health, I naturally needed a female's cooperation. I sent over the gentlest female in the tribe. She Lu, but Che promptly chased her away without a second thought. That I had no choice but to go myself, but before I could even approach him, I nearly found myself embedded in the cave wall by one of his punches. Sue sighed deeply, exasperated. This child, why must he be so obstinate? If he doesn't engage with females, our tribe's future generations will surely depend on distant branches. Not necessarily. Yuhi, sensing Annie's concern, stepped forward and suggested quietly. Next time, let Olan go. Sue, he was momentarily stunned. Then a glimmer of surprise crossed her face that do you also believe Che likes Olan? If he didn't have feelings for her, he wouldn't have kept her by his side. Yuhi smiled, but that is because Olan is a shaman. Che kept her for the tribe's sake, right? Sue questioned, puzzled. Auntie, that is not contradictory. What matters is that Olan is able to remain. Did you not see how Che even altered tribal rules for her? He is declaring his claim over her to the other male tribesmen. Upon hearing this, Suyi's spirits lifted. She had sensed something peculiar about Che, and she had nearly let it slip by. Wonderful. Che has finally come to his senses, just as Sue was reveling in her joy. Her expression suddenly shifted. Oh no, Olan has fallen victim to the heavenly malice. With her frail body, will she be able to endure? Fear not, Auntie. Olan is unafraid even of the earth brown bear. How could she fear the heavenly malice? I've also taken a look at her. While her body is somewhat weak, given her courage to withstand the bear, she will certainly persevere. That is good. That is good. Sue finally exhaled in relief. It had taken a great deal for Che to find a female he liked. She could not allow her to perish. Otherwise, who knows how long it would be before Che's heart would be stirred again. While she could endure, she would undoubtedly suffer some hardship. After all, the heavenly malice is not like other ailments. I suspect she will experience fluctuating symptoms in the coming days. Annie, how about I send Shilu over to care for her? Yuhi suggested, as Shilu is the only one with a gentle disposition suitable for caregiving, that I think it's unnecessary. Sui glanced at Yuhi with a smile. Dutto. Auntie, what do you mean by that? Yuhi asked, puzzled by the knowing smile on Suyi's face. Just as Sui was about to explain, Hanche emerged from the subterranean cave, cradling Olan in his arms. Olan was wrapped in thick pelts. Her small form nestled against him, revealing only half of her delicate, pale face. Che, where are you taking her? To the warm lands. But the warm lands aren't ready yet. We can't stay there, Yuhi exclaimed in surprise. Hanche was not headed to the warm lands. He intended to bring her back to his cave to care for her. What? You intend to personally take care of Olan? Yuhi gazed at Hanche in astonishment. Feeling somewhat dazed, Olan is my slave. Naturally, I shall care for her. Is there an issue? Hanche replied calmly. But you still need to lead the tribe's strong hunters to hunt during the day. How can you manage that? Shouldn't we call Shilu over? No need. Before Yuhi could finish, Hanche had already turned and left with Olan. Heiche, Yuhi called after him, but Hanche was unresponsive. Su chuckled and said, let him be. He has endured much over the years. Now that he has finally found a compatible female, he should do as he pleases. Yuhi pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well, let us not interfere with him. After all, Olan is unlikely to be in any life-threatening danger. Let him do as he wishes. The two exchanged smiles, both tacitly agreeing to refrain from explaining Olan's condition to Hanche. Perhaps having someone to worry about is not such a bad thing after all. In the stillness of the deep night, the snowy expanse lay tranquil. Yet within one subterranean cave, an unusual commotion suddenly erupted. Hanche sprang up and rushed to Olan's side. Suddenly, Olan's cheeks flushed with fervor, and she continually tugged at her garments, gasping and murmuring incoherently, "It's so hot. Olan, Han Che's expression shifted dramatically as he reached out to lift Lan into his arms, only to find her body searing to the touch. Lan felt as if she were ensconced in a blazing furnace. Her skin, barely concealed by the animal hide, was suffused with a rosy glow. "I am burning up. I need water." Lan sensed that she was on the verge of combustion, her throat parched and painful, almost as if flames could erupt from her very core, upon witnessing her distress. Han Che hurriedly fetched a water skin made of cowhide, cautiously pouring the contents in Lan's mouth. She clutched the water skin, gulping down several hearty swallows, finally alleviating the fiery sensation in her chest. As her grip relaxed, the water skin fell to the ground, and she slumped weakly. Han Che, disregarding the fallen water skin, swiftly enveloped the limp Lan in his arms, his voice laced with concern. "Lan, how are you? Are you feeling any better?" Lan leaned feebly against Han Che, overwhelmed by exhaustion and unable to utter a word, though the burning sensation gradually subsided. Noticing her lack of struggle or cries of discomfort, Han Che exhaled with relief. Yet before he could lay her back down onto the fur, her small hand suddenly grasped him tightly, her body trembling uncontrollably. "Lan," Han Che exclaimed in surprise, attempting to raise her to examine her. But she clung to him with a desperate grip. "That I'm so cold. Hold me tight." She curled into him, desperately seeking warmth. Han Che quickly wrapped her in a thick layer of fur, softly inquiring, "Are you still cold? Cold, so cold." Lan buried her face against his chest, seeking solace in the scant warmth. Han Che frowned as he gazed at her pallid visage and bluish lips, a pang of anguish striking his heart. He had witnessed females succumb to illness before, yet never had he felt such profound fear and concern. "Cold, so cold. I'm freezing." Just as the heat began to dissipate, Lan felt as if she had been thrust into an icy abyss. Her teeth chattering and fingers stiffening. Han Che's anxiety surged as he observed her oscillating between extremes of temperature, his heart heavy with unspoken torment, a flicker of panic igniting within him. "Lan, you must endure. Do you hear me? Summon your strength. I will stay by your side." He held her tightly, offering encouragement and promises. However, the relentless torment of heat and cold rendered Lan unable to heed his words. Eventually, she succumbed to her plight, weeping uncontrollably in his embrace. "This is all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be suffering like this. You wretched Han Che. You owe me my dignity. You owe me my health. Do you have any idea how close I was to being bullied by those scoundrels? I could have been crushed into a pulp by that bear. I'm terrified. This is all because of you. If you hadn't reduced me to a slave, would I have to endure this torment? You heartless scoundrel, I saved your brother, and this is how you repay me. You despicable wretch, if I die, I will haunt you." Lan's incoherent cries and strikes against Han Che transformed her unbearable agony into a tempest of rage. Han Che's complexion drained of color as the scene struck a familiar chord within him. Years ago, before his mother passed away, she too had frantically clung to his father, crying out in despair, an image that haunted him still. The anguish and hopelessness reflected in her eyes lingered in his dreams. Casting a shadow over his heart, "Lan, you will be all right. I will not allow you to perish." A glimmer of resolve shone in Han Che's eyes. With determination, he swiftly removed the furs from both himself and Lan, cradling her once more in his arms. Their bare bodies pressed against one another. Han Che began to channel his bloodline power to nourish Lan's frail form, amidst a thick fog of white. Their bodies intertwined, united in a primal struggle against the encroaching illness. As dawn approached, Han Che gazed down at the peacefully slumbering Lan in his arms, finally releasing a breath of relief. Gently stroking her tranquil face, he wrapped her in the furs once more before rising to dress and exiting the cave. Outside, he and a cohort of warriors from the wolf tribe were prepared to embark on a hunt. Upon seeing Han Che emerge, expressions of surprise flickered in their eyes. The leader typically rose earlier than the rest. What could have delayed him today? Yet, Han Che remained unfazed by their scrutiny, striding directly to he. Before Han Che could speak, he interjected, "Do not worry about a thing, that I will ensure that Lu comes to care for Lan, and I shall station warriors outside the cave to guard her." guaranteeing that no further mishaps occur. Hanche nodded, not allowing his kin to linger on inquiries, and with a wave of his hand, he led them forth. When Lan awoke again, she felt as if she had fought a fierce battle. Her body taut and uncomfortable. Strangely, the dizziness and the alternating sensations of heat and cold had lessened considerably, granting her a sense of relief. She sat up, stretching her limbs, realizing that her strength had returned significantly. And she finally felt a sense of ease that it seemed she had finally weathered the storm of illness. As she tilted her head in contemplation, she recalled the warmth of an embrace that had shielded her during her turmoil, allowing her to vent her emotions. Who could it have been? Was it Sue E? Her memories were hazy, and she couldn't quite recall who had aided her, but she felt immense gratitude towards that individual. After a moment's pause, she attempted to rise, only to discover that the animal hide she wore was unlike any she had previously donned. The pure white fur was soft to the touch, gliding effortlessly beneath her fingers. It was evident that it was of superior quality. Moreover, it fit her perfectly, unlike the coarse, blood-soaked hides that had suffocated her. However, it would be even more splendid if it were tailored to include a cinched waist and sleeves. Alas, such intricate work was likely beyond the capabilities of the beastmen. Nevertheless, once she fully recovered, her first task would be to design some proper attire for them. Wearing this animal hide was quite uncomfortable, resembling a simple robe. Just as Lan was silently lamenting, a woman with an oval face entered the cave. She was quite lovely, albeit with a slightly darker complexion that, in truth, it was not that dark. For the female beastmen Lan had encountered, such as E, Sue E, and the one before her, all had a slightly deeper skin tone than hers. While they were considerably fairer than the male beastmen, they were far from her own complexion. I am Shilu, sent by the tribe leader to care for you. How are you feeling? Are you hungry? Let us have something to eat. Shilu placed a bundle of food before Lan and sat down. Beginning to explain, this is minced meat and berries. Do have some. The minced meat is made from roasted meat that has been ground, and the berries were collected and stored by the tribe members. These delicacies are usually reserved for the elderly and children. But since you are currently weak, the tribe leader specifically instructed that you be given these. That Shilu picked up a small piece of animal hide, scooped some minced meat onto it, and smiled as she offered it to Lan knew that the beastmen's staple foods were fruits and roasted meats, typically consumed with their hands. However, this was minced meat. Did that mean she was to eat it in the same manner? Lan accepted the minced meat, but looked around, unsure of how to proceed. Shilu, noticing her hesitation, inquired curiously, "What is the matter? Are you looking for something?" It's nothing," Lan replied with an awkward smile, then inwardly called out, "Xiao Xiao, are you there?" In her mind, a vision of a small, yellow dog with wings appeared. "Master, how may I assist you?" Lan was astonished. Xiao Xiao had transformed into a little yellow dog with wings. "You've taken form?" "I had only ever heard your voice before," Lan asked. "Master, your bloodline power has elevated, thus granting me the ability to take form. You have survived this calamity. Surely good fortune awaits." "Enough flattery. Quickly tell me, what could be used as utensils here? I want a pair of chopsticks." After nearly losing her life due to the severe illness, Lan was still haunted by lingering fears. She had no time to consider good fortune. She simply wished to live well. "Master, there's a plant called Yuli branch, which is sufficiently thick and sturdy. It should meet your requirements for chopsticks. However, the beastmen generally use it as firewood." Lan's eyes brightened as she looked up at Shilu. "Shilu, does the tribe have any Yuli branch stored?" Shilu paused, glancing at the 2 piles of firewood that still burned brightly in the cave. Hesitating, "Yes, but are you cold?" "I can fetch some." Truth be told, the tribe leader only kindled fires in the cave during the coldest seasons. Yet, this time, he had ignited 2 fires for Lan. Highlighting her significance to him, Shilu felt a pang of melancholy. Despite her efforts, she had never managed to capture the tribe leader's attention. But with Lan's arrival, she had been granted special access to the leader's cave. Such a stark contrast was indeed disheartening. Unaware of Shilu's despondency, Lan responded, "I'm not cold. I simply need the Yuli branch for something. Can you help me fetch some?" Although Shilu was puzzled as to what Lan intended to do, she remembered the leader's instructions to not neglect Lan. despite feeling discomfort in her heart. She rose and made her way to the storage cave. Retrieving some ulei branches, Olan examined the ulei branches she had gathered, noting their adequate length and decent flexibility. She stripped away the gray outer bark. She revealed the pristine white core, which seemed perfectly suitable for crafting chopsticks. Selecting a ulei branch of appropriate thickness, Olan found the bone knife she had previously used and began her patient carving. Curious, Shilu approached and inquired, "What are you making?" "I'm crafting utensils," Molan replied, her hands continuing their work as she glanced up with a smile at Shilu. "Utensils?" Shilu questioned, perplexed. "Yes, utensils are tools that assist in eating. Eating with bare hands is unhygienic. Hands carry bacteria that can lead to illness. Neglecting hygiene can cause nausea, vomiting, stomach aches, diarrhea, and other ailments. Although these may be minor inconveniences that pass quickly, over time, they can harm the body." Lan explained that Shilu suddenly understood. No wonder their tribe was plagued by various minor illnesses. It was due to a lack of hygiene. "So using utensils will prevent us from getting sick?" she asked curiously. "Not entirely, but it significantly reduces the likelihood of illness and helps avert minor ailments from escalating into more severe conditions." Molan elaborated while continuing her work. Shilu nodded, seemingly enlightened. She then looked at the half-finished chopsticks in Lan's hands and asked, "Is this what you call utensils?" Lan nodded, "Indeed. However, utensils is a general term. What I am making now are called chopsticks, a type of utensil used for picking up food. There are also spoons, ladles, forks, and knives." "Knives? Do they count too?" Shilu exclaimed, surprised, as they frequently use stone and bone knives in their tribe. "Yes, they do. However, knives are typically used for cutting larger pieces of food. For eating, chopsticks or forks are preferred." In the midst of their conversation, Lan had shaped a pair of rudimentary chopsticks, examining them in her hands. "Are they finished?" Shilu asked, her excitement and curiosity evident. "Almost. I just need to polish them a bit more to smooth out the barbs and sharp edges. Otherwise, they might hurt your mouth while eating," Lan replied. Contemplating her limited polishing tools, she cautiously scraped the ulei branch with the spine of her bone knife, improvising as best as she could. Before long, a pair of pristine white ulei chopsticks was completed. Shilu observed the chopsticks in Lan's hands with a look of wonder. That moment, Lan's stomach grumbled, signaling her hunger. Without hesitation, she scooped up some meat paste from the animal hide and delicately picked it up with her chopsticks. Savoring each bite, Shilu watched intently, mesmerized by the elegance of Lan's eating style. She had never realized that eating could be such a visually pleasing affair. Noticing Shilu's curious expression, Lan smiled and offered, "Would you like to give it a try?" She extended the chopsticks toward Shilu. Shilu grasped the chopsticks but was utterly clueless about how to use them. She fumbled with the food, poking and prodding, creating a chaotic mess of the meat paste without managing to lift a single piece. "No, that's not how you hold chopsticks. You should use your thumb, index, and middle fingers to grip them gently, applying just the right amount of pressure to pick up the food and bring it to your mouth. Be careful with the pressure, otherwise the food will fall." Lan patiently corrected Shilu's technique. However, after several attempts, Shilu grew frustrated and set the chopsticks down, exclaiming, "This is too difficult. I think using my hands is much easier." Lan chuckled and encouraged her. "It's all right. Take your time, and you'll master it soon. This is too hard. I know I won't learn." Shilu returned the chopsticks to Lan, a sheepish expression crossing her face. Lan pondered for a moment, acknowledging that while chopsticks weren't inherently difficult to use, they were not simple either. For those who had never encountered utensils before, mastering the technique would not be an easy feat. "Fear not. I'll make you a fork instead. It serves a similar purpose and is just as hygienic and convenient," Lan announced as she picked up her bone knife, selecting a slightly thicker ulei branch. After peeling it, she fashioned one end into a trident shape, creating a simple wooden fork. "Is this a spear?" Shilu asked, gazing at the small object that resembled a spear but was much smaller. Her curiosity piqued. "Not a spear. This is called a fork. The pointed end can be used to pick up food." "Here, give it a try," Lan said, handing the fork to Shilu. Shilu took it cautiously and deftly speared the meat paste. This time it required little effort. and she quickly managed to lift a small piece of meat paste, successfully placing it in her mouth. This is delicious, Shilu exclaimed, her eyes squinting with delight. This was her first experience eating with utensils. Come on, let's eat together. Emolan picked up her chopsticks and joined in, relishing the meal. Though both were eating heartily, the use of utensils elevated the experience, making it visually appealing. To Shilu felt a sense of pride, knowing she had acquired a skill that set her apart from other females in the tribe. She wondered if the chieftain would regard her with newfound admiration once she mastered the art of dining as beautifully as Emolan. Just as they were enjoying their meal, Emolan suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Shilu quickly set down her fork and asked, "What happened?" Emolan touched her sore lip and grimaced. The chopsticks weren't polished well enough. "And a barb pricked my mouth. Be cautious. There are even more barbs on the fork. What should we do? Does that mean we can't use these utensils anymore?" Shilu asked, unable to contain her concern. "Of course not. We simply need to find something rough to smooth out the Yuli branches," Molan reassured her. "Something rough? Molan, do you think this can work?" Shilu pondered, setting down her fork and retrieving a small oval stone covered in honeycomb from her pouch, presenting it to Emolan. Upon seeing the stone, Emolan's eyes widened in shock. "That's pumice. Where did you find this, Shilu?" she exclaimed, seizing Shilu's arm with urgency. "It was given to me by Soria," Shilu replied. "Soria? Who is that?" Emolan pressed for more information. That he's a male warrior from our tribe. He found this stone on a highland, Shilu explained. Observing Emolan's nervous demeanor, "The highland? Which highland? Where exactly?" Emolan's curiosity intensified as she sought clarity on the matter. She needed to understand what was happening. The presence of pumice could pose a threat to the creatures of the Kumo snowfield. I don't know," Shilu replied, shaking her head awkwardly. "This stone was just a peculiar trinket Soria found and gave to me to impress me for mating purposes. That I've always flaunted this rare item to other females to showcase my worth. But I've never inquired about its origin. Listen, Shilu, we must uncover the origins of this stone. Go fetch Soria immediately," Emolan urged, her anxiety palpable. But Soria went out with the chieftain, and it could take 3 or 4 days for them to return. Shilu answered hastily. "What? They're away." Emolan felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. "Emolan, why are you so concerned about this stone? Is there something special about it?" Shilu questioned, puzzled. "Nothing at all," Emolan said dismissively, returning the pumice to Shilu without further explanation. She knew that even if she explained, Shilu would not understand. For now, she would seek out Sway to discuss the matter, for the implications of this stone's origin were significant. "Now, hand me the fork. I'll help you polish it," Emolan offered, noticing Shilu's fondness for the utensil. However, to ensure safety from the barbs, she needed to refine it carefully. As she pondered the lack of suitable tools, she continued to smooth the Yuli chopsticks with the spine of her bone knife. By the way, Shilu, where did Han Che and the others go?" she casually inquired while working. "Of course, they went hunting," Shilu replied. Emolan paused, startled. "But didn't the Snow Antelope tribe promise to provide food? Why are they still hunting? Where did they go this time? The Chindir tribe? Or the Repair Rabbit tribe? Can't Han Che do with a little less killing?" Shilu shook her head. "The food from the Snow Antelope tribe is limited and insufficient to sustain our tribe's needs for the cold season." Thus, the chieftain led his people outside, hoping to hunt some yaks. Going to hunt yaks? Upon hearing this, Emolan was taken aback. This fellow truly had audacity. The yak, with its tough hide and thick flesh, would not be easily slain. Were they knowingly venturing into the tiger's den? Indeed, every part of the yak is valuable. Its use is manifold, yet it is notoriously difficult to hunt. Even a dozen strong warriors would require considerable time to engage it. Furthermore, the yak must be slaughtered on the spot. Otherwise, it cannot be transported back to the tribe, and the butchering process is time-consuming that if the scent of blood attracts a horde of wild beasts, the chieftain and his party would find themselves in grave peril. Emolan's hands, previously busy, slowed as she realized the complexity and danger inherent in yak hunting. But why did Han Che insist on leading his people there? Was there truly no other means to procure food? Emolan inquired. Shilu shrugged helplessly, explaining, In the past, during the cold season, the chieftain would take strong warriors to gather food from smaller tribes with ample supplies. However, this year, after the chieftain negotiated peace with the Ling tribe, and the Qing Lu tribe followed suit, coming to pay tribute, the chieftain no longer pressed them for resources, yet the offerings they provided were far from sufficient compared to what we could acquire ourselves. The Lang tribe has a predominantly male population, with substantial appetites. Thus, the chieftain has taken people to hunt yaks to replenish our supplies. So, it seems that the current plight of the Lang tribe is, in part, due to her. Emolan couldn't help but frown. The dangers of the Kumo snowfields were omnipresent. She had saved the Ling tribe, yet inadvertently harmed the Lang tribe. Must peace truly be bought at the cost of lives? She had intended to act with goodwill, only to discover that in this world, benevolence was insufficient. Civilization was the sole path forward. However, spreading civilization here was a daunting task. Emolan lightly tapped her forehead, feeling ensnared in a conundrum. Should she conform to local customs and live a life of complacency, or boldly endeavor to transform the beastly realm? It was indeed a vexing dilemma. Emolan, are you feeling better? Just as she pondered, Su-yi entered, accompanied by a tall young man. Although he lacked Han Che's striking handsomeness, he possessed an impressive countenance. Much better. Thank you for visiting. Emolan smiled at Su-yi, then turned her gaze to the tall young man. This is my nephew, Yuhi, our Lang tribe's youngest shaman. Su-yi introduced him with a smile. So it's Shaman Yuhi? Greetings, Emolan nodded at Yuhi. No need for formalities. How are you feeling? Let me take a look. Yuhi approached her, naturally taking her wrist and pressing his fingers against her pulse. However, when his fingers made contact with Emolan's wrist, his expression shifted dramatically. What's wrong? Is something amiss? Su-yi immediately noticed Yui's change in demeanor and couldn't help but inquire with concern. Nothing. All is well. Everything is normal. A few more days of rest, and you'll be healed. Yui's expression quickly returned to normal as he answered his aunt's query with a smile. Su-yi then breathed a sigh of relief. Turning to Molan, she said, "Did you hear that? You'll be fine soon. With Yuhi here, even Tianxia poses no threat to you." And Molan was momentarily taken aback. Tianxia? What is Tianxia? Su-yi explained previously you experienced symptoms of nausea and dizziness. Right? That was due to being afflicted by Tianxia. Yuhi has cured many tribespeople afflicted by Tianxia, so he can help you recover swiftly. Upon hearing this, Emolan suddenly understood. So, they refer to altitude sickness as Tianxia. Su-yi mentioned that Yuhi had healed many afflicted by Tianxia, indicating that many in the Lang tribe must also suffer from altitude sickness. But that didn't make sense. The beastmen who resided in the snowfields all had robust physiques. How could they possibly experience altitude sickness? After much contemplation, Emolan arrived at a startling conclusion. Was the Kumo snowfield not the Lang tribe's original homeland? Overwhelmed by her astonishment, Emolan blurted out the question. Su-yi's expression changed, her surprise evident as she asked Emolan, "How did you know?" The Lang tribe had been driven to the Kumo snowfield over 100 years ago. A tribal secret that she had only learned from the previous shaman upon assuming her role. Aside from her, the chieftain and the shaman, only a few elder tribesmen were privy to the truth. Yet, how could Emolan possibly know? Su-yi glanced at Yuhi, who also bore a look of astonishment, indicating that he too was unaware of how Emolan had come by this knowledge. Who had informed her? Han Che? No. Han Che was the chieftain. He would not recklessly divulge such tribal secrets. Su-yi found herself perplexed, her gaze once again fixed on Emolan. Laden with questions, Su-yi's overt display of curiosity left Emolan with no choice but to respond. However, she didn't perceive the matter as particularly grave, so she replied candidly, "Su-yi, have you forgotten? I am a healer as well, with some understanding of medical principles. When I spoke of altitude sickness, I meant that Tianxia, a disease induced by environmental changes, does not pose a threat to everyone. However, the frail, namely the elderly, children, and females, are particularly susceptible. Especially when weakened or startled, the risk of infection is heightened. Yet for those who have lived for years in high-altitude snowfields, this condition is hardly an issue. The human body adapts to changes in the environment, and those residing in the snowfields naturally develop a resistance. Conversely, individuals from low-altitude regions who suddenly relocate to high-altitude areas cannot adapt, which is what you refer to as being afflicted by tianxia. In our yin tribe, this condition is not called tianxia, but altitude sickness. It is an expression of the body's struggle against nature. The conclusion I reached was based on this, and not on any external information. Upon hearing Mo Lan's words, Su, Yi, and Yu-He exchanged incredulous glances. The information Mo Lan had shared was astonishing. Yet each point resonated with truth. If she were not endowed with prophetic abilities, how could she possibly possess such insight? Mo Lan, are you a shaman? Yu-He gazed at her, unable to contain his curiosity. A shaman? What is a shaman? Mo Lan asked, perplexed that a shaman is a mystical profession, or perhaps a mystical lineage that if a tribe possesses a shaman, it becomes immensely powerful. For a shaman has the ability to communicate with the divine spirits and guide the tribe toward the path of enlightenment. Su-Yi regarded Mo Lan with a deeply gentle gaze in her eyes. Regardless of whether Mo Lan was a shaman, her demonstrated abilities had already reached a shamanic level. She believed that as long as Mo Lan remained with the Han Lang tribe, she would undoubtedly bring greater benefits to them. Mo Lan nodded. Beginning to grasp the concept, the shaman seemed to symbolize wisdom, a harbinger of civilization. The knowledge she had shared perfectly aligned with the abilities of a shaman. No wonder Su-Yi regarded her with such reverence. Well, it seemed she could no longer escape this fate. It appeared that she would indeed embark on the path of transforming the beastmen. Mo Lan sighed inwardly, accepting the challenge. Taking a deep breath, she suddenly felt her previous worries dissipate, replaced by fervor. Moreover, the prospect of striving for progress, while also charming handsome men, seemed a delightful bonus. Su-Yi, I am not a shaman. However, since the Han Lang tribe has aided me, I will not hold back. If you ever find yourselves in need of my assistance, I shall do my utmost. Mo Lan declared with a grand gesture. Suddenly recalling something, she quickly added, that is except for mating. She was already involved with Han Che and had no desire to engage with anyone else. Upon hearing this, Su-Yi's expression shifted to one of urgency. She had hoped to play matchmaker between Mo Lan and Han Che, but was taken aback by Mo Lan's reluctance to approach the males. Why did these two exhibit such similar temperaments? Mo Lan, what about the mating matter? Su-Yi was about to say more when Yu-He suddenly interjected, stepping forward to reassure her. Rest assured, with your shamanic abilities, no one in the tribe would dare disrespect you. Whatever you are unwilling to do, no one would force upon you. That was more like it. Mo Lan finally felt a sense of relief. Her previous experience had been too harrowing. She had no desire to endure a repeat. Despite her wisdom, she remained a woman vulnerable to the brutish beastmen that if she could maintain a semblance of authority, it would save her from the burden of constant vigilance. Mo Lan, have you considered the mating matter further? Surely, there is no one in the tribe you find appealing? Su-Yi pressed on, undeterred. How could Mo Lan not see Han Che's exceptional qualities? Yet Mo Lan was still preoccupied with memories of her near violation, firmly waving her hand in rejection. I am fine with everything else, but that matter is off the table. But, Aunt, let's allow Mo Lan to rest properly. Just as Su-Yi was about to protest, Yu-He gently grasped her hand, silencing her. As Yu-He looked at Yu-He, noticing a rare seriousness in his expression, which caused her to tense. Yu-He was usually warm and cheerful. It was unusual for him to appear so grave. What could possibly be the matter? Aunt, I have both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Song presented Su-Yi with this dilemma as he pulled her out of the cave. Unable to restrain herself, Su-Yi shot him an irritated glance and chided. You rascal! Why are you keeping me in suspense? Speak up. What are the good and bad news? Only then did Song adopt a serious demeanor and say, the good news is that you will no longer have to worry about matchmaking. Given the current circumstances, it appears that Che has already mated with Mo Lan. What? When did that happen? Su-Yi exclaimed, her surprise palpable. Song couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. How should I know? When Che returns, you can ask him. He added, muttering, this fellow really knows how to keep secrets. So, Che and Mo Lan are indeed together? This is truly excellent news. With this development, Mo Lan can remain with our Han Lang tribe. After digesting this good news, Su-yi couldn't contain her joy. And there's also bad news, which is a result of our actions. Hee-sung-sung observed his aunt's excitement and felt a pang of sympathy, but this matter concerned Han Che's safety and had to be addressed. Su-yi, suppressing her elation, inquired, what exactly is going on? Tell me at once. Hee-sung-sung sighed helplessly. I just detected the bloodline power of the Hanlang tribe within Mo Lan's body. It seems that last night, when Mo Lan fell ill, Che consumed bloodline power to nurture her. I was puzzled as to how she managed to stand up in just one day. This foolish Che. If he hadn't already mated with Mo Lan, how could he have done such a thing for her? What? Che consumed bloodline power to nurture Mo Lan. How could he be so reckless? Doesn't he realize that using bloodline power will leave him in a weakened state? Su-yi's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. How could he not know? It is likely that he was aware, yet acted impulsively. Hee-sung-sung smiled wryly. If only we hadn't concealed from him that Mo Lan was not in any life-threatening condition. This is bad. What should we do now? He has gone to hunt yaks. With a third of his strength depleted, how can he possibly hunt yaks? Even if he succeeds, how will he have the strength to fend off the pack of Abbas dogs? Su-yi felt immense regret. She had only intended to test Che's feelings for Mo Lan, not anticipating such a significant outcome. That is precisely why I said this is bad news. Aunt, time is of the essence. I must lead a party to intercept Che and bring him back safely. Hee-sung-sung's face betrayed his concern. Che has truly lost his mind, going out to hunt while weakened. What if he encounters danger? All right, you must hurry and not delay. Su-yi urged, her anxiety palpable. Hee-sung-sung nodded, preparing to leave, when a voice halted him. Wait. Both Su-yi and Hee-sung-sung turned to see Mo Lan emerging from the underground cave. Having no idea how long she had been standing there, Lan, why are you out? Your body isn't fully recovered. Quickly return to the cave. Su-yi rushed forward to support. Su-yi, I'm fine. Mo Lan's face was slightly pale, unsure if it was due to the sudden drop in temperature outside or the shocking news she had just heard. Han Che actually consumed bloodline power to nurture her. How could this be? That scoundrel who had bullied her and carelessly discarded her. What wine had blown him to act this way? Did he not regard her at all? Why then would he expend bloodline power to protect her? Could it be that Han Che harbored some feelings for her? Thinking this, Mo Lan couldn't help but feel a flicker of as Han Che in danger. Mo Lan looked at the two, inquiring. From their conversation, it seemed to imply as much. Mo Lan, fear not. Che will be fine, Hee-sung-sung began, but was soon interrupted by Mo Lan. I do not wish to hear false reassurances. Danger is danger. If there is peril, we must find a way to address it. Self-deception is not a good habit. Hee-sung-sung, what is Han Che's current situation? Mo Lan pressed again. Since Han Che was protecting her, she could not stand idly by if he was in danger. Due to food shortages in the tribe, Che took a group to hunt yaks. Yaks are widely distributed across the Kumo snowfield. But Che is likely heading to the eastern desert, as it is the nearest route to the Hanlang tribe. Should anything happen, he can return promptly to assist. However, that area also harbors the most Abbas dogs, making it extremely perilous. Since yaks need to be butchered on-site, it would take considerable time. In the past, with Che's bravery, the Abbas dogs would have posed no threat. However, now that he has lost a third of his strength, confronting a pack of Abbas dogs will undoubtedly be more challenging than before. We plan to send someone to intercept him to prevent any unforeseen events. Hee-sung-sung reluctantly relented to Mo Lan's insistence. Take me to find him, Mo Lan declared immediately. Mo Lan, you cannot go. You have just recovered from the Tian Sha illness. How can your body withstand this? Su-yi interjected hastily. Hee-sung-sung was equally alarmed. Has she lost her mind too? How can she be so reckless? The Abbas dogs are vicious and travel in packs. Che's group is too few. They may struggle to fend for themselves. I will lead a team to assist. You should stay in the tribe and await our return. Hee-sung-sung reasoned, hoping to dissuade Mo Lan. I am fine. Saving lives is paramount. Take me to find Han Che. I have a way to deal with the Abbas dogs. Mo Lan resolutely shook her head. You have a plan to confront the Abbas dogs? What is it? Hee-sung-sung was taken aback. Mo Lan glanced at Hee-sung-sung and said, Hee-sung-sung, against a pack of wild beasts. Your manpower is utterly insufficient. You go gather materials. I will craft weapons to confront the Abbas dogs. Weapons? Hitsong looked at Mo Lan in confusion. How can we rescue without arms? Weapons are indispensable. Mo Lan affirmed, we have spears. Hitsong quickly replied. Not enough. Spears can only be used for close combat and cannot effectively deter the enemy. We need weapons that instill fear. Mo Lan's eyes flickered, and she called out her mind, Xiao Xiao. Master, what is your command? The little yellow dog with wings appeared instantly. Xiao Xiao, what is the most effective weapon that can be crafted here to deal with the Abbas dogs? Bows and arrows. They're not only effective against the Abbas dogs, but also deadly to all creatures smaller than medium-sized on the snowy plains. Xiao Xiao tilted its head in response. What materials do we need to make bows and arrows? Mo Lan's eyes brightened as she inquired. Yak tendons, yuli branches, and arrow bamboo. Xiao Xiao, the living encyclopedia of the beast world, quickly provided Mo Lan with a satisfactory answer. Good. Off you go. Mo Lan dismissed Xiao Xiao and then turned to Hitsong, saying, I need yak tendons, yuli branches, and arrow bamboo to craft bows and arrows. You must fetch them for me. Be swift. Hitsong was momentarily taken aback. Bows and arrows? What are those? You will find out soon enough. Mo Lan did not elaborate, but gave him a gaze full of determination. Hitsong felt a tremor in his heart. What a formidable gaze! It rivaled Che's. He finally understood why Che treated Mo Lan so differently. They were kindred spirits. On the eastern desert's snowy plains, a fierce battle raged on. Despite his diminished strength, Han Che, relying on years of combat experience, led the Hanlang tribe's warriors to successfully repel the attacking Abbas dogs. Yet, just as the warriors raised their spears in celebration of victory, the arrival of an unexpected visitor caused Han Che's expression to darken immediately. Whoosh! A sharp spear shot toward Han Che, who was bent over butchering yak. Fortunately, Han Che was alert and narrowly dodged the fierce attack. As he regained his footing, he spotted a towering, rugged male beast man standing proudly against the wind on a nearby snow mound. Han Che's pupils constricted, and his expression darkened instantly. For this individual was none other than Zhan Hong, the notorious leader of the Jiao Wolf tribe. Behind him trailed a throng of formidable Jiao Wolf tribe warriors. Han Che instinctively clenched his fists. Han Lang Che, venturing onto my territory to hunt without leaving an offering, is that not a tad inconsiderate? Zhan Hong's brawny arm, exposed beneath the animal hide, crossed over his chest as he looked down at Han Che with an air of arrogance. His words dripping with provocation. Nonsense. The yaks we toiled to hunt will not be given freely to you. Zhan Hong, aren't you supposed to be a tribe leader? Do you have no shame? A powerful warrior from the Hanlang tribe shouted indignantly. At this, Zhan Hong's eyes flashed with a trace of brutality. Without hesitation, he snatched the spear from a nearby Jiao Wolf beastman and hurled it at the source of the voice. When words fail, violence ensues. This is the bloodthirsty Zhan Hong. The orc from the Cold Wolf clan, who had the audacity to hurl insults, was utterly unprepared for the ferocity of Zhan Hong. In a moment of shock, he could only watch in horror as the spear hurtled towards him, his face turning ashen. Retreat! Han Che bellowed, leaping forth just in time to grasp the spear, skillfully wielding it to save his clansmen at the very last moment. What remarkable prowess! Truly, he is deserving of the title of the strongest in the Wolf clan. Yet, I remain unconvinced. Han Che, today we shall settle this once and for all. You will learn who truly reigns as the strongest in the Kyomo snowfield. Zhan Hong leapt down from the snow mound, charging directly at Han Che. You scoundrel! You take advantage of our leader's recent battle and come here to provoke us. I see your intent is to steal our provisions. The warriors of the Cold Wolf clan seethed with indignation. This shameless rogue was clearly intent on theft, cloaked in the guise of contest, as if everyone were blind. This territory belongs to me, and everything within it is rightfully mine. If you manage to take it, it merely shows your capability. If you cannot, it signifies your unworthiness. So spare me your empty words. Let our skills speak for themselves. Zhan Hong grinned widely, revealing a set of white teeth, sinister and predatory, like a beast poised to strike. If a fight is what you desire, I shall oblige. No need for further banter. Han Che stepped forward, matching Zhan Hong's fierce aura. Very well. I admire your straightforwardness. If you can defeat me, you may roam the eastern desert freely, but should you lose, all provision shall belong to me. Zhan Hong boldly issued the challenge. I accept. Han Che responded without a moment's hesitation. My leader, this is unwise. The warriors of the Cold Wolf clan were alarmed. They had witnessed the recent battle. Their leader was already fatigued, having barely managed to fend off the Abbas hounds. What chance did he have against Zhan Hong now? Stand aside, Han Che commanded, brandishing his spear. Leader, the warriors cried out in unison. Han Che turned to face them, softly instructing, hurry and divide the yak meat. At the first opportunity, break through with the provisions to do not concern yourselves with me. Leader, no. This is an order. Han Che's cold gaze silenced any objections. He glanced at the assembled warriors before turning back, resolutely striding toward Zhan Hong. Han Che, cease your resistance. You shall not take our food. However, if you plead for mercy now, I may consider sparing you. What say you? Zhan Hong looked disdainfully at Han Che, a smirk playing on his lips. Zhan Hong, do not overestimate yourself. In my eyes, you shall forever remain my inferior. Han Che extended his thumb upward, then swiftly pointed downward. Ugh! Upon witnessing this, Zhan Hong let out a furious roar, transforming into his horned wolf beast form and lunging forward. Han Che's expression sharpened. He too transformed in his beast form, engaging Zhan Hong in fierce combat. The other orcs divided into two factions, each fighting for their cause. The Cold Wolf clan fought desperately to protect their food, while the Horned Wolf clan recklessly sought to seize it. The battlefield echoed with the sounds of slaughter across the snowy expanse. When Mo Lan and Yu He arrived with their kin, they beheld Han Che and his comrades, bloodied and besieged by the relentless Horned Wolves. Is this truly the ancient battlefield of slaughter? Although she had learned the rules of this world from Shao, witnessing such brutal carnage firsthand sent a shiver of fear coursing through Mo Lan. It was terrifying. She squeezed her eyes shut and took a deep breath. Are you all right? Yu He inquired, observing the pallor of Mo Lan's face. Unable to suppress his concern, if it were any other female, she would have fainted at such a sight. Yet Mo Lan remained remarkably composed. Truly unlike any ordinary female. I am perfectly fine. Mo Lan opened her eyes, the fear within replaced by an unyielding determination. Yu He, lead the others to rescue the warriors of the Wolf clan. We must reclaim our provisions. As for Han Che, leave him to me. With that, Mo Lan seized a bow and arrow, ready to charge forth. Yu He immediately grasped her arm, asking Mo Lan, can you manage alone? Don't worry, she replied, then turned to the others. Do you all know how to use a bow and arrow? We do, they answered in unison. Good. Then let us proceed. We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours. Mo Lan waved her hand and leapt into action, with the others following closely behind. Yu He was astonished. When had the clan members begun to follow Mo Lan so readily? Perhaps it was the moment she shot a berry 100 meters away, leaving everyone awestruck. He could hardly reconcile the valiant and fierce Mo Lan before him with the frail female who had lain bedridden just the day before. Han Che, what a treasure you have found. At that moment, Han Che, gradually losing strength, finally exposed a flaw under Zhan Hong's relentless advance. After a fierce blow from Zhan Hong, Han Che suddenly fell to the ground, reverting to his human form, unable to suppress the blood that surged forth from his mouth. Ha ha ha. Han Che, you shall finally perish at my hands. From this day forth, I shall be the sovereign of the Kumo snowfield. Zhan Hong landed, transforming back into his human form, gazing down at Han Che, who knelt weakly on the ground, his complexion pale. Unable to contain his glee, he erupted in a boisterous laughter. Sovereign, I think you are more suited to the title of underling. You dare harm my man? Die. Amidst the biting cold wind, a voice colder than ice and snow pierced the air, causing the overconfident Zhan Hong to freeze in place. Before he could react, Mo Lan had drawn her bow, loosing an arrow that flew mercilessly toward his chest. Ugh! Zhan Hong grunted, feeling a sharp pain spread through his heart, his robust form collapsing to the ground. In that fleeting moment, the reflection of a slender and delicate figure filled his wide-open eyes. Damn it! I was actually felled by a female. What a disgrace. This was Jean Hong's final thought before losing consciousness. Olan. Han Che wiped the blood from his mouth and stood up, disbelief flooding his gaze as he beheld the strikingly valiant figure of Olan. Bow in hand, a rush of warmth filling his heart. Little one, you came for me? After striking Jean Hong, Olan's taut nerves finally relaxed, and weakness washed over her, causing her to stagger. A warm hand caught her waist, preventing her from collapsing to the ground. Olan looked up, meeting Han Che's deep, dark eyes. In that brief moment, Han Che quickly averted his gaze, too swiftly for Olan to catch any hint of emotion in his eyes. Then, raising his spear high, Han Che proclaimed, "The leader of the Horned Wolf clan, Jean Hong, has been defeated. You all shall retreat." His voice, imbued with the power of his bloodline, reverberated across the battlefield, causing the Horned Wolf clan to tremble. Instantly, the warriors of the Cold Wolf clan erupted in cheers. Jean Hong has been shot. The Horned Wolves have been defeated. Kill! The Horned Wolves have fallen. He led the archers forward, though their skills were still lacking. The introduction of this new weapon threw the Horned Wolf clan into disarray. What is this? It flies! The Cold Wolf clan surged forward, launching a frenzied counterattack, quickly turning the tide, without their leader's guidance. The Horned Wolves fled in panic, leaving their wounded leader behind. At last, they had turned the tide. Witnessing this scene, Olan felt a wave of relief wash over her, her strength dissipating as she collapsed into Han Che's arms. Gazing at Olan's pale and weakened form, Han Che's heart filled with concern. Why was she so reckless with her well-being? He had used his bloodline power to save her with great difficulty, and yet she had rushed out without a second thought. The biting cold of the snowfield was relentless. With her fragile frame, was she not courting death? Why did she not remain safely in the tribe? What gave her the right to come here? A voice of cold reproach echoed in her ears, causing Olan's heart to race with indignation. Expecting words of gratitude, she instead faced a scolding filled with anger. In a fit of rage, Olan pushed Han Che away, only to stumble and fall to the ground. Whipping around, she glared at him, her voice fierce as she retorted, "What do you mean by that? Was it not because of a certain arrogant fool who thinks himself invincible, who, despite his exhaustion, dared to show off? You have caused everyone to worry for you, and yet you still have the gall to scold me?" Han Che's expression darkened considerably upon hearing her words. "Who told you I was exhausted? Did you witness me being defeated by the Abbas hounds? Or did you see me fall to Jean Hong? A mere slave dares to criticize her master. Have you forgotten your place? Or have you become brazen from some newfound courage? Forgotten her place? Grown bold. Had she not come simply out of concern for his safety? This insufferable Han Che, she had come to rescue him. And not only did he fail to express gratitude, but he also chose to chastise her before everyone. Olan felt a surge of defiance rising within her, and she sprang to her feet, charging at Han Che with a flurry of punches and kicks. "You heartless, self-serving, arrogant beast, a faithless wretch, I must have lost my mind to come to your rescue. You are valiant. You are invincible. Do not speak of lacking strength. Even with just half a life remaining, you could drag the enemy down to hell with you. It is I who am foolish. I who am dim-witted. I should merely sit on the sidelines and watch your performance. Witness how you splatter blood and send the enemy fleeing in terror. Go forth and fight. Go forth and slay. Let everyone behold just how fiercely you, Han Che, fear no death." Olan, in a frenzy, paid no heed to the multitude of eyes upon her, striking and cursing Han Che, kicking and biting, astonishing all present. Has this female lost her senses? Gazing at Han Che's increasingly somber countenance, the orcs felt a chill run down their spines. Never before had anyone dared to be so audacious, just as everyone expected Han Che to erupt in anger. He suddenly seized Olan's wrist, bending down to hoist her upon his shoulder. "Scoundrel! Release me! What are you doing? Put me down!" The abrupt elevation of her gaze rendered Olan's face pale with fright. and she struck Han Che's back repeatedly with her tiny fists, yet her feeble strength barely tickled him. Ignoring her protests, Han Che coldly commanded, "Bari Squad, you handle the yak. Vic Squad, you are responsible for transport. Soria, take charge of the battlefield cleanup. He, tend to the injured. Yin, you lead the security detail." Having spoken, he disregarded Emo Lan's struggles and strode forth with purpose. Yuhi, witnessing this scene, was momentarily at a loss. Torn between laughter and tears, are they not enemies? It is evident they care for one another. Yet when together, they explode in conflict. He shook his head. It suffices that she is unharmed, carried at a swift pace. Emo Lan felt as though her bones would shatter upon their return to the territory of the Cold Wolf clan. The moment her backside hit the ground, she erupted in furious expletives. "Scoundrel Han Che! Do not touch me! Why did you carry me back? I am a shaman. I must care for the injured. The injured are under his care. You need not concern yourself. Remain quiet." Han Che frowned, delivering a chilling warning. "And you think you can dictate my actions? Who are you to command me?" Emo Lan retorted defiantly. "Have you forgotten your place? You are my slave. I possess the authority to decide everything about you." Han Che declared imperiously, "Thief! Bandit! Have you forgotten who saved you just moments ago?" Emo Lan huffed, fuming with indignation. Yet Han Che remained indifferent, his expression cold as he replied, "Do I need your rescue? What a superfluous act." "You!" Emo Lan was so enraged she felt dizzy. Does he possess no conscience? Despite her frail state, she had exerted herself to craft a bow and arrow to slay the Horned Wolf King to save him. And he dares to deem her actions unnecessary. Breathless, she lunged forward and sank her teeth into Han Che's arm. But the next instant, how solid! Her teeth ached from the impact. Emo Lan clasped her mouth. Her face contorted in distress. "A boss does not bite as you do." Han Che observed her, a flicker of amusement passing through his eyes, yet the oblivious Emo Lan failed to notice. "You are the dog. Han Che, you tyrannical, dictatorial brute. I disdain you." Emo Lan's face flushed with anger, yet Han Che remained unfazed, casting her a sidelong glance before turning to exit the cave. "Keep a close watch on her. Without my permission, she is not to set foot outside the den." Hearing Han Che's orders to the guards by the entrance, Emo Lan seethed, grinding her teeth, and collapsed onto the furs in a huff. If they would not allow her to go out, she might as well sleep forever. It would save him from having to look at her with disdain. Having barely regained her strength, this latest ordeal depleted Emo Lan's energy once more. Were it not for the pent-up frustration pushing her to challenge Han Che, she would have long since collapsed. When Han Che returned with a pouch of meat paste, Emo Lan was already deep in slumber. Completely unaware of her surroundings, Han Che set down the meat paste, seated himself beside Emo Lan, and gently draped a soft, clean hide over her. In her peaceful sleep, Emo Lan appeared adorably silly, her brows knotted in a frown, revealing just how vexed she had been with him earlier. For reasons unknown, witnessing her in such a state filled Han Che with a sense of delight. This little creature had truly startled him earlier. How dare she venture into such a perilous place as the battlefield? Yet not only did she go, but she also stood alongside him to repel the enemy. That it was unfathomable that this serene visage now in slumber had once wielded a bow to slay the Horned Wolf King. How many facets of her character remained for him to uncover? The playful glimmer in her apricot eyes, the alluring challenge she posed, the gallant figure she cut while armed, her tempestuous, fierce demeanor, her charming playfulness when awake, and her adorably clumsy nature while asleep. At times, she was as strong as an ox, and, at others, as meek as a rabbit, leaving him utterly confounded. "Emo Lan, from whence do you hail? What legacy has forged such a remarkable female as you?" Han Che mused, feeling as though Emo Lan were a vortex, ensnaring him and rendering him helpless to escape. That he was certain this version of Emo Lan was the one he cherished, the one he desired. But how might he keep her by his side? "Che, you have truly been reckless this time. Having depleted your bloodline power, how could you still venture out to hunt? Thankfully, the ancestors looked after you, allowing you to return safely. Otherwise, how would you explain your actions to your parents who have passed?" In an underground cavern, Yuhi sat by the campfire, tending to Han Che's wounds, while Su Yi reproached him with concern. Gazing at the myriad of injuries adorning Han Che's body beneath the beast hide, Su Yi could not suppress a sigh. This child had always been obstinate. Once he set his mind to something, he would not turn back, even if it meant risking his life. Were it not for this relentless spirit, he would never have earned the title of the strongest among the wolf clan. Yet this glory came at the cost of countless scars. I have returned safely, have I not? I am fine, so do not worry. Han Che replied calmly. He understood Su Yi's concern, yet he was not reckless. Before departing, he had weighed the risks carefully, fully aware of the dangers he might encounter and how he would address them. After successfully repelling the Abbas hounds, the sudden appearance of the horned wolf had indeed caught him off guard. However, he was not afraid. Even with diminished bloodline power, he had means to defeat the horned wolf. He simply did not wish to elaborate too much, which led to Su Yi and Yu He worrying unnecessarily, and inadvertently dragging Mo Lan into the fray. In truth, even had Mo Lan not participated, he would have found a way to extricate himself. Her involvement merely expedited the outcome. You must sincerely thank Mo Lan for your escape. Were it not for her, bedridden as she was, crafting her bow and arrow, you would not have been able to repel the horned wolf so swiftly. As Yu He finished tending to Han Che's wounds, Su Yi handed him a clean piece of beast hide to wear, while reminding him. Han Che's expression remained unchanged at her words, but Yu He smirked and interjected, "Aunt, did Che not thank Mo Lan properly? He simply carried her back. You are aware of how frail Mo Lan is. She must be as good as shattered right now." Before Yu He could finish, he received a frosty glare from Han Che. Yet he paid it no heed, boldly continuing, "I heard you tossed her back into the cave for confinement upon your return. The guards even said Mo Lan fainted from anger." "Huh?" Su Yi exclaimed, alarmed at the news. "Che, have you truly treated Mo Lan in such a manner? Aunt, that sort of place is no place for a female. You should not have allowed Mo Lan to act recklessly." Han Che paused before responding, "So you confine Mo Lan and forbid her from leaving? Che, regardless of the circumstances, she aided you. Your treatment of her is somewhat excessive." Su Yi disapproved. "Aunt, I'm not targeting her. I simply wish for her to remain within the cave and not run amok. She is my slave, brought from the Snow Antelope clan, and I have an obligation to ensure her safety." Surprisingly, Che had explained his actions. Why Yu He glanced at him curiously. Could it be that Che had truly developed feelings for Mo Lan? Su Yi regarded Han Che with a serious expression. Nodding, "Che, I intended to discuss Mo Lan's status with you. If she is indeed your slave, you may need to reconsider your position." At Su Yi's words, Han Che showed a hint of surprise, turning to her. "Aunt, what do you mean? Could it be that because Mo Lan had assisted him, Aunt was now advocating for her?" Before Su Yi could respond, Yu He interjected, "Che, I have a major revelation for you. Brace yourself. Mo Lan may be a shaman." At this, Han Che's body trembled, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. "What? Mo Lan is a shaman. Is she not a shaman healer?" Though the terms shaman and shaman healer differ by only a single character, their implications are worlds apart. Within a tribe, a shaman healer holds a high status, ranking just below the tribal chief. However, a shaman is a revered messenger of the divine, said to communicate with the gods, holding a position of supremacy within the tribe. She is a shaman healer, but not an ordinary one. She possesses the abilities of shaman. Che, Mo Lan can no longer remain your slave. If I am correct, you have already consummated your bond with her, have you not? Thus, you must formally acknowledge her, announcing her new status to the tribe. Su Yi looked at Han Che, her expression filled with fervor. The presence of a shaman within the tribe equates to the favor of the divine. No matter how savage the other tribes may be, they would not dare show disrespect to the divine. Imu, how do you prove that MLN is a shaman? It is not that HNCH does not believe, but rather that shamans are individuals endowed with immense power, whereas MLN appears to be merely a fragile female, hardly resembling a shaman at all. Look at these items. I believe that after you examine them, you will gain some insights. Su Yi retrieved a beast skin pouch, opening it to reveal its contents before HNCH peered inside. He discovered an array of peculiar objects. In addition to the weapon known as a bow and arrow that he had previously seen in MLN's possession, there were several uniquely shaped peeled Yuli branches. These items were entirely unfamiliar to him. The bow and arrow were self-evident. Even someone as delicate as MLN could use them to inflict injury from a distance upon the fierce battlehawks, highlighting their formidable power. As for these pristine white peeled Yuli branches, he was at a loss as to their purpose. Emu, what are these items, and where did they come from? HNCH inquired, picking up a slender, seemingly polished Yuli branch in confusion. They were crafted by MLN, Sue E replied with a smile. Earlier, XL came to inform me that MLN had gifted her a utensil that piqued her interest, so she brought it to show me. This is it. As Sue E spoke, she lifted the fork fashioned from the Yuli branch for HNCH to see. Utensils for eating. HNCH, unable to contain his curiosity, accepted it and examined it closely, noting its peculiar design, reminiscent of a miniature spear. One end branched into 3 prongs, while the other featured a smooth handle. Indeed, XL mentioned that when she was caring for MLN expressed that eating with bare hands was unsanitary and could lead to illness among our kin. Thus, utensils are necessary for clean and hygienic eating, helping to prevent minor ailments such as stomach aches, vomiting, and diarrhea. Sue E patiently explained to HNCH that moment. YUH also approached, picking up another Yuli branch fashioned into chopsticks, stating, MLN is correct. Our tribe often suffers from various minor ailments. Although they are not severe and tend to resolve quickly, they still pose a detriment to our people's health, especially since these illnesses can impede our work. If what MLN says about unsanitary practices is true, then the utensils she has crafted should be promoted, allowing our kin to rid themselves of these minor afflictions. H listened to Sue E and YUH's words, thoughtfully gazing at the utensils in his hands. Seeing that HNCH was indeed taking the matter seriously, Sue E pointed at the utensils made from Yuli branches and began to elaborate with keen interest. Look here, these are the utensils crafted by MLN. This is called chopsticks, and this is a fork, both designed to assist in eating. The usage of the fork was demonstrated to me by XL previously, and it's quite easy to grasp. However, the usage of chopsticks is more challenging. XL mentioned that MLN taught her for quite some time, yet she still couldn't master it. Yet MLN wields them with remarkable skill. HNCH gazed at the delicate utensils, feeling a profound sense of astonishment. He recalled how MLN had wielded a projectile during their confrontation with the Earth Brown Bear, and how she had used the bow and arrow to injure the battlehawk. Both were innovative weapons that had never before existed in their tribe, and they were undeniably lethal. If MLN could create such items, it was no wonder Sue was convinced of her shamanic abilities. But was MLN truly a shaman? If she were indeed a shaman, then his aspiration to possess her would no longer seem an unattainable dream. HNCH gazed at the items in his hands, a subtle decision beginning to form within him, and had indulged in a long, restful slumber, only awakening the following morning due to hunger. Finally rising from her fur bedding, she rubbed her sleepy eyes and stretched, feeling significantly refreshed and her strength restored. Wonderful! She had finally endured the effects of altitude sickness. This realization filled her with immense excitement. Only with a healthy physique could she stand toe-to-toe with HNCH. Otherwise, with a mere flick of his finger, he could easily crush her. The thought of HNCH ignited her ire. She had offered her assistance, only to be met with scorn. What a futile endeavor! It was all her fault for being soft-hearted. Upon hearing HNCH's words about sacrificing his bloodline strength to help her endure the oppressive day, she had rushed to him without a second thought. That arrogant fellow, how could he accept being rescued by such a fragile female? The previous day's rescue had been in vain. MLN sighed. Well, although he had previously treated her callously, he had saved her on 2 occasions thereafter. Let's consider it even. However, if he continued to display that disdainful countenance, she would not be so accommodating. She was a spirit of all things. Being constantly oppressed and bullied by the beastmen was simply unacceptable. With this thought, MLN stealthily made her way toward the cave entrance, intending to escape HNCH's confinement. The cave entrance was eerily silent. Seemingly devoid of guards, LN found it strange. She distinctly recalled hearing HNCH instruct the guards to keep watch over her yesterday. Yet now there was no one in sight. Filled with suspicion, MLN cautiously stepped outside the cave. However, just as she placed one foot forward, an arm reached out horizontally, blocking her path. "What do you think you're going?" The deep, magnetic voice was as melodious as ever. But the very thought of its owner filled MLN with indignation. She forcefully pushed HNCH away, retorting, "I wish to leave the Cold Wolf tribe. Step aside." Upon hearing this, HNCH's expression darkened, and he seized MLN's wrist. "Without my permission, you cannot go anywhere." Once again, that unreasonable command. MLN clenched her fists in fury, striking him. "What business is it of yours? It is my freedom to leave or stay. Why should you decide? Since you look down upon me so much, why do you care where I go?" Although she had initially promised Sue-E to stay, HNCH's contemptuous attitude irked her greatly. She had no desire to remain here and continue enduring his disdain. "When have I ever looked down upon you?" HNCH asked, bewildered, "Still claiming you haven't. Who is it that consumed everything I had and discarded me in the snowy plains? Who allowed his subordinates to humiliate me, nearly leading to my demise in a bear's belly? Who scolded me after I risked my life to save you, confining me and restricting my freedom? I even contemplated staying to assist your Cold Wolf tribe, but I am no longer inclined to do so. I shall leave and go far away." MLN glared at HNCH, enumerating his transgressions. HNCH, upon hearing her words, regarded MLN with a glimmer of unusual emotion in his eyes. He then grasped MLN's hand and began to pull her outside. "Come with me." MLN naturally refused, struggling and exclaiming, "Let go of me. Where are you taking me? I won't go." Unfortunately for her, her small stature and feeble strength were no match for HNCH's brute force. He only released her grip once they reached an open area. Just as MLN was about to unleash a torrent of curses, she was taken aback by the dense crowd gathered in the clearing. What was this? Did they know she intended to leave and were throwing her a farewell party? MLN stood agape, staring at the throng of Cold Wolf tribe beastmen, tall, short, plump, thin, young, and old, all gathered together, including several familiar faces. SUE, YUH, XL, HNXing, and even on the periphery, she spotted those who once sought to humiliate her, such as LBKN. Yet at this moment, their eyes shimmered with excitement and inexplicable admiration, gazing at her with utmost reverence. What was happening? MLN was utterly bewildered. "Great messenger, please accept the Cold Wolf tribe's sincere worship," proclaimed Sue-E, the priestess of the Cold Wolf tribe, "that on behalf of the entire Cold Wolf tribe, I beseech the divine spirit prophet to bestow blessings upon us, so that our people may no longer suffer from hunger and cold, and may henceforth thrive." With Sue-Ye's resounding declaration, all the beastmen, save for HNCH, raised their hands in unison, bowing reverently before MLN. MLN was taken aback, rushing forward to assist Sue-E, exclaiming, "Sue-E, what are you doing? What messenger? You must have made a mistake. Get up. Why are you bowing to me? Everyone please rise." MLN's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. She feared neither death nor danger, but was terrified of being overly sentimental. Did Sue-E know she wanted to escape and was using this tactic against her? Sue-E remained steady on the ground, looking up and stating, "Great messenger, you need not conceal your identity any longer. We have confirmed your status. You are indeed the messenger of the divine spirit prophet, a shaman, a gift bestowed upon us by the divine spirit." "I am not a shaman. You are mistaken. I know nothing of blessings, nor am I any kind of messenger." "Sue-E, please have everyone rise." No matter how she explained, the throng continued to kneel before her, refusing to stand, which left MLN in a state of panic. Glancing at the quietly standing HNCH, she hastily pointed at him, saying, "Sue-E, don't you remember? I am HNCH's slave. He brought me back to the Cold Wolf tribe. Ask him if you don't believe me." "Sish, what do you have to say?" Su earnestly inquired of HNC. HNCH glanced at MLN and then addressed Su, saying, No, since MLN is a gift bestowed upon us by the divine spirit, I shall undoubtedly abide by the divine will. Upon hearing this, MLN was utterly speechless. She glared at HNCH, incredulous. Have you lost your mind? Haven't you always looked down upon me? Do you now believe I am shaman? If you are not, how could a mere fragile female like you assist me in slaying the earth brown bear? How could you craft such powerful bows and arrows? Lon, cease your denial. You are indeed a witch. Hanche gazed at Lon, offering her an unwavering response, I am. Lon found herself at a loss for words. To the orcs, all human civilization was advanced, a realm only deities could attain. It was only natural for them to revere her as a divine messenger. Yet she truly was not a witch. Could you all please rise? I find your actions quite disconcerting. Observing the multitude kneeling before her, Lon felt overwhelmed. Transitioning from a slave to a deity was a transformation she could scarcely fathom. Hanche, as the chieftain, please command them to stand. Do not worship me any longer. In desperation, Lon turned to Hanche for assistance, that if you agree to remain with the Cold Wolf clan, they will surely rise. Hanche regarded Lon, a glimmer of light flickering in his eyes. Is it truly that simple? Lon retorted incredulously. Yes, it is that simple. Hanche nodded, his tone earnest, devoid of jest. Only then did Lon breathe a sigh of relief, exclaiming loudly, All right, I shall not depart. I will stay with the Cold Wolf clan. May you rise now. Thank you for the blessings bestowed upon us. Holy messenger. Upon hearing this, Su was instantly overjoyed, leading her kin in another fervent bow. Before they assisted one another to their feet, cheers erupted from the orc crowd. That we have a witch. How splendid. The deities have blessed us. We shall no longer suffer from hunger. The holy messenger will bring us happiness. We are indeed fortunate. Watching this scene, Lon felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She did not comprehend the depth of the orc's reverence for the divine. Yet, given the current situation, she feared she could not escape. Very well. The holy messenger requires rest. Everyone may return, each to their duties. Do not slacken. Su dismissed the crowd, and then, alongside Hanche and Yuhi, escorted Lon back to the cave. Holy messenger, I am truly delighted that you have chosen to stay, from this day forth. The Cold Wolf clan shall revere you as they do the divine. Su clasped her hands in front of her, displaying a demeanor of utmost respect. Lon hastily waved her hands. No, I'm neither a bodhisattva nor a Buddha. Why should you revere me? Su, could you refrain from placing such a heavy burden upon me? I find myself under immense pressure. Su Yi's words seemed to place the fate of the entire Cold Wolf clan upon her shoulders. How could she possibly bear such a weight? You need not worry, holy messenger. We shall assist you for the sidelines, as long as you are willing to bestow blessings upon the Cold Wolf clan. We will be eternally grateful. Su replied with a look of fervent devotion. You have continuously requested my blessings, yet I have no understanding of how to bestow them. I fear your expectations are beyond my capabilities. Lon gestured in defeat. She was not a true witch. How could you bless them? How could this be? You taught Shilu to use utensils and informed us on how to avoid diseases. Does that not constitute bestowing blessings upon us? Holy messenger, you must simply accept it. Su responded with a smile. This is what you call bestowing blessings? Lon exclaimed in astonishment. She had imagined that bestowing blessings involved grand ceremonies and elaborate displays. Yet it merely referred to these trivial matters. If that is the case, being a holy messenger is not so difficult after all. It simply entails imparting human civilization to the orcs. What a trivial task. She had initially contemplated this, but her earlier decision had been thwarted by Hanche's anger. Now it seemed that she was destined to embark on this path. Lon finally understood that since she had entered the orc world and received their kindness, it would be remiss of her not to assist them in some manner. Sharing civilization was but a small effort, and she would concurrently earn the respect of these orcs. Why not embrace it? As for the titles of Holy Messenger and Witch, let them call her as they pleased. With this thought, Lan sighed and declared, "Very well. Since you are so sincere, I shall not decline. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to seek me out. I will certainly assist where I can." Upon hearing this, Su-yi was filled with elation, exchanging glances with Yu-he and Han-che. Nodding joyfully, "Holy Messenger, thank you for your willingness to bless the Cold Wolf clan. We shall forever remember your kindness. That is unnecessary. However, Su-yi, may I request that you refrain from calling me Holy Messenger and simply refer to me as Lan? It feels rather awkward." Lan replied hastily, "Very well. As the Holy Messenger wishes, we shall comply." Su-yi conceded this time, not solely out of respect for Lan, but also due to Han-che. She had clearly observed that while the clan members worshipped Lan, Han-che stood resolutely upright, not bending his knees even once. Though he was the chieftain, the identity of the Holy Messenger surpassed his own. And the only reason he did not bow to Lan was, "Hey, Han-che, do you have any objections to me? I warn you, if you harbor any dissatisfaction, speak now. I can relinquish the title of Holy Messenger. But if you remain silent now and later find fault with my actions, scolding me or confining me, I will undoubtedly walk away." Suddenly, Lan directed her ire at Han-che, leaving both him and Yu-he bewildered. Why had she turned the conversation so abruptly? Lan, why do you say such things? The one happiest about your decision to stay with the Cold Wolf clan is Han-che. Yu-he quickly interjected, knowing that Han-che was not one for explanations. "Yes, that's so. Just look at his frozen expression, as if someone owes him 800,000. Is he truly happy? I fail to see it. If he had no objections, why did he stand proudly while everyone else bowed to me? Clearly, he is dissatisfied." Lan unleashed her pent-up frustration over being confined, feeling emboldened as the Holy Messenger, knowing that no one would dare challenge her. Yu-he paused, a hint of amusement crossing his face, while Su-yi, glancing at Han-che's noticeably awkward demeanor, stifled a laugh. "What are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong?" Lan asked, utterly perplexed by their shared mirth, scratching her head in confusion. "Ahem." Seeing Lan's adorably naive expression, Yu could not help but clear his throat, suppressing his laughter as he addressed Su-yi. "And I believe it would be best for Han-che to explain things to Lan himself. Let us return and prepare for a celebration tonight, allowing Han-che to properly honor Lan." Su-yi immediately nodded in agreement, responding with a smile. It is imperative to honor her. After all, Lan is still regarded as Han-che's servant. Han-che, be sure to explain things thoroughly to Lan. "We shall take our leave now. Oh, and I brought some minced meat and berries for her. Do not forget to feed Lan, as she must be famished after yesterday's exertions." After issuing her instructions, Su-yi took hold of Yu-he and departed, both of them leaving with an air of playful intimacy that made Lan's scalp tingle. What is wrong with these two? They seem so peculiar. Lan pouted slightly, noticing Han-che standing nearby with a strange expression as she contemplated that she must have offended him earlier, causing his current demeanor. Choosing not to evade, she boldly approached him, adopting a resolute expression. "All right, everyone is left. You need not hold back any grievances. Speak freely. I have no grievances." Han-che glanced at Lan's slightly raised face before turning away to kneel down. Retrieving the food Su-yi had brought from the animal skin pouch. "No grievances. Are you deceiving me? I am not blind. I can see clearly. If you have no grievances, why did you not bow to me like everyone else?" Lan challenged defiantly. Upon hearing this, Han-che paused, turning back to regard Lan with an expression of amusement. "Why should I bow to you?" Lan promptly marched over, hands on her hips. Looking down at Han-che, Su-yi stated that witches are messengers of the divine, transcending all tribal leaders. "If you sincerely wish for me to bless the Cold Wolf clan, you should harbor a sense of respect. Your refusal to bow is indicative of your discontent and disdain for me." Han-che stared at her in silence for a moment before suddenly rising and approaching her, their heights shifting dramatically. The dominant aura of masculinity enveloped her, causing Lan to instinctively take a step back, her earlier bravado dissipating in an instant. "What are you doing? He isn't going to lose his temper and confine her again. Is he? Lan prepared to flee. But before she could lift her foot, her slender waist was captured, her soft form pressed against Han Che's solid chest, the masculine scent overwhelming her senses. Han Che effortlessly lifted her into his arms, bringing her to eye level before finally coming to a halt. He then fixed his gaze upon her, declaring in an authoritative tone, "Whether you are a shaman or a holy emissary, you shall forever remain Han Che's." Before he could finish his statement, Lan began to struggle and shout, "I am not your slave. Let me go. You barbarian, bandit, thief, put me down. Let go," with Han Che's large hand gripping her chin. Her small mouth was contorted into a flower shape, leaving Lan only able to emit muffled sounds. "Silence. I have not yet finished speaking." Han Che's voice was laced with irritation, likely incited by her interruption of his words, an affront to his authority that riled him. "Scoundrel, let go." A loud gurgle erupted from Lan's stomach. She froze, her struggling limbs coming to an abrupt halt. Their eyes met, both momentarily stunned, and then Lan's face flushed a deep crimson. "Damn it! Why must my stomach embarrass me now, of all times?" Han Che's lips twitched, almost breaking into laughter, and the anger he had just felt dissipated. He set Lan down and pushed her onto the fur-covered ground. Retrieving a small pouch of minced meat, pinching a small amount between his fingers and bringing it to her lips. "Hungry? Come and eat." Lan immediately turned her head in disgust, her face contorted with disdain as she replied, "No, I would rather starve than eat your food." Han Che's hand halted mid-offering, his expression darkening instantaneously. He reached out, gripping the back of her head, threatening, "Will you eat on your own, or shall I feed you?" "Who needs you to feed me? You're filthy," she retorted angrily. "You don't wash your hands before meals and eat with your hands. And what do you mean by come and eat? Are you feeding pigs?" Unable to break free from his strong grip, Lan shouted in exasperation. Han Che was momentarily taken aback, recalling what Emu had mentioned about Lan needing utensils for her meals, which she referred to as hygiene. However, he did not comprehend why she would prefer using utensils instead of her perfectly functional hands. Was using a stick more convenient than her own hands? Nevertheless, as a shaman, Lan's words and actions ought to bear their own reasoning. Thus, he released her and presented the meat pouch before her, asking, "All right then, how would you suggest we eat without it being dirty?" Seeing that he was no longer forcing her, but speaking in a more conciliatory tone, Lan pouted and replied, "Eating with bare hands is not only unsightly, but also unhygienic. Just think about how many things your hands touch in a day. And what filth might they carry? If all that is ingested with your food, how can one avoid falling ill?" Han Che frowned slightly at her words. Indeed, she spoke the truth, his hands engaged in countless tasks daily, often becoming soiled with mud and various unidentifiable substances. However, they typically wash their hands with snow after finishing work, not paying heed to cleanliness at other times. Noticing Han Che's silence, Lan let out a huff. "Thinking you clearly haven't considered this either. Well, it's never too late to start. To avoid illness, a clean and hygienic dining environment is essential." "A dining environment?" Han Che questioned, perplexed. Understanding his confusion, Lan immediately pointed out the cave, explaining, "Look around. Where is there any semblance of a dining environment? This is both a bedroom and a dining area, without bowls, spoons, or tables. Eating on animal skins means fur gets into the food, and one would be lucky not to fall ill. A bedroom and dining area? Bowls, spoons, tables? What are those?" Although Han Che had never seen or heard of such things, he quickly grasped the essence of her words. That Lan was somewhat astonished by his ability to pick up on the main points. Therefore, she ceased her provocations and responded, "These are all necessities for dining. Of course, given your current conditions, it might be somewhat demanding to expect a proper dining environment, but it is not unachievable. This can be developed gradually. But the habit of eating with one's hands must be changed. Do you agree?" Han Che nodded, recognizing that if her dining methods could effectively prevent illness, they should be adopted. Hearing his affirmation, Lan felt somewhat relieved. Finally finding something he acknowledged, she continued, "In addition to that, there is one more aspect that needs improvement." "What is it?" Han Che immediately inquired. "Clothing." Lan tugged at the furs draped over her. "Clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. Clothing is paramount. As a being of great significance, dying of hunger is trivial compared to losing one's dignity. This basic respect must be upheld. Ever since arriving here, she had been wrapped in animal skins, with nothing underneath, feeling as though she were an exhibitionist in front of others. Furthermore, the loose furs offered no warmth, allowing the cold to seep through, rendering them entirely ineffective as clothing. She felt that calling it clothing was a stretch. It resembled a blanket much more. These furs were already the finest in the tribe, with most members unable to even wear this much. Han Che, upon hearing her, misunderstood that she was dissatisfied with the quality of the furs, and thus responded with a slight frown that Olan quickly shook her head to clarify. I am not saying the furs are inadequate, merely that their design is flawed. If the animal skins could be tailored, they could be fashioned into more fitting and warmer garments. Make clothes? Han Che asked, somewhat surprised. Yes, wearing whole animal skins is such a waste. They can be cut with stone knives and sewn with bone needles to create clothing that is both warm and aesthetically pleasing. Moreover, the scraps can be fashioned into small items such as socks, gloves, and pillows, saving plenty of resources. Lan elaborated earnestly. Listening to her description, Han Che was even more astonished, unable to help but ask, Are these traditions of your Yin tribe? Lan paused for a moment before proudly nodding. Of course. However, this is only a minor aspect of our heritage. The Yin tribe has far more to offer. Han Che nodded. Then from now on, you will instruct me, and I shall implement your suggestions as long as it benefits the tribe. I shall agree to Lan. Hearing this, felt incredulous. She gazed at Han Che, hesitatingly asking, You believe me? You truly have no objections to me? I've stated that I do not, Han Che reiterated. Then why? Lan protested, but was interrupted by Han Che. Wait here. I will fetch you some utensils. Without waiting for Lan to say anything further, he stood and exited the cave. Lan watched his retreating figure, scratching her head in confusion. Why had his attitude towards her changed so suddenly? Han Che soon returned, bringing back her utensils and chopsticks from Su. Let us dine, he said, handing her the chopsticks, his tone noticeably softer. Lan was filled with bewilderment, absent-mindedly picking up the minced meat, which was both fishy and bland, utterly unpalatable. Were it not for her growling stomach, she would have found it impossible to eat this. After finishing the last bite of meat, she habitually bit down on the chopsticks. Lost in thought that it seemed there were no seasonings available here. If only she could find some salt. The Yin tribespeople often consume your utensils along with your food. Han Che's gentle voice suddenly broke the silence. Lan snapped back to reality, her face flushing with embarrassment as she quickly pulled the chopsticks from her mouth, only to realize she had nearly chewed them flat. A hint of barely perceptible amusement flickered in Han Che's eyes as he stood and retrieved a moderately sized Yuli branch from nearby, offering it to Lan. Make another pair? No worries, they are not ruined, Lan hurriedly clarified. But before she could finish, Han Che continued, I will use them to... Lan was astonished, unable to resist asking, You want to use chopsticks? I am a tribe leader to uphold the traditions of a Yin tribe. I must lead by example. You will teach me, and I will then promote it among the tribe. Han Che explained at that moment. Lan finally believed that Han Che was not merely making empty promises. He genuinely recognized her and wished to learn from her. Yet, she remained perplexed, as he had not shown her any deference, clearly doubting her identity. Furthermore, she distinctly remembered him emphasizing that she would forever be his slave, and even now, as a divine emissary, he seemed unwilling to kneel before her in respect. If that were the case, why the sudden display of humility and eagerness to learn? This Han Che was so unpredictable, alternating between warmth and coldness that left her utterly baffled. Let us begin, Han Che encouraged, noticing Lan's dazed expression, his lips curling into a subtle smile. Each time he saw her in a stupor, he found her exceedingly endearing. However, he felt a twinge of discomfort regarding her distrust. He was known for his succinct speech, avoiding unnecessary elaboration. Yet every word he spoke held sincerity and purpose. Why did Lan not believe him? He had endeavored to convey his intentions to her. Lan was bewildered by Han Che's thoughts. unable to comprehend his attitude, and finally decided to stop overthinking it. Obediently, she drew forth a bone knife, grasped a branch of yuli, and fashioned chopsticks for Han-che. Han-che settled down beside Emolan, his gaze fixed upon her as she immersed herself in her task, utterly captivated by her earnest concentration. Unable to resist, he leaned in closer, greedily inhaling the subtle fragrance that emanated from her. All done, Molan, engrossed in her work, remained blissfully unaware of Han-che's proximity. When she finally turned around, she nearly collided with the tip of his nose. Startled, she instinctively leaned back, only to find Han-che's large hand supporting her back. The warmth radiating from him seeped into her body, causing her ears to flush with heat. Olan, flustered, raised her eyes only to meet the profound depths of Han-che's gaze, which seemed to swirl with unspoken emotions. Ensnaring her senses like a vortex, staring at him in a daze, she mechanically lifted the chopsticks and murmured, "The chopsticks are ready. Would you like to give them a try? How do I use them?" Han-che casually adjusted Mo-Lan's position, the peculiar intensity in his eyes vanishing as swiftly as it had appeared, leaving her to wonder if she had imagined it. Shaking her head to dispel her thoughts, Mo-Lan grasped the chopsticks and demonstrated. "Look here, hold the chopsticks between your thumb, index, and middle fingers, then choose a suitable point as a pivot, separating them with your fingers to pick up food. It's that simple. What do you think? Want to give it a go?" As she explained, she deftly picked up a small morsel of meat paste from the animal hide, her movements fluid and precise. Once done, she offered the chopsticks to Han-che, raising an eyebrow in a manner that clearly conveyed a hint of playful challenge. Han-che glanced at her for a moment before accepting the chopsticks and mimicking her earlier movements. Attempting to grasp the meat paste, Olan had anticipated a comical failure. Yet to her astonishment, Han-che succeeded on his first attempt. Though his technique appeared somewhat clumsy, it was nonetheless a remarkable improvement compared to Shilu's earlier efforts at using chopsticks. Emolan could hardly believe her eyes. How could this seemingly burly man be so astute? Seeing her astonished expression, Han-che couldn't help but feel pleased, replying in a light tone, "Not bad. It's not too difficult." Upon hearing this, Emolan pouted and retorted, "Not difficult. Then why don't you try picking this up? If you can get it into your mouth, I'll admit you're impressive." Emolan gathered a handful of berries, roughly the size of red dates, and teasingly held them out to Han-che. He regarded the bright red berries in her delicate hand, raised his own to grasp them, but to his dismay, they shot away with a pop. Han-che's brow furrowed at the sight, yet he stubbornly attempted again. However, the slippery skins of the berries proved treacherous, each one escaping his grasp with a series of pops. "Uft! Ha! Han-che, you big fool!" Emolan laughed uncontrollably at his flustered expression. Han-che, stung by her mockery, felt his pride wounded. In a fit of irritation, he tossed the chopsticks aside, seized Emolan's small hand, leaned forward, and directly rolled the last berry into his mouth with his tongue. As he swallowed the berry, his tongue inevitably glided across Emolan's tender palm, sending electric jolts through her, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. She quickly withdrew her hand, glaring at Han-che with indignation. "You're being shameless. We agreed to use chopsticks. Berries, being slippery, were hardly suited for chopstick use. Meat would be a far more practical choice." Han-che, observing her rosy complexion, maintained a calm demeanor, yet internally, he was a tempest of emotions. Olan had no retort. Berries could be washed and peeled, making the use of chopsticks optional. Her intention in presenting the berries was to challenge him. Yet she was genuinely astonished that he had seen through her ploy. Was Han-che's intellect truly so sharp? Mastering chopsticks required time and practice. I've heard from Emu that you can craft other utensils as well. Tomorrow, I'll bring a few females from the tribe to learn alongside you in making utensils and clothing. Once they're ready, we can put them to immediate use that time. You'll also need to teach everyone the correct way to use them. Han-che observed as Emolan nervously bit her lip, his throat involuntarily tightening as vivid, heated images flashed in his mind, causing his body to tense beneath the animal hide. That sounds feasible. After all, you have plenty of yuli branches stored, more than enough for utensil crafting today. As for cutting and making clothing, it's a bit complicated and may take some time. Olan, oblivious to the undercurrents of tension, responded earnestly, "As long as you're agreeable, I have no objections that I'm only responsible for teaching. How much they learn is beyond my control. You should rest for a while. I'll check on how Emu and the others are preparing for the celebration." Han-che closed his eyes momentarily before suddenly rising and striding toward the cave entrance. Han-che, wait? Imo-lan, puzzled by his abrupt departure, hurried to call after him. "What's the matter? Is there something else?" Han-che halted, turning back with a furrowed brow. "Food is so scarce in the tribe. Perhaps we should forego the celebration? I certainly don't wish for any formal recognition. Engaging in such frivolous displays holds no value and is better spent ensuring everyone has enough to weather the cold season." Imo-lan expressed her thoughts, not wanting to burden the Han wolf tribe. Knowing that Han-che and his kin risked their lives for sustenance, to throw a lavish celebration just to confer her an honorary title seemed utterly unwarranted. In truth, all she sought was a modicum of respect from the beastmen. After days of reflection, she understood that surviving in this beastly world was far more significant than anything else. However, Han-che's expression darkened at her words. Did she not wish for him to formally recognize her? Then why had she agreed to stay? A flicker of resistance ignited in Han-che's heart, and he chose not to dwell on it further. Regardless of the reasons, the celebration must proceed tonight, and she must be formally acknowledged. With this thought, Han-che replied tersely, "You needn't worry about the celebration. Just make sure to attend on time." Without further explanation, he turned and exited the cave. Imo-lan, fuming behind him, stomped her foot in frustration. What a stubborn man! She was merely trying to save him some trouble, yet she was met with his reproach. If he didn't appreciate her efforts, then she would disregard him entirely. Fuming, Imo-lan returned to her fur bedding and seized a berry, biting into it fiercely. Oh my, how sour! As night fell over the territory of the Han wolf tribe, a lively celebration commenced. The snow had been cleared from the open space, and 3 massive bonfires blazed fiercely, dispelling the winter's chill. Surrounding the bonfires were several large, flat stones piled high with food. Fragrant roasted meats, berries of various hues, and other precious delicacies that the tribe ordinarily withheld were laid out for all to see, in celebration of the tribe's newfound blessings from the shaman. The members danced and sang around the bonfire, the vibrant atmosphere nearly reaching the heavens. Han-che gazed at his jubilant kin, a surge of joy swelling within him. Tonight, he could truly bring Imo-lan under his wing, and her status as a shaman would deter others from pursuing her. The scene he had once dreamed of was about to unfold, and in this moment, he felt an unparalleled excitement. With his thoughts racing, he hastened towards Imo-lan's dwelling, eager to take her hand and proudly announce their union to the world. "The celebration has begun. Come with me." Han-che entered the cave with enthusiasm, grasping Imo-lan's hand and attempting to lead her out. Yet in the next instant, she firmly shook him off, coldly refusing. "If you want to go by yourself. I'm not going." "What did you say?" Han-che was taken aback, his earlier joy evaporating in an instant. "I said I'm not going." Imo-lan crossed her arms defiantly, glaring at him. "You mean to say you won't accompany me to the celebration? You refuse to be formally recognized?" Han-che's expression darkened. "Why should I go with you? Who do you think you are? Why should I do what you say?" Imo-lan huffed, her cheeks puffed in indignation. "You said you were willing to stay in the Han wolf tribe." Han-che could no longer restrain his raised voice, fury bubbling within him. "I did say I was willing to stay, but I never agreed to accept your invitation. I'll go with whoever invites me." "Just not you." Imo-lan glared defiantly at him, resolved to oppose him at every turn. Who did he think he was, being so domineering? Han-che's eyes flared with indignation as he repeated her words. How could she even consider going with someone else to such an important celebration? His anger surged, and his gaze turned icy as he spoke with a tone that brooked no argument. "I'll ask you one last time. Will you come with me willingly, or shall I carry you out? You wouldn't dare. I'm a shaman." Imo-lan seethed, her teeth clenched in frustration. What else can he rely on besides brute force? Will she forever succumb to his whims? "I care not for your status. When I command, you must comply. I am determined to make it known to all that you are mine." Just as Han-che was about to finish his words, Imo-lan leaped forward and bit him again. This time, her ferocity was genuine, leaving a blood mark on the back of Han-che's hand. Han-che furrowed his brow. reaching out to seize her. But to his astonishment, Mo Lan nimbly dodged him. Han Che, if you come any closer, I shall not hold back. Mo Lan stood a few paces away, shaking her small fist in defiance. How utterly infuriating. Does she appear so easily bullied? Must she be declared as forever servant for all to see? Absolutely not. Have you ever been courteous? Han Che glanced at the bite mark on his hand, took a step forward, and with astonishing speed, hoisted her onto his shoulder, striding towards the cave's entrance. Put me down, you scoundrel. I refuse to go. I refuse to go. And Mo Lan struggled and pounded against him. Yet he would not relent. Only upon reaching an open area did Han Che unceremoniously toss her onto the ground. The impact nearly left her in agony, and tears streamed down her face as she gritted her teeth and shouted, Han Che, you barbarian! I refuse to attend the celebration, to be legitimized, to be bound to you for a lifetime. Abandon such thoughts. With her outburst, the previously lively atmosphere fell into stunned silence, everyone gaping at the scene. What is happening? Is today not the day the chieftain announces the good news of the saint's legitimization? Why do the chieftain and the saint appear in such a manner? Che, what are you doing? Su-yi hurried over, assisting Mo Lan to her feet while questioning Han Che. Han Che maintained a cold demeanor, casting a glance at the tearful Mo Lan on the ground, remaining utterly silent. Che, were you not to legitimize Mo Lan? The clansmen await your words. Yu-He, realizing something was amiss, rushed to grasp Han Che's arm, hoping to redirect the evening's festivities. However, Han Che shrugged him off, declaring, Indeed, I am to legitimize her. Everyone, listen well. From this day forth, Mo Lan and I are no longer connected. Whether she is a slave or a saint, it is of no concern to the Han Wolf clan. She may come or go as she pleases, and none shall impede her. Han Che issued 3 commands in rapid succession, then turned away, not sparing Mo Lan a single glance. Che, wait. Han Che. Yui chased after him, but Han Che was deaf to his calls, striding away until he vanished from sight. In the open space, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, astonished and confused. Moments later, they could no longer contain their whispers. Su-yi, observing the scene, urgently pulled Mo Lan aside, asking Mo Lan, what transpired between you and Che? Were you not fine just moments ago? Who said I was fine with him? He severed ties with me, and I intend to do the same. Humph. At that moment, Mo Lan was seething with anger. Han Che publicly renounced their connection, and if she remained silent, others might assume she was eager to curry favor with him. Shoving Su-yi aside, she limped away from the open area. Thus, a once vibrant celebration came to an abrupt end. Su-yi instructed Han Che's younger brother, Han Ing, to assist with the aftermath before hastily making her way to Han Che's dwelling. Inside the cave, Han Che lay on a fur mat, eyes closed and lips sealed. Meanwhile, Yu-He paced anxiously, unable to coax a single word of explanation from Han Che. Observing this, Su-yi had no choice but to pull Yu-He outside. Aunt, what shall we do? Che refuses to speak, and it is driving me to despair. Upon exiting the cave, Yu-He exclaimed, Su-yi sighed sorrowfully. This child, Che, has always been taciturn. Over the years, he has endured countless hardships alone. Since reaching adulthood, he has shunned closeness with females, and just when he finally finds someone he likes, it all unravels. Could it be that our Han Wolf clan is unworthy of the saint's blessing? Aunt, do not overthink. Che is merely quarreling with Mo Lan. Perhaps they will reconcile in a few days. Yu-He attempted to offer comfort, though he lacked confidence. After all, Han Che had publicly declared his severance with Mo Lan at the celebration, and his fury was palpable. This situation would not be easily resolved. Su-yi understood this all too well. Frowning in concern, I fear it may not be so simple. Yu-He, I must inquire with Mo Lan about what transpired. Aunt, approaching her now may yield little. Mo Lan is rather stubborn and difficult to persuade. I believe it would be wise to let them cool down for the night and revisit the matter tomorrow. Yu-He shook his head, having gathered some insight over the past few days. These two, one obstinate and the other resolute, could fiercely hunt or create chaos when agitated. Both possessed remarkable abilities, capable of supporting the clan. Yet to lead the Han Wolf clan to a prosperous future, they must first be reconciled. How could such a promising situation suddenly turn? While Che's change was troubling, it was likely Lan would face significant issues as well. And I am also concerned about another matter, that why Yuhi suddenly turned to Su. What do you mean? Su met Yuhi's gaze, having considered the same point. If Che no longer desires Lan, other clansmen will undoubtedly swarm to her. We must quickly alert the stronger members of our clan. Otherwise, when Che realizes his error, it may be too late. Yuhi expressed his worries. He nodded. This is precisely my concern. Lan's identity as a saint will surely attract envy. Should Che's guard be present, others would think twice. But now that Che... No, we must split up and seek out the clansmen to prevent any fright to Lan. Agreed. The aunt and nephew reached a consensus, promptly dispersing to inform the clan's strong members. After they departed, a tall figure emerged, frowning in contemplation before turning toward Han Che's cave. As for Lan, she hobbled back to her dwelling, cursing Han Che all the way. Upon entering her cave and lifting the fur covering, she discovered several bruises and abrasions from her lower back to her thigh, all swollen and painful. Han Che's toss had been no gentle affair. Fortunately, her training had afforded her some resilience, or she might have sustained far worse, though merely surface injuries that would heal in a few days. The indignation she felt was insurmountable. She had genuinely intended to stay and assist. Why should he treat her with such disdain? To demand she be his lifelong servant was utterly unacceptable. Once bullied was one thing, but to endure such treatment for a lifetime? Han Che was a complete scoundrel. I despise you. Lan sobbed in her cave, tears streaming down her face. The memory of Han Che publicly disavowing her struck her heart like a dagger. Yet, how could she accept being his servant, potentially to be passed off to another? If he did not want her, so be it. She could thrive without him. Inside the cave, Han Che lay with eyes shut. Yet his mind was tumultuous. He had never anticipated events would unfold in such a manner. A single phrase, "Only you are unacceptable," had plunged him from paradise to despair. He could not fathom why Lan would reject him. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, sat up, and forcefully struck the ground with his fist, creating a large dent in the solid earth. "Brother!" At that moment, a somewhat effeminate voice resonated. Shortly after, a tall figure, strikingly handsome like Han Che, entered the cave. His younger half-brother, Han. "What brings you here?" Han Che glanced at him, brow slightly furrowed. Han raised an eyebrow, smiling. "I knew you couldn't sleep. So I came to keep you company. Return to sleep. Do not disturb me." Han Che rolled over, resuming his position on the fur. Among the pelts, he could still faintly detect Lan's lingering scent, which inexplicably heightened his agitation. "Brother, why bother quarreling with a servant? Look at her, so thin and frail. What is there to find appealing? It would be far more enjoyable to embrace she not wallow in solitude. Shilu's cave is empty. Why not go there to vent? I assure you, she would be overjoyed." Han settled beside Han Che, teasingly tugging at his arm. "But I will not go. Cease your pestering." Han Che swatted Han away. A mischievous glint sparkled in Han Ying's eyes as he leaned closer and whispered, "Brother, is that little servant truly so remarkable? I wish to have a taste." Upon hearing this, Han Che sprang up and seized Han Ying's pelt, exclaiming, "You are forbidden to go. Brother, did you not declare you had severed ties with her? You no longer have the authority to stop me." Han Ying laughed, freeing himself from Han Che's grasp and skipping out of the cave. Han Che sprang to his feet, glaring at his brother's retreating figure, and struck the cave wall with a fierce punch. Damn it! Han was nothing like him. He had no aversion to females, having already mated with all the females in their clan within just half a year of adulthood. The prowess of Han is often a topic of fervent discussion among the females. Those who have mated with him find themselves perpetually enchanted, should Lan truly acquiesce to him. Han Che gritted his teeth and finally stepped outside. The difficulty of reproduction among beastmen is a prevailing issue across the entire wilderness continent. Although mating among the same clan of beastmen increases the chances of offspring, it is still not a straightforward matter, particularly for their Han Wolf clan, who have not seen a new generation born in many years. This situation causes great concern for Sue. Thus, mating among the clan is quite casual, with little restriction. Olan, being a witch of noble lineage, is not comparable to ordinary females. Yet, it is precisely this that makes her the object of male desire. Especially tonight, as he has publicly severed ties with her. Other males will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to court her. The mere thought of Olan being held in another's embrace ignites a murderous rage in Han Che. No, he will not allow anyone to mate with Olan. She is solely his. At this moment, a considerable crowd is gathered outside Olan's den. Despite Su Yi's repeated warnings, some overly audacious individuals have dared to approach. When Hanning arrived, he was greeted by many familiar faces. Yin Sulia, Bari, and Vic, renowned warriors of the clan. A playful smile crept upon Han Ying's lips. How lively it is! A splendid show is about to unfold. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Lan wiped her tears and emerged, only to be taken aback by the bustling crowd. What is happening? Are they here to impeach her? Holy Envoy, we request to mate with you. Please allow us to enter the den. A chorus of beastmen shouted as soon as Lan peeked out. Oh no! Lan's face turned pale, and she quickly dashed back inside, yelling, "No one is allowed to enter." Halfway through her retreat, she abruptly halted. What good would it do to run back? The den has no door. Who could be kept out? Those beastmen are unlikely to obey her command. If she says they can't enter, they will surely disregard it. No, she must guard the entrance. With this thought, Lan hurriedly returned to the entrance, crouching down stealthily to listen to the sounds outside. What are they planning? Why can't I just go back and rest? Tomorrow, there is much work to be done. Where is the time for them to waste? A commanding voice rang out. It was Su Yi this moment. Her reprimanding voice, infused with the power of their bloodline, resonated throughout the area. Su priest, the clan leader has severed relations with the holy envoy. We are entitled to pursue her. A moment of silence followed before a strong beastman spoke up. Indeed, Su priest. The only thing that can make us leave is the holy envoy's refusal. As long as she does not agree, we shall not depart. Upon hearing this, Su Yi furrowed her brow. Indeed, this is a clan regulation. If the clan leader voluntarily relinquishes the right to court during the celebration, the other clan members are free to pursue, even though Lan holds the esteemed title of Holy Envoy. Han Che is the clan leader, and Su Yi is the priestess. None of them have the authority to intervene at this moment, unless, of course, Lan refuses. However, having just quarreled with Han Che, no one can predict her next move. What if, in a fit of pique, she carelessly agrees to one of the clan members' advances? What would Che do? Hiding at the back of the den, Lan finally grasped the situation. They were waiting for her to verbally refuse them before they would leave. That complicates matters. She needs to go outside and send them all away. But what did they mean by courtship? Lan felt a bit confused, sensing that something was amiss yet unable to pinpoint it. Forget it. I won't think about it. The priority is to drive away this pack of wolves. With this in mind, she stood up and took a step forward to exit. Just then, a voice as cold as ice interrupted her. Whoever wishes to mate with Lan must first defeat me. The clan leader. It is indeed the clan leader. The crowd turned to see Han Che, his face etched with frost, striding forward, his gaze, sharp as a blade, sliced through the faces of the gathered crowd before he positioned himself directly at the entrance of Lan's den. Upon seeing this, Su, Yi, and Yuhi exchanged glances. Elated, has Che finally come to his senses? Clan leader, have you not already relinquished your pursuit of the holy envoy? A beastman immediately questioned, unable to suppress his discontent. If he has relinquished it, can he not pursue once more? Han Che's cold gaze swept over the crowd, silencing them all. Enough of your nonsense. Whoever wishes to enter the den must come forth. Today, I will not use my position as clan leader to impose authority. Everyone is equal. As long as you can defeat me, anyone may enter. Lan, hiding behind the den, felt her temper flare. This insufferable Han Che, is he deliberately offering her up to these wolves and tigers? He is already in a weakened state after the battles today, and now he must compete against them. What could be resolved with a single word from her, and yet he insists on displaying his strength? What if he loses? Wouldn't she then find herself in the den of wolves, fuming with anger? And Lan prepared to rush out, but just then, a hand unexpectedly grabbed her from behind. She turned to find it was Han Xing. Brother will defeat them, the little Han Xing declared with unwavering determination. Lan was momentarily taken aback, the fierce light in Han Xing's eyes causing her to hesitate. How did you get in here? How do you know Han Che will definitely win? After a moment of contemplation, she pulled Han Xing down beside her and quietly asked, I just know. Holy Envoy, just watch. Han Xing insisted. All right, I won't go out. I will just watch. All right? And Lan conceded, knowing she could never resist the child. Regardless, should Han Che lose, she would not sit idly by. If she couldn't match them in strength, she could still escape, couldn't she? With this thought, she affectionately ruffled Han Xing's dark hair and said, Han Xing, from now on, don't call me Holy Envoy. Just call me Sister Molan. I don't dare. Granny Sue said you are the envoy bestowed upon our Han Wolf clan by the spirit prophet. We must all respect you. Han Xing replied shyly, twisting his small hands. Since Molan had treated his leg injury, he had always held a fondness for this sister. But after his recovery, she had become the Holy Envoy, and the entire Han Wolf clan revered her, preventing him from playing with her. Today, he had sneakily entered while Granny Sue and Brother he were not paying attention, looking at little Han Xing. Molan smiled and said, It's fine, don't listen to them. Just call me Sister Molan. I like it when you call me that. Really? That's wonderful, Sister Molan. Can I come over play with you in the future? Han Xing's eyes lit up with excitement as he grasped Molan's hand. Shuh. Molan quickly gestured for silence, pointing outside. Han Xing nodded obediently and squatted down with her, peering outside the den. Han Che stood tall, surveying the crowd, and reiterated, This is a special exception for today. From tomorrow onwards, anyone who is dissatisfied will be dealt with according to clan rules. The beastmen present swallowed hard upon hearing this. The clan leader is serious. I will. Just as everyone hesitated, a tall figure stepped forward. Han Che's expression darkened further as he recognized Hanning. This guy was clearly here to stir up trouble. He had deliberately provoked him earlier and now led the charge. What on earth did this brat want? Brother, you mustn't go easy on me. Otherwise, Lan will be mine. Silence. Han Che's face darkened as he clenched his fist, shooting Hanning a cold glare. Come forth. Fine, it has been ages since we brothers had a good spar. Come on, brother. Han Ying's hands intertwined, his knuckles cracking as his gaze towards Han Che shifted from gentle to fierce in an instant. Han Ying was exceptionally handsome, and his physique did not possess the ruggedness typical of other male beastmen, often leading others to forget his status as the second strongest of the Han Wolf clan. Yet once the fighting commenced, among all present, perhaps only Han Che could match him. Before long, the two were locked in a fierce exchange of blows, their movements fluid and intertwined. They shifted from human form to beast form and back again, leaving everyone in awe. The snow and ice outside the den were whipped up by their fierce winds, swirling violently as the two figures clashed like divine warriors, growing more intense with each strike. This is the battle of the strong. The watching warriors of the Han Wolf clan were captivated, their blood surging with excitement, completely forgetting the purpose of their visit. Crouched at the entrance of the den, Lan was left speechless. These two are incredibly powerful. With such skill, she would be no match for them. No wonder she always found herself overpowered by Han Che. Han Xing. Who's that pretty boy? He's quite strong. Lan pointed outside, asking that's my second brother, Hanning. Sister Molan, what does pretty boy mean? Han Xing blinked, his face a picture of curiosity. Pretty boy just means your second brother is good looking. Lan thought to herself, relieved that Han Xing was still too young to understand that. Oh, I see. My second brother has always been a pretty boy since childhood, and my elder brother is also a pretty boy. Su Momo remarked that I too would become a pretty boy in the future. Han Xing proudly declared. Puffed. Lan nearly succumbed to her embarrassment upon hearing this. She had merely spoken casually, but how could she withstand this mischievous child's nonsensical phrases? She hastily covered Han Xing's mouth and admonished. Be discreet, be discreet. One must be humble and not overly ostentatious. It's sufficient for one to be aware of their own good looks. One should never boast about it to others, lest those less fortunate in appearance feel inferior. Oh, then I won't say it anymore. Han Xing replied, seemingly understanding, and obediently nodded. Only then did Imo Lan break into a cold sweat and turn her gaze toward the cave entrance at the tea that moment. The battle between Han Che and Han Ing was nearing its conclusion. After a brief moment, Han Ing staggered out of the fray, vigorously shaking his numbed wrist, and called out loudly, "No more fighting." I concede. In terms of skill, he was not inferior to his elder brother, but in strength he was somewhat lacking. The intimidation had already been achieved. It was wise to withdraw early to avoid his elder brother becoming addicted to the fight and unleashing his fury upon him. Who else wishes to fight? Han Che glanced at Han Ing, then swept his gaze over the crowd. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines and instinctively took a step back. If even Han Ing had been defeated, who would dare to seek their own demise? Since there were no challengers, let us disperse. From tomorrow onwards, no one is permitted to disturb Imo Lan. Violators will face clan regulations. Han Che cast a stern look at the crowd and issued his command with authority. The formidable members of the Wolf clan hung their heads in dejection. It seemed at this time there truly was no hope. Brother, we dare not act recklessly, but the saint hasn't spoken yet. I am quite curious about the saint's stance on your courtship. Just as everyone prepared to leave in defeat, Han Ing suddenly called out, reveling in the chaos. Indeed, Chief, we wish to hear the saint's declaration. Yes, please summon the saint. Han Che shot a glare at Han Ing, who wore a sly grin, clearly intent on embarrassing him. He was fully aware of the heated argument between Imo Lan and him just moments ago, yet he proposed such a request, even if he defeated everyone. He could not guarantee that Imo Lan would change her mind. Su Yi, noticing the situation, quickly stepped forward to mediate, saying, Han Ing, since none of you can defeat your brother, you have no right to pursue courtship. Everyone return. This matter does not concern you. Han Ying's eyes flickered, and he retorted, Sumomo, that's not how it works. The success or failure of my brother's courtship directly affects the future glory or downfall of our wolf clan. We certainly have the right to know, don't we, everyone? Yes, indeed. We will not leave until we see the results. With Han Ing leading the charge, the crowd resolutely remained, clamoring to witness the outcome of Han Che's second courtship. Su Yi, exasperated, glanced toward Han Che. You are the chief. You speak. Han Che paused for a moment before slowly responding. Very well. Let the saint come forth to personally announce the results. Yu He, please summon Imo Lan. Su Yi quickly exchanged a glance with Yu He, who nodded and hurried toward the cave. Sister Imo Lan, will you accept my brother's courtship? At the cave entrance, little Han Xing asked with hopeful eyes. Han Xing, can you tell me what this courtship is all about? Why does your elder brother wish to court me? Imo Lan had been puzzled. Wasn't the celebration meant to affirm her identity as the false saint? What did it have to do with courtship? Don't you know? It's because my elder brother wants to marry you and make you his wife. Little Han Xing explained with utmost seriousness. What? Han Che wishes to marry me. Imo Lan was so astonished that her jaw nearly dropped. Yes, Sister Imo Lan, what's wrong? You still haven't told me whether you will accept my brother's courtship. Little Han Xing tugged at the dazed Imo Lan. Only then did Imo Lan come to her senses, her gaze involuntarily drifting toward the tall figure outside the cave. This must be a mistake. Han Che wants to marry me. How is that possible? Han Xing, are you joking with me? Why would your brother wish to court me out of the blue? Imo Lan found it hard to believe. He had previously been so harsh with her, publicly severing ties and declaring their relationship over. How could he suddenly propose courtship? What on earth was going on? In a moment, Imo Lan's mind became a tangled mess. Out of the blue. How is that out of the blue? Sister Imo Lan, hasn't my brother already publicly declared his intentions? Little Han Xing looked at Imo Lan with suspicion. When did he express his desire to marry me? I was completely unaware. Imo Lan was utterly confused. This morning, when we were paying our respects to you, didn't you see my brother standing beside you, not offering his respects? Han Xing explained, puzzled as to why Sister Imo Lan appeared so oblivious, as the entire clan had witnessed it. He didn't pay his respects to me, because he's the chief and didn't want to. Imo Lan was at a loss for words. She sensed that she had seemingly missed some important information. How could it be? He didn't pay his respects to you, because he wants to marry you. He must have already. With you right, sister Emolan. Seeing little Han Xing's confident expression, Emolan felt her face flush, nearly unable to lift her head. But the crux of the matter wasn't this. The key issue was how little Han Xing knew about her relationship with Han Che. Han Xing, who told you that your brother and I. Emolan blushed and denied it. I didn't make it up. This is common knowledge among the entire clan. If my brother hadn't, then why wouldn't he pay his respects? His failure to do so indicates his intention to marry you. Didn't you see him asking Su Momo to prepare the celebration to affirm your identity? Little Han Xing scratched his head, feeling that this sister was a bit slow on the uptake. His brother had made such a grand announcement to everyone, yet the person involved remained confused, not even understanding why his brother wanted to marry her. Han Xing, what is this celebration for? Isn't the purpose of the affirmation ceremony to validate my identity as the saint? Also, hasn't your brother always regarded me as a slave? Please, just tell me. I'm utterly lost. Emolan's forehead was sweating, desperately seeking clarity amid the chaos. Let me explain it to you. Just then, Yui's voice echoed above them. Emolan paused, quickly pulling Han Xing to her feet. Why Yuhi? Brother he. Upon seeing Yuhi, little Han Xing immediately approached him affectionately. Why Yuhi patted Han Xing's head and then turned to Emolan, saying, this matter has been overlooked by me and my aunt. We thought your clan was similar to ours, but we never expected you to be completely unaware. Emolan, didn't Han Che clarify that he wants you to be his wife? Not a slave? Are you joking? Emolan stared at Yuhi, unable to believe it. Han Che had treated her so poorly, often resorting to brute force, without a trace of gentleness in his words. How could he possibly desire to marry her? From the very beginning, Emolan had never believed that Han Che would take responsibility for her. Given the peculiarities of this beastly world, she had chosen to overlook his transgressions temporarily. But she would never willingly remain his slave, for slaves have no rights, and Han Che had already been despicable enough to abandon her. She could not tolerate any further degradation. This was also the reason she had always resisted him. But how had everything changed? I'm not joking. Emolan, the celebration was held because Han Che wanted to announce your identity to the clan, not only to declare you as the saint, but also to proclaim that you will be his wife. His failure to pay respects to you does not signify disrespect. Rather, it is because he is already, with you. If you agree, he can stand beside you as your husband. I assume that when Han Che invited you to the celebration, you must have flatly refused, right? No wonder he was so furious. He explained everything in one breath, worried that Emolan might still have doubts. His aunt had sent him in to prevent any further embarrassment for Han Che, who had put aside his pride to court her a second time. If Emolan rejected him again, Han Che, as the chief, would likely lose face. At this moment, Emolan finally grasped the enormity of her misunderstanding. I have no grievances. Regardless of whether you are a shaman or a saint, you will always be Han Che's. I do not care what you are. If I command you to go, you must go. I want everyone to know that you are mine. This made her realize that Han Che had repeatedly tried to confess his feelings to her, only to be interrupted by her, and she had foolishly misunderstood his intentions. What a blunder! How could she have been so foolish? Seeing Molan's expression of sudden realization, Yui finally felt relieved and continued, Molan, I'm unaware of how your clan's traditions work. However, in our Cold Wolf clan, the celebration is a significant occasion for males to express their affection and courtship towards females. The person with whom you attend the celebration signifies your willingness to mate with him, to accept him as your husband standing by your side. Indeed, she is completely misunderstood. Emolan nearly felt overwhelmed with shame. How could she have misconstrued it so badly? It turns out that Han Che was confessing his feelings to her, proposing marriage. Furthermore, that celebration was specifically arranged by him as their engagement feast. No wonder he was so furious when she suggested canceling the celebration. This event was their momentous day of betrothal. Observing Emolan's face, which was filled with regret, Jian understood she must be regretting her actions. Therefore, he softened his tone and said again, Emolan, there's one more thing I must ask you. After you rejected Che, did you say anything inappropriate? I suspect those words must have angered him, prompting his impulsive decision to publicly sever ties with you. I said I would go wherever I was invited. Except for him, the memory of her impulsive, harsh words made Mo Lan wish to disappear into the ground. What? Jin was momentarily taken aback. Then he placed a hand on his forehead, his expression filled with helplessness. These two adversaries, were they merely tormenting themselves? Mo Lan, do you realize that Che's actions were to protect you? Without his guardianship, you would be coveted by other males like a delectable morsel with your delicate physique. How could you withstand their relentless advances? At this point, Jin pointed outside the cave and stated, "Do you see those powerful beings outside? They're all queuing up to mate with you. Yet they all have other females, and not everyone is willing to acknowledge you. You truly wish for them to replace Che? Mo Lan, think carefully." Through these days of understanding, Jin also recognized that Mo Lan's flame tribe was different from the Cold Wolf clan, particularly regarding mating, which seemed to be approached with greater rigor. He did not believe that Mo Lan would desire a male who was unwilling to acknowledge her publicly, given her misunderstanding of Che. It was evident that she held her own principles and standards deep within her heart. No. Thank you, but no. Mo Lan quickly waved her hands, pleading not to frighten her. She could not afford to offend those individuals. Then right now, Jin gestured invitingly. "Come, I shall go out and clarify matters with them." Mo Lan clenched her fist and strode boldly outside. Jin finally breathed a sigh of relief and followed suit with Han Xing. He then smiled and nodded at the distant Han Ying. In response, Han Ying's smile grew even more radiant. Mo Lan. Upon seeing Mo Lan emerge from the cave, Su Yi was immediately filled with joy. Looking at Jin's smiling face, her previously anxious heart finally relaxed. It seemed that Jin had successfully persuaded Mo Lan. "Divine Messenger, please loudly declare whether you agree to take the clan leader as your husband, and are willing to shoulder the responsibility of ensuring the continuation of the Cold Wolf clan's lineage together." Han Ying shot a mischievous glance at Jin before loudly inquiring. Mo Lan had just uttered a single word when Han Che, standing before her, suddenly turned to look at her, causing her heart to tremble involuntarily. Han Che's gaze remained cold, yet it was tinged with a myriad of complex emotions. Anticipation, coupled with an unsettling fear of the unknown future. Seeing Han Che in this state, Mo Lan, whose thoughts had been in disarray, suddenly found clarity. Han Che had done so much for her. It would be utterly ungrateful to retreat any further. Previously, she had been unaware. But now that she understood, she could not allow regret to resurface. With this thought, she stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Han Che, raising her right hand and loudly proclaiming, "I, from the Flame Tribe, Mo Lan, willingly accept Han Che as my husband. From this day forth, in times of poverty or wealth, in sickness or health, I shall never waver, and together we shall shoulder the mission of revitalizing the Cold Wolf clan. May the Holy Spirit bear witness, should I violate this vow, may both gods and men be enraged." Mo Lan boldly declared her allegiance, echoing the modern vows, making her steadfast determination known to all present, including the powerful beastmen. Han Che looked at her, his expression shifting from shock and disbelief to one of profound emotion. Filled with tenderness, he never expected that the Mo Lan who had just quarreled with him would utter such a vow. "Are you serious?" He stared intently at Mo Lan, his voice low and laced with barely contained excitement. Mo Lan turned to face Han Che, smiling sweetly, and playfully pointed to the sky, saying, "Of course I mean it. The Divine Messenger will be struck by lightning for lying. I certainly do not wish to be turned into charcoal." Upon hearing this, Han Che was overwhelmed with joy. He instinctively swallowed hard. Even his tightly clenched fists began to tremble slightly. "Clan leader, now is the perfect moment. Quickly acknowledge Mo Lan." "Su," he stepped forward, her face brimming with excitement. Han Che nodded, reaching for Mo Lan's small hand and raising it for all to see. Declaring loudly, "O ancestors, I, Han Che, the 238 clan leader of the Cold Wolf clan, vow to the heavens that I shall unite with the Divine Messenger, Mo Lan of the Flame Tribe, and from this day forth, we shall stand together against sickness and hardship, revitalizing the Cold Wolf clan. Roar, roar. The clan leader is majestic. Roar, Roar! Blessings upon the divine messenger. With a decisive proclamation, the crowd erupted into cheers, although others had come for Emolan. Witnessing the clan leader and Emolan pledge their union moved them deeply, and they all raised their hands in joyous celebration. Oh dear! Had I known it was a misunderstanding, I should not have hastily withdrawn from that banquet. Just look at how haphazard this acknowledgment ceremony is, lacking even a proper offering. Sue lamented, both excited and regretful. Well, that could be easily remedied. Let the elder brother and the divine messenger go to the altar to pay respects to our ancestors, and you can bestow blessings upon them, making it even more grand. Hanning stepped forward, quickly offering a good suggestion. Sue beamed with delight. Exactly. That would be better. She then turned to Han Che and said, Che, shall we proceed with this plan? However, Han Che did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned to Emolan, hesitatingly asking, Emolan, are you willing to accompany me to pay homage to the ancestors of the Cold Wolf clan? Emolan pondered for a moment and asked, is there any significance to this? Having learned from previous blunders, she was determined not to act carelessly again. Han Che replied earnestly, to pay homage to the ancestors of the Cold Wolf clan means you will become one of us. You will inherit a portion of the Cold Wolf clan's bloodline power, but from this day forth, you cannot have husbands from other tribes, nor can you betray the Cold Wolf clan, of course. You have the right to choose a second or third husband within our clan. I will not interfere with you. Upon hearing the mention of a second or third husband, Han Che's expression noticeably dimmed. A second or third husband? Wasn't one Han Che already overwhelming enough? Emolan immediately raised her hand in refusal. I do not want that. One husband is more than enough. Hearing this, Han Che's previously clouded eyes brightened instantly. He reached for her hand and asked, so does this mean you agree? Of course. Why wouldn't I agree? Emolan nodded with certainty, resolute in her decision. Excellent. The offerings are all ready. I will go and fetch them immediately. Sue, please take the elder brother and the others to the altar. I will return shortly. Yin, Soria, come with me. Hanning seemed even more enthusiastic than they were, immediately calling for people to retrieve the offerings. Sue led Han Che, Emolan, and the assembled tribespeople to the altar at the heart of their territory, instructing Han Che and Emolan to kneel. Hanning quickly returned with the offerings. Neatly arranged on the altar, Sue raised her hand to ignite a bonfire, and thus began the lengthy and intricate blessing ritual. Olan's knees ached from kneeling, and just as she was about to falter, the blessing finally concluded. Holding a scepter, Sue approached Emolan and gently tapped her forehead with a T. Emolan felt a warm current flowing from the top of her head, gradually spreading throughout her limbs. At the same time, a sense of power surged within her, prompting her to curiously clench her fist. It seemed she was stronger than before. Was this the bloodline power of the Cold Wolf clan? All right, the blessing is complete. Molan, from this day forth, you shall be the holy shaman of the Cold Wolf clan, and you must work alongside Che for the welfare of the clan. Understood, Molan obediently replied. But at that moment, Han Che squeezed her hand and corrected her. Emolan, call her Imudita. Emolan looked at Han Che in confusion. Sue, he explained with a smile. Emolan, that is how Che refers to me. Having lost both his parents at a young age, he has always been close to me, which is why he calls me mother. However, you are the holy shaman, and your status is above mine. You can call me whatever you wish without it being disrespectful. Upon hearing this, Emolan finally understood. However, regarding status, since she had now aligned herself with Han Che, she naturally would follow his lead. Thus, she beamed brightly and sweetly called out, Imu. Good, good. What a wonderful child. Now rise. Su Yi's face lit up with joy as she hurriedly helped both of them to their feet. Congratulations, clan leader. Congratulations, holy shaman. A chorus of clan members erupted in jubilant congratulations, rekindling the atmosphere with fervor. With a sweeping gesture, Han Che commanded that the offerings be distributed among the clan, a gesture of shared celebration. In high spirits, he issued the order without hesitation. Che, that cannot be. Su Yi interjected, hastily stepping forward to prevent Han Che from making an impulsive decision in his excitement. Let us adhere to tradition and distribute only half. However, Han Che reassured her, "Mother, do not worry. There will be no shortage of food. I shall find a way to procure more in the future." As the cold season approached, the clan faced a scarcity of provisions, forcing many male beastmen to endure hunger while tending to the females and the elderly. Han Che had long contemplated a day of amnesty, and this celebration provided the perfect opportunity to announce it. Fortunately, the ample provisions from the previously hunted brown bears and yaks ensured that the clan could enjoy a hearty meal. "Indeed, Mother, rest assured, with me around, I will surely help the tribe find more sustenance." Lan also approached, thumping her chest in assurance. Su finally relaxed her brow and smiled. "Very well, since you are so united in your intentions. I have no objections. Let it be as you say." Han Che nodded and turned to instruct the clansmen to remove the offerings and distribute them throughout the community. "Che, Lan, congratulations on your union," Yuhi remarked with a smile as he approached. "Thank you. Yuhi, today I'm indebted to you. I had food sent to your den. You should return and rest early." Han Che was aware of the effort Yuhi had expended for the sake of his and Lan's affair. Yuhi shook his head with a grin, about to say more when a teasing voice interrupted. "Brother, would you like me to teach you some mating techniques? The holy priestess appears quite delicate. Are you certain you do not need me to guard the door tonight? Just in case something unforeseen occurs, I could provide timely assistance." Lan's cheeks flushed crimson upon hearing this. Who was so brazen as to make such lewd remarks in public? Yet, considering the beastman's shamelessness, who spoke of courtship and mating incessantly, this was hardly surprising. She looked up and was met with the handsome, infuriating face of Han Ing. Truth be told, Han Ing was strikingly more attractive than Han Che, though his beauty bore a certain softness that sharply contrasted with Han Che's masculine allure. Nevertheless, she found herself more drawn to Han Che. However, the sight of this fellow with his flirtatious demeanor irked her. Just because he was Han Che's half-brother did not exempt him from her ire. With a glint in her eye, Lan tugged at Han Che's slightly furrowed brow, stepping forward with a smile and extending her hand to Han Ing. "Hello, you must be the second brother. Han Ing, since we are now family, I look forward to your guidance." Han Ing was momentarily taken aback, staring at the fair hand she offered, lost in a fleeting daze before he instinctively reached out. A glimmer of mischief sparkled in Lan's eyes as she suddenly stepped closer, gripping Han Ying's hand with force, and executed a shoulder throw, sending him crashing to the ground. Thud! Dizziness engulfed Han Ing as he hit the ground hard. Still reeling from the unexpected maneuver when a cool voice cut through the air, "Oh dear, second brother, your physique seems rather lacking. Almost as frail as a female. If you were to wed, wouldn't that be a disservice to your bride? Che, tomorrow you must hunt some deer or cattle to nourish him." Uft! Yuhi, standing nearby, could no longer contain his laughter, witnessing Han Ing's first defeat in front of female. He weak? He frail? This was the most ludicrous jest he had ever heard. Lying on the ground, Han Ing felt utterly humiliated. Being bested by his brother was one thing, but to be outdone by Lan was simply too embarrassing. "Che, I'm hungry. Let's return to the den," Lan said, ignoring the fallen Han Ing as she pulled a chuckling Han Che away. Lan, Han Ing did not mean to disrespect you." Upon returning to the den, Han Che immediately took Lan's hand to explain that "I know." Lan replied, feigning indifference as she shrugged, "I merely wanted to embarrass him so that he would think twice before being so glib in my presence. In our clan, there is a hierarchy. Younger brothers should respect their elder sisters-in-law. Such disrespect must be rectified." "All right, I will advise him in the future." Han Che nodded. Lan looked up at him, suddenly adopting a mock-serious tone. Why do you advocate for others but not for yourself? Do you know how deeply I misunderstood you? I wish to clarify things with you, yet you always interrupt me that I cannot ascertain your feelings, leading me to believe that an explanation is unnecessary." Han Che sighed softly, pulling her down onto the animal skin beside him. "Why did you leave me to fend for myself in the snowy wilderness? Han Che, are the men of your Cold Wolf clan so cavalier about mating?" Lan's concerns still lingered over Han Che's initial abandonment. Han Che shook his head. "That day, our mating was purely accidental. I was undergoing a bloodline awakening and could not control my body, I had intended to bring you back to the Cold Wolf clan, but I did not wish to confine you to our clan's rules. Thus, I took you to the Snow Antelope clan and the Repair Bunny clan, hoping you could live peacefully among those gentle tribes. Oh, that was the case? I thought you did not want me. Imolan's expression brightened. How could that be? You are my first female, Han Che said, a soft smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Imolan, his eyes deepening with affection. And what else? Imolan asked curiously, her eyes fixed on Han Che. He had only spoken half of his thoughts. How was she to know what he meant? It felt wonderful that a hint of tenderness flickered in Han Che's eyes. Imolan blinked, suddenly realizing, her face flushed, Tio mask her fluster. She feigned annoyance. Hey, you aren't saying that you only took me back from the Snow Antelope clan for that reason, are you? Han Che shook his head. It was only upon encountering you again that I discovered you were a healer and capable of protecting yourself. It was for this reason that I dared to bring you back. Yet I remained uneasy and marked you as my slave, branding you with my mark. I thought from then on I could possess you. But who knew you would fall ill? That night, you alternated between hot and cold, suffering greatly. I feared you would not survive. I ultimately could not overcome the wrath of nature. As he spoke, Han Che tightened his grip on Imolan's small hand, a profound sadness enveloping his expression. So you exhausted your bloodline power to nurture my body. You foolish girl, altitude sickness is not an incurable affliction. It is not fatal. Being as robust as I am, I certainly would not suffer. Imolan's eyes sparkled with understanding, realizing that Han Che had risked his life to save her because he feared for her life. The beastmen, unaware that altitude sickness was merely the body's adaptation to the environment, believed it to be divine punishment, yet his concern for her filled her heart with sweetness. She also recognized the fear within him, due to their lack of civilization and ignorance of science. The pain and torment they endured were far greater than what met the eye. She did not know what Han Che had experienced and did not wish to inquire. However, she had resolved to help him dispel this fear. My mother perished due to divine punishment, and my father died in an avalanche. Diseases and natural disasters are beyond human control. Olan, I wish to change this. Do you think I'm being overly ambitious? Han Che lifted his gaze, locking onto Olan's delicate features, and unexpectedly revealed the deepest secret he had kept in. Olan shook her head earnestly in response. Certainly not. Human intellect and wisdom can triumph over all. Trust me, one day the clan will no longer be threatened by disease or disaster. Rest assured, I will assist you. Olan. Han Che was moved, unable to resist pulling her into an embrace. To his surprise. The moment he touched her, her face contorted in pain. Are you injured? Han Che's expression shifted as he raised his hand to peel away the animal skin covering her. Pervert, don't rip it off. Beneath the skin, she was bare, and she felt embarrassed to let him see. Olan blushed and swatted his hand away, but Han Che's keen eyes caught sight of several bruises on her back and thighs. They were dark and ghastly against her fair skin. Did you sustain these injuries earlier? He recalled the impulsive mistake he had made, and guilt washed over him. Although he had tempered his strength considerably, he still managed to hurt her. Her fragility perpetually left him in a state of trepidation, as though she could be lost at any moment. Imolan had intended to scold Han Che, yet upon witnessing his distress, she found the words of reprimand caught in her throat, replaced instead by words of comfort. It's all right. Tomorrow will be better. She hastily covered the animal hide to spare him further guilt. I shall fetch medicine from Yuhi. Please wait for me. Han Che released her, rising to depart, only to be swiftly halted by Imolan's firm grip. Don't go. It's merely a minor scrape. Nothing serious. The night is late, and everyone has had a long day. We mustn't disturb them. But your injury. Han Che furrowed his brow. I said it's nothing serious. A good night's rest, and I shall be fine by morning. Imolan insisted, tugging at Han Che's arm, compelling him to sit down. If you're truly feeling guilty, be my pillow. This cave lacks a bed and a proper pillow, and I'm quite uncomfortable. Bed? Pillow? Han Che questioned. Bewildered, Imolan nestled into his embrace, seeking a comfortable position, before explaining, a bed is a place for rest, typically rectangular, made of wood, elevated above the ground with 4 legs to support the mattress. Tea isolates one from the dampness of the earth and Dieter's snakes. Insects and rodents that a pillow, on the other hand, is placed beneath the head while sleeping. Medical studies indicate that the human spine appears straight when viewed from the front, yet possesses 4 natural curves when viewed from the side. To protect the neck's natural curvature and maintain normal physiological activities during sleep, a pillow is essential. Hence, we say to lie at ease on a high pillow, which conveys this very meaning. As she spoke. She gestured animatedly, yet Han Che remained perplexed. Observing his dazed expression, Lan couldn't suppress a chuckle. All right, enough of that. Tomorrow, take me to the clan. I wish to see if there are any useful items to replenish our supplies. As for everything else, we shall discuss in detail later. With a yawn, she nestled back into Han Che's arms. Very well. I shall heed your wishes. Han Che looked down to find that the person in his embrace had already succumbed to slumber. He gently draped the soft fur over them both, embracing Lan as he too drifted into dreams. That night, although nothing transpired, they both enjoyed an exceptionally peaceful sleep. As dawn broke, Lan awoke from the warmth of the bedding, momentarily believing she had returned to the modern world. Since her arrival here, she had not experienced a single restful night, often jolted awake by the cold. But last night had been different. It felt as if she were beside a great hearth. Utterly comfortable. Han Che, her large bolster, proved to be remarkably effective. Awake? Did you sleep well? Came Han Che's deep voice from above. Lan lifted her head to find him gazing at her, seemingly having been awake for quite some time. Good morning. She sat up, smiling brightly, and planted a kiss on his left cheek. Han Che froze, then with a peculiar expression asked Lan, do you wish for? Noticing his strange demeanor, Lan suddenly understood, glancing down to see a noticeable bulge beneath his animal hide skirt. Her face flushed crimson as she quickly clarified, it was merely a good morning kiss, esteemed leader. It is a customary greeting between spouses in the Yin clan. Do not misconstrue it. Then I shall return your greeting. Han Che, slightly taken aback, swiftly replied. Then before Lan could react, he rolled over her, leaning down to capture her lips in a kiss. It was not until Lan was gasping and playfully hitting his shoulder that Han Che finally released her. Is that what you call a greeting? Lan exclaimed, covering her tingling lips with a glare. Honestly, I almost suffocated. Han Che's lips curled into a faint smile, a hint of delight gracing his features as he nodded. Next time, I shall be gentler. There will be no next time. Lan huffed, glaring at him once more before rising to prepare for the day. The water for washing was collected snow melt, gathered by the beastmen the night before in leather pouches, and placed by the campfire. After a night, the snow melted into water, warmed by the fire's heat, perfect for washing. The only downside was that the snow was never entirely clean, despite being pristine when collected. Once melted, it always carried a murky hue. However, there was no other cleaner water available. Though there were water sources on the tundra, they were far from their territory, making retrieval inconvenient. Thus, they generally relied on snowmelt for their needs. Daily drinking often consisted of this snow water, with robust male beastmen drinking it raw, while the elderly and frail were given warmed water. Yet Lan had observed that warmed water never reached boiling point, making it hardly better than raw water. Han Che, how far is the nearest water source from the Han Wolf tribe? Lan inquired, glancing at the murky snow water pouring from the pouch as she washed her hands and face. Approximately 500 arrow bamboo lengths, Han Che replied, approaching to mimic her actions. 500 arrow bamboo lengths? Lan murmured. Given that arrow bamboo is typically about a meter long, this meant the water source was roughly 500 meters away. While 500 meters might not seem far on flat land in the snowy expanse, the bitter cold could easily prove fatal for a female. I wonder if it would be feasible to divert the water. Why do you ask? Is the snow water unsettling you? Han Che questioned, noticing Lan's contemplative expression as he took her hand. That Lan shook her head. Washing is fine, but the snow water is still unclean for drinking. The tribe members drinking raw snow water for prolonged periods could easily fall ill. Han Che nodded in understanding that I have considered this issue as well, but fetching water is too troublesome. The pouches hold little, and the labor involved could yield more food in comparison. It's a losing endeavor, hence the tribe continues to rely on snow water. Indeed, we must devise a more efficient method for retrieving water. After we eat, please take me to the water source. I shall see if we can divert spring water to us. Divert water. How do you propose we do that? Han Che asked, astonished. We will find a way to connect the water source, allowing the spring water to flow into the territory of the Han Wolf tribe. This way, we can access it whenever we need, Molan explained. Let the spring water flow to us. How can that possibly be achieved? Han Che expressed disbelief that, of course, it is feasible. With appropriate tools and favorable terrain, diverting water is not difficult. However, I need to conduct a field study to determine if this approach is viable, Molan replied with a smile. Seeing her confidence, Han Che agreed. Very well. After we have our meal, I shall take you to see it. Yes, Molan nodded, then recalled something. Also, please summon the women of the tribe to dine with me. I would like to use this opportunity to teach them how to make utensils. Women? Han Che echoed, puzzled. Molan laughed, responding, in the Yin clan, we refer to females as such. Males are called men, and females, women. Men, women, such peculiar terms. Han Che frowned. Molan rolled her eyes. You find it strange. It is only beasts that differentiate by gender. How can humans use animalistic terms? Men and women are far more civilized and polite. Is this also a tradition of the Yin clan? Han Che inquired. Of course. I mentioned before that the Yin clan's heritage is rich with traditions, many of which you cannot even imagine. You will learn in due time. Esteemed leader, Molan teased, playfully tapping Han Che's chin with her slender fingers before turning to step outside the cave. Another jest at his expense. This audacious female. No, it should be said, this audacious woman. Han Che's lips curled into a faint smile. In the past, he might have felt irritation, but now he found himself filled with joy. Molan was indeed his woman. At breakfast, the women of the tribe were duly summoned. Molan sat upon the animal hide, a selection of carefully chosen yuli branches laid before her. She retrieved a bone knife, but did not immediately begin. Instead, she encouraged everyone to introduce themselves first. There were 24 women in the tribe, with 9 being elderly or frail, leaving 15 young ones. The ages of these 15 women range from approximately 15 or 16 to just over 40. Each of them possesses a robust physique. Among them is Shilu, whom she recognizes, while the others remain unfamiliar to her. Shilu, why don't you introduce them? Molan began to call names. Upon hearing this, Shilu nodded eagerly and replied. Yes, sacred sorceress. Molan, upon hearing this, hastily waved her hand and said, Wait, let us change that title. Please don't call me sacred sorceress. It sounds awkward. You all need not feel constrained. Simply call me Molan. Yes, Molan, Shilu responded. These are the more outstanding females of our tribe. This is Waina, that is Bala, Amai, and Sophie. Shilu introduced each one in turn, briefly mentioning their identities. With so many individuals, Molan found it difficult to remember them all. But she did recall the youngest, a curious girl named Amai, who was observing her intently. Unable to resist, Molan glanced at her a few more times. Amai was clever-looking and quite charming, though Molan wondered if she had been influenced by any males. She contemplated asking her privately later. If not, she would ensure to protect this young seedling diligently. All right, everyone, please take your seats. Now, I will explain the making, usage, and benefits of utensils. But first, I would like to pose a question to everyone. Why do we need to use utensils? Can anyone answer that for me? Molan sat in the center of the crowd, initiating her lecture. Rather than directly teaching them how to make utensils, she engaged them with a question. Upon hearing Molan's inquiry, the crowd exchanged puzzled glances. The concept of utensils was entirely foreign to them. How could they know the reasoning behind their use? Molan smiled and turned her gaze toward the somewhat timid and hesitant Shilu. Encouraging her, Shilu, why don't you share your thoughts with everyone? Me? Speak. Shilu's face flushed, and she fumbled nervously. Typically, when boasting about her assets in front of others, she was not like this. However, for some reason, she found herself at a loss for words in Molan's presence. Molan, smiling, inquired, I taught you how to use chopsticks and forks. Are you still using them? Shilu could not answer that. She had not continued using them, although Molan had given her an extensive explanation at the time. She did not quite comprehend it and was unaware of its significance. The fork Molan gifted her had merely become a plaything she flaunted to other females before being set aside. Now, how could she articulate any reasoning behind it? Mulan could tell that Shalou had not absorbed her words. With a quiet sigh, she addressed the group. I hope that what I am about to say will remain etched in your minds. For it pertains to your health and reflects a form of civilization. Utensils are tools to assist in eating, that we use utensils to prevent bacteria and viruses from entering our bodies through our hands. Our hands come into contact with many different objects daily, and those objects may harbor pathogens. Once pathogens enter the human body, illness may ensue. In mild cases, one may lose their ability to work. In severe cases, it can threaten one's life. Therefore, we must advocate for the use of utensils while eating. It is cleaner, more hygienic, and convenient, and it helps avert the invasion of pathogens into our bodies. What are pathogens? Where are they? Why have we never seen them? At this moment, Amai suddenly raised her hand with a curious expression. Mulan replied with a smile, pathogens are microorganisms. They are exceptionally tiny and invisible to the naked eye. However, just because we cannot see them does not mean they do not exist. They're always around us, and with a moment's carelessness, they can invade our bodies and wreak havoc. Is it truly that frightening? Are they as formidable as brown bears or yaks? Amai exclaimed in horror. No, they are not fearsome at all. As long as we take proper precautions, we can easily eliminate them. Precautions? Indeed, maintaining hygiene is the best precaution. I advocate for the use of utensils precisely to shield everyone from the threat of pathogens. Pathogens can be effectively eradicated at temperatures of 100 degrees Celsius. Therefore, it is best to consume cooked food rather than raw, to drink boiled water instead of raw water, and, of course, to utilize utensils. Before using utensils for eating, they must also be sterilized with boiling water to kill any pathogens. Our hands, having come into contact with numerous items daily, harbor the most pathogens. Thus, eating directly with hands is the least hygienic and most likely to introduce pathogens into our bodies. Using utensils can effectively prevent this. This is the significance of our necessity for utensils. Is everyone able to understand? As Mulan concluded her explanation, the crowd finally grasped some understanding. Yet, due to the abstract nature of the concepts, they still struggled to form concrete ideas. At this moment, Amai stood up, her face illuminated with comprehension, and declared, I understand. Pathogens are like fierce wild beasts that threaten our safety at any moment. But utensils are like fire. They serve as our protective barrier. You see, wild beasts are deterred by flames. And similarly, utensils act as a fiery shield, keeping pathogens at bay so that we do not fall ill. Sister Mulan, am I correct? Upon hearing this, Mulan's expression was one of admiration as she said, Yes, that is precisely the point. Amai, you are truly clever. Amai beamed with delight at Mulan's praise. Mulan then looked at the others and said, It is sufficient that everyone understands. Remember these principles well, do not take them lightly. For if illness befalls you, it is you who will suffer, you comprehend. After an arduous effort to explain, Mulan finally communicated the importance of utensils to the group of beast folk. She wiped the sweat from her brow and returned to her seat to begin teaching them how to make utensils. Following the theoretical discussion, the group took the matter of utensils seriously, each participant learning with great diligence, which brought Mulan immense satisfaction. Within the span of a meal, these females had crafted utensils surpassing half the number of the Cold Wolf tribe. Seeing that the time was nearly up, Mulan instructed everyone to halt their work and said, Thank you all for your hard work. After distributing these utensils, you may return to rest. Come back after dinner, and I will teach you how to take measurements for tailoring. Taking measurements for tailoring? The crowd, startled, paused in a departure. Yes, but this is somewhat complex and will require careful study. I hope everyone can be patient and learn it thoroughly. Mulan concluded, gesturing for Amai to come over before allowing the others to leave. Sister Mulan, did you call for me? Amai approached happily upon seeing Mulan's gesture. Amai, come sit. Let's have a chat. Mulan pulled her down onto the furs and handed her a berry. Yay, thank you, Sister Mulan, Amai exclaimed, biting into the berry with great delight. Watching Amai's blissful expression, Mulan could not help but sigh inwardly. It was a pity that the children here had so little to eat or drink. Even a sour and astringent berry was treated like a treasure. Such fruit would be deemed waste in modern times. Who would ever consider consuming it? Amai, how old are you this year? Mulan offered her another berry. Amai accepted it joyfully and replied, I am 15. Mulan nodded, noting that Amai's age seemed comparable, her eyes sparkling with the vibrant energy of youth. Oh, you live alone. Do you have any other relatives? Mulan inquired further. No. Amai's mother was weak and passed away long ago, and my father was gored by yak while hunting, Amai answered while nibbling on the berry. Mulan felt a twinge of sympathy. Here was another unfortunate child without parents, and it was truly remarkable that Amai had managed to grow up independently. Amai, I need to ask you something. Please answer me honestly. Mulan leaned closer to Amai, lowering her voice. All right. Amai appeared quite trusting of Mulan, nodding obediently. Mulan pondered for a moment and asked Amai, Tell me, have any males approached you or try to get close to you? Amai blinked and responded, Sister Mulan, are you asking if any males have come to me for mating? Upon hearing Amai's bluntness, Mulan's heart sank momentarily. However, Amai's subsequent response brought her relief. No, I haven't mated with any males yet. Really? Have those males never sought you out? Mulan found it hard to believe that Amai had managed to preserve her innocence amid such chaotic times. Of course, many have. There's so many. Vic, Solia, and Connie come to find me every night, queuing outside to wait for me. But the tribe leader said that Amai is not yet of age, so they're not allowed to mate with me. So, they're all waiting for me to grow up. Amai is also diligently consuming her food, eager to grow up quickly. But will growing up so swiftly lead to their ruin? Molan's nose crinkled in disdain. It is for Amai's innocence, as well as the savagery of the male beastmen. Fortunately, it seems that Han Che has enacted protective measures for minors. Otherwise, Amai might not have remained unscathed until now. How terrible it is. How can such a clever and adorable little girl be subjected to such treatment? Amai, how long until you reach adulthood? Molan inquired. A month. Very soon. Amai replied with a hint of pride, completely unaware of the tragic life that awaits her. Amai, refuse them. Do not mate with them. Molan commanded resolutely. I will. Amai's response astonished Molan, who could not help but wonder, Amai, will you really refuse? Of course, because I've already made an agreement with Uncle Sana to be my first male, Amai declared solemnly. Uncle Sana, Molan's face immediately darkened. Where did this rogue uncle come from? Uncle Sana is a good friend of my male father and one of the males my female mother was acquainted with before her death. He has always taken care of me and promised that after I come of age, I can be his second wife. What? Did you agree? Molan questioned immediately. Of course. Uncle Sana is so good to me. He saves food for me even when he is hungry. Without him, I would have starved long ago. Amai replied as if it were the most natural thing in the world, and Molan helplessly rubbed her forehead. The lover of her mother wishes to marry her mother's daughter, and as a second wife? What kind of world is this? As Molan had suspected, the mating practices within the tribe are chaotic, indiscriminate of age, and utterly depraved. That Sana is taking advantage of gratitude. How despicable! She cannot stand by and watch Amai's life be ruined. Amai, reject everyone, including that Uncle Sana, and Molan commanded firmly. Why? Amai did not understand why Molan wanted her to do this. Molan sighed and explained. First, you are too young, and he is too old. The age difference is too great, making you incompatible. Second, he already has a wife and should not be so fickle. Third, and most importantly, Amai, you must remember this. Gratitude is one thing, and love is another. They cannot be conflated. He provides you with food and care out of kindness, not love. You cannot repay him with your body or your life. There are many ways to repay him, but mating with him is not one of them. Why can't I mate with him? Amai scratched her head, quite perplexed, because he was your mother's male, and by status. He is considered your elder. The generational difference is one reason. Furthermore, if you truly had feelings for him, and the only issue was the age gap, it would not be unacceptable to become his wife. However, the fact is that he has a wife and seeks only your body. At this point, you must firmly refuse. This is the self-respect and self-love that a woman should possess. Woman, self-respect, self-love. Amai listened, utterly bewildered. A woman is the civilized term we use in the Yin tribe for females within the tribe. Self-respect And self-love means learning to respect and care for oneself first to earn the respect and care of others. I don't understand, Lan had explained at length, only to receive Amei's bewildered response. With a sigh, Lan took Amei's hand and said, "In time, you'll understand. For now, just focus on refusing the casual advances of the males. That is self-respect and self-love. Can you do that? So, does that mean I cannot even be with Uncle Sana?" Amei still hesitated to ask. "Absolutely not," Lan gave her firm answer. "All right, Granny Sue said that Sister Lan is a holy witch. So, I'll listen to you and not mate with them." After some thought, Amei finally agreed with and Lan sighed in relief, but then added, "Amei, after dinner every day, come sit with me. I will teach you about our Yin tribe civilization." "Yin tribe civilization? What is that?" Amei asked, her face filled with curiosity. "There's much to learn. For instance, I just taught everyone about making utensils. Tonight, I will teach you how to cut clothing, as well as how to use bows and arrows that can kill Abbas dogs and spears that can injure ground brown bears, along with a written language that can record your life." "Great! I want to learn," Amei exclaimed excitedly, interrupting Lan before she could finish. This child possesses an insatiable thirst for knowledge. She is indeed a promising seed for cultivation. Lan picked several large berries and placed them in Amei's hands, admonishing her, "Remember what I said. Do not take it lightly, understand? Now, repeat it back to me." "Got it. I must not mate casually with male beasts. I must not use my body as a condition for gratitude. I must have self-respect and self-love. And I will come every day to learn about the Yin tribe civilization with Sister Lan." Amei remembered everything. Holding the berries in her hands, Amei happily repeated it all. "Good. Now go back." Lan nodded with satisfaction, allowing Amei to leave. After sending Amei off, Lan tightened her animal skin wrap and set out to find Han Che. There are too many issues within the tribe that need addressing. One by one, however, some matters cannot wait. She must first discuss them with Han Che. Upon reaching Han Che's den, she found he and Haning already inside. The three sat around the campfire, seemingly discussing something. While Han Che furrowed his brow, appearing troubled by an unsolvable dilemma, Lan knocked gently on the cave wall and called out, "Han Che, I need to talk to you." Han Che immediately looked up. Upon seeing Lan at the entrance, his furrowed brow relaxed, and a gentle smile graced his face. "What are you standing there for? Come in." Noticing that Lan had not moved, he rose to greet her and naturally took her hand. "I didn't want to interrupt you, did?" Lan smiled at him. "How could that be? There is no place in this tribe you cannot go. You need not be so polite in the future." Han Che assumed Lan was being reserved and promptly advised her that no, it is polite to seek the host's permission before entering a home. It has nothing to do with being reserved. Lan explained, "Is this another custom of the Yin tribe?" Han Che tilted his head to look at her. "How shall I put it? It's not an explicit rule of the Yin tribe, but every civilized and polite Yin tribesman would adhere to it." Lan tilted her head to explain. Han Che nodded, not pursuing the matter further, and led her to the campfire. Lan, you're here." He greeted her with a smile. Just as Lan was about to respond, Han Ying's teasing voice interrupted. "Oh, look who decided to rise. I thought you'd need at least 3 days of sleep to recover. It seems my brother showed some restraint last night." "Haning, be quiet," Han Che reprimanded, knowing that Lan dislikes open discussions about mating. Hearing this, Lan shot a glare at Haning, thinking to herself, "So that's why there's no salt in the tribe. I bet you gobbled it all up? How are you still alive?" This glutton, who forgets a beating, will eventually receive a proper lesson from her. "Salt? You actually know about salt? That's a rare item, and I wouldn't dare to hoard it all." Haning shrugged, somewhat surprised. After all, only the Snow Wolf tribe possesses salt in the entire Kumho snowfield. Common folk have never even heard of it, yet Lan knows. "I know many things. Would you like to experience them?" Lan shot him a cold glare, just as Haning was about to respond. He received a warning look from Han Che. The latter's gaze held much more authority, and Haning obediently fell silent. "Lan, come here." Knowing his younger brother's penchant for provoking others, Han Che quickly pulled Lan to the side to prevent further conflict. Lan glared at Han Ying's mischievous and cheeky expression, then settled beside Han Che on the animal skin. What did you need to talk to me about? Is it regarding the water diversion? Today, I fear I will be too occupied as I am discussing the warm land with he and the others. After sitting down, Han Che slightly turned so Mo Lan could comfortably lean against him, then spoke softly that it's not about the water diversion. That is not something that can be resolved immediately. So let us set it aside for now. I have something else I wish to discuss with you. But since you are all discussing the warm land, let us resolve that matter first, seeing that he and Haning seem to be waiting for Han Che's decision. And Mo Lan took the initiative to speak up. Han Che nodded, but then added, Lan, you've come the right time. We're discussing the arrangements for the warm land at D. Oh, you have any good suggestions? Pray, enlighten us on your intended arrangements. Mo Lan raised her gaze towards Han Che and the two others, countering with a question instead of providing an answer. Observing the previous circumstances, it appeared that matters were not progressing smoothly. Han Che cast a glance at Mo Lan and, with a wry smile, remarked, I initially planned to excavate subterranean chambers akin to those in our territory, but alas, it collapsed halfway. Did it not? Mo Lan immediately interjected. The three were taken aback simultaneously, their gazes converging on Mo and Lan. How did you know? He inquired, astonishment evident on his face. Naturally, the terrain in the warm region consists of sandy soil, which would undoubtedly cave in when one attempts to dig. Mo Lan rolled her eyes. Sandy soil? The trio once again turned their attention to Mo Lan, their faces riddled with confusion. Indeed, sandy soil comprises countless minute grains of sand, resulting in a loose and porous texture. It contains gaps filled with air and moisture, granting it excellent permeability but minimal cohesion, rendering it unsuitable for subterranean dwellings that establish a residence in the warm region. One must commence from the surface, erecting tents or rudimentary shelters. Digging is utterly impractical. During her previous endeavor to extract nitrate powder, she had discovered this issue. The warmth of the region stemmed from the sandy composition of the soil, which possesses superior insulation properties compared to other soil types, thus creating a warm habitat. However, in the Kumo snowfield, where sunlight is scarce during the cold season, where does this warm soil derive its heat? This question perplexed her, indicating the necessity for further exploration. Tents, shelters, the three were left in a state of bewilderment. Once more, Olan had no choice but to elaborate again. Tents could be constructed using bamboo, ropes, and animal hides, while shelters require timber. However, I have observed that this snowfield only harbors shrubs, with not a single decent tree in sight, rendering it utterly insufficient for building a house. Therefore, at this stage, tents are the only viable option for habitation in the warm region. Yet, tents are somewhat flimsy and cannot withstand attacks from wild beasts. Even a moderately strong wind or snowstorm could topple them. I must ponder further to devise a sturdier method for constructing tents. Mo Lan contemplated, realizing that the most robust tents could only be constructed utilizing the stability of triangular formations. However, such tents would inevitably be small, accommodating only 2 individuals at best. If too many were built, there was a concern that materials might be insufficient. What should she do? After much deliberation, Mo Lan still could not conjure a better solution and called upon her long-forgotten spirit companion. Xiao Xiao, are you there? Yes, came a faint reply from Xiao Xiao. What troubles you? Mo Lan inquired, taken aback. I feel moldy. Upon hearing this, Mo Lan broke in an awkward sweat and hurriedly chuckled. Oh, don't be like that. I was just about to seek your assistance. You still remember me. Xiao Xiao's voice brimmed with grievance. Of course. You are my extraordinarily adorable spirit companion. How could I possibly neglect you? And Mo Lan quickly reassured. All right, what is it? Speak. Xiao Xiao shook its golden fur, manifesting within Mo Lan's mind that I wish to construct tents for the Han Wolf clan in the warm region. You have any sturdy materials that can be utilized? Upon seeing Xiao Xiao appear, Mo Lan promptly posed her question. Yak tendons, animal hides, and gunwood. Gunwood. Is that timber? Mo Lan questioned, puzzled. But I haven't seen any trees in this snowfield. The trees were all cut down during the cold season. Xiao Xiao clarified. Gunwood isn't timber. It is a type of shrub with thick stalks. It grows in the warm season and withers in the cold, with mature specimens reaching human height. When the stalks are cut and dried, they become as hard as wood. Have you seen the long spears in the hands of those beastmen? Those are made from gunwood. Oh, I see now, Molan finally comprehended. They store gunwood primarily to manufacture weapons. And once their weapons are sufficient, they use it for firewood. What a waste. Master, if you wish to construct tents, then gunwood will be invaluable. Furthermore, you can modify the structure of a vegetable greenhouse to create a new type of tent, allowing for more occupants. Thank you, Xiao Xiao. Molan expressed her gratitude, satisfied with the answer she sought, thus concluding their exchange. Olan, have you devised a plan? Han Che, noticing her deep contemplation, chose not to interrupt until she lifted her head to speak. Yes, I have thought of something. Han Che, does the clan have any stored gunwood? Olan inquired with a smile. Gunwood? We do have some, but it is primarily for crafting spears to fend off beasts and other foes. Is it truly necessary? Han Che asked. It is indeed. While gunwood may not compare to true timber, it is significantly sturdier than other shrubs. Let us go and take stock of how much gunwood the clan has for constructing tents. Very well, I shall lead you to the storage cave. Han Che promptly took Molan by the hand and led her outside. Han Ing and Yuhi hurriedly followed suit, filled with skepticism. Can we truly construct tents for habitation using gunwood? Is that feasible? The group soon arrived at a large storage cave in the eastern part of the territory, where a considerable quantity of yuli branches, gunwood, and various unknown dried herbaceous plants were stored, all purportedly for use as firewood during the cold season. Olan inspected the contents of the cave and was astonished to discover that among the dried herbaceous plants, there were some medicinal herbs mixed in. She carefully extracted the herbs and set them aside before examining the gunwood. The gunwood, stacked high like a small mountain, indeed appeared to have undergone the process of woodification. As Xiao Xiao had mentioned, Olan tested its sturdiness and weight-bearing capacity, raising her head in delight to exclaim, "Excellent! This gunwood meets the requirement for construction and can certainly be utilized." Upon hearing this, Han Che also expressed joy and approached, asking, "What is the method for constructing the tents? You shall teach us, and we shall learn." "Wait a moment, I will first sketch a structural diagram," Molan replied. Placing the gunwood down, casually snapping a slender yuli branch, crouching down, and beginning to draw on the ground. Han Che, Yuhi, and Han Ing exchanged glances, all wearing curious expressions as they instinctively approached to observe. They beheld Molan continuously sketching on the ground with the yuli branch, drawing lines haphazardly, with no clear indication of what she was illustrating. Occasionally, she would erase and redraw, yet Han Che and the others could not decipher her work. Their brows furrowed in confusion. "Pray, what is it that you are drawing?" At last, Han Ing could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "I do not converse with barbarians," Molan replied, glancing sideways at Han Ing before resuming her drawing. "What? Am I a barbarian?" Han Ing retorted, pointing at herself in disbelief. "To speak directly to someone is not barbaric. It is civilized. Han Che is your elder brother, and I am your elder sister-in-law. One should at least address me with some respect." Molan critiqued, without reservation. Yuhi, unable to stifle a chuckle, commented, "Well, looks like you bit off more than you could chew, always running your mouth, and now you've brought this upon yourself. Molan is a sacred envoy of the Flame Clan, not inferior to our Han Wolf clan. How dare you act up in her presence? You are courting disaster." All right, I concede. Is that all it takes? It's merely a title, right? "Esteemed envoy, dear sister-in-law, might I trouble you to explain what you are drawing?" Driven by curiosity, Han Ing had no choice but to relent. Lowering her head to admit her fault, Olan raised an eyebrow, finally lifting her gaze to Han Ing, and with a hint of pride declared, "What would it matter to tell you? Do you truly understand? You haven't even stated what it is. How would I know if I don't understand?" Han Ing immediately countered defiantly, "No, is that so? You seem quite capable." "Very well, I shall inform you. This is a three-dimensional geometric diagram, the fundamental framework for constructing a tent. You are quite bright, so come, elucidate to me its composition and principles." Han Ing was instantly rendered speechless. "Composition? Principles? Three-dimensional geometric diagram? What on earth are you talking about? I've never even heard of such things," struggling to articulate. "Are we? No worries, I shall grant you another opportunity. Here, take the gunwood and assemble it for me. Mo Lan shot a sidelong glance at the flustered Han Ing and handed him several pieces of gunwood. Now, this has truly left Han Ing feeling so embarrassed that he wished to burrow into the ground. Let me give it a try. Fortunately, Han Che seized the moment to interject and rescue Han Ing from his predicament. Can you comprehend it? Mo Lan couldn't help but express her astonishment. She knew Han Che was intelligent. Yet she had not anticipated that he, an ancient beast man, could grasp such a complex three-dimensional geometric diagram. Han Che, however, merely smiled faintly, saying, I can understand some parts, but not all that I shall attempt to construct it. If I make any mistakes, you can guide me. Very well. Mo Lan greatly admired Han Che's attitude toward learning new things, serious and humble, unlike some individuals who boast grandly yet falter when it comes to practical application. Resulting in utter chaos, Han Che approached Han Ing, took the gunwood from his arms, and gave him a meaningful glance before turning back to construct the gunwood tent according to Mo Lan's design. Although he did not fully comprehend it, he immediately followed Han Che to assist and learned that IT should be structured like this, tied securely here, and this side fixed tightly. The ropes must not be loose. This is the principle of triangular stability. As long as we build it according to this design, the tent will be incredibly sturdy and resistant to destruction. Finally, wrap it in large pieces of beast hide. Secure it, and ensure there are ventilation holes and a curtain for the entrance. Then it will be complete. With Mo Lan's guidance, Han Che quickly erected a gunwood tent in the presence of the tangible structure. Yi and Han Ing finally grasped the concept. It's amazing. Mo Lan, is this the tent you spoke of? It looks truly impressive, he exclaimed, gazing in awe at the outline of the tent Han Che had constructed. However, Mo Lan stood nearby, frowning at the tent, seemingly dissatisfied. I asked their problem. Han Che turned to look at Mo Lan, unable to guess what she was contemplating. TOM, the gunwood tent seemed quite adequate for habitation. Mo Lan glanced at Han Che, but shook her head, saying, it's still not ideal. The beast hide is too thick, it doesn't let in light, and visibility is poor. Over time, exposure to wind and sun will cause the hide to decay, emitting an unpleasant odor. But I currently have no alternatives. After speaking, Mo Lan let out a sigh of disappointment. Is that really a problem? The cave we are living in is hardly brighter than this tent, and we have to light a campfire for warmth daily, with smoke and soot everywhere. I think this tent is far more comfortable than the cave, Han Ing remarked, and he was right, given the current conditions of the Han Wolf tribe. Having such a warm tent, free from the daily odor of yak dung, was indeed a blessing. Exactly, Mo Lan, you don't understand. Once night falls, we have to add yak dung to the fire. Otherwise, we would have to get up 7 or 8 times a night to add more branches, making it impossible to rest peacefully. But the smell of yak dung is simply unbearable. Here, we don't have to burn a campfire every night, nor do we have to smell yak dung every day. Even if the light is dim and the beast hide gives off a slight musty odor, it is still vastly superior to living in a cave. He shared this sentiment as well. All right, I suppose you have a point, Mo Lan. Perhaps in the eyes of the beast men, a tent is indeed the most novel dwelling they have encountered. Unfortunately, we only have one warm place, insufficient to relocate the entire tribe. Once the tent is set up, we can only allow the elderly, children, and frail women to move in first. The men will have to stay in the cave for the time being. Han Che concluded, making the decision. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Han Ing and he looking at him in confusion. Women? Men? What does that mean? Han Che smiled lightly and explained, from today onward, all males in the tribe will be referred to as men, and all females as women. This is the terminology of the Yin tribe. The civilization of the Yin tribe? Yi and Han Ing exchanged glances, realizing that their tribal leader was about to fully embrace the legacy brought by Mo Lan. Indeed, the heritage of the Yin tribe is profound and vast. It allows you to soar in the sky, swim in the water, and run faster than a cheetah. Even if you wish to move mountains or fill the seas, it would be but a simple task. Mo Lan proclaimed with pride that I can't believe it. The Yin people possess such divine power. Han Ing was the first to voice his disbelief. Divine power? Mo Lan scoffed, her expression one of disdain. Don't be so primitive. We don't call it divine power. We call it wisdom. Wisdom. Upon hearing this, he seemed to recall something and suddenly said, I vaguely remember my aunt mentioning that the tribes of the wild continent undergo several stages of inheritance. Initial awakening. Enlightenment, awakening of wisdom, and wisdom itself. Once a tribe reaches the wisdom stage, it becomes immensely powerful, capable of burning mountains and boiling seas, achieving anything. At this point, Ye's expression suddenly changed, and he pointed at Lan in shock, exclaiming, could it be that your yin tribe has already reached the wisdom stage? Pretty much. However, wisdom is not the end of inheritance. Beyond wisdom, there lies intelligence. And above intelligence, there are even higher civilizations, but we are currently unable to access them. Lan waved her hand dismissively, as if to suggest it wasn't a big deal. Is that really true? Can you truly fly in the sky, swim in the water, run faster than a cheetah, move mountains and fill seas with a mere gesture? Han Ing was utterly astonished. With sufficient conditions, none of this is a problem. Of course, given your current situation, even if I possess the ability to burn mountains and boil seas, it would be difficult to accomplish without the necessary resources. Lan surveyed the surroundings with a hint of melancholy. That's yet to be determined. Lan, you may not realize that this Kumo snowfield is merely a corner of the wild continent. Beyond it lies an even broader sky. We just haven't grown strong enough to venture out. Han Che clenched his fists, barely able to contain his excitement. Upon hearing this, Lan instinctively glanced at Han Che, only to find him gazing back at her, his eyes brimming with anticipation and longing for the future. Lan approached Han Che and asked softly, do you wish to venture out? Han Che looked at her, his gaze unwavering. After a moment, he finally moved, grasping Lan's hands tightly and replying in a deep voice, yes, I want to venture out, to take you and the tribe with me. Lan beamed at him, promising, all right, I will help you. This promise resonated with determination. From this moment on, her fate would be closely intertwined with the Wolf King, Han Che. With the arrangement of the warm dwelling resolved, the gunwood tents provided ample space for the elderly, children, and frail women who migrated there. This was an exhilarating piece of news. At the very least, this year, the tribe's mortality rate would decrease significantly due to the warmth provided. This was the blessing that Lan had brought them, a benefit of the inheritance of civilization. Seeing such results only strengthened Han Che's resolve to align more closely with the Yin tribe. After finalizing the arrangements, Han Che entrusted the task of setting up the warm dwelling to Yi and Han Ing. Both were exceptionally astute. Under the guidance of Han Che and Lan, they quickly grasped the construction method for the gunwood tents. Subsequently, they took some of the tribe's stronger members and transported the gunwood and beast hides needed to set up the tents to the warm dwelling. Lan, you mentioned earlier that you want to see me. What is it? Please tell me now. Han Che finally recalled Lan's earlier intent after organizing the warm dwelling. He then pulled her back to his cave to inquire. Oh, it's like this. There are certain matters within the tribe that need to be changed, but this will likely be difficult to accomplish without your direct orders, Lan said, recalling the chaotic private lives within the Han Wolf tribe. Feeling somewhat troubled in the context of the wild world, the beastman's unrestricted mating was merely an attempt to propagate more offspring for the tribe. However, in Lan's view, such shameless behavior was neither scientific nor particularly effective. So it was only natural to put a stop to it. Yet, she was unsure whether the other beastmen would accept it, or if Han Che would accept it. The inheritance of civilization must first begin with self-discipline. If one's own behavior is not upright, then no matter how civilized one appears, it is merely a veneer. True civilization must arise from the heart to be considered genuine. Seeing Lan's grave demeanor, Han Che was taken aback and couldn't help but ask Lan, what do you want me to do? Lan pondered for a moment and mustered her courage to say, Han Che, I want you to issue a command to prohibit chaotic mating within the tribe. Upon hearing this, Han Che's expression indeed changed slightly. In tribal communities, mating between males and females is a natural instinct. How could one prohibit such a fundamental aspect? Lan, this is also an important tradition of the tribe, and I cannot forcibly ban it. Seeing Han Che's troubled expression, Lan hurriedly clarified, please don't misunderstand. I'm not suggesting a complete ban, but I just want you to tell the tribe to approach mating with caution and correctness. Caution and correctness? Han Che furrowed his brow, clearly struggling to comprehend Mo Lan's perspective. Olan nodded, explaining. Let me explain slowly. Han Che considered for a moment and said, All right, you may speak, as long as it makes sense and benefits the tribe. I will consider agreeing to your request. With that, Mo Lan let out a sigh of relief. It seemed Han Che was not entirely opposed, and perhaps her views could be implemented. After thinking for a moment, she began to relate the ancient understanding of male-female relations. In ancient texts, it is said, when the universe first opened, the great furnace of heaven and earth was wondrous, forging the strong into males and the gentle into females, representing the utmost yang and the utmost yin. This phrase implies that during the primordial creation of the universe, the great furnace of heaven and earth miraculously forged the rigid into men and the soft into women, with one embodying pure yang and the other pure yin. Continuing on, it is observed that the male possesses a robust and upright nature, while the female embodies a gentle and compliant essence. This statement articulates the inherent differences in character between men and women. As I previously mentioned, in civilized discourse, signifies man and denotes woman. The masculine is characterized by strength, whereas the feminine is often associated with delicacy, all of which is rooted in nature. Han Che nodded in acknowledgment, signaling his understanding. It was then that Mo Lan continued, stating, Ancient wisdom proclaims, heaven and earth unite, giving rise to all things. The interplay of yin and yang engenders transformation. Furthermore, it is said, when heaven and earth converge, balance is maintained. When male and female connect, harmony is achieved. These sayings emphasize that all existence is the result of the dynamic interplay between heaven and earth, as well as yin and yang, and that the process of life is a natural occurrence. The union of male and female mirrors the creation of heaven and earth, aligning with the principles of the natural order. Only through the harmonious balance of yin and yang can new life emerge. This is also the reason why the mating of males and females results in the birth of new beings. Upon hearing this, Han Che responded, If that is the case, then matters between men and women should not be prohibited, but rather encouraged. After all, the propagation of offspring is essential for the survival and continuity of the tribe. Mo Lan, however, shook her head, stating, It is not about encouragement, but rather about conducting these matters with reason and restraint. While the union of male and female is indeed a natural inclination, it must be governed by appropriate norms and reasonable boundaries. Otherwise, it may lead to personal ruin, moral degradation, and an indulgence in base desires, resulting in stagnation. If the members of the tribe conduct themselves improperly and harbor skewed thoughts and behaviors, it would be detrimental to the entire tribe without any benefit. Is it truly that serious? Han Che inquired, furrowing his brow. According to Mo Lan, if regulations were not established to guide the conduct of the tribe, it could lead to more calamities in the long run. Yet in the wild lands, not only the Han Wolf tribe, but other tribes as well, exhibit similar situations without any grave repercussions. Sensing Han Che's expression, Mo Lan realized he did not yet comprehend the necessity of regulating individual behavior for the development of the entire tribe. After a moment of contemplation, she began to patiently counsel him. I understand that such circumstances are quite commonplace in your community, and your tribal groups have become accustomed to this way of life. However, for the tribe to achieve sustained and stable development, it is imperative to break from old customs and establish new practices. We must promote benefits and eliminate drawbacks. Otherwise, long-term stability will be elusive. Take the tribe's approach to mating as an example. It is far too chaotic. There is no distinction between the young and the old, no consideration for age, and conduct is entirely capricious. Such notions are unacceptable. Han Che, while other matters can be discussed gradually, there are certain points that must be strictly prohibited. As Mo Lan spoke, her tone suddenly intensified, and her demeanor grew resolute. Han Che regarded her intently and replied, Pray tell, which points do you mean? Mo Lan's eyes reflected a seriousness and gravity as she stated, Any mating between individuals with familial ties, regardless of age or gender, must be strictly forbidden. No mating between parents and their offspring, nor between grandchildren and their forebears, is permitted. Mating without mutual consent is also prohibited. Upon hearing this, Hanche furrowed his brows in silence. After a moment's pause, he finally spoke. Emolan, you may not fully grasp the current situation of the Han Wolf tribe. I must be frank with you. Our tribe has not seen the birth of offspring for over a decade. If this situation persists within a century, the Han Wolf tribe will face complete extinction. Is that truly the case? Emolan exclaimed, astonished. The Han Wolf tribe has not welcomed any new life for over 10 years. This seems implausible. Given their frequency of chaotic mating, how could they fail to produce even a single offspring? How could their reproductive capabilities be so lacking? Xiao Xiao, overwhelmed with shock, Emolan began a call for Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, the beast world spirit, would surely provide her with more pertinent information. Master, I am here. Xiao Xiao emerged from the depths of Emolan's mind, wagging its tail and stretching its wings, as if awakening from slumber. Tell me, why are the beast men unable to bear children? Master, it is not that they cannot bear offspring, but rather that even when they do conceive, the embryos wither away, only to be absorbed or metabolized by their bodies. In simpler terms, it is a case of miscarriage. However, due to the beastmen's profound lack of understanding regarding reproduction, they mistakenly believe that propagation is exceedingly difficult. In truth, it is simply that the fetuses cannot survive. Xiao Xiao flapped its small right wing in response. Why is that the case? Could it be that the eternal cold of the Kumo snowfield, coupled with food scarcity, has rendered the female beastmen too weak to sustain their offspring? Emolan speculated. Master, the frailty of female beastmen is indeed partly due to the harsh environment. However, the primary reason lies in their lifetime exposure to excessive male partners, which leads to physical depletion, compounded by disease and hunger, resulting in their current state. Nevertheless, are you not striving to improve this situation? Xiao Xiao encouraged. Indeed, but that cannot account for all fetuses failing to survive. Surely, there must be some that endure. Emolan pondered, perplexed. Well, there are two primary causes. First, the interbreeding among the beastmen often results in malformed offspring, born with congenital deficiencies, which, along with postnatal nutritional imbalances, leads to stillbirths. Second, it is due to the deterioration of their bloodlines. Deterioration of their bloodlines? Surely that cannot be true. Hanche previously mentioned that on the night we mated, his bloodline was awakening. Moreover, he had used the power of his bloodline to nurture my body, proving more effective than any elixir. How could it possibly be deficient? Emolan could not help but voice her doubts internally. This time, Xiao Xiao awkwardly scratched its head with its wing, stating, "This matter, Xiao Xiao has yet to investigate thoroughly. Please grant me some more time." That it was rare for Xiao Xiao to encounter a question it could not answer, which left Emolan surprised. However, she was not in a rush. Understanding the cause was sufficient, and she would leave the matter of investigation to Xiao Xiao. Thus, she instructed Xiao Xiao to return, turning her attention back to Hanche. Seeing Emolan momentarily lost in thought, Hanche assumed her silence stemmed from astonishment and refrained from speaking further, waiting for her to voice her thoughts and make decisions. Hanche, my stance remains unchanged. The points I mentioned earlier must be strictly prohibited. Emolan. Hanche had thought she had grasped the difficulties faced by the tribe, but to his surprise, she still insisted on her position. Emolan raised her hand to halt Hanche, saying, "Listen to me. I understand you are the tribe leader, bearing the weight of revitalizing the tribe. However, I must inform you that the chaotic behavior of the tribe members not only fails to achieve the goal of procreation, but also severely endangers the health of the women in the tribe, rendering them unable to bear offspring." Emolan's solemn declaration stirred a sense of doubt in Hanche. He gazed at her in confusion, awaiting her further explanation. However, Emolan did not elaborate, but instead inquired, "Hanche, do you know the reason behind the tribe's frequent mating yet the absence of children?" Hanche slowly shook his head. From his earliest memories, it seemed the tribe had always been in such a state. Han Xing, the youngest child in the tribe, was only 11 years old. Since Han Xing's birth, no other children had come into existence. Over the years, He had exhausted every means, even attempting to communicate with deities. Yet no definitive answers had been revealed. Thus, in desperation, the propagation of offspring had become paramount, and the tribe was willing to pursue any action favorable to this goal, had it not been for this urgency. Han Che's birth mother would not have passed away so early. Seeing the somber expression on Han Che's face, Lan recognized he must be recalling some painful memories. She stepped forward and grasped his hand, saying, "Do you believe in me? I will make everything better." Han Che lifted his gaze toward Lan and sighed deeply, Lan, I believe in you." Upon hearing this, Lan broke into a radiant smile and proceeded to explain. The rationale behind prohibiting improper behavior among the tribe members is twofold. First, to elevate their awareness of civility, and second, and perhaps most importantly, to safeguard the physical and mental well-being of the women within the tribe. The continuation of the tribe relies on women, and their health embodies the hopes of the entire community, thus warranting utmost attention. Failure to curb chaotic behavior will only result in severe harm to the women, preventing them from bearing children. This is a significant reason why the tribe consistently fails to produce offspring that I understand, but the tribe members have grown accustomed to this carefree way of life. Changing their habits may provoke resistance, even inciting unrest. Han Che remarked, "The Han Wolf tribe is relatively peaceful, lacking overly ambitious factions. Historically, the tribe leaders have all emerged from the Han lineage, known for their potent bloodline. Moreover, previous leaders had not enforced overly harsh prohibitions, allowing the tribe to maintain tranquility. Suddenly imposing a ban could lead to numerous challenges." The Lan nodded in agreement, stating, "I am aware, and I have no intention of achieving this overnight. The ban must be enacted, yet we should allow the tribe members a transitional period, be it 3 months or 6 months, so they can gradually adapt without coercion. During this buffer period, we must also implement health education within the tribe, ensuring that all members comprehend the necessity and importance of this prohibition." At this point, Lan suddenly recalled something and smiled, saying, "Che, do you know? The men in the tribe do possess an awareness of protecting women, albeit their protective instincts may be somewhat misguided." Upon hearing this, Han Che was momentarily perplexed and inquired, "Why do you say that?" Lan chuckled softly and replied, "Do you remember when I first arrived at the Hanlang tribe and fell ill? I was dragged to the warm lands by those rascals from Labukani, and I truly felt like slaying them. However, after the appearance of the earth brown bear, none of them wished to flee. They all stood up to protect me." Labu uttered a phrase that touched my heart deeply. That is why I chose not to escape alone, but to remain and fight alongside them. Labu, what did he say? Reflecting on those tribe members who had caused Lan much distress, Han Che couldn't help but furrow his brow. Lan smiled and said, "Labu proclaimed that it is the duty of males to protect the females. Their willingness to risk their lives for a female signifies a sense of responsibility within them, regardless of their motives. Such actions deserve commendation. Therefore, do not fear their resistance. Perhaps it will take some time for them to accept it. But I believe that once they understand that their actions are for the sake of the female they wish to protect, they will come to embrace it." After listening to Lan's heartfelt words, Han Che finally understood. For a tribe to flourish, it must embrace new and diverse ideas. One cannot discard potential simply due to momentary opposition. This principle applies to the utensils Lan advocated for, as well as the prohibitions she proposed. Without the determination to break the old to establish the new, one cannot achieve desired outcomes. This time, he chose to heed Lan's counsel. "Very well, I agree. I shall choose an appropriate time to announce the prohibition within the tribe." Han Che finally nodded, and Lan breathed a sigh of relief. "Are you hungry? Have something to eat. This was just brought over by Shalu at Su Yi's request." With their conversation concluded, Han Che momentarily relaxed. He turned and held a packet of minced meat towards Lan, intending to share the meal with her. However, upon catching a whiff of the meat's pungent aroma, Lan instinctively wrinkled her brow. Having spent several days here, she was growing weary of the daily fare of either chunks of meat or minced meat. It was becoming unbearable. Moreover, the meat was utterly flavorless and exceedingly hard to consume. "What is wrong?" Han Che asked. Noticing her distressed expression, "I can't eat this," Lan said pitifully, tugging at the hem of Han Che's clothing. "But weren't you hungry?" Han Che inquired, perplexed. Lan grimaced and complained. I am hungry, but eating this every day has made me sick of it. Besides, there's not a hint of flavor in this meat. How can I possibly swallow it? At this moment, Lan suddenly recalled something and said to Han Che, by the way, didn't Hanning mention that there's salt here? Han Che, could you possibly bring back some salt? Food tastes so much better with a hint of salt. Upon hearing this, Han Che's expression turned troubled. After a moment's pause, he replied, Lan, salt is exceedingly rare in the Kumo snowfield. Currently, only the Snow Wolf tribe possesses it. However, they do not have much stored, and they are unlikely to part with it lightly. The Horn Wolf tribe had once attempted to provoke them, intending to seize it by force, but the Snow Wolf tribe's leader, Xue Qing, was a valiant warrior and highly skilled in tactics, and every attempt by the War Eagle to confront her had ended in defeat. Since then, no one dared to covet their salt? Oh, is that so? But where does the Snow Wolf tribe obtain their salt? Lan inquired, intrigued by this question. Han Che replied, near the territory of the Snow Wolf tribe. There grows a peculiar plant known as wolf-tail grass, which can yield salt powder. Every warm season, the Snow Wolf tribe collects this salt powder. Unfortunately, the wolf-tail grass is not abundant, and the quantity of salt they obtain is limited. Sometimes they barely have enough for themselves, let alone to exchange with other tribes. Hence, no other tribe has managed to procure salt powder from the Snow Wolf tribe to this day. Salt powder from wolf-tail grass? Lan exclaimed in delight. Could it be that this wolf-tail grass is a halophyte? If there are halophytes, there might be a salt lake near the Snow Wolf tribe. If there's a salt lake, acquiring salt would not be an issue. With this thought, Lan eagerly asked, Han Che, do you know if there are any lakes within the territory of the Snow Wolf tribe? Lakes? Han Che shook his head. No, there are none. Upon hearing this, Lan felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. It seemed that it was merely a coincidence that such a small patch of saline land existed within the territory of the Snow Wolf tribe, allowing for the growth of a limited amount of halophytes. But with such a meager yield, it was hardly sufficient. No wonder the Snow Wolf tribe regarded salt as a treasure, reluctant to part with it. It was said that sprinkling salt powder on food enhances its flavor. Moreover, consuming food with salt can strengthen the bodies of the tribe members. This is also why the Snow Wolf tribe has the lowest mortality rate during the cold season in the Kumo snowfield. As Han Che continued speaking, a rare hint of envy appeared on his face. Lan sighed, feeling disheartened as she explained to him. Naturally, the composition of salt is sodium chloride, along with small amounts of iron, iodine, and moisture, which are crucial for the human body. Sodium and chloride regulate hydration and osmotic pressure in the body, maintain the acid-base balance, and enhance the excitability of nerves and muscles. Therefore, consuming salty food not only promotes better health and stronger immunity, but also imbues one's muscles with a sense of vigor. Thus, salt is not merely an indispensable seasoning in life. It is also a vital sustenance for maintaining life's balance. Although Han Che did not fully comprehend some of the terminology Lan used, he grasped the general idea. That he nodded and said, I know that salt is beneficial, but it is unfortunate that not every place is wolf-tail grass. Obtaining salt powder is not as simple as it seems. I once led a team to search throughout the Kumo snowfield, but we found no trace of wolf-tail grass. With that, Han Che let out a resigned sigh. Lan glanced at him and said, in fact, aside from halophytes, there are many ways to obtain salt. According to natural occurrences, salt can be categorized into sea salt, lake salt, well salt, and rock salt. If any of these conditions exist, salt can be acquired. At this point, Lan frowned and continued. However, whether there are salt mines in the Kumo snowfield is truly uncertain, and even if there were, given our current circumstances, extracting it would not be easy. As for well salt, that is even less likely. The only glimmer of hope lies in lake salt. Han Che, are you certain there are truly no lakes in the Kumo snowfield? Han Che, upon hearing this, shook his head emphatically and said, there are truly none. Not only lakes, I haven't even seen a small puddle. Besides, even if there were a lake, it would surely be frozen over, covered in ice and snow. It would be even harder to detect. Lan, upon hearing this, immediately shook her head and laughed. That's not true. Ordinary water freezes at 0 degrees, but salt lakes do not freeze, even in the coldest winter. A lake that doesn't freeze. Such miraculous waters exist in this world. Han clearly found this hard to believe, his face filled with astonishment and disbelief. Lan smiled and explained, "Indeed, this is because when the salt concentration in a saline solution reaches 20, its freezing point drops to -16 C. The freezing point of saturated salt lake water can even drop below -20 C. Thus, if it is indeed a salt lake, it would remain in a liquid state, even in high mountain snowfields, and would not freeze." After listening to Lan's explanation, Han finally came to a realization, but still expressed his amazement, saying, if such lakes truly exist on the snowfield, they would likely be revered as divine lakes. Lan could only shrug her shoulders in response. Humans tend to mythologize the unknown. In truth, it is merely a manifestation of the ecological nature of our world. Ecological nature. Han was taken aback. Indeed, just as the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, the moon waxes and wanes, auroras appear in the sky, and mirages form on the ground. Solar and lunar halos, solar and lunar eclipses, ball lightning, and the blue waves of the sea. The ecological mysteries of nature are countless, and our task is to continually explore and discover. When we truly understand these mysteries, we gain wisdom and unlock the door to advanced technological civilization. Han was left speechless by Lan's words. He had never realized that the world was filled with so many wonders beyond his imagination. In the future, I will tell you about them one by one. Now, let us eat. After we finish our meal, we can head to the warm lands and take a look at the water source, Lan declared, determinedly lifting the minced meat. Take a look? Han lips twitched slightly. Why does the language of the Yin tribe sound so peculiar? It just means to take a glance. Come, let us eat. Lan smiled, raising her hand-to-hand chopsticks to Han. However, Han set the chopsticks aside and shook his head, saying, "Eat. I'll just go eat outside later." The minced meat was specially prepared for Lan, and within the tribe, aside from the children, no males consumed such fare. Even little Han had begun to eat large chunks of roasted meat. Why go eat outside? Can't you stay and accompany me? Eating alone is no fun. No way. I want you to keep me company during the meal. Moran pouted, her small mouth curled in a display of dissatisfaction as she clung to Hanch's arm in a playful manner. Hanch gazed at her adorable expression, feeling a flush of warmth rise to his chest, his throat involuntarily constricting. Eat! I can't possibly finish this entire bag. Isn't it a waste to leave leftovers? Come on, have a bite. Noticing Hanch's momentary daze, Moran deftly picked up a small piece of minced meat with her chopsticks and brought it to his lips. Hanch was taken aback. Was she trying to feed him? In their tribe, only the little ones who couldn't walk were fed by others. How could a strong man like him be fed by her? He felt utterly flustered. Eat. Moran looked up at him with her innocent face. Her eyes filled with anticipation. Under her subtle coaxing, Hanch finally opened his mouth and accepted the morsel of tea that moment. He realized just how intimate such a small gesture was, especially since those very chopsticks had just been in Moran's mouth. At this instant, Hanch's thoughts were not on the minced meat, but rather on her rosy, slightly pouting lips. Hey, just eat the meat. Why are you mimicking me with the chopsticks? Give them back, upon seeing the peculiar look in Hanch's eyes. Moran's face flushed, and she quickly retracted her chopsticks, watching her cheeks turn a delightful shade of red from shyness. Hanch felt a stir in his heart, his body taut beneath the hide. His hand instinctively reached for her slender waist. But then he remembered her injuries and quickly suppressed the surge of passion, withdrawing his hand and picking up a different pair of chopsticks. You eat. I can manage on my own. Seeing Hanch eat without a hint of acknowledgment towards her intentional closeness left Moran feeling defeated. She couldn't help but murmur to herself, this guy truly has no sense of romance, does he? They had sworn their bond in front of the tribe. Although there was no wedding or banquet, they had shared a dwelling. Surely that counted as a legitimate union. Other orcs, upon seeing a woman, were like rabid beasts, eager to pounce and revel in passion. Why was Hanch so utterly different? Yet aside from that night in the snow, she had never witnessed any reaction from him. After spending so much time together, she had yet to see him smile. He remained as cold as ice. Their intimate encounters were scarce, limited to the snowy night of their union and that one occasion when she was in a daze, cradled in his arms. Regrettably, both instances had left her in a fog of confusion. If it weren't for her training as a healer, allowing her to keenly assess her own condition. She might have believed her relationship with Hanch was naught but a dream. Biting the end of her chopsticks, she cast a furtive glance at Hanch, only to find him sitting upright, his gaze fixed in deep contemplation, exuding an air of tranquility that left her feeling disheartened. After all, she was a beauty, yet here she was, completely overlooked by him. An idea struck her. Feigning discomfort, she rubbed her eyes with the back of her hand and exclaimed, "Oh no, my eyes!" Hanch, who had been quietly eating, immediately set down his chopsticks and took hold of Moran's hand, saying, "What is wrong with your eyes? Don't move. Be careful not to poke them with the chopsticks." In a flash, he snatched the chopsticks from her hand, gently cupping her face as he asked, "Is it dust in your eyes? Open them slowly. I'll help you blow it away." "Oh," Moran complied, lifting her face towards Hanch and gradually opening her eyes. What met her gaze were his deep, dark eyes, imbued with worry and tension, pulling her in irresistibly. Hanch observed Moran, her lively, sparkling eyes devoid of any discomfort. It dawned on him that she had intentionally deceived him. A rush of heat surged within him, the earlier restraint slipping away uncontrollably. Hastily, he pushed her away, diverting his gaze elsewhere, and softly reassured her, "Your eyes are fine. Don't worry." Moran, witnessing his reaction, felt another wave of disappointment wash over her. This was futile. If even this failed to entice him, was Hanch truly a man? "Are you full? If so, let us set off." Hanch rose, striding towards the cave entrance. His movement only deepened Moran's discomfort. What was he doing? She was not a menace. With a resigned sigh, she reluctantly got up, casting a resentful glance at Hanch's back before replying, "Oh, then let us go." Before she could finish her thought, Hanch had already exited the cave, his pace quickening as if fleeing for his life. This left Moran feeling frustrated for the entire afternoon. "Moran, how does this look? Is there anything that needs improvement?" He was busy directing others and setting up tents, checking if the stakes were firmly driven, and ensuring the hides were adequately large, bustling with fervor. During this lull, he continuously inquired of Moran, who was sitting idly beside him, playing with the sand, if she had any better suggestions. Meanwhile, Hanch, positioned at a distance from Moran, appeared to be surveying the site, but his mind was elsewhere. He had noticed Moran's discontent, yet strangely, it did not dampen his spirits. The memory of her earlier playful advances stirred something within him, a mix of bittersweet exhilaration coursing through his veins, as if countless ants were crawling inside his heart. "Chief! Chief! Come quickly!" Suddenly, a voice exclaimed nearby, snapping Hanch back to reality. Frowning, he hastened towards the source of the commotion. The exaggerated cry had startled everyone, even the listless Moran, who stood up, puzzled, to investigate. "What is going on?" Hanch arrived first, only to find a few irregular brown stones unearthed beneath a partially erected tent, their surface riddled with countless holes resembling a honeycomb. That pumice. Moran's face paled as she pushed through the crowd to get a better look. The onlookers, including Huan Gua, exchanged disdainful glances. It was clear they found his naivety laughable. "My apologies," Chin Poofing said solemnly, facing the formidable figure before him. That moment, he felt as though he had swallowed a fly. Although his family was wealthy, he could never muster a billion. That his entry into the Yu family stronghold was purely based on familial connections, with no merit of his own. However, inviting a deity was not as simple as merely asking. It required following protocol, and he could not afford to be careless. He instructed Han Minghu to prepare for the upcoming ritual to summon the deity alongside the Liao family. The Beihai Immortal sect was the premier sect of the Beihai continent, undeniably powerful, yet it boasted only a handful of golden immortals. Faced with 1,000 golden immortals, they dared not voice dissent, and Chang Sheng's task was merely to forge a life pact with those few golden immortals. There was no alternative. His northern underworld divine skill had lost its efficacy. Even the martial arts he once practiced, like the 18 dragon-subduing palms, had become utterly useless to him. That Jiu Lai responded in kind. Both standing opposite each other, though they were opponents, an unspoken camaraderie lingered between them. Chang Sheng noticed the helplessness in Gu Lai's eyes, yet beyond that, he perceived a glimmer of hope, akin to the expression of an immortal spotting a rare celestial stone. Once the corpse had consumed enough yin energy, it would return pure yin energy to the soul of the yellow-furred creature, allowing it to become a complete spirit and accept the offerings from the Liao family. This realization incited fury in Yilang. Being a penniless wretch was one thing, but now he was a millionaire. It was an insult he could not swallow. He understood the challenges that Yin Ning and the others would face, and his choices diverged sharply from those of the high priest. Yet, at that moment, Li Yuanfang had no intention of resorting to violence, although he was at the mercy of Lu Yin, who held leverage over him. Lu Yin's willingness to sit down and converse indicated he harbored no intent to eradicate him. Thus, Li Yuanfang found himself increasingly intrigued by Lu Yin. Su Jiqing retracted her hand at his words, promptly locking the car door after he exited, nervously watching his every move, her hands fidgeting together. Marius finally sensed the shift. At that moment, the prince's eyes lacked the previous anxiety and discomfort. Stripped of their usual depth and bitterness, Ling Qian suddenly understood, laughing joyfully. I get it. If you phrase it like that, the master will surely focus more on us. Ling Qian couldn't help but chuckle mischievously at the thought. And upon seeing her smile, Muyu couldn't resist grinning widely as well. The trio of Shomei showed no restraint, unleashing their extraordinary skills with precision aimed at critical points, wherever the sword struck. Blood was sure to follow, and cries of agony echoed in its wake. The city was divided into 4 sections, each guarded by a dozen or so cultivators, with the addition of Yun Xian to Jun Xiaoling's side. The pressure had noticeably diminished, transforming what was once a desperate defense into a situation ripe for provocation, much to the relief of the officials present. In Misu Mountain, the Taoist temples were artfully arranged. Towering magnificently in layers from a distance, they appeared grand and resplendent. The several undying sovereigns were evidently seasoned rulers, exhibiting exceptional combat prowess, while the sovereigns from the divine realm seemed somewhat inexperienced, likely new ascendants. However, in a contest between sovereigns, discerning superiority is possible, yet remains exceedingly difficult to vanquish an opponent. The cultivator, shielded by an eggshell-like barrier, was acutely aware of Yi Feng's approach, displaying a heightened vigilance. He had never seen the family deity so jubilant during their treasure-seeking adventure in the secret passage, all stemming from the miraculous restoration of a villager's sight, lost for over a decade. Having endured several strikes from Mou, he bore some injuries, yet Yan Mo, the king of the ghost realm, was not faring much better. Despite being devoid of clothing, he still managed to retrieve his mobile phone from non-existent pockets. As time passed, his resentment toward Jiyu gradually faded. After working together for about a month in the same company, they had not sought each other out, seemingly reverting to the days when Jiyu first settled in at home. Living in mutual indifference, when Shi declined, professing the desire to treat her well, suggesting they wash together, resorting to playful antics to secure numerous unequal agreements, once ridiculed as the Water Queen despite winning the Best Actress award. Mu Fei still held a certain prestige in the realm of cinema. Rumors circulated that she had married into a wealthy family, and the audience eagerly anticipated the revelation of her husband's formidable connections. In an effort to reach the town ahead of schedule for rest, Xiong Jiushan ordered an early night march, planning to take a break around noon. Hu Jingkuan, feeling his tail being playfully tugged, pressed it down while also giving Bai Lu's ear a gentle pinch. The celebrated star casually launching an entertainment company that dwarfed the scale of the one he had painstakingly built was a testament to the disparity in their statuses. He gave her shoulder a reassuring pat, sharing a look that implied a plea for self-preservation. As for the accuracy of pronunciation, it was not a concern for the classmates. The essence of the meaning remained intact, allowing for seamless communication. Presently, in the northeastern part of the Yuzhe forest, dense underbrush and thick grass surrounded Mei Yang, enveloping her in a stifling atmosphere akin to a steam room, causing her to sweat profusely. If that egg can truly be found, take it with you, the village chief said, waving his hand to signal that others could return home. Host, do not rejoice too soon. How will you accumulate resentment points without the male lead? The system doused her excitement with cold water. She had heard that previously, when Du Kaiwei sought refuge on the left bank to avoid confronting her feelings, it nearly became common knowledge among her company. Yizhuazhu possessed a commendable tolerance for alcohol, yet when in a foul mood, he was particularly prone to inebriation, that he could discern the significance the other party placed on his sword. The murderous intent already staining the blade mirrored his O.W. Shui Ling observed Mu Yunlan, who was toying with another bracelet, feeling a tremor of apprehension within. Although the set of jewelry had been ruined, it still contained a necklace, a pair of earrings, and several matching hairpins and combs. Why is it floating stone again? Mo Lan immediately squatted down, picking up the floating stone to examine it closely. Mo Lan, what kind of stone is this? Do you recognize it? Han Che and Yuhi both approached, their expressions filled with curiosity. This porous stone is known as pumice, a mineral formed from the cooling of lava after a volcanic eruption. Primarily composed of silica, it is soft, lightweight, and capable of floating on water, hence its name, Mo Lan explained. The presence of such a stone indicates that there is a volcano nearby, one that has erupted in the past. Having dismissed her previous unease, Mo Lan now spoke gravely to the three. A volcano. What is a volcano? Han Ing was the first to ask, his face a mask of astonishment. Mo Lan glanced at him and explained. A volcano is a geological structure characterized by the eruption of high-temperature magma and associated gases and debris from a magma chamber beneath the Earth's surface. Upon hearing this, the trio appeared bewildered. Mo Lan recognized that such terminology would be challenging for the orc inhabitants of the wild continent to grasp. Thus, she squatted down to draw and simplify her explanation. Let us put it this way. Pumice appears due to a volcanic eruption, which in turn occurs because magma beneath the surface is expelled. Magma is the molten, viscous material ejected from a volcano, which gradually cools after being expelled, leading to the formation of pumice and other lava materials. Under Mo Lan's illustrative guidance, the three finally comprehended the principles behind volcanic formation. Han Che pointed to the conical volcano beneath their feet, furrowing his brow as he inquired. So, magma originates underground and, for some reason, erupts through the volcano. But why is there magma underground? Where does it come from? Mo Lan cast a glance at Han Che, once again astonished by his perceptiveness and analytical prowess. Truly, he was worthy of his title as chief, possessing the intelligence requisite for such a role. This affirmed her initial judgment. Han Che was indeed a steady and reliable individual. The more she observed him, the more she found him agreeable, causing her previous grievances to vanish without a trace. She explained further, magma is liquid rock. The surface rock exerts pressure on the underground, and when the pressure becomes excessive, the temperature rises drastically. When the temperature reaches extreme levels, the rock beneath ceases to be solid and melts in a liquid magma. What is pressure? What are solid and liquid states? As soon as Mo Lan finished, Han Che immediately pressed for clarification, and Han Ing and he nodded eagerly in agreement. Faced with three inquisitive souls, Mo Lan had no choice but to impart all her knowledge about pressure and volcanoes learned in school. Pressure refers to the force exerted on the surface of two contacting objects, or the perpendicular force of gas against the surfaces of solids and liquids, or the perpendicular force of liquids against the surfaces of solids. At this point, Mo Lan extended her palm, pressing it firmly against the ground, explaining, "You see, my palm exerts pressure on the ground, which experiences the force from my hand. This is the simplest explanation of pressure." Han Che and Han Ing exchanged glances and nodded in understanding, finding this concept relatively easy to grasp. Olan continued, "As for solid and liquid states, these are forms of matter. For instance, stones and trees exist as solids. In contrast, water and magma exist in a liquid state. Volcanic eruptions occur because magma contains a large amount of volatile components, which, combined with the pressure from the overlying rock layers, keeps these volatiles dissolved in the magma. As the magma rises closer to the surface, the pressure decreases, causing the volatiles to be released rapidly, resulting in a volcanic eruption. There are active, dormant, and extinct volcanoes, serving as windows to the Earth's fiery core and representing some of the planet's most explosive forces. During eruptions, they can expel various substances and often accompany seismic activities, leading to volcanic mud flows, lava flows, and other hazards, an immensely powerful natural phenomenon. The presence of pumice in this warm area indicates that there must be a volcanic vent nearby. one that has erupted in the past. Perhaps this is why the soil here differs from other locations, having been formed by the covering layers of magma, creating this warm ground. After finishing her explanation, Emolan exhaled deeply, then recalled, by the way, when Shilu visited me last time, she showed me a piece of pumice, claiming it was a trinket brought back by Soria. I was quite astonished then. I intended to inquire about it, but forgot after Soria went hunting yaks with you. Soria? Han Che paused momentarily before instructing. Yin, go summon Soria so Emolan can inquire further. The Orcian nodded and promptly turned to fetch her. Han Che then turned to Emolan, his expression suddenly serious. Emolan, when you mention an active volcano, does that mean it could erupt again? Emolan's eyes sparkled with admiration as she nodded at Han Che. Yes, the reason I want to ask Soria is to ascertain the location of the volcanic vent that it is imperative to investigate thoroughly to ascertain that the volcano no longer poses a threat of eruption. Otherwise, should it erupt once more, the nearby fauna, flora, and humanity would be engulfed by the molten lava. Upon finishing her statement, Mulan cast a sweeping glance at the surrounding orcs before finally fixing her gaze upon Han Che. I shall reiterate. The temperature of the lava can exceed 1,000 degrees, capable of reducing everything upon the ground to mere nothingness in an instant. Therefore, it is essential to confirm that the volcano has ceased its activity. Otherwise, remaining in this place is untenable. Upon hearing her words, a wave of trepidation washed over the assembly. They could not fully comprehend the implications of a temperature exceeding 1,000 degrees, yet the notion of everything being melted into oblivion instilled an unprecedented sense of peril. Han Che's expression also grew exceedingly grave upon hearing this. If what Milan claimed holds true, the viability of this warm land for habitation is indeed questionable. Chieftain, Soria has arrived. At that moment, Yin escorted a robust orc to Han Che. Reporting his arrival, Soria stepped forward. The High Priestess has inquiries for you. Han Che commanded as he rose. The burly orc, Soria, scratched his head in a somewhat bewildered manner and approached Milan, inquiring, High Priestess, what would you like to ask me? Mulan rose as well. First appraising Soria before presenting a piece of pumice stone for him. Seed, I have heard you found such stones. Could you inform me where you discovered this? Soria examined the pumice in Mulan's hand and suddenly recalled, exclaiming, Indeed, High Priestess. A few days ago, I ventured out hunting with the Vic team and discovered it at the Ural Highlands. The Ural Highlands? Where might that be? Mulan pressed eagerly. Before Soria could respond, Han Che interjected to clarify. The Ural Highlands lie to the northwest of the Cold Wolf tribe's territory, approximately 2,000 arrow bamboos away. The area is less covered by snow and frequented by wild moose. Mulan contemplated this for a moment before declaring, Let us go. We must ascertain the situation with the volcano. Any endeavor would be futile without clarity. If there truly exists an active volcano, would we not all face annihilation? This matter requires immediate action. Understanding the urgency, Han Che instructed he to remain in the warm land and continue guiding the tribe in erecting tents. While he set forth with Milan, Han Ing, Soria, and Yin to the Ural Highlands. After approximately half an hour of travel, they finally reached the Ural Highlands, upon spotting the conical shape of the highlands from a distance. Mulan's heart raced. The appearance of the Ural Highlands bore an uncanny resemblance to the volcanic images she had previously encountered. The exposed areas nearby exhibited the characteristic lava landscape of a volcano, further confirming her suspicion that it was indeed a volcano. However, it appeared to be a dormant one, as its shape suggested alterations over time, with snow covering a significant portion of the mountain, devoid of any signs of an active volcano. Yet, Mulan remained unconvinced. While the others curiously surveyed their surroundings, she boldly ascended towards the volcano's mouth to inspect the conditions there. However, just as she reached halfway, her footing slipped, and she tumbled down the mountainside. Ah! Mulan gasped, realizing too late that she could not grasp onto anything. Just then, a pair of strong arms swiftly caught her slender waist, drawing her securely into an embrace. Instinctively, Mulan wrapped her arms around the neck of her savior, and as her startled eyes opened, she found Han Che gazing at her with evident concern. Han Che? In truth, she had surmised it was in the moment their bodies made contact. This fellow, who had shown no reaction when she teased him, now took the initiative to draw close without her coaxing. "Are you unharmed? Be cautious. The ground is treacherous with snow," Hanshe advised, carefully supporting her against his side, using his body to stabilize her. "Yes, I understand," Milan replied, her gaze softening as she smiled warmly at Hanshe. She then pointed towards the volcano's mouth, stating, "We must ascend to investigate. Otherwise, I cannot ascertain the volcano's true condition." Hanshe nodded in agreement, saying, "Then I shall assist you. Be careful." He draped his arm across Mulan's delicate shoulder, guiding her step by step towards the volcano's mouth. With their mutual support, the duo soon reached the summit of the volcano. The crater formed a relatively flat depression, blanketed by thick snow. Mulan crouched down, brushing the snow aside, only to discover a layer of ice beneath. The ice was not particularly thick, yet was solidly frozen. Mulan speculated that there had once been a small celestial pond here, now long frozen over due to the passage of time. Nonetheless, this indicated that the volcano showed no signs of imminent eruption, and the mountain no longer retained its former heat. With a sigh of relief, Mulan stood, shaking off the cold from her hands, and remarked, "It appears there should be no issues. Even if it is not a dead volcano, it has likely been dormant for a considerable period." Hanshe, however, furrowed his brow and interjected, "Dormant? If it is merely dormant, does that not imply it may erupt again someday?" Mulan sighed. "I am afraid I cannot answer that. Firstly, I lack advanced measurement tools, and secondly, my knowledge of volcanoes is still rather limited. However, I can assure you of one thing. The Kubo snowfield will be safe for the next 3 to 5 years. 3 to 5 years. Upon hearing Mulan's words, Hanshe fell into a contemplative silence. The proximity of the Ural Highlands to the Cold Wolf tribe's territory posed a grave threat. Should this volcano suddenly erupt, the entire Cold Wolf tribe could face extinction. Even a 1% chance was too great a risk to gamble with the lives of his people. "Mulan, is there any way to predict or monitor this?" "Yes, prior to a volcanic eruption, there may be a phenomenon known as earthlight, along with gas emissions from the crater. Surrounding areas may also emit a pungent odor, typically sulfur and hydrogen sulfide. Additionally, there should be anomalous changes in the surrounding electromagnetic waves, and the water temperature nearby will rise above normal, causing the snow to melt. Sensitive animals in the vicinity may also exhibit signs of agitation. Those are the key indicators." Mulan racked her brain for her past knowledge of geography, finally recalling the essentials. Hanshe nodded thoughtfully, stating, "Very well. I will assign tribe members to monitor daily. Should any unusual activity occur at the Ural Highlands, we will immediately evacuate the tribe." For now, this was the only course of action. Mulan shrugged in resignation and, after pondering for a moment, lifted her gaze to say, "Actually, there is a better solution. We should endeavor to leave the western desert before any volcanic activity arises." Upon hearing this, Hanshe fell silent. The Cold Wolf tribe had resided in the western desert for nearly a century. Suggesting migration now was no simple task. The tribe comprised hundreds of members, young and old alike, and finding a new place to settle within the Kubo snowfield would be exceedingly challenging. After a prolonged silence, Hanshe finally spoke. Yet Mulan smiled and said, "Then let us venture beyond the snowfield to settle in more fertile and resource-rich lands. Of course, I understand this is no easy feat, but with determination, there is nothing we cannot achieve. The Kubo snowfield is perpetually frigid, rendering it unsuitable for prolonged habitation. While modern individuals may leverage technological advancements to disregard environmental conditions, the orcs cannot. They remain at the very foundation of civilization and lack the means to protect themselves in harsh environments. Thus, Mulan must guide them to a better environment if the Cold Wolf tribe is to flourish." A look of astonishment crossed Hanshe's face. Mulan had previously mentioned her desire to help him escape the Kubo snowfield, yet he had not harbored high hopes. After all, it was not just the two of them, but an entire tribe. However, it now seemed clear that Mulan was earnest in her intentions. She was not merely speaking. She was genuinely contemplating how to empower the Cold Wolf tribe. Mulan, warmth welled in Hanshe's eyes. Having always fought alone, he had never imagined he would one day have such a partner by his side. He had previously viewed Mulan as a burden and a responsibility, but it seemed his perspective must now shift. Noticing the emotion in his gaze, Mulan feigned ignorance and said, "Let us descend." With that, she turned away and began her descent down the mountain, ignoring him. Han Che was taken aback for a moment before breaking into a wry smile. The little one was still sulking. He paid it no mind and promptly caught up, wrapping an arm around her. Embraced by Han Che, Mulan could not suppress a smile, though she maintained a facade of indifference as they descended the volcano together. "So, did you two discover any significant insights while up there?" Han Ing, who had been waiting below, eagerly approached upon seeing Han Che and Mulan returning. However, his inquiry was still as lacking as ever. Mulan rolled her eyes and retorted, "We discovered nothing of consequence. If you're so curious, why not go up and take a look yourself?" "Han Che, let us be on our way." Having spoken, she took Han Che's hand and prepared to leave the Ural Highlands. "Brother, look at her. I'm about to die from anxiety over here, and she's still teasing me." Hanning immediately turned to Han Che with a face full of complaints, and Mulan, hands on her hips, scolded, "Serves you right. Who told you to be so unserious all day? With that slick tongue of yours, I won't tell you anything." You, Hanning exclaimed, hopping in frustration. "What about me? Reporting to your brother." Am I afraid of him?" "Your brother is afraid of women. Just ask him if you don't believe me." And Mulan intentionally provoked Han Ing while hiding behind Han Che. "Brother, are you just going to let her run wild?" Han Ing was nearly exasperated. "I have no choice. I fear her," Han Che remarked with an expression of utter helplessness. But as he turned to embrace Mulan, a hint of a smile betrayed his composure. He pondered, referring to Mulan. After surveying the volcano, Han Che and the others took a detour to the water source. As they passed through a relatively flat snowfield, they discovered vast patches of withered yellow grass. Curiosity piqued, and Mulan released Han Che's hand and dashed towards it. "Hey, what are you doing? Is a patch of barren grass really worth your excitement? You must not have seen much of the world." Hanning rolled his eyes as he watched Mulan eagerly rummaging through the snowfield. Mulan shot a glare at Han Ing and retorted, "What business is it of yours? You're everywhere. Go stand aside, and don't disturb me while I search for treasures." "Uninformed fool. This is alpine vegetation. Perhaps I might discover some rare herbs, flowers like gentian, rhodiola, Taibai chrysanthemum, and the renowned Tianshan snow lotus, all of which boast significant medicinal value. If I could find some, it would surely enhance the medical conditions of our clan." Unfortunately, Mulan was disappointed to find that most of the grass was made up of useless weeds like bulrush, foxtail grass, and bindweed. After wandering around for quite some time, she found nothing resembling medicinal plants. With a sigh, she stood up. Just as she stepped toward Han Che and the others, she tripped over the grass beneath her feet. With a firm push, the grass was uprooted, and she instinctively lunged forward. "Ah!" she cried out, only to land in a sturdy chest. Looking up in surprise, she found it was none other than Han Che. Just a moment ago, he seemed quite far away. How did he manage to reach her side in the blink of an eye? Could it be that her recent clumsiness had taught him to catch her? Mulan thought, her face flushing with embarrassment. "Did you fall? Be careful. There are many sharp stones on the ground," Han Che said, his face etched with concern as he gently adjusted her stance and inquired softly. "How foolish. Females are such a hassle. You can't even walk without tripping. And here I thought coming out with you wouldn't be a problem, but I've been on edge all day." Hanning certainly noticed Han Che's anxious attention towards Mulan, which allowed him to rescue her in time. When she fell, he seized the opportunity to mock Mulan, immediately launching into a tirade. Infuriated, Mulan scrambled up from Han Che's chest and pointed at Han Ing, shouting, "You little brat, come here. I promise I won't let you off easily." Han Ing grinned cheekily. "I won't go." "What are you going to do about it?" Mulan rolled up her sleeves to strike, but Han Che held her back. Without reprimanding her, he admonished Han Ing, "Do I need to confine you to make you behave?" Upon hearing this, Han Ing quieted down, pouting and muttering, "Who cares about her anyway?" Mulan, fuming, glared at him, but out of respect for Han Che, she relented, lowering her head to angrily tug at the weeds at her feet. Upon noticing the mud on the roots, a sudden realization struck her. She immediately crouched down, grasping the muddy grass and twisting it in her hands. This clay," she exclaimed in delight. Seeing this, Han Che quickly crouched beside her, asking Emolan, "What's wrong?" With a gleeful expression, Emolan looked up and declared, "Han Che, we won't need to set up tents. We can build a thatched house." "Thatched house? Didn't you say we can't build without timber?" Han Che replied, puzzled. "Indeed, but a thatched house can be built without timber. It's sturdier than a tent, more spacious, and far more practical. Most importantly, even in cold regions, this type of house retains heat exceptionally well." Han Che nodded. "If you believe it's feasible, then let's give it a try. What do we need to do?" After some thought, Emolan responded, "To construct a thatched house, we need a large quantity of thatch and clay. We should send someone to harvest the thatch and dig up the clay. We'll need gunwood for support, and as for the rest, we can research it later." Han Che glanced at the darkening sky and said, "It's getting late. We won't have time today. We'll harvest the thatch tomorrow. For now, let's head to the water source and have Yin return to the warm land to inform he to pause the tent construction." "That works." Han Che's well-organized arrangement left Mo Lan with no objections. He turned to Han Ing and Yin, instructing, "You two head back first and tell he to halt all work in the warm land until Mo Lan returns." "Why not just send Yin back alone? Why drag me along?" "Brother, are you afraid I'll interrupt your good fortune?" Han Ing, ever the troublemaker, quickly reverted to his usual antics, never at a loss for words. However, this time, Mo Lan wasn't angry. Instead, she feigned affection as she linked arms with Han Che, smirking at Han Ing. "Oh, so you know you're a nuisance? Then stop following us so shamelessly. If you want to be a third wheel, you need to have the right luminosity. A person should have self-awareness. Look at that smug expression on your face. Why do you engage in such lowly antics?" Though many of the terms were unfamiliar to Han Ing, he could tell from Mo Lan's expression that her words were far from flattering. Embarrassed and at a loss for a retort, Han Ing could only angrily shout, "Fine, fine. I'm leaving. Is that okay?" With that, he turned on his heel and strode away in a huff. The Orcian stood by, dumbfounded, and when Han Ing departed, he quickly bowed to Han Che and hurried after. Olan made a face in the direction Han Ing had gone before, happily taking Han Che's arm again, heading towards the water source. "Do you dislike Han Ing?" After a few steps, Han Che suddenly asked. Olan paused, looking at him quizzically. "Why do you ask that?" Han Che glanced at her, trying to maintain a calm tone as he replied. "Han Ing is clever and courageous, striking in appearance, and possesses considerable capabilities. He is quite esteemed within the clan, second only to me. The men take pride in him, and the women flock around him. If it weren't for his collateral lineage, the position of clan leader would undoubtedly be his." And then, Emolan shrugged, uninterested. "Do you truly not like him? If you do, there's no need to hide it from me. I can." Han Che hesitated before asking T's question. Emolan halted, hands on her hips, and exclaimed, "What are you trying to do?" "Han Che, if you're truly unwilling to marry me, we can end this right now. No need to beat around the bush and pry into matters that don't concern you. Whether Han Ing is good or not has nothing to do with me. I'm marrying you, Han Che, not Han Ing. Even if we part ways, it doesn't necessarily mean it has anything to do with him." Emolan. Han Che frowned, wanting to explain, but the words caught in his throat. Seeing this, Emolan grew even angrier. She wiped her forehead and shouted, "You've driven me mad. Who do you think I've been working so hard for? And this is your attitude towards me. I'm not going. I'm going home to sleep." With that, she shook off Han Che and turned to storm away. But just as she did, Han Che tightly embraced her from behind. "Don't go, Emolan." Trapped in his embrace, Emolan was unwilling to relent. Struggling and shouting, "I want to go. You have no say in this. Let go." Emolan. Han Che held her firmly, leaning down to whisper in her ear, "You've misunderstood. I didn't mean it that way. I just want you to understand that I, Han Che, am a selfish male and an anomaly within the Han Wolf clan. I cannot allow my wife to have any other males. Can you accept that?" And Emolan was taken aback. "Isn't that how it should be? In the Yin clan, perhaps it would be acceptable, but you know the Han Wolf clan does not operate that way. First, I'm the clan leader. I must consider everyone in the clan that if my people are not at peace. How can I find peace? Second, you are the sacred shaman with an unparalleled status in the clan. Even ordinary females having multiple males is commonplace, let alone someone with your esteemed authority. And although I am the clan leader, I cannot prevent you from making any decisions. As he finished, a rare hint of frustration and defeat seeped into Han Che's tone. Regarding other matters within the clan, he could be decisively straightforward. Yet when it comes to Mo, her status leaves him hesitant. Before her, he must always look up to her, but his inner dominance and assertiveness forbids him from bowing his head. Each day, he wrestles with this internal conflict, wavering. Had it not been for their unexpected union, he wouldn't have dared to involve himself with her, no matter how noble her lineage. This is the pride that belongs to him. Han Che. Thus, if you require more individuals to validate your authority and status, then our union shall hold no significance. Upon hearing Han Che's words, Mo finally comprehended that he did not wish to reject her, but rather to possess her entirely. However, the rules of the beast world dictate one female to multiple males, and as the clan leader, he felt powerless to resist, hence his respectful distance, since he could not possess her alone. He resolved to refrain entirely. His mindset, though not inherently flawed, rendered him an anomaly in this savage land. Mo found herself both amused and exasperated. No wonder he remained indifferent to her advances. He feared she might be fickle. His masculine pride refused to accept such a wife. Is this the reason you avoid me every day? Mo sighed inwardly. Mo, I am earnest. Han Che gently turned her around, speaking with gravity. She too was earnest, having expressed herself countless times. Their clan, the Yin clan, was unlike the Han Wolf clan. Why could he not grasp this, still fretting unnecessarily? Mo felt utterly speechless, and my wife can only belong to me. I will not permit any other males to encroach. Likewise, I shall not take another female. I, Han Che, am a man of my word. Han Che firmly gripped Mo's shoulders, reaffirming his vow as if binding them in an oath. Han Che, do you think my promises before your kin are mere words? She retorted. What do you believe is on my mind? Why do you assume I would be so capricious? Does a higher status inherently necessitate insurmountable divides? You infuriate me. Mo was both angry and vexed, yet she was at a loss as to how to convince Han Che of her sincerity. It was enough to drive her to distraction. Observing her flustered demeanor, Han Che's eyes flickered with a glimmer of something profound. Yet unfortunately, the preoccupied Mo remained oblivious. Mo, you need not feel distressed. I shall grant you time to contemplate. Should you find my nature unacceptable, then— Han Che sighed deeply, his expression one of resignation. Yet he could not finish, for overwhelmed by frustration, Mo could no longer tolerate his doubts. She stood on tiptoe, encircling his neck with her arms, and silenced his presumptuous words with a fervent kiss. As Mo pressed against Han Che, he jolted, swiftly lifting her, relieving her the need to strain on her toes. And soon, he became the one to lead, leaning down to entangle her in a passionate embrace. Han Che's demeanor was as frigid as ice, yet his kiss burned with a heat surpassing that of flames. And Mo succumbed effortlessly to its fervor. In her daze, she sensed something hardening beneath her, and with a sudden jolt, her eyes flew open, her cheeks instantly aflame. Good heavens, what was she doing? Engaging in a passionate kiss with Han Che in this desolate wilderness. And provoking his desire, mortified, she exclaimed, I want to get down. Let me go. She released her grip around his neck and attempted to push against his shoulders, intending to scold him, but her words came out as a weak, playful protest instead. Very well. After their fervent kiss, Han Che's deep voice took on a husky, suggestive tone. He slowly lowered her, her body sliding against his, yet as her feet neared the ground, his arms tightened once more. In that moment, she distinctly felt the heat radiating from a certain part of his body. Mo-Lan's face flushed crimson, nearly bursting with embarrassment, as she looked up at Han Che, only to find a dark, predatory glint in his eyes, reminiscent of a beast poised to pounce. You are incorrigible, she stammered, flustered, quickly turning away from him. You were the one who lunged at me first. Han Che stepped closer, leaning in to innocently defend himself by her ear. Upon hearing this, Mo-Lan's temper flared, and she spun around, pointing a slender finger accusingly at his chest, exclaiming, You are the one who failed to trust me. Han Che felt a ripple of sensation at her touch and grasped her delicate hand. Countering, You did not clarify things to me. You are the one who is foolish. You are the one who overthinks. I have repeated myself countless times. If you cannot comprehend, do you blame me? Lan was exasperated, raising her other hand to strike him. Fine, it's my fault. Am I forgiven now? Han Che sighed in resignation. Choosing not to continue their confrontation, he opened his arms, enveloping her in his embrace, one hand resting on her slender waist, the other cradling the back of her head, pressing her against his heart. Thump, thump. His heartbeat resonated faster than hers. Lan dared not move, settling obediently in his embrace. After a moment of reflection, she felt a pang of grievance and lifted her chin, resting her delicate jaw against his chest, inquiring, "Why do you persist in doubting me?" "Perhaps I simply cannot believe myself to be this fortunate," Han Che replied, a hint of sorrow flickering across his face, which Lan keenly observed, leaving her puzzled about the source of his melancholy. Was it for family, for kin, or was he troubled about the future of the Han Wolf clan? "All right, let us depart. We must leave before nightfall. The wilderness is rife with dangers." Han Che tenderly caressed Lan's silky hair before reluctantly releasing her, taking her hand as they made their way toward the water source, marking the conclusion of this brief interlude. The water source Han Che referred to as a mountain stream, with a manageable slope and not too steep in the vicinity, making it feasible to divert the water. However, the tools for such an endeavor posed a challenge. "Xiao Xiao, are you there?" Lan crouched by the stream, calling for her spirit pet. "I am here, Master." Xiao Xiao promptly appeared. "I wish to divert this stream to the territory of the Han Wolf clan, but I cannot think of suitable tools for the task," she stated. "Master, we have a type of bamboo here known as ground bamboo that can be fashioned into tools for connecting the water source. However, the ground bamboo is quite short. Each piece is no more than half a meter long, that if you wish to divert the water, you will likely need to construct some auxiliary ditches. Additionally, if the water pressure is insufficient, the flow may slow, causing it to freeze. You will also need to devise a way to prevent the water from freezing." Upon hearing this, Lan furrowed her brows. It seemed that diverting the water was not as simple as it first appeared. Increased pressure. Lan rose, carefully examining the terrain beside the stream. Soon, her eyes brightened as she discovered a breakthrough. Her gaze fell upon a narrow section of the stream. If she were to block the water here, it would naturally alter its course. By then, constructing ditches along this section, she could divert the water to the Han Wolf clan. As for the issue of insulation, floating stones and sandy soil could provide a solution. Understanding this, Lan clapped her hands and stood up, but in her excitement, she slipped, nearly tumbling into the stream. Fortunately, Han Che was quick to react, reaching out to pull her back. Had she fallen in, Lan would surely have succumbed to the cold. Heart racing from a scare, she clung to Han Che's chest, her pulse quickening. "Taking you out is more exhausting than hunting yaks," Han Che exclaimed. Equally startled, this had happened countless times throughout the day. If this continued, his heart might very well give out. Lan's cheeks flushed. It was no wonder that Han Ing had teased her earlier. She indeed had a tendency to be careless, often making minor blunders when lost in thought, oblivious to her surroundings. She playfully stuck out her tongue, sheepishly saying, "I'll be more careful next time." Observing her mischievous little tongue, Han Che could not help but swallow hard. Lan, noticing his reaction, felt her ears heat up and quickly pushed him away, changing the subject. "All right, let us head home. I have come up with a plan to divert the water. Let us go discuss it further." Han Che watched as Lan shyly retreated, gathering his thoughts and following closely behind her. Meanwhile, in the warm ground area, Lan suddenly halted the construction of the wooden tent. Leaving Yuhi in bewilderment, he turned to the messenger, Han Ing, and asked, "What is going on?" The structure of the tent was nearly complete. If they hurried, it could be finished before nightfall, and they could add the animal skins tomorrow. Why suddenly stop? On our way back from the Ural Highlands, we encountered a patch of wild grass, and that female went wild with excitement. She insisted we abandon the tent and instead build a thatched hut, which prompted us to rush back to inform you to halt the work. Han Ing shrugged, summarizing the prior events. A thatched hut. Wasn't it said that building a house is impossible without timber? Yuhi queried, perplexed. "How would I know? You can ask Lan when she returns." Hanche raised his hands in exasperation and then turned to call out to the crowd. All right, everyone, cease your efforts. Let us gather our belongings and return to the tribe. Although he was reluctant, he could do nothing against Mo Lan's orders. So he too ceased his work and led a group of orcs back to the tribe. Looking sullen by the time twilight descended, both Hanche and Mo Lan had returned. Upon hearing the news, Yuhi, unable to wait for dinner, hurried to Mo Lan's dwelling, eager to clarify the situation. Yuhi, just in time. I was about to seek you out, Mo Lan said as she and Hanche sat side by side on a hide, Hanche holding a stone knife and a section of bamboo. The two engaged in a hushed discussion. Beside them lay an array of small, uniquely shaped tools that Yuhi had never encountered before. Intrigued, he approached and picked up one of the curious items. Asking Molan, "Che, what are you working on now?" Hanche lifted his head and replied, "We're crafting tableware from bamboo." "Bamboo can be made into tableware," Yuhi exclaimed in astonishment. Of course, Molan retorted with a hint of annoyance. "Why else would we have such fine materials if not to utilize them? Instead, they are wasted as firewood." Yuhi sat down, holding up a bamboo tube, and inquired, "What is this for?" "This is a bamboo ladle, used for scooping water," Molan explained. "And this?" Yuhi set down the ladle and picked up a bamboo piece split in half and shaped concavely. "This is a bamboo dish, suitable for serving food, be it minced meat, chunks of meat, or berries." "And what of this?" Yuhi asked, letting go of the bamboo dish to grasp a long, thick piece of bamboo. "This is a bamboo barrel designed for storing drinking water. Essentially, it is just a regular piece of bamboo with a removable lid added to one end." Molan demonstrated as she explained. "Once I divert the stream, everyone will have clean water to drink. However, the stream cannot be directed to each household. I will establish a fixed water collection point, distributing several of these storage barrels to each family. They can collect water daily and store it within. When needed, they simply open the lid, and when not in use, they secure it tightly, ensuring cleanliness and hygiene. It is quite convenient. Unable to find larger containers, and with stone barrels being too cumbersome, Molan had conceived the idea of using bamboo for barrels. Although the storage capacity is limited, it is easy to carry, allowing even women to fetch water independently when the men are away. Hearing this, Yuhi was thrilled and asked, "So, you have already devised a plan for water diversion?" "Indeed. I have thought of a method to channel the water. I was just about to call you over to discuss tomorrow's tasks," Hanche said after completing his final sample and setting down his bone knife. Yuhi joined them, brimming with anticipation. "Do tell, what needs to be done?" "Oh, and by the way, why was work suddenly halted in the warm area?" Molan smiled and said, "Because I have found materials for building thatched houses. Though they are thatched houses, they are far more practical than tents. A tent serves merely as a temporary shelter, but a well-constructed thatched house can last for a decade or more." "Is that so? How do we construct such a thatched house? Please, enlighten me," Yuhi exclaimed with delight. Eager to learn of this superior dwelling, Molan proceeded to explain the materials and construction methods for the thatched house in detail. "You mean to say we use gunwood for support, cover it with thatch and clay, leave windows and doors, and use hides as curtains at the entrance to create a well-insulated thatched house? Furthermore, we can build them not only in the warm area, but also here in our territory." Molan nodded. "Indeed, the thatch house is more breathable and allows light in compared to a hide tent, while still providing shelter from the wind and snow. Its insulation and sturdiness surpass that of tents. Therefore, we will not build tents. We will construct thatched houses." "Excellent. How wonderful. If we can build thatched houses in our territory, our fellow tribesmen will no longer fear the bitter cold." Yuhi rejoiced that moment. After a prolonged silence, Hanche suddenly spoke. "I was contemplating that we could connect the thatched house with our dwelling. The gunwood is too short to build the thatched house too high, which would make it quite cramped inside. However, if we connect it to the dwelling, we can excavate a pit in the middle for grilling food and warmth, while the surrounding elevated areas can serve as sleeping quarters. This way, living and dining areas are separated, ensuring cleanliness and hygiene." Upon hearing this, Molan appeared to have an epiphany, clapping her hands excitedly. "A semi-subterranean dwelling. How marvelous! Hanche, so this semi-subterranean concept was your invention." She recalled studying the construction of semi-subterranean houses in her history lessons, and how she had forgotten about it was only through Han Che's suggestion that she remembered. Han Che and he exchanged glances, bewildered by Mo Lan's excitement, but it was evident that Han Che's idea resonated with her, which was a good sign. Then it is settled regarding the thatched houses. Mo Lan, you shall draw the architectural plans, while I will arrange for tomorrow's work, Han Che declared. Mo Lan nodded and picked up a twig to begin sketching intently on the ground. Han Che turned to Yu He and instructed. You and Han Ing shall gather thatch and clay tomorrow, selecting suitable gunwood. Mo Lan and I will head to the water source to prepare the channel for diverting water. Understood, Yu He replied, just as he was about to rise to observe Mo Lan's drawing when they were interrupted by Su Yi's voice from outside the dwelling. You children, you have been busy all day. Come in and eat. The three suddenly remembered that they had been so engrossed in their tasks upon returning that they had missed dinner. With so much to attend to, who could think of food? Fortunately, a senior member was there to urge them. It truly exemplified the saying that having an elder at home is like possessing a treasure. Su Yi entered with Shilu, both carrying several bundles of food. Calling out as they walked, come now, eat up. You need your strength to work. Mo Lan immediately looked up and smiled. Ah, it seems Mother E cares for us. My stomach has been growling for quite some time. Su Yi approached with a bundle of minced meat, smiling as she said, Mo Lan, you have worked hard. I have heard from that rascal Han Ing that you plan to construct houses in a warm area and divert water for our tribe's consumption. Shilu also informed me of your efforts to educate the females in our tribe about hygiene and disease prevention, teaching everyone to make tableware. Everyone holds you in high regard since your arrival. Our tribe has undergone a remarkable transformation. You truly are the blessing of our Han Wolf tribe. Earlier in the afternoon, Shilu had visited her dwelling to present her with handcrafted tableware, claiming it was a result of Mo Lan's teachings, which brought both joy and comfort to Su Yi. She was delighted that Che had such discerning taste in choosing a wife, and comforted by the thought that Mo Lan's presence had opened Han Che's eyes. Finally, there was hope for the tribe to add to its lineage. With Han Che's pure bloodline, if he were to mate with a female beast, it would surely result in offspring. Shilu's frequent visits to her dwelling were a clear indication of her intentions. It was time to find the right moment to discuss this with Han Che. Mother E, you flatter me. It is merely my duty. Mo Lan responded with a smile as she accepted the minced meat from Su. Now that she was married to Han Che, it was only fitting that she consider the welfare of the Han Wolf tribe. As long as it did not violate any principles, she was more than willing to contribute selflessly. Good child, are you feeling better? You have been working hard these past few days. Su Yi gazed at Mo Lan with affection, her eyes soft like a mother's. Mo Lan smiled gratefully. I am well. With Han Che caring for me, I am perfectly fine. That is wonderful, Su Yi nodded, then moved to offer a bundle of food to you. You two should eat. Support Che and Mo Lan well. Our Han Wolf tribe's future rests upon you young ones. Rest assured, Aunt. I understand, Yu He replied, fully aware of his aunt's expectations as he accepted the food and fork, nodding earnestly. Su Yi smiled and turned her gaze to Shilu, who was shyly holding food and hesitant to approach, saying, Shilu, stop dawdling. Hurry and offer the food to Che. After eating, tell him to rest well. Tomorrow, there will be many tasks to tackle. All right, Shilu replied. Rushing forward, kneeling beside Han Che on the hide, her face flushed as she held out the bundle of roasted meat, saying, Tribe leader, please eat. This was specially prepared for you by Shilu. Do try it, and see if you like it. Set it down. Han Che nodded, not even glancing at Shilu, as he walked over to Mo Lan, who was eating while still working on her sketches, saying softly, Eat first. You can finish your drawings later. There is no rush. The sooner you complete the drawings, the sooner you can arrange the work process. The houses must be built quickly, so the tribe can move and it is far too cold outside. After spending a day out there, my hands and feet are numb. I can hardly regain my warmth, and Mo Lan, without lifting her head, replied curtly. Han Che observed her hands gripping the chopsticks, and indeed, they were not as nimble as before. Confirming her words to be true, the day's outdoor activities had left her utterly frozen. Yet, she persisted through gritted teeth solely to assist him. Han Che felt a surge of emotion as he watched her intently composing her meal. Taking intermittent bites, he then moved to sit beside her, took the chopsticks from her hand, and fed her a morsel of minced meat. Lan was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled and accepted the food, saying, "You should eat too. Let us share." "All right." Han Che nodded gently, his gaze softening as they alternated bites of meat while discussing the composition of the thatched cottage, oblivious to the world around them. They failed to notice Shi Lu's forlorn and aggrieved expression nearby. Sue, witnessing the scene, smiled lightly and signaled Shi Lu to follow her out of the burrow to Sug. "It seems I cannot garner the chief's favor." Shi Lu replied dejectedly upon exiting Lan's dwelling to do not lose heart. Han Che has just wed the holy witch, so naturally, he will pay her more attention. However, Lan is frail, and with the weather being harsh, she cannot be overworked. If Han Che truly valued her, he wouldn't mate with her in the near future. You should draw closer to him now. There will surely be opportunities, Sue encouraged with a smile. Later, wait for Han Che in the cave. Even if you cannot mate with him, massaging his shoulders and legs to relieve his fatigue would suffice. With Sue's permission, Shi Lu was overjoyed. Typically, the chief's burrow was not open to others, but with Sue's tacit approval, it would surely be fine. Even if the chief were displeased, he would not lay blame on her due to Sue's influence. Shi Lu nodded eagerly and hurried back to her dwelling to make preparations. Meanwhile, Lan, Han Che, and Yu had deliberated half the night, finally finalizing the design and construction method for the semi-burrow-style house. Yu stood up, yawning widely, and said, "It's getting late. You should rest early, and I must take my leave." With that, he waved goodbye and stepped out of the burrow. After Yu left, Lan immediately softened and leaned into Han Che's embrace. "I am exhausted," she murmured, her eyes fluttering closed at Lan. "Sleep on the furs. It's uncomfortable to huddle like this," Han Che gently advised as he helped her sit up to Lan, half asleep and yawning repeatedly, swayed as she stood and made her way toward the furs, fearing she might stumble again. Han Che swiftly scooped her up and carefully laid her on the furs. Lan mumbled drowsily before drifting into a deep slumber. Although her health had improved, she had only recently recovered from serious illness, and the past couple of days had been filled with exertion and emotional upheaval, rendering her small frame quite fragile. Had it not been for Yuhi's presence earlier, she would have likely fallen asleep in Han Che's arms. Han Che fetched a soft hide to cover her and sat beside her, gently caressing her small face for a long time, so long that he nearly lost control of his emotions, prompting him to hastily rise and step outside. Just as he exited the cave, he recalled something and turned back to collect enough yak dung to add to the bonfire in Lan's dwelling. Once the flames roared to life and the cave felt warm and cozy, he sighed in relief and returned to his own burrow. After a long day, he was quite fatigued. Although he wished to stay and watch over Lan as she slept, he feared that he might unintentionally harm her in a moment of passion. So he chose to keep his distance to spare them both from torment. Upon returning to his burrow, he noticed the bonfire had dwindled and feeling too weary to add more yak dung. He lay down on the furs inside. However, as soon as he reclined, he felt a pair of arms snake around his neck. He swiftly extended his hand and seized the person beneath him. "Chief, it's Shi Lu," a soft voice exclaimed, tinged with fear. Han Che froze, his brows knitting tightly, as he tossed the person back onto the furs. In the flickering light of the bonfire, he beheld Shi Lu's alluring figure. Completely unclothed, radiating an overwhelming allure, Han Che immediately averted his gaze, turning to the side and reprimanded, "Who permitted you to enter?" Shi Lu hastily scrambled up, feeling wronged. "Chief, I saw you were exhausted and wanted to come help you relax." "I do not require assistance. Leave," Han Che commanded coldly, his body rigid. "Chief, I know you have already mated with the holy witch. However, she is frail and cannot satisfy you. Please trust me. Shi Lu will ensure your pleasure." Shi Lu pressed forward. Grasping Han Che's hand, he repulsively shook her off, declaring, "I will say this once more, leave." Han Che's repeated rejections left Shi Lu feeling humiliated, and she couldn't help but argue. "Chief, Suji allowed me to come." Please don't send me away. Suji. Han Che was taken aback, his brows tightening even more in the dim light of the fire. He glanced at Shilu's timid demeanor, then said, "Fine, you may stay." Hearing this, Shilu's face lit up with joy. Yet the next moment, Han Che added, "I am leaving." With that, he turned and strode out without hesitation. "Chief!" Shilu hurried to follow, but then remembered she was without a hide. Hastily grabbing a piece of fur to wrap around herself, rushing to the cave entrance, only to find that Han Che had already vanished from sight. Tears of grievance streamed down her face as she tightly clutched the fur. Crying as she returned to her own burrow, outside the cave, Han Che stormed forward in anger, only to realize he had unconsciously walked to Mo Lan's dwelling, initially intending to turn away. He hesitated for a long time before he could no longer resist, and slowly moved his feet to enter. Upon entering the burrow, a wave of warmth enveloped him. Han Che instinctively looked toward the fur, where he found Mo Lan curled up snugly, sound asleep. Although she had kicked the furs aside, he approached, sat beside her, pulled the furs back over her, and gently tucked her hand into the warmth. To his surprise, her small hand was icy. Frowning, he took her little hand into his palm, using his warmth to thaw her. Drowsy and disoriented, Mo Lan sensed an intense chill and instinctively curled into a tighter ball. Yet it did little to alleviate her discomfort. Suddenly, a rush of warmth enveloped her, prompting her to lean in closer. Han Che, watching as Mo Lan snuggled deeper into his embrace, felt his body tense up once more. Mo Lan's icy little hands wandered, quickly slipping beneath Han Che's arms, tightly embracing him, while her small face nestled against his chest. So warm. The little one sighed contentedly, murmuring softly. Yet at that moment, Han Che felt as though he were being scorched by ice and fire, staring at the greedy little creature in his arms for a long while before finally resigning himself to hold her close and lie down, allowing her searing warmth to consume him as he endured the night in tension. The following morning, as Mo Lan sleepily emerged from the burrow, Han Che was already outside, directing the tribe members in their busy tasks. The biting cold air struck her, and she couldn't help but shiver. "Holy witch!" The others greeted Mo Lan with bows. She waved her hands, urging them, "Continue with your work. Do not mind me." Han Che approached, frowning as he asked, "Are you cold? Be sure to wear an extra hide when you go out later. It is a bit chilly," Mo Lan replied, sticking out her tongue, looking apologetically at Han Che. "I'm sorry for waking up late. I was just so exhausted yesterday." "No worries as long as you've rested well," Han Che said, his gaze softening as he looked at her, although Mo Lan meant no harm with her words. They struck a chord with those who were listening. For instance, Han Ing and Shi Lu exchanged glances, their hearts sinking further, especially as they observed Han Che's tender treatment of Mo Lan. The bitterness in their hearts was palpable. Han Ing shot a displeased glance at Mo Lan before turning away. Meanwhile, Shi Lu, having been specifically assigned by Su Yi to attend to Han Che and Mo Lan's meals, felt compelled to approach despite her sorrow. "Chief, Holy Witch, Su Ji asked me to bring you food." "Thank you." Shi Lu, why are your eyes so red? Have you been out in the cold? Come inside the burrow." Mo Lan inquired, noticing Shi Lu's swollen eyes and downcast expression, mistakenly assuming she was affected by the chilly weather. Amidst their conversation, she hastily pulled her into the underground chamber. That chieftain, Shi Lu, was led away, casting a lingering glance back at Han Shu. Upon witnessing this, Mulan's eyes flickered momentarily, and she feigned nonchalance, saying, "Do not concern yourself with him. He is a robust man, tough-skinned and brawny. What is there to fear? We cannot compare to them." Shi Lu followed into the underground, setting down the provisions before expressing her despondency. "Indeed, the chieftain is strong and healthy. The Holy Witch must have experienced it last night, right? She is fortunate. Unlike us ordinary tribesfolk who hardly garner the chieftain's attention." As Mulan savored her porridge, she immediately sensed the bitterness in Shi Lu's words and became alert. This woman seemed to be harboring designs on her husband. That simply wouldn't do. With a quick thought, she pretended to misunderstand and replied, "Indeed, he is quite the specimen, his body akin to a great furnace. I slept cradling him all night, as if embracing an oversized heating pad, so wonderfully warm. With Honshu around, I dare say we need not even kindle the campfire. Upon hearing this, Shilu's expression darkened even further. The chieftain had forsaken her to indulge with Mulan for an entire night. What did she lack compared to Mulan? In terms of physique, Mulan was no match for her. In terms of beauty, she was among the finest in the tribe. As for skills, she was certain Mulan could not surpass her. Aside from status, what was it that set her apart from Mulan? Yet the chieftain chose to favor Mulan. Why was that? Holy witch, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. The more Shilu pondered, the more disheartened she became, and unable to remain any longer, she rose to take her leave. Mulan, witnessing Shilu's hasty retreat, seized the opportunity to deliver another blow. Wait, Shilu. I apologize. It was all Honshu's fault for clinging to me last night. I was utterly exhausted and meant to teach you how to tailor, but neglected it. Furthermore, I must prioritize constructing warm shelters and diverting water, so I fear I shall be quite occupied. Please convey my apologies to everyone, and I shall resume teaching when I am free. Oh, upon hearing this, Shilu's head drooped even lower, akin to an ostrich. She murmured a response and hurriedly exited, just as she reached the cave's mouth. She happened to cross paths with Honshu, yet he appeared oblivious to her presence, striding past her without a glance. Exacerbating her frustration, she cast a resentful glance at his retreating figure, feeling deflated like a deflated balloon. The chieftain and the holy witch shared such affection. What concern was there for her? At least in the short term, she had no chance. With this thought, Shilu felt a heaviness in her heart and departed in a daze. Honshu entered, noticing Mulan seated on fur, enjoying her meal, and he settled beside her. However, as soon as he sat down, Mulan abruptly set aside her food and seized the beast hide draped over him. Interrogating, tell me, did Shilu come looking for you last night? Shilu's words had been so blatant earlier. If she remained oblivious, it would be sheer folly. Honshu's gaze flickered, and he wrapped his hand around Mulan's slim waist. Feigning innocence, I was preoccupied with you all night. How would I know if she came or not? Upon hearing this, Mulan's face flushed red, realizing her earlier fib had been caught by Honshu. Now he was deflecting her inquiry, which filled her with a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Unable to restrain herself, she playfully punched his shoulder, exclaiming, "Stop dodging the question. Shilu must have tried to entice you, right?" Not so. It was not Shilu who sought to entice me. Honshu's gaze upon Mulan grew steadily heated. I refuse to believe you. Mulan pouted in annoyance. Only you have the power to entice me. Honshu leaned slightly closer to Mulan, their faces mere inches apart. Mulan felt her cheeks flush under his intense gaze. She averted her eyes to escape, but he grasped the back of her head and lowered his face, intending to capture her lips. Mulan, we can set off now. Just then, the voice of Yoha echoed from outside the cave, causing Honshu to pause. A sudden impulse to deliver a thrashing to Yoha surged within him. Observing this, Mulan quickly pushed him away, stifling a laugh. Let's go. We must not delay our important tasks. Honshu then stood, taking Mulan's small hand as they both ventured outside. Honshu and Yoha's group split into two paths, one led by Yoha and Haining to harvest reeds near the Ural Highlands, while the other accompanied Honshu and Mulan to the water source. Mulan, how do we divert the water? Honshu inquired, gazing at the gently flowing stream. Standing by the stream's edge, Mulan pointed to a narrow channel, saying, "Do you see that point? We must send someone there to divert the flow. Otherwise, the water pressure will be insufficient for it to reach us. But before that, we need to construct the channel properly. Starting from the source and extending it to our territory, diverting the flow is not difficult. Later, I and a few strong tribesmen can head down with large stones to redirect the stream. But how do we build the channel?" Honshu frowned, questioning. "Rest assured, I have my methods." Mulan patted Honshu's arm and then asked, "Have the people collecting floating stones and sand returned?" Before setting off, she had instructed Honshu to send a small team to gather sand and floating stones, and they should have amassed a sufficient amount by now. Indeed, upon hearing this, Honshu nodded. They have returned, and both the sand and floating stones have been transported with beast hides to that area for later use. Good. Have them bring it over. Mulan squatted by the stream, pondering the channel's design while issuing orders. With a wave of his hand, Honshu signaled several tribesmen to bring over the large bundles of floating stones and sand they had collected. Mulan reached out from beneath the beast hide, battling against the cold to retrieve the floating stones. However, before she could act, Honshu intervened, halting her. "Mulan, it's too cold outside. Let me handle it." He reached to take the floating stones from her hands. But she shook her head, insisting, "No, the initial construction of the channel is somewhat complex. I need to test the water pressure I can't explain it well, so it's better if I do it." With that, Mulan immediately set to work, beginning to construct the channel at the point where the stream would be diverted. Due to the frigid weather, her hands soon became too cold, forcing her to retreat them into the beast hide for warmth, lest they become entirely numb and unusable. Yet she persevered, continuing until she had formed the initial shape of the channel before finally pausing. At that moment, her hands were already numbed, and her face had lost some color. "Mulan, are you all right?" Honshu, noticing her pallid and weakened state, disregarded the onlookers and directly enveloped her in his embrace for warmth. The Honshu's body radiated warmth, instantly providing Mulan with a sense of comfort. Her stiffened arms gradually regained some feeling, enabling her to give directions once more. You see the arrangement of the floating stones I demonstrated? Build the channel accordingly. After the floating stones are in place, cover them with sand and shape them with clay. Watch closely, and I will demonstrate once more. As Mulan spoke, she pushed Honshu away and resumed her crouch. Honshu immediately followed suit, half squatting to shield her from the biting cold with the beast hide draped over him. Mulan used the floating stones, sand, and clay to construct a small trapezoidal channel, then turned to the others, asking, "Is this clear? Did everyone understand?" They all nodded in affirmation, indicating their comprehension, which relieved Mulan, though her hands had begun to turn a bright red from the cold. "Damn it, the weather is growing colder," Honshu exclaimed. "Mulan, rest here for a moment. I will lead the others in constructing the channel. If anything seems amiss, you can guide us." Honshu helped Mulan settle onto a stone slab covered with fur. And with a gesture, a group promptly brought over a bundle of yuli branches to kindle a fire. Before long, the fire blazed, dispelling the chill that in the wilderness, lighting a fire is considered a luxury. Surely, only she would receive such treatment, Mulan thought, feeling a warmth in her heart that in truth, aside from being somewhat backward, this place was genuinely reassuring. The very least, there was no clamor of the world, nor the treachery and deceit commonly found elsewhere. In comparison, life here was purer than mineral water. If only they could resolve the issues of warmth and sustenance, she would not mind lingering here for a while longer. Alas, the conditions were simply too dire. Honshu, along with the others, busied themselves at the stream, constructing the channel while Mulan warmed herself by the fire and offered guidance. Honshu grasped the concepts quickly, which further eased Mulan's worries. By chance, she noticed Honshu's feet clad in tattered grass sandals, causing her to frown involuntarily. Such sandals were common among the males of the Hanlang tribe, essentially made from twisted weeds resembling flip-flops. In contrast to her own beast-hide boots, their footwear hardly qualified as shoes. Yet in the Kumo snowfield, only weak females, the elderly, and children could wear the warmer beast-hide shoes, due to the scarcity of beast hides. Most males wore grass sandals, and some even went barefoot. In the biting cold, the tribesmen lacked decent cotton shoes, many suffering from frostbite, such a pitiful sight. However, making shoes required cloth, and here there was no hemp or ramie. What could they use to spin thread and weave fabric? Moran found herself in a state of disquiet. Little Xiao, after a moment's contemplation, began to summon her small companion. "Here I am, master," the little yellow dog appeared. Bounding joyfully, "I wish to create some footwear for my kin. Can you assist me in finding suitable materials?" Moran inquired, resting her chin in thought. "Footwear? Master, it seems you are a skilled artisan facing a dire lack of resources. In the Kumo snowfield, not only is there no cotton in the cold season, but even the warm season, it is absent. For once, even Xiao was at a loss. What? The raw materials are so scarce. Without the fabric, we have no hope for clothing or shoes. What are we to do?" Moran could not help but lament. This Kumo snowfield is truly a wretched place for humans. She waved her hand listlessly. In her heart, she vowed to leave this cursed land with her tribe as soon as circumstances permitted. Master! Xiao did not return but squatted in place, calling out to Moran. What is it? Moran asked, her brow furrowed in suspicion. Though there is no cotton, I am aware that the Kumo snowfield possesses a certain plant that can serve as a substitute for weaving fabric. Upon hearing this, Moran's eyes sparkled with hope. Xiao, do tell, what is this miraculous plant? It is called needle willow. This shrub has slender leaves resembling needles, which become soft and pliable after being boiled in water, quite similar to cotton. It should suffice for sewing garments and shoes. Xiao promptly provided an answer that was both surprising and delightful. Moran, filled with joy, eagerly pressed on. Does the tribe have any stored? Indeed they do, but the beastmen primarily use it for firewood. Before Xiao could finish, Moran interjected. She then wrinkled her nose in dismay. The cold wolf tribe squanders such valuable resources, treating everything good as mere kindling. This is due to their lack of wisdom. She continued, moreover, the untreated needle willow is hardly more useful than a chicken. It burns too quickly when used as firewood and is insufficient as a weapon. Hence the tribe collects very little of it. No one wishes to expend effort gathering something deemed useless. Now it has found its purpose. Upon our return, I shall examine the storage cave thoroughly. Perhaps with careful consideration, we can procure clothing, hats, and socks. Moran declared cheerfully to Xiao. Then it shall be at the master's discretion. Xiao bowed and, with a flap of her wings, vanished from sight. When Moran looked up again, she noticed Han Che had led the others to complete the construction of the trench. She immediately rose and approached, inspecting it several times. Satisfied that all was well, she nodded and said, "This is good. Continue building in this manner until we reach the territory of the Cold Wolf tribe." After speaking, she moved closer to Han Che and instructed, clarify the route for everyone, then divide the tribe into several small groups. Some shall be responsible for transporting floating stones and soil, while others shall focus on construction. With this arrangement, we should reach the territory before nightfall. Han Che continued to issue orders, and dozens of tribe members began to collaborate efficiently. Under the guidance of the two, the trench construction progressed smoothly, and it seemed they would reach the territory before dark. Moran let out a sigh of relief and tugged at Han Che's sleeve, saying, "Let's check on the warm ground. I worry they may encounter issues while constructing the semi-subterranean dwellings." Han Che nodded in response, instructing the other tribe members to keep working while leading Moran towards the warm ground. Meanwhile, at the warm ground, the construction of the thatched cottage had indeed hit a snag. The instability of the sandy soil caused the semi-subterranean structure, just erected by he, to collapse due to the looseness of the sand. Fortunately, no one was injured. Initially, he and Han were baffled, believing it to be a mere accident. But when the second attempt resulted in the cottage teetering dangerously, they recognized the underlying issue and halted work to devise a solution. In my view, this location is unsuitable for building. We might as well set up tents. Han declared, plopping down beside the collapsed cottage in frustration, that I believe that once we address the soil stability, we should be able to rebuild. He was not inclined to accept Han Ying's lazy solution. Feeling that the semi-subterranean dwelling was indeed quite commendable, if completed, it would significantly reduce casualties among the tribe during the cold season. You speak lightly. How will we resolve this issue? Did you not hear Moran say? The sandy soil is loose and porous, with a tendency to shift. It simply cannot provide stability. Han retorted promptly. There will always be a way. How about this? I will send someone to summon Moran. Perhaps she may have a solution. He pondered for a moment, unable to conjure a good idea, before voicing this suggestion. She is currently busy with my brother at the water source, constructing the water channel. How could she possibly find time for us? Han scoffed, his tone tinged with jealousy. Unable to suppress a chuckle, he found humor in Han Ying's jealousy. He was well aware of the reasons behind it. Yet this was the moment he felt compelled to offer a gentle reminder. With this thought, he approached and sat beside Han patting his shoulder. Han, I have grown up alongside you and your brother. There are some matters I must remind you of. Han, taken aback, inquired. What do you mean? As for Moran's second husband, you might as well forget about it, he sighed. Why not? Han protested. I es it because she is the holy shaman? But I am a male of the same tribe. Even if Moran has honored her ancestors, it does not preclude me from being her second husband. Yet she only favors my elder brother and pays me no heed. Initially, Han had fervently tried to bring his brother and Moran together, all with this intention in mind. Such arrangements, where brothers of the same tribe share a wife, were quite common. However, after Moran wed his elder brother, she grew distant from him, which naturally left him feeling unsettled. How can you still not comprehend? It is not her identity. Rather, she has no intention of taking a second husband. He clarified, in truth. Han was also exceptionally astute. Yet he was profoundly influenced by tribal customs. Had he not pursued the arts of medicine, he might have shared Han Ying's perspective, believing everything within the tribe to be a given. How could that be? She is the holy shaman. How could she have only one husband? Han questioned incredulously. How is that impossible? Have you forgotten? She belongs to the Yin tribe, not the Cold Wolf tribe. The customs of the Yin tribe differ greatly from those of the Cold Wolf tribe. Another mention of civilization. Do civilized tribes not eat, drink, relieve themselves, or engage in reproduction? Han scoffed dismissively. I do not know. He replied with a wry smile, then furrowed his brow. However, from Moran's demeanor and actions, it is evident that their tribe's views on marriage and reproduction are certainly not akin to those of our Cold Wolf tribe. So what? She is currently within the Cold Wolf tribe and must adhere to our customs. Han asserted with an air of dominance. Regrettably, your elder brother, our current chieftain, intends to follow the customs of the Yin tribe, he remarked with a look of disbelief. What is your elder brother thinking? Does he wish for the Cold Wolf tribe to face extinction? Han questioned, perplexed out of course not. His utmost desire is to lead the Cold Wolf tribe towards a better life. He immediately defended Han Che. Then why does he persist in this course of action? Granny Sue has warned that if the Cold Wolf tribe fails to produce offspring, we may be on the path to extinction. Should he not dedicate everything for the survival of the tribe? Han believed firmly that his brother, Han Che, was not a selfish man. Otherwise, he would not be worthy of leading the Cold Wolf tribe. Perhaps he was determined to alter the tribe's circumstances, which motivated his decisions. He gazed into the distance, his expression suddenly becoming somewhat distant. Han regarded him curiously, bewildered. Do you remember how Mother I died? He inquired, his tone darkening. Han, upon hearing this, nodded reluctantly, falling silent. Mother I was their biological mother. The mother of Han Che and Han Xing. He had known from a young age that Mother I was not close to him, or Han Xing, but rather favored Han Che. You know how the former chieftain, Han Xiao, perished in an avalanche, correct? He continued, his expression growing somber. Han Ying's countenance transformed into one of reverence. After a pause, he replied, I know, the former chieftain Han Xiao and Mother I sacrificed themselves for the tribe. Yet he shook his head, stating, no, you do not know. You were still young and did not witness the scene of Mother I's death. It was truly horrific. Her demise inflicted great pain on Han Che, which is why he has remained distant from females since reaching adulthood. Han upon hearing this, was filled with confusion. Wasn't Mother I afflicted by the cold, evil, and died of illness? He asked, perplexed. Illness she may have had, but it was not an ordinary one, he replied, shaking his head. I am not entirely certain about this matter. In any case, after the demise of Aye's mother, Han Che spent a considerable amount of time secluded in his burrow. Appearing almost dazed, it was only later that he gradually returned to normalcy. There's such a thing. What happened to my elder brother? Han was utterly astonished. He could hardly fathom what the once formidable and valiant elder brother could look like in such a weakened state. Yui furrowed his brow and shook his head, stating, I do not know, but after he recovered, he sought out our aunt and posed a question to her. What question? Han inquired with immediate curiosity. Whether it is possible to restore the ancestral system of the Han Wolf clan? Yui replied. The ancestral system of the Han Wolf clan? What is that? Han had never heard of such a system before. Yui pondered for a moment and said, I once heard our aunt mention that the Wolf clan on the Kumo snowfield originally belonged to a single tribe, residing on the vast Watson Plains. However, due to war, they were forced to flee and relocate to the Kumo snowfield. After several centuries, the wolf clan fragmented, resulting in the current division among various wolf tribes. The Watson Plains? I am familiar with that place. I have heard it described as a paradise, warm and rich in resources. Hanning recalled having heard others from different tribes speak of it during his hunts. Indeed, our aunt mentioned that the place where the wolf clan once lived was a civilization in existence. However, it was the defeated wolf clan that was driven away in the struggle for that civilization. The wolf clan was not as destitute and chaotic as it is now. The so-called ancestral system comprises two primary tenets. First, monogamy. Second, a prohibition against slaughtering kin. Monogamy. What sort of rule is that? Why does my elder brother wish to restore such an ancestral system? Han Ying's expression reflected his astonishment. Yuhi glanced at Han Ying, understanding his current feelings. When their aunt first spoke of this matter, he too had been equally shocked. Why would Han Che entertain such peculiar thoughts? At the time, he was completely perplexed. However, after a fortuitous conversation with Han Che, he finally comprehended. The reason Han Che harbored such thoughts was twofold. Firstly, to prevent the tragedy that befell their parent from recurring, and secondly, to lead the Han Wolf clan towards prosperity through proper means. What did our aunt say in response to my elder brother? Han Ying speculated. Surely she scolded him fiercely. He shrugged, finding his elder brother's absurd notion laughable. Simultaneously, he concluded that Su Mo, the clan's high priestess, would undoubtedly reprimand Han Che severely, for his proposal could very well lead the tribe to ruin. To his surprise, Yui shook his head and said, Aunt was indeed astonished, but she did not scold Han Che. Instead, she presented him with a goal. She said that if he could achieve it, she would agree to restore the ancestral system. A goal? What goal? Did he accomplish it? Han Ying's curiosity was piqued. Yui sighed. It is not so easily attainable. Our aunt stated that Han Che must reduce the tribe's casualties during the cold season to 0 before she would consider restoring the ancestral system. Unfortunately, despite his years as clan leader, he has yet to achieve this. What? To reduce the casualties during the cold season to 0. How is that even possible? Su Mo is simply making it difficult for my elder brother. Does she not understand that for years, no wolf tribe on the Kumo snowfield has managed to safely endure the cold season? Han Ying felt an unjust indignation for his elder brother. Yui smiled wryly, of course. Our aunt knows, but she also understands how absurd the notion of restoring the ancestral system is. The Han Wolf clan has lost its civilization, apart from superficial writing and fire. We possess nothing else. If the Han Wolf clan were to restore the ancestral system, it would be akin to seeking self-destruction. Thus, I say my brother sometimes dreams the impossible dream that I in his lifetime. Wouldn't it suffice for the Han Wolf clan to be well-fed and warmly clothed? Why pursue such meaningless reforms? Han Ying expressed his disbelief that I used to advise him as well, but he remained steadfast in his beliefs. However, now, with Mo Lan's arrival, Han Che's dream may finally have a chance of realization. At the mention of Mo Lan, a glimmer of hope appeared in Yuhi's eyes. What difference does her arrival make? Han Ying scoffed. Not underestimate Mo Lan. She is a wise individual endowed with the civilization of the Yin clan. Unlike us, I believe that as long as she is willing to wholeheartedly assist Che, the goal set by our aunt will undoubtedly be achieved. Yui declared with optimism. Wait, after all this talk, what does this have to do with my intention of becoming Mo Lan's second husband? Han Ying furrowed his brow, inquiring. Yui smiled faintly. Naturally, it is related, because I suspect that within the Yin clan's inherited civilization, the rule regarding marriage is indeed monogamy. What? Han Ying was truly taken aback this time. If that were the case, he would be at a significant disadvantage. He had exerted great effort to bring Han Che and Mo Lan together with the hope of one day becoming Mo Lan's second husband. And now Yui was saying that Mo Lan would only accept one husband. Had he known, he would never have relinquished her to Han Che. Moreover, do not provoke your brother. He is quite serious this time. Just look at how he has interacted with any female since reaching adulthood. Last night, when our aunt sent Shi Lu to attend to him in his burrow, he sent her back with a scowl. That should tell you how much he values Mo Lan. Henceforth, do not covet Mo Lan. Beware of your brother's wrath. When Che becomes angry, even you might find it hard to withstand. Yui warned, noticing Han Ying's expression of reluctance. Indeed, Han Ying's demeanor reflected his inner turmoil. That day, he had stood at the entrance of Mo Lan's burrow, blocking several tribesmen who sought to court her, which had already signified his stance. Who dared to approach Mo Lan must first pass through him. After all, he was the foremost warrior of the Wolf clan. Who could contend with him? It seemed he truly needed to contemplate whether it was worth offending his brother for Mo Lan. Ah, I have indeed guessed correctly. Look, they have encountered a problem. As he and Hanning sat in contemplation, Hanche appeared, embracing Mo Lan as they entered the territory. Upon seeing the intimate embrace of the two, Hanning instinctively opened his mouth, but promptly thought better of it and silently closed it. Che Mo Lan, you have arrived. Splendid. We were just in a quandary. He exclaimed joyfully as he stood to greet them. What has occurred? Hanche furrowed his brow, surveying the halted tribesmen. Before he could respond, Mo Lan shrugged and replied, Need it be said? It is naturally due to the super instability of the sandy soil. Yes, precisely so. The sandy ground is far too loose to provide adequate support. The structures have collapsed before they could be completed. What shall we do now? He gestured towards a nearby mound of debris. No need to ask. Our esteemed priestess, being so well informed, naturally has a solution in mind. Does she not? Dear priestess? Hanning could not help but interject with a hint of sarcasm. Mo Lan shot him a glance, but chose not to respond. Primarily to avoid further banter, lest Hanche misunderstand her intentions regarding acquiring a second husband. Mo Lan, do you have a solution? Hanche inquired, scanning the scene. Mo Lan immediately patted her chest and smiled. Leave it to me. Afterward, she stepped toward the collapsed thatched hut and began examining it closely. Hanche, Yuhi, and Hanning quickly followed suit, eager to see how Mo Lan intended to resolve the issue. Is there any clay left? Mo Lan soon inquired. There is plenty, but I fear it may not be sufficient. I specifically instructed the tribesmen to gather more. Yuhi waved his hand, and several tribesmen promptly brought over a sack of clay. Pour out half of the clay, then add some snow melt for me, Mo Lan directed as she crouched down, mixing fragments of thatch into the clay. What are you doing? Yuhi asked, puzzled. Making mortar, Mo Lan replied briefly. Then selected a sturdy yuli branch to encircle the mixture of clay and thatch fragments, instructing others to pour the snow melt into the central depression. Finally, she grasped the yuli branch and began vigorously mixing the clay mixture. I'll take over. Hanche intervened after Mo Lan had only stirred a few times, taking the yuli branch from her. She looked up and smiled at him, feeling that he was becoming increasingly astute. He always knew what she intended to do before she even spoke, taking on all the heavy lifting. How heartwarming. If this were the present day, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a quintessential warm-hearted man. As Hanche gazed at Mo Lan's sweet smile, warmth surged through him, and certain feelings began to stir within him involuntarily. He quickly averted his gaze, focusing instead on the clay mixture before him. What consistency should we aim for? He asked. It should be of moderate thickness, with sufficient stickiness. If the yuli branch can stand upright without falling, then it will suffice. And Mo Lan instructed the onlookers among her kin, saying, Don't just stand there. Add more water. It's still not thin enough. An orc nearby, holding a water pouch, immediately loosened its opening and poured water into the clay mixture. Once Mo Lan deemed the water quantity sufficient, she raised her hand to halt the process and said to Hanche, Continue stirring until the cement is completely blended. Hanche complied, vigorously mixing the clay to expedite the integration of the water and mud. However, due to the inadequacy of the tools, the water continually seeped away through the gaps, resulting in a failure to achieve the desired consistency. It wasn't until 3 additional rounds of water were added that the mixture was finally complete. At that moment, a fine sheen of sweat had already formed on Hanche's forehead. Mo Lan, feeling a pang of sympathy, swiftly retrieved a small piece of soft fur and gently wiped away his perspiration. She couldn't help but lament, Alas, if only we had a shovel. It shouldn't be this laborious to mix mud. A shovel. Hanche paused in surprise and asked, What is that? Mo Lan explained, It is a particularly useful iron farming tool. But it cannot be made without iron. Iron. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances that Mo Lan promptly elaborated. It is a type of metal. Metal? The entire assembly was filled with questions that it is a compound substance that exists in nature. Nature? Compound? Substance. Faced with a multitude of bewildered expressions, Molan, exasperated, placed her hands on her hips and exclaimed, "Enough with the nonsense. Get to work. Do you want to tire me to death?" Puffed. Haning could hardly contain his laughter, nearly spitting it out in a fit of mirth. The assembled kin stared at Molan's fierce demeanor, dumbfounded, while he struggled to stifle his laughter. Even Han Che, who was mixing the clay, surprisingly managed to crack a smile. Was it truly that amusing? Molan, pouting in irritation, huffed and turned to sit on a nearby stone, needing a moment to catch her breath. These orcs had become insatiably curious. If she uttered one word, they would inquire 3 questions. At this rate, she'd be exhausted by dawn. What should Molan do next? Han Che set down the Yuli branch, approached her, and gently took her icy little hand in his warm palm. Feeling the chill of her stiffened fingers enveloped by his warmth, waves of comfort washed over Molan, and her earlier displeasure was instantly forgotten. The clay was ready. The next step was to lay the foundation. Molan replied, "What do you mean by laying a foundation?" The construction of a house requires a solid base for safety. It is not just about the warmth of the earth, even within our territory. The stability of the foundation greatly differs whether it is laid or not. However, given our limited materials, we cannot lay a full foundation. We shall only reinforce the areas beneath the supporting beams of the thatched house. Will that prevent the house from collapsing? Haning could not help but ask after hearing Molan's explanation. Molan promptly replied, "It will certainly be far sturdier than having no foundation at all. Additionally, the supports must be positioned with precision. Even slight deviations can shift the pressure points, leading to instability. Well then, theory is no match for practice. Let us proceed. Only through our efforts can we validate the truths." Molan ceased her explanations, rising to lead Han Che to the ruins of the collapsed thatched house, where she began directing the others in its reconstruction. Under Molan's astute guidance, the supports were crafted with greater precision, and with the clay foundation firmly established, the thatched house finally stood resilient against the elements. "Wonderful! We have succeeded!" The onlookers cheered with joy. "Now let us construct more using this method." "My goodness, Han Che, I am freezing." After the strenuous effort, Molan's hands felt nearly numb, prompting her to rush to Han Che for warmth. Han Che immediately set aside his materials and pulled her into his embrace. "That you've been out for too long today. I shall escort you back to the territory." He tightened his hold on Molan and turned to instruct he and Haning. "You two, hasten the construction with the others. It's getting colder, and I suspect the first cold wave is imminent. We must ensure that our kin are settled before it arrives." "Understood. Che, you take Molan back now," Yuhi urged as he noticed Molan's lips were turning blue from the cold. Han Che nodded. Just as he was about to leave, Molan suddenly leaned out of his embrace and said, "Wait, Han Che, what is it?" Han Che inquired, looking down at her. Molan gently pushed him aside, rummaging in her fur clothing for a moment before producing a small leather pouch and presenting it to Han Che. "What is this?" Han Che asked. Molan opened the leather pouch to reveal a scattering of white powder. After a moment of contemplation, Han Che exclaimed, "Isn't this what you used against the earth brown bear last time?" "Indeed, this is saltpeter powder, which can be used to make gunpowder, that I stumbled upon some here last time. And there should be more in the vicinity. Please show it to the tribe. If anyone comes across this substance, they must help me collect it." Han Che accepted the pouch and called out to Yuhi, "Let everyone be on the lookout. If they see anything resembling this, they should gather it and bring it back to Molan." Yuhi examined the pouch skeptically and asked, "What is this? What is it used for?" "This is gunpowder, and it is of great importance. Yuhi, remind everyone to be extremely cautious while collecting it. They must not expose it to open flames or it will explode. Do you understand?" Molan warned with concern. "Yes, I understand." Yuhi nodded solemnly, finally stowing the pouch away. Han Che escorted Molan back to the tribal territory and then patrolled between the water source and the warm ground, ensuring both projects progressed smoothly. Meanwhile, upon returning and warming up, Molan wasted no time in seeking out Su-E, asking her to lead her to the storage cave for the needle willow. With the cold season upon them, keeping warm was paramount. While the thatched house could shield against wind and snow, hunting for food relied entirely on clothing. Although animal hides could provide warmth, they were hardly suitable garments. And the strong scent of blood made Mo feel like a savage. She had long wished to revamp her clothing, but could never find the time if the needle willow truly could be spun into thread for garments. It would be fantastic. She could combine the animal hides with the needle willow fabric to create more aesthetically pleasing and warmer clothing. Excitedly planning, Mo soon found herself led by Sue to a cave specifically for storing needle willow. Upon inspecting it, she indeed saw that the needle willow resembled small needles. Being long and slender, it felt quite rigid yet brittle, snapping easily at the slightest touch. Could this truly be used for clothing? Mo found herself harboring doubts. Mo, what do you need this needle willow for? Is it cold in the cave? Sue, noticing Mo's hands and feet were perpetually stiff from the cold, affectionately patted her hand. That Mo quickly waved her hand, saying, Mother, the cave is not cold. I need this needle willow for another purpose. Not for burning. Another purpose? What else can this needle willow do? Sue asked, puzzled. After considering it for a moment, Mo replied, Mother, I wish to try spinning this needle willow into thread and weaving fabric for clothing. However, I will need some tools. Could you assist me with that? Spinning thread and weaving fabric? Mo, are you joking? Sue was taken aback, utterly unprepared for such a statement from Mo. Olan's eyes brightened as she said, Mother, it seems you are familiar with spinning and weaving. Have you seen anyone do this before? Sue shook her head. I have not seen it, but there are records in the Wolf tribe's sacred texts that mention a tribe called the Tsangshur in the forest beyond the Kumo snowfield, who can make clothing from rami, producing garments that are lightweight, practical, and excellent for warmth. Olan nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, rami can be used for clothing, but unfortunately, the Kumo snowfield is perpetually frigid, and rami does not grow here. However, after boiling, the needle willow can serve a similar purpose to rami. Thus, I wish to see if I can use it as a substitute to spin thread and make clothing, enabling our kin to keep warm better. Using needle willow as a substitute for rami? Can that even work? Sue remained highly skeptical. It was not entirely her fault. Comparing the needle willow to soft animal hides was like comparing apples to oranges. The thought of making clothing from it was nearly inconceivable. Yet, Mo smiled and said, This may appear unremarkable, but might just have significant utility. Whether it works or not, we shall see when we try. With that, Mo rolled up her sleeves and declared, Let us begin. I will attempt to soften this rigid needle willow. How will you soften the needle willow? Sue, perplexed, inquired. Mo chuckled and replied, It's simple. Water boiling. Water boiling. Sue, exclaimed, her face reflecting astonishment. What method is that? What does boiling entail? Mo promptly elucidated. It involves heating water over a fire until it reaches its boiling point, then immersing the needle willow within, allowing it to soak and simmer. Once the needle willow absorbs a substantial amount of moisture, it will soften. Heating water over a fire. That could take an entire night, Sue frowned. Moreover, the bee skin bag is so small that it cannot even accommodate a single branch of needle willow. Mo shook her head with a smile. It's not about warming the water in a bag, but rather placing the water in a heat-conductive container and then boiling it over an open flame before adding the needle willow. That is the proper way. She understood that in the tribe, drinking water was typically unboiled. Only frail elders and children would consume water warmed in bee skin bags. Their method of warming water was rather rudimentary, simply positioning the bee skin bag beside the campfire for an entire night, which would hardly bring it to a boil. Olan surmised that reaching a mere 40 degrees would be considered remarkable. One must ponder how the tribe members could possibly avoid illness while regularly consuming such inadequately heated water. A heat-conductive container, what exactly is that? Sue appeared utterly bewildered. Well, it refers to any vessel capable of transferring heat, such as a stone pot. Surely, the tribe must possess one. Mo provided a rather straightforward example. Though she had not extensively explored the tribe or encountered any cooking utensils like pots or bowls. However, given the abundance of stones in the area, it stood to reason that if they had stone knives, they should also have stone pots. A stone pot? We do have one, but we've never used fire to heat it. We typically use it to hold snow melt and berries. Sue finally grasped what Mo was describing. That's good enough. Mother E, please summon someone to bring the stone pot over so I can experiment with boiling the needle willow. All right, wait here. I will instruct someone to fetch it right away. He nodded and promptly exited the cave, calling upon several male beastmen who were on guard to assist in transporting the cumbersome stone pot. Now, we need to find a few larger stones to elevate the pot. Lan instructed, directing the male beastmen to raise the stone pot, placing ample yew branches beneath it. Now, let's add some snowmelt. I am ready to start boiling water, Lan declared, igniting the reserve fire starter to set the yew branches ablaze and begin heating the stone pot. The stone pot was not overly large, yet it took Lan a full hour to warm the snowmelt sufficiently. When small bubbles began to form and wisps of steam started to rise from the pot, she finally exhaled deeply. All right, it has finally succeeded. After burning the pot for so long without any apparent change, she had feared that the pot was too thick to bring the water to a boil. Now, witnessing the steam, her concerns were alleviated. In her excitement, she increased the fire's intensity, preparing to bring the water to a full boil. Olan, what is that? Why is there smoke? Su Yi's eyes widened as she gazed at the steam billowing from the pot, faintly hearing a sizzling sound emanating from within. This bewildered Su Yi, for she had never encountered such a peculiar phenomenon. Mother E, do not be alarmed. This is not smoke. It is steam, the result of water being heated and transforming into gas. Dispersing into the it poses no harm to the human body. Lan quickly reassured her, noting Su Yi's wary demeanor. Steam? Unable to contain her curiosity, Su Yi reached out her hand, lightly touching the steam above the stone pot. Feeling a wave of heat radiating from her fingertips, she gasped, immediately withdrawing her hand. Olan hurriedly asked, Mother E, are you all right? Do not touch the steam. Be cautious of burns. Why is the steam so hot? Su Yi inquired, perplexed. Lan replied with a smile. Because when water is heated, its temperature rises, and when it reaches a certain level, it becomes steam. During this process, its temperature remains constant, just as hot as the water itself. However, once it disperses into the air, it quickly vanishes. Oh, I see now, Su Yi nodded, finally understanding. As they conversed, the water in the stone pot finally reached a rolling boil thanks to Lan's relentless efforts. Ecstatic, she quickly grabbed a handful of needle willow and tossed it into the pot, then peeled 2 clean yew branches to fashion a pair of oversized chopsticks, stirring the needle willow within the pot. Initially, the needle willow remained rigid, but after approximately a minute of boiling, the slender needle leaves gradually softened, much to Lan's delight. It seemed that the earlier claims were indeed accurate. This material was truly usable. Lan continued to stoke the flames, and, after an additional 3 minutes of boiling, the needle willow had become as pliable as silk, even showing signs of unfurling. Lan could not help but wonder. The needle willow was already quite slender. Could it possibly be divided into even finer strands? Thus, she continued boiling, observing intently and occasionally lifting a piece to test its separability. Meanwhile, the number of onlookers in the cave steadily increased. From just Su Yi, Shi Lu, and 2 male beastmen at first, to nearly half of the tribe's female beastmen and a significant portion of the strongest guards, all of whom gathered out of curiosity. Though the cave was not particularly small, it became quite crowded and bustling with so many people. However, Lan paid little heed to this, as all her focus remained on the needle willow in the stone pot. Indeed, after 10 minutes of boiling, the needle willow had become impossibly soft, lifting a clump that resembled thick thread. Each piece of needle willow she tested could be easily split into 3 or 4 strands, exhibiting remarkable resilience, unlike before when it had been prone to breaking. Seeing this, Lan could not contain her elation. This is wonderful. The needle willow is indeed a remarkable material. After being boiled, it is as soft as silk, far superior to the coarse rami. Noticing Lan's exuberance, Su Yi could not resist asking, Lan, how did it turn out? Did it work? Lan quickly responded with a smile. It worked. Mother E, we now have new clothing to wear. Su Yi approached, taking the needle willow from Lan's hands with amazement. I never imagined that the needle willow could become so soft. But Emolan, the wolf tribe's sacred texts, do not record any methods for making clothing from rami. How do we transform this needle willow into garments? Emolan chuckled as she explained. Well, first we need to turn the needle willow strands into fabric, then cut it into the desired shape for clothing. And finally sew it together with bone needles. That will suffice. And how do we create the fabric? Sue eagerly pressed for more information, while Emolan pondered for a moment, feeling slightly challenged. Weaving requires a loom. But this desolate snowfield lacks even suitable timber. How can we construct a loom? She furrowed her brow and sighed, then continued, for now, we don't have a means to weave fine fabric. However, we can still make coarse cloth by hand. Handmade cloth? Sue inquired, puzzled that Emolan nodded. Yes, by utilizing the warp and weft weaving technique to create coarse fabric from the needle willow strands, it can still be functional. That it may take longer to produce by hand. But it only requires simple tools. That is acceptable. In the future, aside from those who go hunting or are responsible for guarding, everyone else can participate in weaving. That we should see results in. He was quite receptive to new ideas and was determined to implement them. Thus, even though Emolan's method was not the most optimal, she fully supported it. Mother since you are in agreement, let us begin at once. I heard from Han Che that a cold front is approaching. If we can produce more warm clothing, perhaps this winter season will not bring about so many casualties. With her confidence in the needle willow's utility solidified, Emolan did not wish to delay any further and promptly suggested. Sue nodded in response. Very well. Let us get to work now. As she spoke, she raised her hand to the gathered crowd, declaring, Listen up, everyone. The sacred shaman intends to weave fabric from needle willow strands to create warm clothing for all. Those with free time, please come forth to assist. You there, gather 2 more stone pots. The crowd erupted with excitement, swiftly converging to lend a hand. They set up several stone pots and began boiling the needle willow together. Emolan called over Shilu and a few other female beastmen, explaining the boiling process in detail. She then assigned them tasks. 2 individuals per stone pot, some gathering firewood, others boiling water, and yet others stirring the willow, each performing their duties in an orderly fashion. Once she observed that they were all capable of boiling the needle willow, Emolan finally found time to organize the prepared strands. She tore the needle willow into 2 specifications, coarse and fine strands, and then called for a flat stone slab. Following that, she found a smoother stone and placed the needle willow on the slab, beginning to pound it back and forth at Emolan. What are you doing? Sue observed as several female members, including Shilu, had mastered the art of weaving the needle willow. With a sense of relief, she turned to gaze at Emolan, while gently grinding the needle willow fibers with a stone. Remarked with a smile, by grinding it this way, we can remove the superficial skin and barbs, rendering it smoother. Consequently, the fabric woven from it will be softer and more comfortable against the skin. However, this process is somewhat cumbersome. I shall consider alternative methods for improvement later. After approximately half an hour of grinding, Tang Ching Ting finally paused, feeling the smoothness of the needle willow fibers in her hand, and nodded in satisfaction that is it done. Sue inquired, glancing over. Yes, next, I will teach everyone how to weave this needle willow fiber into fabric using the warp and weft interlacing technique. Everyone, please assist me. I need a long Yuli branch to set up, and 2 people to help hold the ends taut to Emolan instructed, and immediately, individuals brought forth the necessary tools, arranging them according to her specifications. Emolan examined the Yuli branch propped up by 2 forked twigs, took a length of needle willow fiber, and began to tie it onto the Yuli branch, one by one, until she had secured approximately 50 strands. She then picked up another piece of needle willow fiber to serve as the weft, demonstrating as she explained. Do you see? Once the warp is secured onto the Yuli branch, take a strand of weft and weave it together with the warp in the pattern of pressing and lifting. Now observe the second row. It follows the same pressing and lifting pattern, but this time it must be in reverse order. Lift first, then press it. Emolan continued her detailed explanation while lifting the weft. She added, in essence, what I mean is, the second row must lift where the first row pressed down, and vice versa, continuing in this manner. The third row will mirror the first, while the fourth will reflect the second, and so forth. Do you understand? First row, press, lift, second row, Lift, press, lift, press. The third row mirrors the first, and the fourth mirrors the second. Encouraged by M.O. Land's guidance, several female beast folk, including Shilu and Amai, boldly stepped forward to try their hand at the warp and weft weaving technique, quickly grasping its essentials. Yes, exactly. Just keep weaving like that. Remember, after adding each weft strand, you must pull the warp and weft tight. If the strand are not taut, the gaps will be too large, leading to drafts and insufficient warmth, as well as poor structure. It is imperative that the warp and weft are tightly interwoven to create soft and delicate fabric. M.O. Lan directed others to make several more Yuli frames so that more tribe members could practice. Meanwhile, she stood by, offering guidance and instruction. By evening, pieces of fabric, each the size of a bath towel, were finally woven, although a few pieces appeared uneven and had deformed holes due to the tribe members' inexperience. The sight of the needle willow fabric filled the tribe with excitement. Amai, look at the fabric I wove. How does it look? Amai eagerly presented her creation to M.O. Lan. Quite impressive, Amai. You're truly clever. You grasped it instantly. However, next time, make sure to pull the strands tighter. Otherwise, it won't be delicate enough, and it may not feel comfortable to use. M.O. Lan promptly seized the opportunity to educate, pointing out Amai's shortcomings. Understood. Amai replied that it's so beautiful and exquisite. Is this truly the needle willow fabric that can be used to make clothes? M.O. Lan, can we really create garments from this? Su, he exclaimed, gazing at the pieces of woven needle willow fabric in the hands of her fellow tribespeople, her joy evident. Not only can we make clothes, but we can also create many other items. For instance, towels, handkerchiefs, hats, scarves, and so much more. M.O. Lan began gathering the square pieces of needle willow fabric, then securing the ends with a sturdy knot. Amai leaned closer, her face filled with curiosity, and asked M.O. Lan, "Why do you tie knots? How do you do it? I want to learn too." "Of course, I will teach you," M.O. Lan smiled, lifting the half-tied knot to demonstrate to Amai. "Watch closely. Hold the strands in both hands, wrap one around the other, and hold it tight. Then the strand from below loops around your finger and passes through this opening. And finally, pull tight to complete a beautiful knot." M.O. Lan showed the completed knot to Amai, who gazed at the intricate design in awe, exclaiming, "With this knot, the needle willow fabric looks particularly stunning." M.O. Lan replied, "Indeed, the purpose of tying the end is twofold. Firstly, to secure the tail of the strands, preventing the woven fabric from unraveling, and secondly, to enhance its aesthetic appeal. I will definitely learn this," Amai declared confidently, picking up the needle willow fabric and diligently following M.O. Lan's instructions to tie the end knot. Seeing Amai learning from M.O. Lan, the others eagerly gathered around to watch, excitedly joining in the learning process. "Holy Priestess, this needle willow fabric appears so beautiful. Can we truly use it to make clothes?" A woman from the Cold Wolf tribe gazed in admiration at M.O. Lan. "The fabric feels both soft and comfortable, devoid of any unpleasant odors, far superior to animal hides." The crowd encircled M.O. Lan, animatedly discussing the needle willow fabric she had woven. Unable to part with is this enough for you? You have yet to witness truly exquisite fabric. Compared to those materials, this needle willow fabric is merely a novice's work. When the time is right, I will teach you to weave patterns and dye colors, and then you will understand what true beauty is. M.O. Lan spoke enthusiastically, captivating the women of the Cold Wolf tribe with wide-eyed wonder. "Fabric even more beautiful than needle willow. What does it look like? Holy Priestess, please tell us." M.O. Lan cleared her throat and replied earnestly, "Of course, this needle willow fabric is just the most basic type. There are far more beautiful options available. For instance, I can weave stunning patterns into the fabric, dye it the blue of the sky or the red of flowers, and embroider lifelike designs of birds, fish, and flowers using colorful threads. Whatever you can envision or see, we can transform into a pattern to wear." "Oh my, how marvelous!" The crowd was left astounded. Wearing the color of the sky, adorning ourselves with images of birds and fish, clothing as beautiful as flowers? The tribespeople gasped in awe, scarcely able to fathom such visions. "Believe me, as long as we can find the right conditions, nothing is impossible," M.O. Lan assured her tribe with confidence. "Holy Priestess, You are truly remarkable. Is this the civilization of your flame tribe? A woman from the Cold Wolf tribe gazed at Olon in admiration. Olon proudly replied, the civilization of the flame tribe encompasses much more than this. From the basics of daily living to profound moral philosophies, it permeates every aspect of life. If everyone wishes to learn, I will teach you everything, bit by bit. Thank you, holy priestess. Blessings upon the holy priestess. The crowd erupted in excitement. The Cold Wolf tribe felt as though they had gained a powerful ally in Olon. They were certain that a prosperous future awaited them, free from the hardships of hunger and cold. Just as the tribe members were engrossed in learning the art of weaving needle willow fabric under Emolan's guidance, Hanche returned with those who had been digging channels, and the sun was beginning to set in the west. Emolan, what are you all doing? Hanche stepped into the cave, surprised to see a group gathered around Emolan, intricately weaving strange materials. Hanche, you're back, Emolan exclaimed, beaming as she approached him. What is this? Hanche questioned, taking hold of a half-woven piece of fabric, a palm's width in size, his expression filled with curiosity. The fabric felt soft and lightweight, yet he was unsure of its purpose. A scarf. I'm making it for you. Just wait a moment. It will be ready shortly, Emolan replied, hastening her movements. Hanche observed as her fingers deftly danced, securing the fabric to the Yuli branch. In no time, she had completed the scarf. After tying off the end, she presented it to Hanche, pride evident in her expression. How does it look? Hanche gently stroked the smooth, soft needle willow fabric and lifted the tassel of the knot at the end. Nodding with a smile, it looks wonderful. What is this made from? Before Emolan could respond, Suit-E stood up and approached, saying, Che, this is the needle willow fabric that Emolan and we created. It can be used to make clothing and various warm items. Right now, she's teaching everyone how to weave it. Needle willow fabric? It can actually be made into cloth. Hanche asked. Astonished, he glanced around the cave and indeed noticed that the pile of needle willow previously stored in one corner had significantly diminished. Upon glancing back, several women from the tribe were observed placing a handful of needle willow into the boiling water of a stone pot. Nearby, individuals were engaged in various meticulous tasks such as boiling, extracting fibers, drying, spinning, and weaving, each proceeding with great care and organization. Like this moment, a considerable stack of needle willow fabric had already accumulated beside, indicating that she had indeed been industrious during her time at home, achieving remarkable results. Could this fabric truly be fashioned into garments for warmth? S. gaze swept across the scene before returning to Dada. I am currently conducting an experiment, she exclaimed, contemplating the combination of this fabric with animal hides to create more insulated and comfortable winter attire. As she spoke, had already completed a scarf and presented it to. Here, try it on and see if it fits. Gazing at the scarf in his hands, appeared somewhat perplexed and queried, how do I wear this? It's not worn. It's wrapped, chuckled, folding the scarf in half before instructing. Lower your head a bit, and I shall assist you. Upon hearing this, bent slightly closer to, lowering his body, tiptoed, wrapping the scarf around his head and tying it carefully around his neck. The soft, smooth texture brought a flicker of warmth to At this moment. With so close, an involuntary heat surged within him. Is it warm? Inquired with a playful tilt of her head after securing the scarf. Captivated by her sweet smile, suppressed the wave of warmth within him and replied, very warm. However, upon hearing this, S' expression shifted slightly as she frowned. It leaves much to be desired. This needle willow fabric is still too thin. If only we had cotton, we could create cotton garments for warmth. With cotton, it would be even cozier. Alas, there is no cotton here. Yet, there should be something to substitute for it. S' eyes brightened as a thought struck her, and she asked, do we have any usable furs left in the tribe? At this, paused momentarily, asking, will it be useful? Nodded eagerly, though the needle willow fabric is comfortable, it is too thin that I plan to use bone needles to stitch the needle willow fabric with the furs, thus creating something both comfortable and warm. Currently, the furs everyone wears are too shabby and need improvement that I will teach everyone how to tailor garments so that when the cold wave arrives, the elderly and children can don cotton clothing. Indeed, it is a splendid idea. Nodded in agreement, then added, I will have someone bring over all the stored furs for you to inspect, which can be utilized. Put on an extra layer. You must accompany me for a moment. Upon hearing this, immediately guessed the reason and exclaimed with delight, "Has the water channel been constructed?" Nodded. "It has reached our territory. Please take a look and see if there are any issues." Wasted no time, grabbing his hand. "Then what are we waiting for? Let us go see." Without waiting for his response, she pulled him towards the cave entrance that quickly wrapped his arms around her, whispering it's cold outside. Unperturbed, nestled into his embrace and offered him a sweet smile. Felt himself nearly melting again and hastily composed himself as they reached the outskirts of the territory. Here, indeed saw a meandering ditch that lay within sight. She released to approach for a closer inspection. But the moment she stepped away from his warmth, a chill enveloped her, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Just as intended to draw her back into his arms, emerged briskly from the storage cave. Holding a soft fur, quickly wrapped this around. "It's freezing out here." Her slender frame cannot withstand the cold, gazed at with a look of affectionate concern. Understood. Promptly took the fur, draping it over his shoulders and fastening it securely. Obediently stood before him, raising her arms slightly for his assistance. Their eyes met, and within them, a hint of sweetness was exchanged. Observing this scene, stifled a chuckle before turning back into the cave. "Are you still cold?" asked, having secured the fur around, yet not releasing her, instead holding her small hand gently. "Much better. Let us go check the ditch. If all is well, we can begin to channel the water." Nodded, leading her towards the ditch. Surveyed the construction and found it to be quite satisfactory, exceeding her expectations, which brought her a sigh of relief. Wonderful. Now the tribe will no longer have to rely solely on snow melt for water. With access to spring water, life will become much more convenient, and I can finally enjoy a warm bath. To be honest, it has been quite some time since I last bathed. Had the weather not been so frigid, I would have surely become unkempt by now. I have come to understand that due to the limited conditions, the orcs here seldom indulge in proper bathing. Most of the men in the tribe clean themselves with snowmelt, while the women manage to wash themselves with warm water once or twice a month at best, resulting in rather inadequate personal hygiene. Had grown weary of this, which is why upon learning about the water source, she was determined to find a way to channel it to the tribe. Water is the source of all life. For a tribe to develop steadily, a reliable water source is of utmost importance. Moreover, human existence and livelihood are inextricably tied to water. Thus, resolving the issue of drinking water is paramount before embarking on further construction. Not bad. I have inspected it. There are no leaks and the insulation measures seem adequate. We can proceed with channeling the water. Come, let us head to the source. Nodded in satisfaction after surveying the ditch, impressed by his reliability. He had meticulously remembered every crucial point and executed it well. She had anticipated that the construction of the water channel would not proceed so smoothly, yet under his leadership, the tribe had accomplished it exceptionally well. A surge of pride welled within. The man she admired had indeed not disappointed her. "All right, let us go now, that I hope we can divert the water before sunset." Nodded, tightening his hold on his hand. "Yes, I studied the diversion of the stream yesterday. It shouldn't be too difficult." S small hand felt icy against his warm chest, making her greedily seek the warmth emanating from him beneath the fur garment that glanced down, a gentle heat flickering in his eyes. Perceiving the sudden rise in intensity of his gaze, S cheeks flushed, and she swiftly withdrew her hand. "You are too frail." He lifted his somewhat rough hand to caress her rosy cheek, his tone laced with an inexplicable hint of regret. "Not really. Perhaps it's due to the previous misfortune that I am so sensitive to the cold. I will be fine in a few days." Her face, tinged with warmth from his touch, caused to lower her head in retort. Seeing her shy demeanor, retracted his hand and embraced her once more as they continued onward towards the water source. The diversion of the stream merely involved blocking and redirecting. The men of the tribe were all valiant. The icy stream posed no challenge for them, but a dozen of them waded barefoot into the water, passing stones in relay, and swiftly altered the course of the stream. As they watched the rushing water flow smoothly into the ditch, a wave of joy erupted among them. "Wonderful! We have succeeded! There is water! There is water!" The tribe rejoiced. Although they did not mind drinking snowmelt, it could not compare to the sweetness and palatability of spring water. Now that they could channel water to their homes, who would not feel elated? "Hold on. Don't come up yet. For safety's sake, we still need to construct 2 sluice gates that reminded as she observed leading the jubilant tribe back to shore. Sluice gates? Halted in his tracks, questioning with curiosity, what purpose do they serve? The sluice gates are for controlling the flow of water. As the saying goes, the mountain stream rises and falls easily. The source of a stream is at the mountain's peak. And during the warm season, the melting snow can cause a sudden surge in the water flow that if left uncontrolled, it could swiftly destroy the ditch. Therefore, we must construct sluice gates to regulate the water volume, ensuring the ditch maintains a constant flow for optimal use of the water source and to prevent unnecessary losses. I see that comprehended immediately, contemplating before suggesting, then we should place a movable stone slab at both ends of the ditch. The side facing the water source will regulate the influx, while the side facing the territory will control the outflow timing. What do you think? Delighted by his quick understanding, nodded enthusiastically. Exactly. That's precisely it. Han-che bestowed a faint smile upon Emolan before turning to descend into the stream once more, directing his kin in the construction of a dam. Meanwhile, Emolan kindled a bonfire on the shore, ensuring that the tribesmen could warm themselves upon their return to land. Though they uttered not a word, the sight of their crimson feet submerged in the icy water conveyed to Emolan the indomitable spirit of these men. Were she to venture into the water, she feared she would be unable to stand. Yet, despite their lips turning purple from the cold and their bodies trembling, not a single one voiced their discomfort. Emolan could not help but feel a renewed admiration for these orcs, as she profoundly recognized their resilient character. Their barbarism was but a fade born of circumstance. Within their robust forms resided hearts that fiercely battled against the whims of nature. However, all was well now. She had woven fabric from the willow, and once the construction was complete, her first task would be to craft warm shoes for everyone. How could one endure the harshness of the wilderness barefoot? In this untamed land, where no means of transport existed, feet were of utmost importance and deserved proper protection. After approximately half an hour, the stone dam for this section of the stream was finally in place. Emolan guided the others on how to adjust its size. They positioned the dam to allow the water to flow at just the right volume. Then, alongside Han-che, proceeded to construct a similar dam at the other end of their territory, utilizing several segments of bamboo as an outlet. With that, their work here was complete. Now let us set the dam in the appropriate position over there, and the water should flow through. After ensuring everything was in order on this side, Emolan returned with Han-che to the water source, instructing the tribesmen to push the dam into place at the stream's mouth. As the dam was maneuvered, the redirected stream began to surge more vigorously, joyfully leaping into the channel. Yin, take some men to check if water is flowing on the other side of the territory. How is the water volume? Han-che immediately commanded a man from the Cold Wolf tribe. Yes, the tall Yin promptly rallied a few tribesmen and set off toward the territory. Soon, Yin sent word back, reporting that water had indeed begun to flow, albeit too slowly, and oh rush, this is merely the beginning. Emolan smiled nonchalantly, instructing everyone to wait a little longer. Approximately half an hour later, Yin relayed that the water volume had increased, yet it still fell short. Emolan remained unperturbed, calling upon everyone to gather around the fire as they awaited further developments. After about an hour and a half, the water flow finally reached a volume sufficient for the territory's needs. At this point, Emolan directed Han-che and the others to secure the dam, then led the tribesmen back to their territory as dusk began to settle. As they neared the territory, he and Han-ing returned with tribesmen who had been constructing thatch cottages, excitedly informing Han-che that the warm shelter was complete, and they could commence relocating tomorrow. Before the cold wave struck, the elderly, children, and frail women would essentially have their survival assured. Reflecting on this year's cold season, Han-che felt a wave of comfort, realizing that the tribe's casualties would be minimized. After so many years, a goal he had strived for was finally within reach. All of this was thanks to Emolan. His gaze, ablaze with admiration, fell upon her as she resumed instructing the women in weaving the willow fabric. This woman was his wife, destined to belong to him alone for all eternity. The sensation was nothing short of exquisite. Just as she was demonstrating a knot to Shi Lu, she sensed a searing gaze upon her. Instinctively lifting her head, she met Han Che's intense eyes, filled with unabashed possessiveness, piercing through the crowd to rest upon her face. Her cheeks flushed, and she returned a gentle smile before resuming her instruction of Shilu. Yet Han Che, captivated by her bashful expression, gazed at her for a long while, lost in reverie. Che, come here for a moment. Just then, Sui approached, quietly beckoning Han Che. He snapped back to reality and followed her out of the storage cave. Mother, what is it? Han Che asked, observing Sui's troubled expression with confusion. Under normal circumstances, given the tribe's flourishing situation, she should have been delighted, yet her brow was furrowed with worry. The warm shelters had been completed, the tribe's elderly and weak were safeguarded against the cold season, and Imolan had recently procured numerous essential items for the tribe. Furthermore, she had diverted stream water to provide clean drinking water, leading to a decrease in illness and an increase in health, surely. These were matters worthy of celebration. What could be troubling her? Che, I inspected the food storage this morning, and our supplies are now insufficient for even a month. What shall we do? Sui's face was etched with anxiety. The cold wave was imminent, and judging by this year's trends, it seemed likely that they would endure it for 3 to 4 months. Without food, the tribesmen could not endure for long. Han Che, upon hearing this, offered reassurance. Mother, do not worry. I have already devised a solution. Sui, upon hearing this, immediately brightened. Che, you have a plan? Please share it with me. Han Che looked at Sui with determination and said, I intend to lead the tribe's strongest hunters to the eastern desert to hunt for the desert horses and antelope. Sui's eyes widened in alarm. You want to go to the eastern desert? That is far too dangerous. What if you encounter the ferocious horned wolf tribe? That would be disastrous. Rest assured, Mother, Han Che replied confidently. During our last hunt for yaks, Zhan Hong was injured by an arrow shot by Imolan, and he is likely still recuperating. He is not my match. The desert horses and antelope, which often roam the eastern snowfield, could provide ample food for the cold season if we manage to catch some. Sui, however, remained visibly worried. The journey to the eastern desert was indeed perilous. If there were any alternative, she would prefer not to send Han Che into danger. Noting her reluctance, Han Che persisted. Mother, there are no hunting grounds near the territory. Aside from the eastern desert, we have no other options. I will be cautious and will do my utmost to avoid conflict with the horned wolves. Will you not consent? After much hesitation, Sui finally relented. Let he accompany you. He is a healer, and should any injuries occur, he can provide immediate treatment. Han Che shook his head. It is better for he to stay behind. With the cold season upon us, the elderly and weak require his care, but if he accompanies me to the eastern desert, who will look after the tribe? Moreover, the thatched cottages have just been completed. We do not know how well the tribesmen will adapt. Someone must remain to oversee the situation. He cannot leave. I will take Haning with me and recruit a few other strong warriors from the tribe. We will be fine, but what if you truly encounter the horned wolf tribe? What will you do without reinforcements? Sui remained unconvinced. Han Che reassured her once more. I have carefully studied the topographical map of the area. The places where desert horses and antelope roam are not close to the horned wolf tribe's territory. We can take a less traveled path to avoid disturbing them. Zhan Hong is still recuperating. He will not recklessly attack us. This matter requires careful consideration. Despite Han Che's repeated assurances, Sui remained unconvinced. Seeing her hesitation, Han Che ceased his attempts to persuade her, though in his heart, he had already resolved to venture to the eastern desert. At that moment, laughter erupted from the storage cave, accompanied by exclamations of wonder from the tribesmen. Holy shaman, you are amazing. How did you do this? Teach me, teach me. I want to learn. Han Che and Sui exchanged glances before making their way into the storage cave, only to find the tribesmen had abandoned their tasks, surrounding Imolan with expressions of awe, as if they had discovered a delightful treasure. Han Che and Sui stepped forward, only to see that Imolan was holding a partially woven piece of willow fabric. This fabric, however, was unlike any other. It exhibited a striking diamond pattern, far more exquisite than the traditional woven cloth. Not only that, but it appeared that Mo Lan had crafted a small, beautifully stitched pouch from the willow thread in mere moments. Finally, she had woven 4 strands of willow thread into a braided strap, attaching it to the pouch, thus completing a stylish crossbody. B8G. Mo Lan stood, slinging the bag at her hip, radiating beauty that left all the women spellbound. Han Che gazed at Mo Lan, noting how the animal hide garment she wore was cinched at the waist with a willow-woven belt, accentuating her slender figure. The delicate bag hung at her side, enhancing her feminine charm, and he found himself unable to tear his gaze away. A wave of heat surging within him, he yearned to rush over and embrace her fiercely. Han Che swallowed hard, flustered, and averted his gaze, while Su Yi, utterly astonished, hurried over to touch the exquisite pouch at Mo Lan's side, inquiring, "Mo Lan, what is this? It's truly beautiful. What is it for?" "Ah, this is essentially a beautifully embroidered pouch that the young girls use to store their personal belongings. Its decorative appeal far outweighs its practicality, yet is beloved by every young girl." Initially, Mo Lan intended to refer to it as a money pouch, but upon reflection, it became evident that currency holds no place in this realm. Thus, where would a money pouch originate? Consequently, she simply deemed it a decorative item for girls that, in truth, she observed how exhausted everyone had become after a long day's work, their initial enthusiasm waning. Therefore, she crafted this small token as a means to reward these diligent women. It is an inherent nature of women to cherish beauty, transcending both civilized eras and untamed wilderness. Upon seeing these items, their delight was palpable. "How exquisite it is!" Su Yi fondled the tassels and patterns of the pouch. Equally enchanted, Mo Lan removed the embroidered pouch and declared, "Imu, I present this to you. I shall make a few more shortly to share with everyone." "Really? Sister Mo Lan, you will make some for us?" Amai's eyes sparkled with excitement. The other women of the tribe wore expressions of sheer astonishment. Mo Lan nodded and smiled, saying, "Thank you for your hard work today. This pouch shall serve as a reward for your labors." "Truly, how wonderful! Thank you, holy shaman." The crowd exchanged glances, all brimming with excitement. Mo Lan clapped her hands and addressed everyone. "Starting tomorrow, I will teach you how to cut garments and sew shoes. Please be patient in your learning." "Understood, holy shaman." With the promise of rewards, their enthusiasm surged considerably. "Well then, it's getting late. Everyone should return for dinner. Once the pouches are completed tomorrow, I will distribute them." "Yes, holy shaman." They all nodded obediently, gradually departing from the cave. Eventually, only Mo Lan and Han Che remained. Han Che approached her, gently caressing her small face, and murmured, "You have worked hard." Initially utterly fatigued, Mo Lan perked up his words and replied, "Not at all. This is what I ought to do." Han Che gazed at her tenderly, taking her small hand and asking, "Are you hungry? Shall we return to dine?" And Mo Lan immediately nodded, "Starving. I feel as though I could devour an entire cow." Han Che chuckled. "In a couple of days, I will take the tribe to hunt in the eastern desert, where the antelope meat is incredibly tender and delicious. If you like, I will bring back plenty." Mo Lan's eyes sparkled with joy. "That sounds wonderful. I can't wait to eat the beef." Han Che nodded and promised, "I will ensure it." The following day, Mo Lan rose early, grabbing a bamboo bucket and making her way to the water source. Upon arrival, she discovered a considerable number of tribespeople already queuing for water. A tall man from the Han Wolf tribe stood at the water outlet, pushing aside a stone slab to open the gate, and a clear spring began to flow gently from the 4 bamboo spouts. As time passed, the water flow increased steadily. The tribespeople, armed with the bamboo buckets Mo Lan had taught them to make, took turns collecting water, all wearing expressions of excitement and anticipation. This water is so sweet, not at all bitter. It is delightful. One woman, the first to collect water, was so taken aback by the novelty that she stealthily took a sip, immediately exclaiming in delight. This prompted others to taste the water, and soon everyone was marveling at its exquisite flavor. "It truly is delicious. Come, try it. Indeed, there is none of the bitterness from snow melt, and it is wonderfully sweet. We will have spring water to drink from now on. No more snow melt." A few tribespeople were so thrilled that they even began to dance with J.O.Y.M. Olan chuckled softly and shook her head, stepping forward to say, "The water is indeed excellent, but it is still healthier to boil it before drinking." Holy shaman! Upon seeing Lan arrive, everyone respectfully called out in the eyes of the Han Wolf tribe. Lan had gained immense prestige, rivaling even the chieftain Han Che. The changes she brought to the tribe were evident, and her contributions were irreplaceable. Holy shaman! What does it mean to boil water? Why must this water be boiled? Some asked in confusion. Lan smiled at the crowd and explained, because any water found in nature can harbor bacteria. As I mentioned before, bacteria are harmful agents that can cause illness. If we consume unboiled water, we risk falling ill. However, if we boil it before drinking, we eliminate the problem. Bacteria cannot withstand high temperatures, and boiling water at 100 degrees Celsius can kill most bacteria. Once the bacteria are eradicated, we can drink it safely. Oh, now I understand. The crowd nodded in realization. However, someone pointed out, but boiling water every day is quite troublesome. Besides, the stone pot is small and cannot sufficiently supply everyone in the tribe. Lan acknowledged this, saying, "Therefore, we need to prepare several more stone pots to ensure a steady supply of hot drinking water for the tribe. Let us arrange for some pots to be brought over and set up a stove here for constant boiling." "Yes," understood Holy Shaman. The crowd readily complied with Lan's instructions, bringing her a sense of satisfaction. Little did she expect that as an ordinary person, she would be revered as a deity here, filling her with an immense sense of accomplishment. "Master, you may be celebrating too soon." Suddenly, a small voice echoed in her mind. Lan paused, intrigued, and inquired, Shao, I didn't summon you. Why have you appeared?" "Master, I am here to remind you that if you do not find a solution soon, a great calamity will befall the Han Wolf tribe." Shao flapped its wings as it spoke. Shao, what is happening? Please elaborate." Lan's expression shifted in alarm. "You may not yet be aware, but the food reserves of the Han Wolf tribe are dwindling to less than a month's supply. However, once the cold front arrives, the snow plains will remain frigid for at least 3 to 4 months, during which it will be nearly impossible to venture outside. Without sufficient food, many in the Han Wolf tribe will perish." Shao shrugged, detailing the tribe's dire circumstances. Hearing this, Lan was taken aback, exclaiming, "Is this true? Why didn't Han Che tell me?" "Master, Han Che has informed you. It is just that you have yet to comprehend." "When did he tell me?" "I was unaware." Lan was bewildered. "Last night." "Master, have you forgotten? Han Che mentioned he would go to the eastern desert to hunt antelope. Did he not?" "Also, he decided to venture out a hunt due to the food shortage." Lan suddenly recalled jokingly mentioning her desire to eat beef the previous night, and to her surprise, he had genuinely promised to bring it back for her, leaving her touched at the time. "Master, there is no need for gratitude. Your concern should lie with whether Han Che can return safely." Shao remarked nonchalantly. "What do you mean by that?" Lan's expression darkened further. "Master, please allow me to explain. The eastern desert is part of the territory of the Horned Wolf tribe, which covers a vast area. It is a gathering place for medium to large wild animals. Aside from a yak, Han Che previously hunted on the outskirts of the eastern desert. The only remaining suitable prey are the kubu horses and antelopes deep within the territory. However, to hunt kubu horses and antelopes, one must traverse the area populated by the Abasai hounds. Moreover, since the kubu horses and antelopes dwell on the fringes of the eastern desert, the Horned Wolf tribe's chieftain, Zhan Hong, has long coveted them. However, due to the intelligence of the kubu horses and antelopes, they are difficult to hunt, which is why Zhan Hong has yet to succeed. Yet if Han Che goes and succeeds in the hunt, the Horned Wolf tribe will likely seize them. If he fails, they may take the opportunity to plunder the Han Wolf tribe. Therefore, this hunting expedition is exceedingly perilous, but given the current scarcity of hunting grounds, I suspect Han Che will feel compelled to go regardless. What can we do? Shao, are there truly no other means to procure food? Lan asked anxiously. For the moment, it appears not. Shao shrugged its small wings. Upon hearing this, Lan could not help but furrow her brow, accepting the water her tribespeople had brought her and quietly returning to the cave. "Master, if you can find more saltpeter powder, you can create." Once you possess, no one in the entire Kubu snow plains will be your adversary. Seeing Mo Lan's troubled expression, Xiao Xiao offered another reminder. Saltpeter powder? Mo Lan's heart stirred. She had asked Yuhi to look for saltpeter powder yesterday. But she was unsure if he had found any. If Han Che truly had to go to the eastern desert, she would undoubtedly accompany him. Han Che was her man. She could not stand by idly while he faced danger. All right, Xiao Xiao. Thank you for the reminder. You may return now. Having made up her mind, Mo Lan dismissed Xiao Xiao. Goodbye, master, Xiao Xiao replied and quickly vanished. Mo Lan could not sit still. She rose to find Han Che, eager to see if she could persuade him not to go. Upon this realization, she rose swiftly and made her way towards Han Che's cold cave. As she reached the entrance, voices echoed from within. Brother, are you truly planning to venture into the eastern desert? That place is far too perilous. One misstep and you could be besieged on 3 sides, let alone hunting. Whether you can even preserve your life is uncertain. Enough said. I've already resolved to go. Han Che's deep voice soon resonated. If you are unwilling to accompany me, I do not wish to force you. Stay here and take care of Han Xing. If I do not return, please look after Mo Lan for me. Han Che's earlier affectionate words moved Mo Lan deeply, but unexpectedly his tone shifted at the end, tossing her care to Han Ing. What kind of man was he, treating her like a mere plaything? Was she a ball to be kicked around? This man truly deserved a punch. Brother, you. Han Ing was momentarily taken aback that I know you have feelings for Mo Lan. But she is my wife. I cannot give her to you. Nevertheless, the journey to the eastern desert is indeed fraught with danger. Should anything unfortunate occur, hypothetically speaking, you must ensure Mo Lan is well looked after and not subjected to humiliation by other tribes. Han Che turned to his younger brother, making a solemn request. Upon hearing this, Mo Lan felt a surge of indignation and stormed in, glaring furiously at Han Che. Han Che, you scoundrel, I will die with you. Do not think you can cast me aside. Han Che was startled as Mo Lan charged in, and soon, a glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes. The spark was captivating and deeply stirring. Mo Lan. Seeing Mo Lan's fervent expression, Han Che opened his mouth to explain, only to be interrupted by her. Do not call me. Do you even recognize me as your wife? You so casually cast me aside for that fool. What do you think I am? If you consider me a burden, why did you marry me in the first place? Who asked you to arrange my future? Are you simply bored? You've infuriated me. Han Che, I want a divorce. I no longer want you. And Mo Lan, in a fit of rage, declared defiantly, hands on her hips. As soon as she finished speaking, Han Ying's face turned pale. He, the second strongest of the Han Wolf tribe, had been reduced to a mere fool. It was then he understood why Yuhi had advised him to abandon Mo Lan, because in her eyes, he simply did not exist. He, who had triumphed effortlessly in front of other females, was now utterly humiliated. Forget it. He was not one to cling desperately to a lost cause, nor did he wish to be caught in the crossfire between the two. With that thought, he waved his hand and said, Brother, I cannot contend with this fierce woman. I shall leave this to you. With that, he hurriedly fled. Mo Lan's almond-shaped eyes widened as she glared at the retreating Han Ing. Enraged, she stepped forward and jabbed her index finger hard into Han Che's chest. You explain yourself. What do you truly mean? Mo Lan, I'm doing this for your own good. Han Che began, a faint glimmer of concern flickering his eyes. Nonsense. You have abandoned me once. Do you intend to do it again? Not a chance. If you truly believe your days are numbered, let us divorce now to avoid future complications. Mo Lan refused to listen to his explanations, defiantly raising her chin. Han Che grasped her shoulders and said sternly, Mo Lan, hear me out. I do not wish to push you on to someone else. I simply do not want you to be harmed. You carry the legacy of the Flame Tribe, coveted by various clans. I cannot guarantee that other tribes will treat you as kindly as the Han Wolf tribe does. Hence, I must ensure your safety. In my absence, someone must protect you, and Han Ing is the most suitable choice. How do you know I need someone to protect me? Han Che, you underestimate me. Mo Lan was furious, feeling that Han Che did not understand her at all. She was not a fragile woman. Perhaps her recent illness had led others to overlook her capacity for self-defense. Mo Lan, the icy plains are fraught with dangers beyond your imagination. The tribal conflicts are ruthlessly brutal. A frail female cannot survive here without the protection of a strong male. Trust me, all my arrangements are to safeguard you. Hanche gently clasped her small hands in his warm grasp, his eyes filled with deep, profound affection. Yet Lan did not share his perspective. She looked up at him resolutely and declared, Hanche, I understand your intentions, but I disagree with your view. Women are not necessarily weak, and not all men are invincible. Trust me, a wise and intelligent woman is stronger and braver than a simple-minded, brawny man. With that, she withdrew her hands from his grasp, intertwining her fingers with his, her soft gaze meeting his strikingly handsome face. She continued unwaveringly, there is no need for you to arrange anything for me, as I will not give you the chance to leave me. Hanche, I will accompany you to the eastern desert. Hanche's expression changed instantly, and he firmly rejected, no, you cannot go. I am determined to go. Lan stubbornly lifted her chin, deliberately opposing him. We're going to the eastern desert to hunt, not for leisure. Lan, it is far too dangerous. Stay in the territory and do not wander about. This is no game. Hanche's face turned grave. Even a routine hunting expedition carries significant risks of injury or death, let alone this perilous journey to the eastern desert. The gathering ground for the Kumo horses and antelope lay between the territories of the Corner Wolf tribe and the Gray Wolf tribe, surrounded by lurking Abbas dogs ready to pounce. Thus, this hunting expedition was exceptionally treacherous. However, this did not mean Hanche was resigned to a fatalistic mindset. He had meticulously planned the hunting route and had studied the leather map for half the night. He had roughly devised a hunting strategy. The tribesmen were under his responsibility, and he was duty-bound to ensure their safety. Even if they could not return unscathed, he must minimize casualties. Entrusting Lan to Han Ing was merely a precautionary measure, an acknowledgment of the worst-case scenario. Naturally, this worst-case scenario was not guaranteed to occur. Yet, coincidentally, Lan overheard. She had always been quite averse to certain situations within the tribe, and upon hearing him delegate her care to Han Ing, her anger flared to a boiling point. In truth, he had never intended to cast her aside. However, Lan's decision to accompany him to the eastern desert genuinely startled him. He had never anticipated she would wish to join him on a hunting expedition. Such endeavors were traditionally undertaken by the tribe's strongest warriors, with no females ever participating. Hanche could not agree to this proposal. Who are you to jest? Do I appear frivolous? Lan retorted, pointing at herself. An O tribe would permit females to accompany them on hunts. Not even the most servile of slaves would be treated this way. Hanche attempted to explain to Lan. So, you believe hunting is solely a man's affair, while women should dutifully remain at home, awaiting the return of men and doing everything in their power to please them. Lan scoffed, indignantly asserting, you truly are barbaric. You regard women as mere tools for relief and reproduction, completely failing to see us as sentient beings. Am I wrong? I have never thought that way, Hanche replied, furrowing his brow. At least regarding Lan, he had never seen her as a means of relief or reproduction. She had truly misjudged him this time. Then why can't I accompany you to the eastern desert? The icy terrain was treacherous and the journey long. The snow-covered mountain paths slippery and difficult to traverse. You are new to the snowy plains and cannot withstand the bitter cold, let alone the harsh environment here. You simply cannot endure. Lan, please listen to me. Stay in the tribe. Hanche implored earnestly. I refuse. I want to go. If you do not agree, I will cling to you until you do. Lan appeared determined to battle him to the end. Seeing this, Hanche sighed in exasperation. Just then, Yuhi's voice echoed from the entrance, laced with surprise and excitement. Che, we found saltpeter powder in the warm land. No, wait, not in powder form. It's in solid chunks. Upon hearing this, Lan's eyes instantly lit up. She quickly turned around to see Yuhi entering with a bee skin pouch in hand. She hurried over, peering inside, and discovered that Yuhi was holding chunks of white nitrate crystals. Her excitement surged as she reached out to take them, exclaiming, wonderful! This is just what we needed. Lan, what is the use of this? Yuhi carefully handed the nitrate to Molanit is immensely useful. With this, our journey to the eastern desert will be fearless, Molan said, cradling the nitrate with exhilaration. Really? Is this stuff that powerful? Yuhi felt a twinge of disbelief. Naturally, it was formidable that you not recall how Molan single-handedly defeated the grizzly bear. It was precisely due to this aid that Molan, a seemingly frail female, could challenge such a ferocious beast. Han Che approached and spoke. Yuhi then remembered that indeed, he had heard from his kin that Molan had used a specially crafted weapon to hurl at the grizzly bear, enabling Han Che to slay it. Presumably, that projectile must be this very item. Yet he found it perplexing that something resembling a small stone could wield such immense power. Surely, ordinary stones would scarcely harm even the bear's fur. He mused, and could not help but voice his doubts. Olan chuckled and replied, "There's nothing strange about it. Gunpowder is an essential ingredient for crafting extraordinary weapons. Once I have it, I can forge weapons of unparalleled might. At that point, the strength of the Han Wolf tribe will significantly increase, and dominating the vast Kumo snowfield will not be beyond our grasp." At this, Yuhi could not help but be astounded, utterly unable to believe it. To dominate the Kumo snowfield? Such grandiose claims seemed excessive. Molan, does this item truly possess such power? Even Han Che appeared somewhat skeptical. Claiming dominion over the Kumo snowfield sounded far easier than achieving it. Using gunpowder, sulfur, and charcoal, one can create extraordinary weapons. Frankly speaking, such weapons are arguably the most potent in your world. Molan raised her chin, speaking with a hint of pride. Are you implying that you can manufacture these weapons? Han Che instantly turned to Molan, inquiring earnestly, "Of course. Otherwise, why would I have asked you to procure gunpowder for me? I stumbled upon this substance in the warm lands, which allowed me to narrowly escape the clutches of the grizzly bear. Such a useful item cannot be squandered." After saying this, Molan turned to Yuhi and instructed, "Inform the tribespeople that whenever they encounter this substance, they should gather as much as possible. This is a powerful weapon for our defense." Upon hearing this, Yuhi promptly nodded, saying, "All right, I will instruct the tribespeople to deliver all the collected gunpowder to you shortly." "Excellent. I also need to make a trip to the Ural Heights to gather additional materials. I aim to develop our life-saving weapons before we set off." Molan contemplated aloud. "Yes, that would be splendid. Wait, hold on." Just as Yuhi had agreed, he suddenly sensed something amiss and, with a shocked expression, exclaimed, "What did you just say? Before you all set off? My heavens, Molan, you aren't planning to accompany Che on a hunting expedition, are you? Why not? Is it so outrageous?" Molan replied nonchalantly, casting a glance at Han Che, who had been ignored for quite some time, looking rather helpless. "Of course not. You are a female. How can you accompany us on a hunting expedition?" Yuhi remarked with an air of certainty. "What of it? Women, through their wisdom, can protect men just as well." Molan's words were directed at Han Che, as she sought to convey that she was not the fragile female he perceived her to be. She could, with her intellect and abilities, safeguard the entire tribe if she so wished. Molan. Yuhi, seeing her resolute stance, turned to Han Che and asked, "Che, you wouldn't seriously consider taking Molan to the East Desert, would you? That is far too perilous. Molan is a sacred priestess. Your aunt would never agree to let her face such dangers." Han Che did not respond to Yuhi, but gazed intently at Molan, asking, "Are you serious? Molan, do you truly wish to accompany me to the East Desert?" Molan packed the gunpowder carefully, clenching her fist as she declared, "I am determined. If you refuse to take me, I shall go alone." Molan, don't put Han Che in a difficult position. This is no jest. Yuhi interjected anxiously before Han Che could respond, that "I am not jesting. I wish to assist Han Che in procuring more food for the tribe." Molan reaffirmed. She was truly exasperated. Why could they not believe her after all this time? Han Che and Yuhi exchanged glances before refocusing on Molan. "Very well. As long as you can indeed manufacture this weapon, I will agree to take you hunting." Han Che finally relented. "Agreed. It's settled." Molan replied confidently. "Che, it would be prudent to consult your aunt first. He suggested, seeing that the two had indeed reached an agreement. Naturally, we must seek Mother's counsel, and she should witness it herself so that she can rest assured about allowing Mo Lan to accompany me. Han Che acknowledged. He understood that although Mo Lan was a woman, her status was exalted, her influence within the tribe had been steadily growing, and if she truly wished to slip away, she could find a way. Since she was determined to go, he might as well take her along for safety's sake. Otherwise, he would not trust anyone else with her. He shook his head. Han Che was known for his resolute nature, and no one in the tribe dared to defy him. Aside from his aunt, no one could sway his decisions. That he never anticipated that Mo Lan would so easily shatter this rule. Well then, since you both have made your decision, I can only side with you. Finally, he openly aligned himself with Han Che and Mo Lan. However, he still expressed his concerns, saying, "But you both must think this through. Your aunt will not easily relent. If she resorts to tribal laws, it could become quite troublesome." Han Che was well aware of Mo Lan's significance to Mother E. She would undoubtedly oppose Mo Lan's involvement in such a perilous endeavor. That was precisely why he had stipulated the condition of witnessing Mo Lan's weapon-making before allowing her to join him. Otherwise, he had no confidence in persuading Mother Mo Lan. "Tell me what you need. I will personally ensure the tribe gathers it for you," Han Che said softly, looking at her. "Rest assured, I will not let you down." Mo Lan replied with a confident smile. Han Che's support allowed her to swiftly dismiss the earlier unpleasantness. There was still much to navigate in their relationship, but addressing the tribe's immediate challenges took precedence. At that moment, Su Yi overheard Han Che and Mo Lan's plans. Her expression shifted dramatically as she sternly admonished, "No, I absolutely do not agree. Hunting is perilous. How can Mo Lan accompany you? It is already against the rules for females to partake in hunting, let alone someone of Mo Lan's esteemed status. Che, this matter is non-negotiable. Mo Lan must remain in the tribe." Han Che and Mo Lan exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of resignation in the other's eyes. They had expected this outcome. Han Che quickly reassured, "Mother, please do not be hasty. Hear us out. Mo Lan wishes to join us because she has created a new weapon that can significantly enhance our hunting success rate and reduce casualties among the tribe." "Oh, is that true? Mo Lan has invented a new weapon." Su Yi, who held Mo Lan's innovations in high regard, was intrigued by Han Che's assertion, as expected, upon hearing that Mo Lan had introduced a new advancement. Su Yi's demeanor brightened, and her stance softened. "Yes, Mother E. As you know, every year, hunting expeditions result in heavy casualties among the tribe. Mo Lan is not only a healer, but also a sacred priestess. With her presence, our people will be safe. I will ensure her safety." Han Che spoke again, his expression resolute and unyielding as he pondered for a long moment before finally relenting, saying, "Very well, since you both have made your decision, I will not obstruct you. However, Che, Mo Lan's safety is paramount to the future of our Han Wolf tribe. You must protect her diligently." "Yes, Mother." Han Che immediately affirmed. Mo Lan hurriedly added, "Mother E, rest assured. Before we set off, I will ensure the tribe is fully prepared to minimize the dangers of hunting." Su Yi smiled with appreciation, saying, "Good child, I thank you on behalf of the tribe. With you and Han Che around, I feel much more at ease regarding the safety of our people. By the way, Mother E, there is something I wish to discuss with you. I plan to construct semi-subterranean houses within our territory for the tribe to reside in. What do you think? This upcoming hunting expedition might take many days, and the construction within the territory could not be halted. Building more and better shelters before the cold front arrived was an urgent task. Are we also building thatched cottages in the territory? That sounds splendid." Su Yi had previously visited the thatched cottages in the warm lands and found them remarkably sturdy, providing superior insulation compared to subterranean dwellings. She had intended to mention this to Han Che, but he had already considered it. "Indeed, however, we currently lack sufficient building materials, so we can only construct selectively for now. In recent days, you have assisted in selecting suitable construction sites for our clan. I will inform he to oversee the construction within our territory," Han Che responded. "The thatch collected by the clansmen is limited and insufficient to support the construction of houses for the entire clan. Thus, We can only construct a portion for the time being, and once we gather more materials in the future, we shall build more dwellings for our people. Rest assured, with both he and I guarding the tribe, no major issues will arise. Swain nodded in agreement. Mother E, thank you for your hard work. We shall go prepare now. Han Che took Mo Lan's hand, ready to exit Sway's cave, but as he turned, Sway called out to them. Che and Mo Lan, wait a moment. Is there anything else, Mother E? The two exchanged glances before turning back to inquire. Sway smiled at them and said, since we're to build houses in the territory, it would be perfect to first renovate your cave and make it your residence with Mo Lan. I heard from he that you and Mo Lan are still residing in separate caves. How can that be acceptable? You have officially pledged yourselves in front of the clansmen, and it is time for you to reside in one cave. Mo Lan was taken aback, not expecting Sway to mention this matter. Indeed, the two had not lived together since their betrothal. Mo Lan had not moved into Han Che's cave and continued to dwell in her original abode, although they had sworn vows in front of the clanspeople. From a modern perspective, it felt inappropriate to live together without a formal wedding. While Han Che would visit her cave, nothing intimate had transpired between them. Furthermore, they had both been extremely busy in recent days. They were occupied with house construction and water diversion, leaving them no time to spare. Olan had also taken it upon herself to teach the women how to weave and create various utensils and tools for daily life. Han Che, on the other hand, always returned late at night and rose early in the morning that he feared disturbing Mo Lan's rest and would typically return to his own cave, allowing her to sleep a little longer. On the rare occasions when he returned early, they would often engage in discussions about the tribe's development, and in the course of their conversation, Mo Lan would eventually drift off to sleep. Han Che would merely hold her close, refraining from pursuing his desires. Thus far, aside from Mo Lan's first night, they had not shared any further intimate moments. Mother E, why do you suddenly bring this up? Han Che inquired, clearly surprised of course. He was not opposed to living with Mo Lan. It was only natural for them to do so, having already pledged themselves to one another. He had contemplated broaching the subject with her several times. But considering that Mo Lan had always treated him as a mere source of warmth, he found himself both amused and perplexed. Moreover, although Mo Lan's body had largely recovered from her previous affliction, he still dared not underestimate the situation. Each time he was in her cave, he made a conscious effort to restrain himself, fearing that a moment of impulse could harm her. Fortunately, he did not often intrude upon her, allowing their days to progress relatively smoothly. However, if they were to live together, day and night in close proximity, he feared he might truly lose control. Thus, upon reflection, their temporary separation seemed wise. You, my child, have been so busy that you have naturally overlooked this matter. You have publicly acknowledged Mo Lan in front of the clansmen. She is now your wife. Since she is your wife, it is only right and proper for her to live with you. This is a matter of course. Now that Mo Lan's health is almost fully recovered, you ought not to keep avoiding this, Mother eagerly remarked, hoping for them to bring forth offspring for the Han Wolf tribe soon. Sway looked at the two with a cheerful expression. Upon hearing this, Mo Lan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The hand held by Han Che hurriedly withdrew, and she turned away, feigning ignorance. Mother E had the audacity to suggest that Han Che should hasten to provide air for the clan right in front of her. How utterly mortifying. However, Han Che maintained his composure and nodded in agreement, saying, Mother E, I understand. I have given this matter considerable thought as well. Although Mo Lan's health has improved, we are still uncertain whether she can withstand the onslaught of the cold. If her body cannot endure it, what if she were to become pregnant? That would only worsen the situation. Therefore, I intend to discuss this matter after the cold is past. Sway frowned thoughtfully for a moment before sighing. Very well, since you have your own plans, I shall not press you. The matter of offspring can be postponed, but Mo Lan should not continue to live alone. Your cave must be renovated first. Once it is complete, Mo Lan can move in, and the houses for the other clansmen can be constructed subsequently. All right, we shall proceed as Mother E has suggested. Han Che nodded in agreement without any objections. Now, off you go. I must find you to discuss the house construction. Understood, Han Che replied, and he and Mo Lan exited the cave together. Mo Lan's face remained flushed, and she dared not raise her gaze to meet his. A faint smile crept upon Han Che's lips as he approached her and took her hand, saying, "Mo Lan, will you move in with me, or shall I move to your place? Whichever you prefer." Mo Lan replied shyly, her head lowered. Han Che pondered for a moment, then softly suggested, "Then I shall move to your place first. Once my cave is renovated, we can return together. How does that sound?" Mo Lan looked up and saw only warmth and sincerity in Han Che's expression, which eased her mind. The memory of their first night, when he had been as fierce as a starving wolf, lingered in her thoughts, making her feel a rush of heat. She remembered that night vividly, the intensity of their encounter. In the days that followed, he had been remarkably restrained, which took her by surprise. Now she realized that he had been considerate of her health. In his eyes, she appeared delicate, like a fragile flower in a greenhouse, which explained his hesitance to approach her. However, she was not as weak as he presumed. It was merely an impression that if he knew that her body was actually quite robust, she wondered how he would react. With that thought, Mo Lan felt her cheeks grow warmer, and she decided to dismiss such notions. After all, they were married now, and it would be entirely normal for something to happen between them. Shaking off her thoughts, she nodded lightly. "All right, let's do it this way, to spare Mother E from chiding you further." "Very well. I shall return to tidy up and move in tonight." Han Che felt a wave of joy at Mo Lan's acceptance and smiled gently. "All right, you go ahead. I need to teach Mai and the others how to cut clothes and make shoes today. So I want to accompany you," Mo Lan informed him. "Understood that if you need anything, seek out he and Haning, that I will be busy transporting the elderly and infirm to the warm grounds, likely for the entire day." Han Che instructed, gently brushing Mo Lan's hair from her cheek. "Got it." Mo Lan's face flushed as she shyly glanced at him before turning to leave. Due to the limited fabric, Mo Lan could only make the simplest garments. However, they were far more practical than animal skin clothing, and the saved animal skins and fabric could be used for smaller items, such as hats, socks, shoe tops, and gloves. Mo Lan gathered the women of the tribe in a spacious storage cave, igniting a bonfire for warmth. She then found a flat stone slab to serve as a cutting board and began teaching them how to cut garments. Cut clothes. We must first understand their structure and purpose. Given our limited materials, I will only teach you simple cutting methods for now. Once we have better resources, I will share more complex techniques with you. Mo Lan arranged the materials, needle willow cloth, animal skins, and furs on the stone slab, picked up a piece of needle willow cloth, and began to cut while explaining in detail. Our clothes in the Yin tribe differ from the animal skin garments of the Han Wolf tribe. They are divided into upper and lower garments. The benefit of separating the upper and lower garments is that it provides better warmth and convenience. The upper garment consists of an inner garment and an outer shirt, while the lower garment can be made into trousers or skirts. For the men in the tribe, trousers are more suitable for outdoor activities, enhancing their agility for hunting and labor. As for the women, it matters less, as their activity levels are lower. Both trousers and skirts are acceptable. The upper garment is somewhat more complex, consisting of front piece, back piece, and sleeves. Create a complete upper garment. We must sew the front and back pieces together with the sleeves. The upper garment can be designed with a straight opening or a diagonal opening, and the collar can be round, crossed, or stand-up. Sleeve cuffs can be wide sleeves or tapered sleeves. For tapered sleeves worn by men, to avoid cumbersome excess, we can add wristbands. Trousers follow a similar pattern. They must have a waistband and leg bindings. Women can opt for wide-legged pants or skirts. However, given the extreme cold of the Kumo snowfield, trousers are more suitable for warmth, as they provide a snug fit that blocks the wind, much warmer than animal skin clothing. Additionally, since needle willow cloth is relatively thin, a single layer is insufficient for warmth. Therefore, we must sew animal skins and furs together with the needle willow cloth to create padded clothing. This way, the insulation effect will be doubled. Even in extremely cold weather, wearing such padded clothing outdoors will pose no threat to one's life. Now, I hold in my hands a meticulously cut pattern for the tops and trousers. Let us take turns to examine them closely, and once we are familiar with their details, I shall instruct everyone on how to stitch these fabric pieces together into finished garments. Mo Lan handed the neatly cut pieces to Amai and Shilu. encouraging them to pass them along for a thorough inspection by all. By the time the fabric returned to Molan, she had threaded a bone needle with fine willow thread, ready to commence the sewing process. The women of the Han Lang tribe often utilized bone needles to sew leather garments, so they were somewhat acquainted with the art of stitching. However, they had never encountered such delicate willow thread before. They typically used the bark of yuli branches or other vine plants, and had even experimented with yak tendons. Yet the bark was too inflexible and insufficient in length, while the yak tendons, though resilient and adequately long, were limited in supply. They had always made do with what they had, but now, with the advent of willow thread, they could finally sew without the worry of lacking material. Olan picked up the threaded needle and began to sew the top together, explaining the stitching techniques as she worked. Hand sewing encompasses numerous methods, but I shall refrain from delving into the more complex ones. Here, I will teach you a few of the most fundamental and practical techniques. The first is the running stitch, a basic technique in the traditional sewing craft of the Yin tribe, which can be classified into long and short running stitches. The long running stitch is used for temporarily securing two or more pieces of fabric together. Initiated without knotting the thread, and work from right to left with a stitch length of approximately 3 centimeters. The long running stitch also features many variations, such as long on one side and short on the other, or both sides short with a longer middle segment. The short running stitch serves as the fundamental technique for securing fabric. Also work from right to left with a stitch distance of 1 centimeter. 2 to 4 stitches per interval. Observe closely, just like this. Lan instructed as she aligned the front and back pieces of the top and began to demonstrate the stitch. The onlookers, filled with curiosity, gathered around her, attentively watching, forming a circle around Lan. Although these women were unrefined, they were not lacking in intellect. After Lan demonstrated several times, most of them had grasped the running stitch technique, prompting her to continue with further explanations of other stitches. Next, she introduced the basting stitch, which comes in 2 forms, the visible basting and the hidden basting. This technique is primarily utilized for securing the edges of garments and pockets. The visible basting employs diagonal stitches, creating a slanted effect, hence it is also referred to as the slant stitch. The stitches should be small and neat on the front side, and work from right to left. The hidden basting, also known as the blind stitch, leaves no visible trace on the front and can be executed so that no stitches are apparent on either side. It is similarly used for securing garment edges. Come, everyone, observe and practice, Lan encouraged, urging them to get hands-on. The crowd watched and learned, quickly becoming adept at the techniques. The third stitch we shall discuss is the back stitch, also known as the locking stitch. This involves moving forward 1 stitch and then retreating 1 stitch, resulting in a slightly diagonal appearance. Due to its sturdiness, this technique is often employed for joining the seams of trousers or constructing armholes. The fourth stitch is the triangular stitch, also referred to as the dogtooth stitch. It is used to secure the cuffs, hems, and edges of trousers. The stitches are worked from left to right, with no visible thread on the front, while the back displays a crisscross pattern. The fifth technique is the overlock stitch, commonly used to finish raw edges of fabric and prevent fraying. It can also be applied to attach fabrics. This involves first making horizontal stitches, followed by vertical ones, with the thread passing beneath the vertical stitch, repeating this until the desired length is achieved. There are numerous variations of the overlock stitch, which I will teach you all in due course. Having completed her explanation of the basic stitching techniques, Lan set down the fabric and needle, clapped her hands, and announced, "All right, you have 15 minutes. Now, let us divide into small groups and practice these stitches. Once you feel confident, we can proceed to officially sew the garments." The group, upon hearing this, displayed eager anticipation. They instinctively sought out familiar companions to engage in collaborative learning. Observing their earnestness, Lan felt a sense of satisfaction, nodding in approval as they diligently practiced, none expressing any impatience at what could have been perceived as a tedious task. Afterward, Lan began to craft the first handmade garment. Naturally, this intricate knowledge was not solely from her own mind. Rather, a little helper had assisted her in creating a teaching plan within her thoughts, which she now followed to instruct. This was a skill she had painstakingly mastered after a sleepless night. And while it might seem rudimentary in a modern context, it was more than sufficient for imparting knowledge to these unrefined tribespeople. Fortunately, with the little helper's assistance, surviving in this barren, desolate snowfield would have been exceedingly challenging otherwise. The scarcity of resources here was profound. Once conditions improved, she would certainly discuss with Han Che the matter of relocating the tribe. Even in a highly developed modern world, the high mountain snowfields still posed numerous insurmountable challenges for humanity. Let alone for these barbarous tribes that, if they could move to a plain, it would be an ideal solution. However, progress must be gradual, though the little helper had spoken of the vast lands beyond the Kumo snowfield. Migrating with a large number of tribespeople would not be a simple task. Without adequate preparation, many lives could be needlessly sacrificed. Presently, they could barely meet their basic needs, let alone consider relocation. This matter would require careful deliberation. Finally, through Mo Lan's relentless efforts, the handmade garment was completed. Constructed from 3 layers of animal skin and willow fabric, it was particularly thick and warm. The inner layer of willow fabric was soft against the skin, far more comfortable than the fur. Mai, fortunate enough to try it on, felt her face flush with excitement as she touched the garment. Seeing this, Mo Lan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, the cotton coat is a resounding success. With the triumph of the first garment, the subsequent cotton clothing production would surely proceed much more smoothly. Since cotton trousers hindered movement, Mo Lan opted to create a long cotton coat in the deep garment style. With an inner lining and trousers made of willow fabric, cinched at the waist with a wide belt crafted from the same material at last, she appeared less like a savage and more like a person. Merely having a cotton coat was insufficient. Mo Lan contemplated the necessity of creating matching accessories such as hats, scarves, shoes, and socks. Though these items may seem trivial, they were essential. With these additions, personal warmth would be greatly enhanced. Without delay, as others busied themselves with cotton coats, Mo Lan began to explore the creation of these small accessories. The scarf was relatively straightforward. She had previously woven a willow fabric scarf for Han Che, albeit somewhat thin. Thus, she added a layer of fur and crafted another, which provided much greater warmth. The hat was similarly uncomplicated, a hollow cylindrical shape made of cotton fabric, with ear flaps added and a top. For socks, in the interest of simplicity, she opted for straight tube socks. Finally, the shoes proved more complex. One must first create the sole, then the upper, and finally stitch them together. Inspired by the sturdy and durable layered cloth shoes of modernity, Mo Lan decided to fashion a pair based on that design. She began by using processed tree resin to bond a willow fabric into a moderately hard layered sole, with a bottom layer made of cowhide to ensure durability and wear resistance. Then, she crafted the upper and shaft of the boots from a combination of fur and willow fabric, ultimately producing a pair of snow boots. This footwear, combining fabric, leather, and fur, was warmer and more comfortable than traditional leather boots. As some completed their garment making, they approached with curiosity to learn about these smaller accessories. Although the processes were intricate, many managed to grasp the techniques under Mo Lan's patient guidance. During this period, Amai demonstrated remarkable talent in craftsmanship. No matter what she learned or created, she was always the first to master it, which impressed Mo Lan and sparked her hopes for the child's future. During the lunch break, after consulting with Su Yi, she called Amai over and appointed her as the Minister of Life, entrusting her to assist both Mo Lan and Su Yi in managing tribal affairs. Naturally, Amai was overjoyed, yet apprehensive about her ability to fulfill the role, feeling a mix of excitement and anxiety. However, with Mo Lan's reassurance and encouragement, she ultimately embraced the challenge with an open heart. Amai, from now on, I will dedicate some time each day to teach you about the civilization of the Yen tribe. Come to me whenever you have time, and help me contribute more to our people. This will be a valuable experience for you, one that will facilitate your rapid growth. Mo Lan earnestly conveyed to Amai that Amai nodded earnestly, her face reflecting determination as she replied, Sister Mo Lan, I will learn diligently and assist you wholeheartedly. Mo Lan smiled and nodded, her peripheral vision catching a glimpse of Shi Lu's disappointed expression. She merely smiled lightly and said nothing that Mo Lan had long intended to nurture Amai. And now, witnessing her innate intelligence, she felt even more pleased as for Shi Lu. Although she was a standout among the tribe's women, Her narrow-mindedness and deep-seated adherence to tribal rules made her a less favorable candidate for guidance. Amai, with her innocent and sincere nature, was far more preferable. Additionally, Shilu's singular focus on winning Han Che's favor limited her perspective, rendering her of little benefit to the greater cause. Thus, despite Amai's relative lack of maturity compared to Shilu, Mo Lan unhesitatingly chose her over Shilu. Though Su Yi was somewhat surprised, she respected Mo Lan's decision. Very well, from this moment on, Amai will be my assistant. From now on, it shall be Amai who leads everyone in learning and communication. If you have any questions or uncertainties, feel free to consult her. Lan turned to the crowd and announced solemnly, "Yes, we shall faithfully follow the instructions of the holy sorceress." The crowd replied respectfully, except for Shilu, who bowed her head even lower. Lan glanced at Shilu and stepped forward, saying, "Shilu, you have always been gentle in nature and are well-liked within the tribe. I now appoint you as the group leader to assist Amai in managing the tribe's belongings. There will soon be a separate warehouse to store essential supplies for our people, and you will be responsible for IT. In the future, you must diligently handle inventory, distribution, and delivery. You may select a few women from the tribe to form your small team, and they will take your orders." Upon hearing this, Shilu immediately lifted her head, her face beaming with surprise. Amai had become the minister of daily life, which left her feeling disheartened. She had thought her prospects were dim. But unexpectedly, Mo Lan was willing to utilize her. Although it was merely the position of warehouse manager, having the authority to command the women of the tribe was indeed a prestigious honor. "Thank you for the blessing, holy sorceress." Shilu hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Lan nodded. In truth, had it not been for Mu's repeated pleas on Shilu's behalf, she would have been reluctant to choose her. After all, she was no saint. This woman harbored feelings for her husband, who would willingly keep a ticking time bomb close by. Naturally, the farther away she could keep her from Han Che, the better. It was only later that she discovered that within the tribe, if women were inclined to sleep with men, they would directly strip down and wait in the men's lairs. Last time, Shilu had brazenly displayed her despondence at not being chosen by Han Che right before her. Reflecting on it now, it was enough to induce acute embarrassment. She had stripped down in an attempt to seduce her husband, only to expect her sympathy for her plight. What a foolish thing to do. Mo Lan could not praise Shilu's mindset. She and Han Che should maintain a respectful distance from her. Granting her the position of overseeing the warehouse was already quite generous, if Shilu was still dissatisfied. She had no other recourse. Regardless, she would absolutely not allow Han Che to be given to her. Not even a fraction. However, it seemed that Shilu was quite easily satisfied and had no complaints, which was for the best, as it allowed her to provide an explanation to Mu. Having concluded her thoughts on the trivial matters, she turned to Amai and said, "Amai, I now assign you your first task, to organize everyone to swiftly prepare cotton, clothing, and boots for the tribe's strong hunters before they set out, ensuring each one has a complete set. Can you accomplish this?" "Yes, I guarantee the task will be completed." Amai responded promptly with determination. "Good. I trust you. Time is of the essence. You must begin at once. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." After giving her instructions, Mo Lan rose and made her way out of the storage cave. Clothing, housing, and sustenance were settled. Clothing had been addressed. Accommodations arranged, drinking water secured, and hygiene for dining utensils ensured. Currently, there were no materials available for creating transportation tools, and hunting was the foremost priority. One must navigate danger and mitigate risks through various means. Mo Lan pondered as she walked, counting on her fingers. The array of issues to resolve was overwhelming, and none could be overlooked. Each improvement would significantly enhance the quality of life for her people. Every advancement increased their chances of survival, and she was unwilling to forfeit any opportunity to ensure they could live well. Hey! Just as Mo Lan was lost in thought, a sudden, jarring shout startled her. Turning around, she found Han Ing reclining against a slab of blue stone, casually shaking his legs as he rested. Lan shot him an irritated glare and retorted, "You can't scare people like that. Haven't you ever heard of it?" "I haven't heard of it at all. Where do you get all these words? Is this some kind of civilization from your Yin tribe?" "It's words, not civilization. Emolan corrected. Mosquito? I could say the same about lice. Haning scoffed, rolling his eyes. Emolan, fuming, shot back. Did you call me over just to showcase your barbarism? How utterly dull. This Haning seemed to find pleasure in pestering her all day. She was far too busy to waste time exchanging barbs with him. With that, Emolan lifted her leg to walk away. Hey. Haning, seeing her intent to leave, hurriedly stood and chased after her, saying, Don't go. I have something to say to you. Only then did Emolan halt, turning back with a skeptical look and asking, What do you wish to discuss? I meant to say that. Haning suddenly became awkward, fidgeting as he cast his gaze around, avoiding eye contact, and stammered for a long time without managing to articulate a single coherent sentence. Upon witnessing this, Emolan rolled her eyes in exasperation and said, Are you stuttering? When did you pick up this new habit? You're the one stuttering. Haning retorted indignantly, If you aren't, then why are you hesitating? Just say what you need to say, Emolan replied, growing impatient. Haning gritted his teeth and mustered the courage to confront her. What makes me inferior to my brother? Why won't you accept me as your second husband? Upon hearing this, Emolan realized he was still tangled up in this issue. Thus, she replied earnestly, You are not significantly inferior to your brother, but the reason I do not choose you as my second husband is encapsulated in 2 words. 2 words? Haning asked, puzzled. Indeed, Emolan confirmed, those 2 words are loyalty. Do you understand what loyalty means? Haning shook his head in confusion. Loyalty is when both parties are each other's only one. I have no other men, and he has no other women. From birth to death, we belong solely to each other. Loving only one another, we do not divide our hearts into many pieces for others, nor do we engage in physical contact with others. Emolan advanced step by step towards Haning, who involuntarily began to retreat under her intense gaze, his eyes darting about. Every word Emolan spoke seemed to be directed at him. However, the concept of one male with multiple females and one female with multiple males was commonplace across the vast wilderness. Why can Emolan not accept it? Was it truly so unfathomable? Seeing Han Ying's bewildered expression, Emolan continued, A man with multiple women is considered fickle. A woman with multiple men is labeled promiscuous. Our Yin tribe civilization has always prohibited such behavior. One man, one woman, hand in hand, through life and death. This is the correct notion that aligns with the physiological and psychological development of humanity. Haning, you are not at fault, but your mindset is skewed, and your behavior is reckless, severely violating our Yin tribe's standards for choosing a partner. Thus, no matter how strong you are, I will not select you. Now, do you understand? By the end of her statement, Emolan had backed Haning into a corner. She gave him one last glance, chuckling softly as she said, Perhaps you cannot comprehend this, so you may continue living your previous life. I have promised Han Che that I will not forcibly restrict the romantic views of our people and will allow them time to adapt to change. However, if you persist in this manner, do not expect to be regarded as even a normal relative between us, let alone a second husband. With that, Emolan ceased her advance and turned to leave swiftly. Haning sat there in a daze, muttering to himself, Emolan, are you from another realm? Having dismissed Haning, Emolan felt an immense sense of relief, by dissuading his infatuation early on. She could spare him the agony of fixating on her and neglecting his responsibilities. Truth be told, setting aside his mindset and behavior, Haning was indeed a rare beauty and a formidable warrior in the tribe. If he were to focus on self-improvement, his future prospects would be boundless. Yet the barbaric system was far too regressive, squandering the potential of such a promising youth. She hoped her words would lead him to enlightenment, prompting him to cultivate himself and become a man like Han Che, steadfast and upright, rather than lingering in debauchery, falsely justifying it as a means of propagating the wolf clan, ultimately harming both himself and others. Before long, Emolan arrived at the entrance of a storage cave. This cave was where she had instructed he to store the nitrate blocks. Preparations for the expedition to the East Desert had already commenced, and it was time to begin crafting suitable weapons. Therefore, she had come here to assess the situation. If possible, she wished to create some black powder to serve as a weapon against their enemies. In this world, black powder had yet to be invented, and its sheer power could compel the entire wilderness to bow in submission. Thus, if one were to seek a formidable ally, it could only be black powder. However, this substance was perilously volatile, necessitating cautious experimentation before proceeding. Upon entering the storage cave, Emolan peered in, and upon seeing the scene before her, she broke out in a cold sweat. Not for any other reason, but because not far from where the nitrate blocks were stored, Yuhi was crouched down, adding fuel to the dying bonfire. What the hell? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Emolan dashed forward in a flurry and pushed the unsuspecting Yuhi onto his back. Emolan, what are you doing? Yuhi exclaimed in shock as he fell to the ground, still gripping a sturdy branch of Yuli tightly in his hand. He had almost swung it at her. Dangerous goods, flammable and explosive, smoking and open flames are strictly prohibited. Do you realize that if I were to arrive even a moment later, your life would be in grave peril? Yuhi felt a cold sweat trickle down his back in Molan's words. As she spoke, she rushed forward, trampling on the campfire in a frenzy. Only when not a single flicker of flame remained did she feel a sense of relief, though she remained uneasy and moved all the remaining ashes far from the saltpeter. Emolan, what on earth is going on? Yuhi, having narrowly escaped a brush with death, still could not comprehend the situation. Upon his arrival at the storage cave, he noticed the campfire meant to maintain warmth was nearly extinguished, prompting him to hastily fetch some Yuli branches for firewood. However, before he could add even one, Emolan had already knocked it down. It's my fault for not being clear. This saltpeter cannot come into contact with open flames. The moment it does, it ignites, and in serious cases, it can cause fires and explosions. This is no joke. Inform the tribe, and they must be vigilant from now on. Fortunately, she hadn't sent anyone to collect sulfur yet. Otherwise, it would have been too late if danger had truly struck. Only then did Yuhi grasp the gravity of the situation and nodded solemnly, saying, "All right, I understand. Yuhi, I was just looking for you. Get someone to bring some saltpeter and come with me. I need to conduct an experiment outside," Emolan said, pulling Yuhi along to an experiment. "What do you mean by experiment? How do we do it?" Yuhi inquired, his expression filled with curiosity. "Oh, just stop asking and have someone follow me," Emolan replied, exasperated. After all the explanations, her patience was wearing thin. If only Hanche were here, he would understand her immediately. "This must be what they call a meeting of minds. All right, I'll go make the arrangements first," Yuhi said, brushing off the dust from his clothes before turning to leave the cave to count heads. Emolan gathered some saltpeter, wrapping it in animal skin, and did the same with some charcoal ash. She then searched the cave for other materials, repackaging everything into a large piece of animal skin before standing upright. After considering for a moment, she felt uneasy and decided to store the saltpeter separately in a corner, using various non-flammable items to create a barrier before finally feeling secure enough to exit the cave. Outside the cave, you had already summoned 6 strong members of the tribe to accompany Emolan for the experiment. Wait a moment. I need to change my clothes before heading out. The outside air was frigid, and without ensuring her own safety, she couldn't guarantee the safety of her tribe. So Emolan had to prepare herself first. She removed her animal skin and changed into a newly made cotton outfit, instantly feeling as though she had transformed from a wild person back into a human. Donning her animal skin snow boots and slinging her small embroidered bag over her shoulder, she stepped out with satisfaction. "Saint Shaman, you look so beautiful." The moment Emolan appeared, she immediately captured the attention of everyone present. The well-fitted cotton attire accentuated her curves, causing many to gulp and gaze in awe, aside from Yuhi. Everyone else looked as if they might pop their eyes out in admiration. Emolan felt a rush of embarrassment and quickly threw a fur cloak around herself, tying it securely to conceal her figure. Goodness, she almost forgot that this group of beastmen never hid their primal desires. Thankfully, she had prepared a cloak. Otherwise, how could she work amidst this pack of hungry wolves? With wide, almond-shaped eyes, Emolan exclaimed. "What are you staring at? Are we not setting off yet?" Yuhi suppressed a laugh and waved for everyone to get moving. Emolan, please don't blame them. They mean no harm. They simply think you look stunning in that outfit. Once they left their territory, the group headed toward the Ural Highlands. Yuhi walked beside Emolan at the back of the line, seizing the opportunity to explain, "Well, looking good is nice. This cotton outfit and boots are primarily for warmth. Every time I wear animal skins outside, I nearly freeze to death, and if I'm barely clinging to life, how can I help others? So I decided to wear this first. And once Amai and the others finish making cotton outfits, we will distribute a set to each member of the tribe. Emolan understood that the beastmen held no ill will. However, facing those fiery gazes was still quite unnerving. Thank goodness her status kept her safe. Otherwise, she feared a repeat of her initial experience with the cold wolf tribe. Just thinking about it sent shivers down her spine. It seemed necessary to have Hanche establish clan regulations sooner rather than later to prevent the tribe from acting recklessly without guidelines, endangering themselves and others. Olan, are you saying you plan to make such clothing for the tribe? Yuhi asked, a mix of joy and excitement lighting up his face. Olan smiled and replied, yes, this is the proper approach to winter clothing. The Kuamo snowfield is far too cold. Only such attire can ensure personal safety. Wonderful. With this warm clothing, our tribe will no longer suffer from the cold, Yuhi exclaimed with enthusiasm. Not only will they no longer suffer, but they will also be able to go about their activities in harsh weather without fear of freezing or injury. From now on, I will not allow the cold to threaten the lives of our tribe, Emolan declared resolutely. Yuhi felt a surge of excitement and quickly moved to the front of the group, clapping his hands above his head as he called out, did everyone hear that? From now on, we will wear this warm clothing like the Saint Shaman and live better lives. We shall no longer fear the cold. The cold wolf tribe will thrive for generations to come. Awah! Awah! Roar, roar! Ugh! Upon hearing Yuhi's words, the group of strong warriors immediately raised their spears and let out excited howls. Some even reverted to their primal forms. Howling and Rajay, Olan felt goosebumps rise all over her body. Their crude display of emotion was both amusing and alarming. She hurriedly caught up with the group, standing in their midst and saying, stop, stop. Your way of expressing happiness is too frightening. Come, I will teach you a new method of expression in the style of the Yin tribe. Upon hearing this, everyone ceased their unpleasant howling and turned to Olan in unison. Yuhi, with a curious expression, asked the Yin tribe's method of expression. What is it? Why, singing. Emolan replied with a smile. Singing. Yuhi and the others exchanged puzzled glances, their eyes wide with confusion. What does singing mean? Are you suggesting something akin to the chants during Auntie's rituals? Yuhi ventured to guess. Cut it out with the nonsense. Just wait. I will demonstrate for you. Emolan tilted her head in thought before saying, all right, how about this song? It's quite cheerful. Listen closely. As the words left her mouth, the crowd fell silent, eagerly awaiting Emolan's demonstration. Ahem. Emolan cleared her throat and began to sing in a melodious tone. Sister. You sit at the bow of the boat while brother walks on the shore with love and affection. The rope sways gently. Emolan, without a hint of shame, brazenly borrowed a classic love song that once swept the modern world. Yet she felt no embarrassment. After all, culture belongs to the civilization of the Yin tribe too. Since they had introduced material culture, it was only fitting to keep pace with spiritual culture. Soon, some tribesmen began to hum along, and by the time they reached the Ural Highlands, everyone was singing along. Even Yuhi, indeed, humming a few lines when in high spirits lifted one's mood remarkably, especially as the song intertwined scenes that resonated deeply. The lines, your sweat spills tears in my heart, and I only hope the sun sets in the valley, so I can kiss you enough vividly depicted the emotional interactions between men and women during labor, igniting a fervor within the heart. Saint Shaman, do you have more? Teach us another song. As they arrived at the Ural Highlands, some tribesmen still felt unsatisfied. Sure, I will teach you another one when we head back. But for now, everyone focus. We have serious work to do. Molan clapped her hands, responding briskly. Yes, Saint Shaman. The crowd immediately responded with respect. Olan, what do you want me to bring you here for, by the way? What was that experiment you mentioned earlier? Yuhi, having set aside his playful demeanor, asked with a serious expression. Olan, equally serious, replied, the Ural Highlands is home to a volcano that has been dormant for countless years. I brought you here to help me find something called sulfur. It is a pale yellow, brittle crystal or powder, low in toxicity, and an easily combustible solid that does not dissolve in water. Is it toxic? Emolan, Are you planning to use it for something? Yuhi, being a medical practitioner, was acutely aware of the dangers posed by toxins. However, he was still a bit unclear about what Mo Lan meant by low toxicity. Mo Lan immediately reassured him. Do not worry. Low toxicity is not frightening. As long as we take proper precautions, the tribe will not be poisoned. Besides, sulfur is extremely useful to us, and careful collection will pose no threat. As she spoke, she commanded in a loud voice, "Bring me the bundle of animal skins that you brought over." The tribesman promptly approached, carrying the bundle, and placed it before Mo Lan crouched down, unwrapping the package to reveal a set of small shovels crafted from local bamboo. She instructed again, "Yuhi, distribute these shovels among the tribesmen. Soon, we will search for sulfur. If we find it, wrap it in the animal skins using the shovels. Remind everyone to be cautious while collecting. They must avoid open flames and refrain from any violent impacts." Seeing Mo Lan's gravity, Yuhi nodded solemnly and meticulously reiterated her instructions to the tribesmen before handing out the small shovels. "All right, now everyone spread out to search. If you find any, call out, and I will come to verify it." Mo Lan raised her hand to signal the crowd to disperse. With Yuhi and Mo Lan, a group of 8 began their search near the highlands. The Ural Highlands, formed by volcanic eruptions, should harbor sulfur deposits, though it was uncertain if any could still be found after all these years. With a mixture of trepidation and anticipation, Mo Lan commenced her search. However, after more than an hour of fruitless searching, she had yet to uncover any trace of sulfur or its powdery equivalent. Just as she felt disheartened, a tribesman suddenly shouted with joy from the shadowy side of the highland, "Holy sorceress! I found sulfur! Come quickly and see." Upon hearing this, Mo Lan's spirits lifted, and she hurried, along with Yuhi, toward the source of the voice. Upon arrival, Mo Lan bent down to discover a pale, yellow sulfur deposit beneath the tribesman's small shovel, with a scattering of sulfur powder surrounding it. Filled with excitement, Mo Lan exclaimed, "Indeed, this is it. Carefully excavate it, and gather the surrounding powder as well. Take your time and check if there are any hidden sulfur deposits below." "Understood, holy sorceress." The tribesman half lay on the ground, cautiously extracting the sulfur and placing it onto the animal skin, then gently scraping the surrounding powder with his small shovel to collect it as well. Looking at the sulfur, Mo Lan encouraged, "Everyone, search carefully and collect as much as you can. Holy sorceress, what can we do with this powder? It doesn't seem particularly remarkable." A tribesman asked, somewhat puzzled. Mo Lan smiled and replied, "Soon, I shall conduct an experiment that will showcase the power of this substance. You will be utterly astonished. As the saying goes, sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal are the essential components of black powder. With the discovery of sulfur, the necessary ingredients for crafting black powder were complete. Now, she only needed to ensure the correct proportions for the experiment." Mo Lan instructed the others to continue searching for sulfur while she took the gathered sulfur down the highland to a safe location, where she began to mix the powders for safety's sake. She prepared a modest amount for her first trial. She carefully measured out the saltpeter powder, sulfur powder, and charcoal powder, placing them into her small balance made of local bamboo. Just then, Yuhi approached, immediately captivated by the peculiar bamboo scales that oscillated up and down. Curiously, he inquired, "Mo Lan, what is this device?" "It's a balance used for measuring the mass of items." While preoccupied with mixing the powders, Mo Lan casually responded, "A balance? How does it measure? How do you know how much it weighs?" Yuhi pressed on, intrigued. With a sigh of resignation, Mo Lan elaborated, "A balance is an instrument used to measure the mass of objects. It operates based on the principle of a lever with equal arms. Each end has a small pan for placing the items to be weighed, such as sulfur powder or saltpeter." She gestured toward the small bamboo pans at either end of the balance. "In our land, one pan holds the weights while the other is for the object being weighed. The weights are standard measures that allow us to determine the mass of the object. However, we currently lack that capability, so we place items in both pans." As she spoke, Mo Lan used her small shovel to place the sulfur powder and saltpeter powder into the respective pans to begin weighing. "Do you see the pointer? When the pointer in the center aligns with this line, it indicates that both sides are balanced, meaning the masses are equal. Conversely, if one pan sinks, the pointer tilts, indicating an imbalance." As Mo Lan explained, She gently adjusted the amounts of saltpeter and sulfur powder in the pans until the pointer finally aligned with the center line, indicating that the two powders were nearly equal in mass. Remarkable. Emolan, your clan's inventions are truly ingenious. Yuhi exclaimed, impressed by the revelation. Emolan smiled and replied, our clan possesses many more sophisticated inventions. In the future, I shall teach you each one. Really? That would be wonderful. Yuhi responded with delight, thrilled by the prospect. The civilization of the Yin clan left him in awe, and he believed that learning even a fraction from Emolan would be immensely beneficial. Emolan, however, merely smiled. The cultural heritage of the Chinese nation is profound and vast, a priceless treasure earned through the blood, sweat, and tears of countless laborers over 5,000 years, for beings like them. It was indeed a supreme treasure. Yu He, a medical scholar, had gained a broader understanding of civilization through his studies. Lan surmised that Yu He's intellect had reached an enlightened stage. As for Han Che, he seemed to be approaching the late stages of enlightenment, possibly nearing wisdom, as he quickly understood and grasped new concepts whenever she introduced them, if it were not for his natural intelligence. It could only be said that his mind had already been enlightened. As her thoughts swirled, Lan completed the mixture for black powder. It was now time to conduct the actual experiment. This time, Lan intended to test two types of black powder weapons. The first was the animal skin black powder, the same kind she had previously employed against the ground brown bear. The primary strength of this weapon lay not in its explosive power, but in the subsequent weapon, the bamboo 2 black powder. This was akin to the construction of firecrackers, however, with the sturdy bamboo. Lan had added flammable materials and small stones to the tube, enhancing its power to potentially exceed that of firecrackers by tenfold. It could be deemed a small-scale explosive that in this resource-scarce Kimo snowfield. This was the most potent weapon Lan could devise. Although it was merely a rudimentary explosive, she was confident it would serve as a formidable aid for her tribe during hunts. After a brief mental exchange with her companion, ensuring that the preparation method was flawless, she finally took the crafted animal skin black powder and bamboo 2 black powder and placed them in suitable locations according to their distinct characteristics. Since this was her first experiment, she made the fuses slightly longer to avoid any accidental harm to herself. Lan, are you ready to begin? Let me assist you. Yuhi approached, eager and full of anticipation. Lan, however, replied sternly, no, this is too dangerous. Unforeseen issues could arise. Step back. I will handle it. Seeing the gravity of Lan's expression, Yuhi dared not argue, waving his hand to signal the curious tribesmen to retreat to a safe distance. Once everyone complied and kept their distance, Lan took a deep breath and summoned her little companion. Xiao Xiao. Master, Xiao Xiao is here. The little yellow dog promptly appeared in her mind. Are you certain everything is safe? Lan inquired anxiously. After all, explosives differed from other weapons. Their destructive capability was immense, and if an accident occurred, given their current medical standards, it could prove fatal. Rest assured, Master, I have checked both rudimentary explosives, and they are perfectly fine. You may proceed with the experiment without worry. Xiao Xiao assured, patting its fluffy belly with its wings. Good. Then I shall proceed with confidence. Once Xiao Xiao became invisible, Lan stepped forward. Retrieving the prepared tinder to ignite the fuse of the animal skin black powder, she watched the fuse slowly ignite. Lan quickly rose and retreated to a safe distance, half crouching while keeping a close eye on the fuse. As the fuse burned down, a resounding explosion erupted, transforming the animal skin black powder into a fireball, followed by a wave of flames rippling toward her. Seeing this, Lan's expression changed, and she shouted to Yuhi and the others. Get down. Yuhi and the others were taken aback by the explosive power of the animal skin black powder, and upon hearing Lan's command, they hurriedly dropped to the ground. Just as they settled, a surge of heat swept over them, barely grazing their heads, causing everyone to break into a cold sweat. As the crowd looked up, they were astounded to find that the spot where the beast hide had been placed was now a crater. The surrounding grass reduced to ashes. The power of this beast hide was truly extraordinary. My heavens, how formidable it is! The accompanying tribespeople were left speechless, unable to comprehend the spectacle. If someone had been standing at the site of the explosion, they would surely have been reduced to cinders. Upon witnessing the success of the experiment, Emolan rose and approached to inspect the site, confirming that the beast hide indeed matched the description she had received. Nodding in satisfaction, Emolan, is this the power of the beast hide? It's terrifying. If it were thrown at a person, that person would undoubtedly perish. Emolan cast a stern glance at him and replied, "This is not even the most impressive. The next one will be even more powerful. Step back. I'm going to continue the experiment." Yuhi quickly urged the tribespeople to retreat further, then squatted down to look at Emolan. The primary function of this firecracker bomb was the explosion of the shattered stones inside, which would inflict greater harm over a wider area, making it more suitable for targeting groups of feral beasts, such as the packs of boss dogs that Hanche had mentioned. If the experiment proved successful, they could hunt in the eastern desert without fear of the boss dogs. A few firecrackers tossed their way would send the fierce creatures fleeing in terror. However, due to the extensive damage radius post-explosion, igniting it from close range posed a significant risk of being caught in the blast. This trial would greatly test Emolan's speed. Although the Mo family members had some skills, Emolan, who often joked around, felt a twinge of anxiety at this moment. She thought to herself, "I should be fine. While I may not be as capable as the others, if I can't even manage to escape, I would have no face to call myself a member of the Mo family." With this in mind, Emolan gritted her teeth, ignited the fuse, and without a moment's hesitation, turned and ran. The sounds of sizzling filled the air. Her heart raced wildly, and she could even hear the fuse crackling behind her, like a beast in pursuit. Boom! The deafening explosion erupted, sending shards of stone flying amidst a cloud of acrid smoke, radiating outward with great force in all directions for several meters. In no time, it was catching up to Emolan's petite form. "Hurry, just a little faster. I'm almost out of the blast zone." Emolan urged herself frantically. "Damn it. If I had known, I would have trained harder. I can't believe I'm this slow, even in a life-or-death situation." Emolan, a voice roared, piercing through the smoke and ringing in her ears. She turned around and saw a white figure plummeting from the sky, lunging toward her just in time to knock her to the ground, shielding her beneath its body as countless stones rained down. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of stones striking flesh startled Emolan, but upon catching the familiar scent of Hanche, her heart finally found solace. The pungent smoke enveloped the scene, and Yuhi, along with several other tribespeople, were left utterly speechless. After a long moment, they regained their senses and rushed over to check on Hanche and Emolan. Emolan, are you both all right?" Once on the ground, Hanche had reverted to his human form, his beast hide attire torn and tattered, with faint traces of blood seeping through. "You're hurt?" Yuhi exclaimed, quickly crouching down to assist Han. It's just a superficial injury, nothing to worry about." Although Hanche was injured, his expression remained unchanged as he carefully helped Emolan up and asked with concern, "Emolan, are you hurt?" In his moment of panic, he had transformed into his beast form to protect Emolan at the fastest speed possible. Otherwise, the stones would have surely inflicted severe harm upon her. Emolan stood up. The first thing she did was to check Hanche's back for injuries, upon seeing the mess of wounds. She couldn't help but feel deep remorse that "I'm so sorry. It's my fault for not calculating the blast radius properly during the experiment, and now you're hurt because of me. Yuhi, do you have any medicine? Hurry and bandage Hanche. Find a sheltered spot. I'll tend to your wounds." Yuhi added hastily that, "No need. This minor injury is nothing." Hanche dismissed, turning to Emolan with a serious expression. "This thing is far too powerful. You must not handle it again." Emolan felt a bit embarrassed and replied awkwardly, "It was just an experiment. Accidents are bound to happen. Edison failed over 1,000 times before inventing the light bulb. This is only my first attempt. One time, and you nearly sustained severe injuries. If you keep this up, do you still value your life? Emolan, do you hear me? You must never touch these things again." Hanche's expression suddenly turned grave, and his grip on her arm tightened. Seeing Hanche's anger, Yuhi quickly interjected, "It's my fault. I shouldn't have let Emolan conduct the experiment herself." I had no idea this device would be so destructive. The previous beast hide bomb didn't have such lethal capabilities. Hanche followed you, his pointing finger, and glanced at the remnants of the beast hide bomb's explosion, frowning slightly. After ensuring the safety of the tribe members, he hurried back to their territory, where he learned from Han Ing that Mo Lan had brought he and the others to Ural Heights for a weapon experiment. He had long known of Mo Lan's intentions to create a new weapon using nitroglycerin and had heard her describe the bomb's potential several times. However, he had not anticipated her audacity to conduct such an experiment without a word. Upon hearing the first deafening blast, he sensed something was amiss, and by the time he arrived at the scene, he found that Mo Lan had almost blown herself up. Thankfully, he had arrived in time. Or else, the thought sent a chill down his spine. Throughout his life, he had never been so terrified, not even when his mother passed away. Yes, Hanche, don't worry too much. I'm fine. Everything was within my expectations. Except that I ran a little slowly. Everything else is fine. This bamboo cannon is my invention to deal with the Abbas dogs. Look at its blast radius. We won't fear a pack of Abbas dogs anymore. Mo Lan exclaimed, quickly grasping Hanche's hand to explain. After so much effort to create such a powerful weapon, she couldn't let Hanche easily prohibit its use, or her hard work would be in vain. Hanche fell into deep thought upon hearing her words. That he understood that Mo Lan was right. Hunting in the Eastern Desert would require effective measures against the Abbas dogs, and this bamboo cannon could indeed serve as a formidable weapon. However, its extensive damage radius posed a risk of injuring their own people, and if ignited without timely escape, the igniter could also be in danger. This device needed improvement, if its flaws could not be resolved. It could not be used lightly. Yuhi gather the tribe and return to the territory. Ultimately, Hanche made this decision. Mo Lan recognized that her experiment had been rushed and that she had considered too few issues, leading to such danger. She was aware of her shortcomings and dared not argue further. Most importantly, Hanche had been injured for her sake, so it was imperative to return to their territory and treat his wounds without delay. Thus, upon Hanche's command, the tribespeople gathered the sulfur ore and returned to their territory. Back at the territory, Yuhi intended to help Hanche with his wounds, but to his surprise, Hanche pulled Mo Lan back to her den. Yuhi, worried, wanted to step forward, but Mo Lan quickly gestured for him to trust her with Hanche's injury, reassuring him before he turned to the warehouse to follow her instructions regarding the sulfur ore. As Mo Lan was pulled back into the den by Hanche, she thought to herself, "Isn't he injured? Why does he seem unaffected, walking steadily without a hint of pain on his face? Truly, he is the bravest warrior of the Wolf Clan. It seems he has developed a tough skin. Just now, a stone grazed my neck, and I can still feel the sting on my left side. There is no comparison. Wait." Hanche slowed down. Ouch. Unable to keep pace with Hanche, Mo Lan stumbled and fell onto the fur inside the den. Puff, puff, puff. She winced as she tasted the beast hair, feeling miserable. As her fur cloak slipped during the fall, it revealed her slender figure clad in cotton clothing, causing Hanche, who had initially maintained a stoic expression, to tense up, his hands unconsciously clenching at his sides. "Why are you so forceful? Did I provoke you?" Mo Lan exclaimed. "Hanche, I know you're upset that I took the initiative to conduct the bomb experiment, but I only wanted to help." As Mo Lan bent over to get up, Hanche suddenly leaned down and pressed against her, pinning her back to the ground. She quickly turned her head, only to see the fiery glint in Hanche's eyes. That gaze was unmistakable. Before she could react, Hanche cupped her face in his hands and fervently kissed her chattering lips. The warmth of his breath filled her senses, and Mo Lan's heart skipped a beat. Her mind clouded with confusion. Floating and sinking, she felt as if she were drifting on a cloud, until the chilling lips of Hanche found their way to her neck, where he beheld the bloodstain on her left side. Did he cease his actions? "You are still injured," he murmured, his rough fingers gently caressing her slender neck. Upon hearing him speak, Mo Lan gradually regained consciousness. As she opened her eyes, she realized, to her surprise, that she had turned over and was now lying in Hanche's embrace, who was frowning as he examined the wound on her neck. "It's just a small injury. Nothing to worry about." Mo Lan replied nonchalantly, "Is that so? Nothing to worry about. Hanche raised an eyebrow and leaned down to deliberately press his lips against her wound. It hurts. Emolan cried out in immediate pain. Nothing to worry about, is it? Hanche gazed at her, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. You. Emolan huffed, cheeks puffed in indignation. You bully. I am a girl. I'm not like you. Tough and resilient. Knowing you are a fragile woman now, why didn't you think of that before you did such dangerous things? Emolan found herself at a loss for words, caught off guard by Hanche's inquiry. Promise me you won't do such reckless things again, he said, reaching out to gently stroke her delicate face, his eyes filled with tender concern. Well, I just wanted to help you. Emolan replied, her heart racing under his gaze, unable to resist responding coyly. Helping me is fine, but if you wish to conduct any weapon experiments in the future, I must be present. Hanche stepped back, responding thus that I have no objections, but I fear you may not have the time. You are so busy. Emolan retorted immediately. Regardless of how busy I am, your matters will always take precedence, for you are my wife. And your affairs are my affairs. Hanche's gaze was gentle as water, his words causing Emolan's heart to flutter. Such sweet words, she muttered, feigning disbelief to mask her fluster. Hanche observed her flushed cheeks and rosy lips, and was unable to restrain himself from leaning in once more. Wait, to his surprise, Emolan raised her hand to stop him. You are still injured. Get up. I must tend to your wounds first. It is nothing serious. Even without treatment, it will heal and scab over in a couple of days. Hanche replied, somewhat reluctantly lifting his head. How can that be? What if the wound gets infected? Quickly, get up. I'll fetch water to clean your wound, then apply the medicine and bandage it. Unable to oppose Emolan, Hanche sat up and extended his hand to help her up as well. Emolan immediately rose to fetch water, returning with warm water before taking a towel and approaching Hanche. You should remove your clothing, she instructed, kneeling before him and reaching to untie his leather belt. However, just as her hand approached, Hanche pressed it down. I'll do it myself. What's wrong? Emolan asked, puzzled. Nothing. Hanche responded tersely, lowering his head to unfasten his belt. Once it was undone, he removed the upper part of his leather garment, revealing his well-built physique. To be honest, Hanche's figure was truly impressive, with balanced muscle tone and not a trace of excess fat. His arms were exceptionally strong, exuding power even in their casual repose. The sun-kissed skin of his chest showcased two perfect pectoral muscles, with hints of 8-pack abs just beneath the leathered. Emolan, momentarily entranced, reached out her finger to poke his chest, asking curiously, Hanche, have you trained? Your body is so sturdy. In response to Emolan's unintentional flirtation, Hanche frowned slightly and said, don't move. He then turned his back to her, signaling her to tend his wound. How stingy. Emolan pouted, somewhat displeased. I merely touched your chest muscles. You kissed me earlier. I didn't complain. Now, just because I touched you, you're making a fuss. Sighing, she decided to let it go. She wasn't infatuated. However, upon glancing at the wound on his back, she was taken aback. He had claimed it was just a superficial injury, yet the gash from the shattered stones was nearly unrecognizable. Bleeding profusely. How could he say it was nothing? Truly a man of iron, unwilling to show any pain, Tang Qingtian dampened the warm towel and gently wiped his wound, her heart aching as she asked, Hanche, does it hurt? If I were to receive such an injury, I would surely cry in agony. It doesn't hurt. Hanche, facing away, seemed to chuckle lightly before explaining, the men in our tribe often bear the burden of heavy and perilous tasks, resulting in frequent injuries, especially when hunting. Battling wild beasts is typically done barehanded, leading to a high probability of injury. That I've endured countless such wounds. I've grown accustomed to it, so I hardly notice the pain anymore. Olan replied, and as she continued to clean, she noticed numerous scars adorning Hanche's body, ranging from deep to shallow, clearly indicating that injuries were a mere part of his daily life. After tending to the wound, Emolan took out her homemade herbal powder for injuries and carefully sprinkled it over his wound. This powder was something she had discovered during her patrol in the storage cave, and it was indeed proving useful now. What are you applying on me? Hanche inquired, noticing the difference. That It's my homemade sanchi powder for wounds. It works wonders for external injuries, she explained. Han Che nodded slightly. The medicinal concoctions he typically used were made by crushing herbs directly, leaving his body sticky and uncomfortable after treatment. However, this powder seemed much more convenient and pleasant. Moreover, Mo Lan's cool touch against his skin inexplicably evoked a sense of comfort within him. How he wished she could continue to provide him with such soothing sensations. All done with the medicine. That was fast. Han Che, who had been keeping his eyes closed, reluctantly opened them, a hint of regret on his face. Of course, I've studied professional nursing techniques. These minor wounds are nothing, Mo Lan declared, proceeding to wrap the long strip of cloth around his back, preparing to tie it beneath his ribs. However, his broad physique made it difficult for her short arms to reach, leaving her unable to secure the knot. Han Che, could you assist me? She pleaded, realizing she had no other option. To her surprise, Han Che reached out, grasped her hands, and pulled them tightly around his waist, causing Mo Lan to press against his back. Startled as she exclaimed, "What are you doing? I'm on your wound." Only then did Han Che release her, turning to face her and saying, "I'll wrap it myself." With that, he skillfully tied the cloth beneath his ribs. It was not a serious injury. He only allowed her to tend to it because she was worried that in truth, whether it was bandaged or not made little difference. However, the unexpected intimacy during the process delighted him, that he cherished being close to Mo Lan, but feared that her delicate frame might not withstand his fervent affection, which had left him in a constant state of restraint. Just now, Mo Lan's gentle touch had been immensely relieving, making him nearly lose himself in the moment. Han Che, shall we conduct an experiment tomorrow? I'll devise another method to address the issues with the bamboo cannon's explosive range and ignition risk. Such a fine weapon should not go to waste. Once I've perfected it, it will be unbeatable. Oh, and about the last bows and arrows, please have someone begin crafting more. Although their lethality is limited, they are exceptional for ranged attacks. Furthermore, I taught the women how to make cotton clothing today. I want to produce a batch for the tribe members who go hunting and then gradually make more for everyone else, striving to ensure everyone is outfitted in cotton clothing before the cold wave arrives. Moreover, I have crafted a pair of thunderous gloves for you, which I shall present for you to try on tomorrow. I feel so drowsy. After meticulously bandaging Han Che, Mo Lan instinctively nestled beside him, beginning to recount the events of her day. As she spoke, her head gradually leaned against him, and she fell into a deep slumber. Han Che gazed down at Mo Lan's serene, sleeping face, gently caressing it for an extended moment before reluctantly withdrawing his hand, enveloping her in his embrace as they both succumbed to the trials of the long night. On the following day, Mo Lan awoke comfortably at dawn, completely oblivious to her poor husband who had endured a restless night of tossing and turning. After freshening up, she retrieved the thunderous glove she had crafted from needle willow fabric and animal hide the previous day, eager to have Han Che try them on. Han Che, come quickly and see if they fit properly. What is this? Han Che, having risen awash, took a towel to dry his face and turned to look at the eagerly presenting Mo Lan. It's gloves, a protective gear that keeps your hands warm while allowing for dexterity. Look, with that, Mo Lan carefully slipped the fingerless gloves onto Han Che's hands. Observing the peculiar design, he attempted to move his fingers and found them quite satisfactory. Nodding in approval, not bad. Indeed, do not underestimate these small items. They can prove quite useful at times. Mo Lan chimed in as she adorned his other hand with a glove. If they're practical, we could teach the tribe to adopt them, benefiting many. Han Che looked at Mo Lan, a hint of concern evident in his gaze. Her mind seemed to be constantly occupied with myriad thoughts. No wonder she fell asleep so easily against his shoulder every night, leaving him yearning for a moment of closeness. How much longer could he endure this? With a soft sigh, he took her small hand and asked, "Are you hungry? Let us go have some meat porridge. I am indeed hungry. However, I wish to forego the porridge today. Let us treat everyone to something fresh. Teppanyaki, what do you think?" Mo Lan's interest piqued at the mention of food. Yesterday, she had stumbled upon a flat, smooth stone slab, ideal for grilling, and had dreamt of savoring delicious barbecued food. With newfound enthusiasm, she pulled Han Che out of their cave and headed toward the food storage cavern. In the cavern, she selected several tender pieces of yak meat and instructed Hanche to carry the stone slab she had chosen, clean it thoroughly, and set it up outside while lighting a fire underneath for grilling. Emolan meticulously sliced the yak meat into evenly thick pieces with her sharp stone knife, arranging them on the slab. As the stone heated, the meat began to curl and sizzle, releasing an enticing aroma. Grilling on a stone slab differs from cooking over an open flame. There is no smoke to blacken the meat, nor is there a burnt taste. The only drawback was the absence of seasoning, rendering the meat a bit plain. Soon, the tantalizing scent drew the tribe members, who gathered around, eyes gleaming at the sight of the sizzling fat on the stone. Olan used her Uli branch chopsticks to pick up a piece and offered it to Hanche. Smiling, "Give it a try and let me know how it tastes." As Hanche chewed the meat, he found it tender and delectable, far surpassing the tough grilled meat. He nodded in approval. "It's very tender. Much better than the grilled meat, of course. Large chunks of grilled meat take longer to cook, often resulting in a charred exterior and a bloody interior, making them difficult to swallow. How can they compare to the exquisite flavors of teppanyaki? If we sprinkle some pepper and cumin on it, it would be simply divine." While flipping the meat with her chopsticks, Emolan conversed with Hanche about the recent hunting expedition and if the opportunity arises. "We should visit the Snow Wolf tribe. Perhaps we can trade some of our goods for salt." Hanche understood that Emolan had been longing for salt, as she had brought it up several times recently, expressing a desire to explore the Ku-Mo snowfield in search of salt lakes, fearing that they might overlook their existence. "Really? You think we can acquire salt?" Indeed, upon hearing this, Emolan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Yes," Hanche affirmed, and seeing her joy, he couldn't help but feel a surge of happiness himself. In truth, if he wished to procure salt from the Snow Wolf tribe, it was not entirely impossible. However, he hesitated as a plan began to take shape in his mind. If it would bring Emolan joy, he was willing to make sacrifices. "That is wonderful. Hanche, do you know how long it has been since I tasted salt? I feel as though I might perish from longing," Emolan exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement, prompting Hanche to chuckle. "But you'll have to wait a little longer. That is all right, as long as there is hope." With renewed enthusiasm, Emolan called out to the onlookers, "Come, come, don't be shy. Everyone, come and taste. It is better to enjoy together than alone." Seeing the eager expressions on the faces of her tribe members, she decided to share the feast. Despite the scarcity of meat, Olan promptly encouraged everyone to use their Uli branch chopsticks to grab pieces of the grilled meat from the stone slab. "Wow, it smells amazing. Much better than grilled meat. It's so tender and smooth. I want some too, brother, sister-in-law. I want to eat meat." Little Han Xing emerged from nowhere, clamoring for a piece of grilled meat, saliva pooling in his mouth. Hanche swiftly scooped him up, and Lan, beaming, offered him a succulent piece of meat, reminding him, "Be careful. It's hot." Little Han Xing's call of sister-in-law made Lan's heart swell with joy. Her fondness for him surpassed her feelings for the envious Han Ing. She truly cared for him, just as she did for Han Chis. It delicious?" she asked, smiling at the little one with greasy lips. "Yes, it's so good, sister-in-law. Your meat is far better than grilled meat. It's even more tender than porridge," little Han Xing exclaimed. Swallowing eagerly, Lan offered him another piece, saying, "Of course. How could anything I make be subpar? But this is not grilled meat. It's teppanyaki. It's prepared using a hot stone or iron plate to sear thin slices of meat until they sizzle and release oil, making them incredibly tender and delicious." "Yum, this is so much better than grilled meat. Sister-in-law, can I eat teppanyaki every day?" "Certainly. That's no problem at all. However, once sister-in-law finds salt and other seasonings, the flavor of the teppanyaki will be even better." "Yay, sister-in-law, you're amazing. I can't wait for the flavorful teppanyaki." "One promise is all it takes," Lan declared, extending her pinky to seal the deal with little Han Xing. When she looked up, she found Han Che gazing at her with tenderness in his eyes, and she reciprocated with a smile, raising her hand to offer him a piece of meat. However, he gently held her hand and guided it to her mouth, saying, "You eat first. You've barely had a bite." With the tribe members having devoured most of the meat, she had only managed to eat a single piece. She opened her mouth, savoring the flavor. her face alight with satisfaction. Sing Imolan content filled Hanshe with immense joy as well. These ordinary days had once been his aspirations, to live happily and healthily in the warmth of the sun alongside his wife and family. No longer troubled by hunger or cold, that it seemed that day was truly approaching. After the lively breakfast, Hanshe left a few tribe members to tidy up and, alongside Imolan, ventured to the storage cavern where he had instructed the women of the tribe on sewing cotton garments the previous day to check on their progress. I appointed Amai as the head of daily affairs and Shilu as the inventory manager. From now on, they will handle all internal needs of the tribe, Imolan shared with Hanshe as they walked. Hanshe nodded in agreement, acknowledging her initiative. That is indeed a good idea. I realize it must be exhausting for you to manage everything on your own. Identify suitable individuals in the tribe and promote them accordingly. Yes, there are so many issues to address within the tribe. I truly cannot manage it all alone. Amai is quite capable and astute, and Shilu is also diligent and attentive. If I delegate these responsibilities to them, I can focus on assisting you with weapon production. Upon hearing this, Hanshe tightened his grip on her small hand, saying, just don't overexert yourself. The Han Wolf tribe has endured for many years. We can afford to wait a few more. I understand. I will take good care of myself. You need not worry. I am not that fragile. And Mo Lan reassured him, feeling that Hanshe constantly worried for her well-being. In truth, she had gradually adapted to life in the snowfields and was no longer as delicate as before. That's good to hear, Hanshe remarked, feeling reassured as he observed Mo Lan's spirited demeanor. Shall we go see if the cotton garments are ready? With a gentle smile, took by the hand and led him into the storage cave. Sister, you have arrived. Upon seeing an approach, immediately rose to greet them. How is the cotton clothing coming along? Inquired. 8 sets have already been completed. Come and inspect them. Promptly pulled to the designated area where the finished cotton garments are displayed, eager to showcase her accomplishments. Gazed at the 8 neatly arranged sets of cotton clothing and 8 sets of needlework undergarments laid out on the stone slab. A hint of satisfaction gracing her features, she stepped forward to examine the cotton garments closely. Pleased to find that the details had been executed quite well, alleviating her earlier concerns. She had feared that, due to her hurried instruction, the women might falter in the finer aspects. However, it appeared that the women of the tribe were indeed skilled artisans, sparing her considerable effort. Reflecting on this, she turned to and asked, when shall we set forth for the eastern desert? Have the tribesmen chosen to accompany us for the hunt? Nodded, replying, the day after tomorrow. The selections were finalized yesterday, totaling 20 individuals, all of whom are formidable warriors of the tribe. Very well, have them come to try on the garments. Let us see if there are any adjustments needed. So, and the others can make modifications on the spot. We must strive to complete all 20 sets of cotton clothing before the day after tomorrow. Understood, I shall attend to it, affirmed, exiting the subterranean chamber. Sought out a guard from the tribe to relay the message. Before long, the designated 20-strong warriors were summoned, and they began to try on their new attire in succession. Soon enough, 8 sets of new cotton garments found their rightful wearers. And the male warriors, adorned in their warm and sturdy clothing, expressed both novelty and excitement. They had never encountered such aesthetically pleasing and warm apparel before. Holy shaman, is this truly for us? But if such fine clothing gets damaged while hunting, what shall we do? One warrior lamented, caressing his new garments, chuckled and replied, then remember this. Do not sustain injuries or bear scars. Return safely. She continued, moreover, it is not just for you. In the future, our entire tribe shall don such cotton garments. These clothes are lightweight and warm, suitable for venturing out even in the coldest seasons. Henceforth, we shall no longer fear the biting chill. The crowd erupted in joyous exclamations. Truth be told, these cotton garments were far more comfortable than animal hides and considerably lighter. However, the design was unlike anything they had ever seen. It must be a hallmark of the to which the holy shaman belonged. These next few days shall be arduous for you and the others. We must produce all 20 sets of cotton clothing before the day after tomorrow. They will lead a hunting expedition to the eastern desert and may be away for several days. Should a cold wave strike, these cotton garments will be vital for our survival. Do you understand? Grass hands, explaining patiently, immediately nodded. Rest assured. that leads the hunt for the sake of our tribe's survival. I grasp the gravity of the situation. I will ensure that the cotton clothing is completed with my sisters, and we will not delay this departure. Excellent. Then I entrust everything to you. Once the garments are ready, summon the tribe members for fittings. After completing the 20 sets, you may take a brief respite. We can gradually attend to the needs of the remaining tribe members who will not be joining the hunt. There is no rush. Instructed, witnessing diligently taking notes before leading out of the storage cave towards another chamber where, and restored, as they passed by his subterranean dwelling, they noticed him outside, explaining the structure and construction methods of semi-subterranean houses to the tribe members. He seemed intent on utilizing the time, while the others ventured out to hunt, to construct thatched roof houses in their territory, ensuring better conditions for storing food upon their return. Seeing his well-laid plans, felt reassured and greeted him before continuing with the storage cave. To their surprise, upon reaching the entrance, they found seated outside with several tribe members, diligently crafting bows and arrows. And exchanged glances, both expressing surprise at his newfound diligence. Has truly transformed. He seems so industrious now. Remarked, perhaps my reprimand had an effect, awakening him. Shrugged. You scolded him? Couldn't help but inquire. When did this happen? Why, just yesterday morning. Who could bear to see him idling away his time? Look, the entire is upheld by your efforts alone. You are burdened with everything while he enjoys leisure. How unfair. He needs to reflect on his responsibilities as a member of to contribute to the welfare of our people. Replied, her tone resolute, I am and it is naturally my duty to shoulder the tribe's affairs, and I do so willingly, stated. However, held a different perspective. In a tribal community, every member carries the responsibility to nurture it, maintain its stability, and ensure its progress. While the must lead by example, capable tribe members should also step up. Otherwise, to possess such talents without application would be a waste. Clever and nimble. To not entrust him with significant duties would indeed be a squander. Rather than let him squander his time in frivolities, it is better to spur him into meaningful work. You see, he's performing admirably now, concluded, asserting her belief that sometimes a little reprimand is necessary for growth. Observing earnest efforts in teaching the tribe members to craft bows and arrows, found himself in agreement with sentiments. His younger brother, despite his penchant for play, possessed significant potential. It was surprising that a mere scolding from could prompt such a swift change. I shall go tease him, said with a mischievous grin as she watched, who was intently focused on his task. Oh, crafting bows and arrows, are we? Do you know how? Would you like me to teach you? Released hand and approached, squatting down beside him with a smile. Brother, you have returned? Greeted before turning to with a smirk. Is it just a bow and arrow? Surely, it cannot be a challenge for me. If you can make one, so can I. Smiled, picking up the bow and arrow he had crafted, inspecting it before teasingly stating, it certainly looks impressive, but I wonder if it is as effective as it appears. Upon hearing this, immediately stood up, snatching the bow and arrow from her hands, declaring, how could it not work? Allow me to demonstrate. With that, he drew the bow and released an arrow with a swift motion. The projectile soaring nearly 100 meters before embedding itself in the snow, it was of a quality surpassing that of the bows and arrows she had previously made. Turned back, grinning, not bad at all. You seem to have a natural talent. It appears you possess a bright future. Of course, I'm the second bravest of the wolf tribe. What weapon have I not seen or used? A mere bow and arrow is nothing. Boasted with an air of arrogance. That's so. If I can craft any weapon, you can use it, right? Then why not try this? Picked up two roughly 30 centimeter long, casually binding them together with a piece of yak sinew, and handed them to, what is this supposed to be? Stared in bewilderment at the two connected sticks. This is a nunchaku, replied with a laugh. A nunchaku. His eyes widened. He had never heard of such a thing. What? You cannot be serious. Just what kind of weapon is this? Reveling in her playful challenge, retorted, didn't you just claim that whatever I can create you can use? Well, this hardly constitutes a weapon. You are merely pulling my leg. Protested, realizing that was trying to bamboozle him with something unfamiliar. Who could say if this nunchaku even qualified as a weapon? Watch closely. I shall demonstrate it just once. Learn as much as you can. Declared, gripping the sticks as she spun into action. Her feet moved with fluidity, reminiscent of a dragon gliding through shallow waters. With a series of deft movements, the nunchaku danced in her hands, creating a mesmerizing spectacle that captivated all onlookers. Stared, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Marvelous! Holy shaman, your prowess is awe-inspiring. Roar, roar. Not only, but several tribe members who have been learning to craft bows and arrows abandoned their tasks, clapping and cheering its impressive display. Her nunchaku performance was nothing short of extraordinary. With a final flourish, concluded her exhibition, returning the nunchaku to her hands and casting a glance at, whose mouth had fallen agape in astonishment. The triumphant smile spread across her face. What do you think? My nunchaku skills are quite commendable, aren't they? Still reeling from the spectacle. Eventually regained his composure and begrudgingly admitted, very well. I concede, from this day forth, I shall no longer boast of being the second strongest of the wolf tribe. That title is yours. Who cares for your title? I merely wish to remind you that there is always someone stronger out there, and the world is vast. One must humbly seek knowledge and strive for excellence in order to achieve continuous progress. Hunting, you are truly intelligent. If only you could direct your thoughts towards the development of the tribe, life would be much easier for your brother. Emolan immediately seizes the opportunity to educate. So you are doing this for my brother. Hunting, witnessing Emolan entwined with her elder brother, radiating happiness, feels a twinge of jealousy in her heart. Naturally, your brother is my man. If I do not do it for him, then for whom? We share a bond of marital affection, while you share a bond of brotherly love with him. Why should you feel envious? Quickly gather your spirits and focus on your duties. Do not behave like a fretful woman. Emolan, hands on her hips, reprimands Haning with righteous vigor, prompting chuckles from other tribe members. Yes, my esteemed sister-in-law. Haning takes note. I shall no longer be lazy. I will diligently assist my brother in building the Han Wolf tribe. Is that settled? Han Ing bows deeply, letting out a resigned sigh. Alas, I have encountered my nemesis. Good. Come to our cave tonight. I shall teach you how to make teppanyaki. Emolan promptly offers the delightful prospect of a meal. Teppanyaki, what is that? Haning wonders, just how many novel ideas does Emolan possess? It is delicious. Once we find salt, I will prepare even more delectable dishes for you all. By then, we shall no longer have to eat tough, dried meat daily. Frying, ing, boiling, steaming. Oh heavens, just speaking of it makes my mouth water. Emolan, in her excitement, nearly drools. Enough, Emolan, do not disturb Haning and the others any longer. I shall take you to a certain place. Hanche laughs as he gazes at Emolan, taking her hand and leading her towards the outskirts of the territory. Where are we going? Emolan hastens to keep up with him. You wish to experiment with the bamboo cannon again, did you not? There's an open area at the territory's edge that can serve as a testing ground. Hanche explains as they walk. Emolan's interest is piqued immediately, her eyes sparkling. Did you not say I should not touch those things? Hanche pinches her nose playfully, saying, just because I told you not to touch them. Would you refrain? I fear that if I turn my back, you will sneak off to experiment on your own. Rather than that, I would prefer to assist you in completing it. If it succeeds, it would greatly benefit our tribe. Exactly, gunpowder is indeed highly useful. To waste it would be a crime. It would be wonderful if you are willing to research it with me. Trust me, we will surely succeed. Emolan replies with boundless joy. Hanche shakes his head, never having encountered a female so fond of wielding weapons and intrigued by such perilous endeavors. The Emo family members are all valiant. What of it? There are several women in my family who surpass men in strength. Emolan immediately cites her family's illustrious achievements, who knew that Hanche would respond. Is that so? Then, Emolan, which tier do you belong to? The lowest tier? Upon hearing Hanche's slightly mocking tone, Emolan's face flushes immediately, and she defiantly retorts, what do you mean the lowest tier? The middle tier. The pillar of the middle tier, is that acceptable? We are certainly not that inferior. Observing Emolan's indignant demeanor, Hanche simply chuckles softly. You need not doubt. What I say is the truth, Emolan asserts. Cheeks puffed in indignation. Hanche turns to look at her, smiling gently. I believe you are strong, yet your strength lies in your intellect. Physically, however, there is much to be desired. Who says that? I am quite strong. Had it not been for my previous misfortunes, I would not have been so weak. Moreover, with the bitter cold lacking adequate clothing for warmth, it is no wonder I appear feeble. Unlike those brutes, who can transform to keep warm with their fur. Oh, shall we not test it tonight? Han-Che suddenly halts, turning to gaze at Imolan. Test what? Imolan stares at Han-Che, perplexed. Han-Che, speechless, asks, what do you think? What do I think? Imolan scratches her head, her adorable bewilderment captivating. Test your physical endurance. Han-Che's eyes glimmer with a strange light, somewhat heated, somewhat fervent, and distinctly predatory. Imolan suddenly comprehends, her cheeks instantly aflame. And she indignantly exclaims, You lecher! In broad daylight, you take advantage of me. I shall ignore you. With that, she turns on her heel, covering her face and dashing forward. Imolan. Han-Che quickly pursues her. Wrapping his arms around her, let go, she protests, embarrassed, striking his firm chest with her hands. Han-Che holds her soft form, lowering his head to tenderly press his forehead against hers, filled with joy as he states, Imolan. Because of you, my dreams are about to be realized. Once my dreams come true, I can do what I desire. Dreams? What dreams do you have? And what is it you wish to do? Are you not currently doing what you want? Imolan, her cheeks slightly flushed, looks up at him with some skepticism. My dream is to ensure that the Han wolf tribe suffers no casualties during the cold season. While that sounds easy to say, it is far from simple to achieve. Since the day I became chieftain, I have been striving towards this goal, yet not a single year has passed where our members have safely endured the cold season. There are always those who perish from hunger and cold, and until I reach this goal, I cannot pursue what I wish to do, safely enduring the cold season. Imolan nods seriously at his words. Indeed, as long as we maintain proper warmth and ensure adequate food supply, we can avoid venturing out during the cold season. Once the weather warms, we can resume our activities, thereby significantly reducing casualties. The current temperature of the Ku-Mo snowfield should be around -10 degrees. For a northern person like Imolan, it remains within tolerable limits. However, she estimates that when the cold front arrives, temperatures will plummet drastically, perhaps even exceeding -30 degrees, which would pose a true challenge to human endurance. In the past, the tribe lacked warm clothing and faced food shortages, naturally leading to heavy casualties. However, after I improve the conditions of the Han wolf tribe, I am confident that this situation will see improvement. Of course, I cannot guarantee complete safety, for our people still face the most significant threat: inadequate food supply. It is precisely due to this food scarcity that Han-Che must lead the tribe outside to hunt during the cold season. Imagine the temperature at -30 degrees. Even daily activities become exceedingly difficult, let alone hunting, which inevitably leads to annual casualties. I also wish for our tribe members to remain indoors during the cold season. Yet the food stockpiled within the tribe is utterly insufficient to sustain us for months of consumption. When I was born, our tribe had over 1,000 members, with hundreds of strong warriors. Now, only 500 remain, with fewer than 100 strong, and the number continues to decline, coupled with the difficulties of reproduction. There may come a day when the Han wolf tribe vanishes from this world. Han-Che's eyes dim as he feels guilt and self-reproach for his inability to protect his people. Seeing this, Imolan firmly grasps Han-Che's hands and declares, "That will not happen. As long as I am here, such a thing will never occur. Trust me, Han-Che. I will help you resolve all difficulties." Imolan. Han-Che gazes at the resolute Imolan, his faith rekindled. Yes, he cannot give up. No challenge will hinder his progress. Moreover, he now has Imolan by his side. By the way, you mentioned wanting to do something? What exactly is it? Are you not the chieftain? What could possibly restrict you? Imolan suddenly tilts her head and asks, "Does Han-Che have aspirations he cannot fulfill?" This piques her curiosity. Han-Che looks at Imolan, his expression suddenly darkening, that he remains silent for a while before letting out a heavy sigh. Imolan, do you know, the Han wolf tribe did not always reside in the Ku-Mo snowfield. In fact, a grand civilization once existed. Imolan nods in acknowledgement. I am aware. I heard from Emu last time that the Han wolf tribe used to inhabit the lush Watson plains beyond the Kumo snowfield. A place rich in resources and warm climate, far superior to the Kumo snowfield. However, for reasons unknown, the Han wolf tribe migrated to this frozen wasteland, leading to our current plight. Hanche affirms with a nod. Continuing, indeed, the Han wolf tribe did not originally reside here. Oh no, it should not be referred to as the Han wolf tribe, but rather the wolf tribe. Wolf tribe? Imolon blinks in surprise. Hanche nods. Yes. Imu mentioned that a century ago, several wolf tribes on the Kumo snowfield actually belonged to one tribe, known as the wolf tribe at that time. The wolf tribe was a vast collective of tribes, numbering in the tens of thousands, and had civilizations that rivaled the likes of the Tsang lion tribe and the vulture tribe in the Great Forest. However, due to conflicts over civilization, the wolf tribe was defeated and subsequently driven from the plains, forced to migrate to the perpetually frigid Kumo snowfield. Upon arriving at the Kumo snowfield, they discovered the harsh conditions made survival exceedingly difficult. Several key warriors within the wolf tribe fought fiercely over the possession of the sacred texts recording their civilization, leading to the gradual fragmentation of the tribe into the distinct wolf tribes we see today. Olan was lost in thought, astonished to discover such secrets about the Hanlang tribe. So, the entire wolf clan of the Kumo snowfield shares a common ancestry? Why then do they engage in such fierce internal conflict? Emolan recalled that last time, when Han Che went hunting for yaks, he was ambushed by the battle-hungry Jiao wolf tribe. Had she not arrived early to shoot at Zhan Hong with her bow and arrow, Han Che and his kin might have fallen prey to the Jiao wolf tribe. How could these beastmen be so merciless as to turn on their own kind? Is it not said in poetry, born from the same root, why the haste to harm one another? It seems these beastmen lack the enlightenment of civilization. Out of necessity, Han Che sighed. The Kumo snowfield is a frigid and barren land. Ensuring the survival of his people is an arduous task. In the absence of food, they have no choice but to seize provisions from other tribes. Consequently, the once thriving wolf clans have dwindled drastically due to their mutual slaughter. With many smaller branches now extinct, the remaining four major clans, Hanlang, Jiaolong, Hui Wolf, and Xuelong, survive only because they possess a portion of the sacred wolf scripture, allowing them to endure to this day. What does the sacred scripture contain? May I see it? Han Che's repeated mentions of the sacred scripture stirred Mo Lan's curiosity. She did not covet it. After all, no civilization can rival the 5,000 years of Chinese civilization. She merely wished to comprehend the extent of the wolf clan's previous civilization. Han Che looked at Mo Lan and smiled gently. You are the sacred witch of the Hanlang tribe and my wife. Of course, you may see it, provided you can understand it. What? You cannot comprehend it? Mo Lan inquired. What is the content of the scripture? Is it written language? Illustrations? Han Che's eyes flickered with surprise as he nodded. There are both words and pictures, but many of them are unfamiliar to us. Even Emu recognizes very few. The illustrations and text are obscure and difficult to decipher, as those who understood them have long since passed away, leaving no one to teach us. The content of the scripture must be guessed, such as the fire seed, which is depicted in our Han Lang sacred scripture. Through countless attempts based on the illustrations, we eventually obtained and preserved the fire seed. Indeed, fire is indispensable. It not only provides warmth but also cooks food, essential for civilization. However, I suspect your method of obtaining fire is through friction. You likely cannot yet accomplish fire by striking flint or harnessing lightning. Mo Lan conjectured about the contents of the scripture. Han Che promptly affirmed, yes, it is indeed through friction. The scripture contains illustrations showing how to sharpen a wooden stick with a stone knife. Carve a hole in another stick and use the pointed end to touch the hole while rubbing the two sticks together, with dry grass covering the surface to create smoke and flames. According to Emu, it was the possession of the fire seed that enabled the Hanlang tribe to exchange various forms of civilization with other wolf tribes, such as the crafting of stone knives and pots. Methods of food preservation, the forecasting of cold seasons, and the measurement of length that it was through the acquisition of diverse civilizations that the Hanlang tribe managed to endure for so long that Olan smiled. This scripture appears to be an encyclopedia. Though regrettably incomplete, If it could be fully assembled, our civilization would surely reach the heights of the former wolf clans. At her words, Han Che's eyes gleamed with a shared vision as he took her hand. You think so too? Mo Lan nodded in response. Indeed. If we could gather the scripture and interpret the remnants of its civilization, our standard of living could elevate by at least one tier. Once our lives are prosperous and our tribe is strong, we could leave this desolate place and return to the vast plains. Then we could exchange our civilization for more from other tribes. That time, we could establish cities and markets, creating a truly civilized world. This is my dream as well. Yet, given our current state, how can we discuss the future? Han Che sighed at the thought of their present circumstances, and Lan smiled and reassured him. That is merely due to the limited conditions here. A skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice. Furthermore, progress is made step by step, and we must eat one bite at a time. As long as we work together, we will eventually reach our goals. After a pause, Lan continued. By the way, after all this discussion, you have yet to tell me what you plan to do if we can eliminate the casualties of the Han Lang tribe during the cold season? Han Che's eyes shone with determination as he replied. If we achieve this goal, I will announce the restoration of the ancestral system of the Han Lang tribe. The ancestral system of the Han Lang tribe? What is that? Lan asked with curiosity. To be precise, it is the ancestral system of the wolf clans, which was in place before the clans diversified a century ago. Han Che explained it. Oh, what does it entail? Why do you wish to restore it? Lan inquired, intrigued. She suspected that Han Che had his reasons, and perhaps this reform could become a significant milestone in the development of the Han Lang tribe. There are many provisions in the ancestral system, but two in particular stand out in my memory, Han Che replied. First, the tribe practiced monogamy, with clear distinctions of rank and order. Elders were respected, and the young were cherished. Brothers were friendly, and brethren were respectful. Words and actions were measured, and no one was permitted to overstep their bounds. Monogamy? Lan was astounded upon hearing Han Che's words. The wolf clan is remarkable. They possess such awareness. It took thousands of years for Chinese civilization to establish a monogamous system that aligns with human physiological and psychological development. Who would have thought that the wolf clan, in such a barbarous and uncivilized state, could maintain such innocence? She began to wonder what kind of rigorous civilization the former wolf clans had been. Yes, it is indeed monogamy. Moreover, the ancestral system contains various explicit regulations that align perfectly with the 3 prohibitions you once proposed. Han Che continued. Thus, I firmly believe that the former prosperity of the wolf clans is closely tied to the civilization of the ancestral system. It was precisely this certainty that led Han Che to seek reform, following in the footsteps of his predecessors for a safer path. You are correct. The long-term stability of a tribe is greatly related to its system. A good system fosters progress and ensures steady development, while an inappropriate system can lead to chaos and even disaster. For instance, the chaotic mating among tribespeople I previously mentioned could be one of the critical reasons for the tribe's reproductive difficulties. Therefore, reform is necessary, but it must be predicated on ensuring the safety of the tribespeople. Han Che interjected instantly. Indeed, first, we must pacify the tribespeople before implementing reforms. Otherwise, discontent may lead to unrest that, of course, fulfilling basic needs is paramount. If we cannot even ensure food and clothing, then even the best system is futile. Lan and Han Che's thoughts were perfectly aligned. Second, there is the prohibition of slaughter among kin. Members of the same clan must not engage in conflict or harm one another. They should respect, love, assist, and support each other, uniting as one. Han Che began to articulate the second provision of the ancestral system. This rule was even stricter, yet was strict for a reason Lan had previously thought. Born from the same root, why the haste to harm one another? Since all wolf clans share a common ancestry, why could they not progress together instead of slaughtering each other? The result of such mutual destruction is collective demise. If all wolf clans could unite and assist one another, even the harsh conditions of the Kumo snowfield would not reduce a once thriving civilized tribe to a state of savagery. This, indeed, is a regression caused by human nature. It appears the ancestors of the wolf clans possessed such understanding, which led them to establish the prohibition against slaughtering kin, calling for unity and collective advancement. Yet, under the blows of defeat and harsh environments. The glorious ancestral system of the wolf clans ultimately fell victim to human nature, becoming an outdated relic of the past. However, she believed that Han Che's revival of the old system marks the beginning of the Han Lang tribe's resurgence. Han Che, I am certain that the ancestors of the wolf clans must have attained a civilized level of wisdom. Upon our return, I must seek Imu to thoroughly study the remnants of that sacred scripture. Perhaps it could expedite our journey towards our goals. Very well. I will accompany you to find Imu upon our return. Han Che nodded and added, ahead lies an open space. Let us proceed to test the bamboo cannon. All right. Mo Lan readily agreed, pulling Han Che forward. After an afternoon of research, contemplation, and repeated experimentation, Mo Lan and Han Che finally developed a powerful yet safely manageable ground bamboo bomb, or perhaps it should be called a ground bamboo grenade. For this new type of bamboo cannon was crafted according to the principles of a hand grenade. However, due to incomplete materials, its power was somewhat less than that of the previous experiment. Yet, even at this level, it would be more than sufficient to dominate in this realm. Safety is of utmost importance, a sentiment shared unanimously by Mo Lan and Han Che. Upon returning, they resolved to adhere to this principle. Intending to enhance their preparations, when they venture into the East Desert, their efforts will prove invaluable for both defense and hunting. The successful experiment filled Mo Lan with immense joy, as she and Han Che busied themselves with packing, all the while brimming with excitement for their plans. Well, I believe we should bestow a name upon it, so our kin can recognize this creation and understand its merits and drawbacks, Han Che suggested. Indeed, the name bamboo cannon seems rather unrefined. It deserves a more resounding title that would lend an air of grandeur when introducing it to others. Mo Lan nodded in agreement, then inquired, what do you think we should call it? Considering its formidable power, akin to the thunder from the heavens, yet it is so small that it can be held in one hand, how about we name it Palm Thunder? Han Che pondered for a moment before speaking. Palm Thunder, and Mo Lan squatted on the ground, tilting her head to gaze at Han Che, her laughter taking on an odd quality. What are you laughing at? Han Che looked at her in confusion. I find you exceedingly clever. The name Palm Thunder bears a striking resemblance to a hand grenade. To conceive such a name without any prior knowledge of firearms or ammunition is quite brilliant. She was certain that had Han Che been born in modern times, he would undoubtedly be a genius. So, you like the name? Han Che asked with a smile. Yes, let it be called Palm Thunder, and Mo Lan nodded in agreement. Then let us return now and arrange for our kin to manufacture Palm Thunder. By the time it is completed, our bows, arrows, and cotton garments should be nearly ready as well. We shall surely return from our expedition to the East Desert laden with success. This cold season, we will thrive. With such promising prospects in mind, Han Che felt a wave of elation wash over him. You're absolutely right. Mo Lan smiled and nodded, rising to walk alongside Han Che back to their territory. 3 days later, all the cotton garments, bows, arrows, palm thunders, and bee-skin cannons were completed. Han Che and Mo Lan led 20 of their tribe's strongest members, bringing along provisions and necessary items, setting off for the East Desert. Before their departure, Su-Yi offered a blessing for their journey. Han Che also reiterated to the tribesmen left behind to expedite the construction of the thatch huts and to ensure the women continued to produce the cotton garments. After a full day of travel, they finally reached the edge of the East Desert. Continuing forward, they would soon traverse the territory frequented by the Abbas hounds, not far from the place where Han Che and his companions had previously hunted yaks. Both Han Che and the other tribesmen became markedly vigilant, as danger lurked ever closer, with the possibility of wild beasts or rival tribes launching a surprise attack at any moment. We shall camp here for the night and proceed at dawn. Han Che commanded after surveying the surroundings. Nighttime travel was particularly perilous, especially on this treacherous snowfield, where ensuring the safety of their kin was of paramount importance, having trekked for an entire day in thick cotton garments. While the others fared reasonably well, Mo Lan was utterly exhausted. Were it not for her childhood training, she might have already succumbed to fatigue. Even so, her small face flushed with exhaustion, and despite the frigid weather, beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Han Che regarded her with deep concern. Hunting was not a task suited for women. Had it not been for Mo Land's insistence, he would never have allowed her to endure such hardship. Seeing her collapse onto the ground to catch her breath after he issued the camping order, he hurried to support her, laying down a thick layer of fur for her to sit upon. The ground is cold. Be cautious not to catch a chill. Olan wiped the sweat from her forehead, inwardly lamenting, hunting truly is not a task meant for humans. Walking on the snowfield in heavy cotton clothing for a day is several times more arduous than traversing the plains. Her feet were already blistered, each step sending sharp pains through her, and her legs felt as though they were filled with lead. It seemed Han Che had noticed her struggle and decided it was prudent to make camp. Han Che instructed the tribesmen to light a bonfire and then took out the prepared wooden tent to set up. In their previous hunting excursions, they had never prepared such accommodations. They would simply sleep around the bonfire, often waking to find themselves buried in snow after a storm. Olan had deemed this unacceptable and recalled the unused tents from their warm land construction, suggesting they bring them along, which proved fortuitous. Now, Olan, let me help you to the tent to rest for a while. Once the tent was erected, Han Che approached to assist her, guiding her into the tent closest to the bonfire, then reached to remove her shoes. Olan immediately recoiled, saying, "Leave my shoes on. I'll just sleep like this. Are your feet injured?" Let me see if he had noticed her enduring pain while walking, but it had been inconvenient to observe during their hurried journey. And now he finally had the chance to inquire. "It's nothing. There's no need to look." Olan wished to spare Han Che the worry of seeing her injured, but he was insistent, pulling her foot towards him to remove her shoes and socks for inspection. "Ow!" Olan gasped. The socks were stained with blood, the dried remnants clinging to her feet, causing sharp pain as Han Che pulled them off. Han Che's expression shifted to one of anguish as he gazed at her battered feet, filled with self-reproach as he said, "Does it hurt? I shouldn't have let you come. Your constitution is frail, and you can't endure such a long trek." Olan quickly smiled to reassure him. "It's nothing. Just a minor injury. If I were so delicate, why would I even accompany you? Don't worry. I have some Sanchi powder. I'll apply it, and it'll heal quickly." As she spoke, she retrieved a small pouch of Sanchi powder from her embroidered bag, preparing to apply it. "I'll do it." Han Che immediately took the medicine powder from her, carefully sprinkling it on her injured foot before helping her put her shoes and socks back on. "Oh, right. Han Che, have the tribesmen scatter this around the tent." Olan suddenly remembered something, raising her hand to extract a beast skin pouch from her pack, handing it to Han Che. Han Che accepted it, asking, "What is this?" "This is beast-repelling powder, a mixture I created using saltpeter powder and other ingredients that should be sprinkled around the tent. If any beasts approach, the tribesmen can light it with fire, and the beasts will be deterred by the odor," Olan explained. Han Che nodded, rising to exit the tent and delivering the beast-repelling powder to the tribesmen, who promptly scattered it around the tent as instructed before he returned inside. To his surprise, upon entering the tent, he found Olan had already collapsed onto the fur and fallen asleep. The day's exertion had clearly exhausted her. Han Che sat beside her, covering her with a thick layer of fur. As night fell, the temperature dropped further. Outside the tent, the distant and near growls of beasts added an air of danger to the tranquil snowfield. Woo-woo! Olan, deep in slumber, was suddenly jolted awake by a sharp cry. The sound was peculiar, neither distinctly wolf nor dog, creating an eerie atmosphere. She sprang upright, only to hear a flurry of commotion outside the tent. "Oh no! It's the Abbas hounds! My heavens, there are so many!" "Stay calm. We have weapons." Olan immediately scrambled to her feet, bursting out of the tent, only to be met with a sea of glowing green eyes in the dark night, reminiscent of wolves. Soon, a horde of Abbas hounds emerged, their gray and white fur glistening ominously under the silver moonlight. Han Che, don't rush into battle. Olan quickly grabbed his arm as he prepared to confront the hounds alongside several tribesmen armed with bows and arrows. Olan, what are you doing out here? It's too dangerous. Step back. Han Che urged her, don't engage the Abbas hounds just yet. We need to light the beast-repelling powder. Olan insisted. Yin, fetch a fire source. Han Che immediately commanded the tall beast man. Yin complied and soon returned with a fire source, handing it to Han Che. Hanche took the fire source and approached the scattered beast-repelling powder, igniting it. With a whoosh, the powder ignited effortlessly, forming a serpentine flame that wound around the tent, accompanied by crackling sounds and emitting violet flames. What is that smell? It's so foul. The air filled with a noxious odor, causing the tribesmen to cover their mouths and noses. Woo-woo. As the flames surged and the acrid smoke swirled, the previously advancing Abbas hounds suddenly halted, turning in circles, too fearful to approach. Look, the Abbas hounds have stopped. They dare not come near, a clan member exclaimed in delight. Gazing at the Abbas hound, temporarily hindered by the beast-repelling powder, the previously apprehensive crowd couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Now, they were on the defensive, while we could take the initiative and thoroughly thrash the corner dog. Lan smiled at Hanche. Archery. Hanche extended his hand, and Yin promptly delivered a bow, an arrow into his grasp. Hanche drew the bowstring and aimed at a towering, formidable Abbas hound within the pack, launching his shot with precision. Woof! With a swift motion, the agile creature evaded the arrow aimed at its abdomen, resulting in a direct hit to its right hind leg, causing blood to gush forth and eliciting a piercing howl of agony. Seeing this, the other Abbas hounds became frantic, clustering around their injured leader, pacing anxiously in circles. That was the leader of the Abbas hounds. Lan quickly understood, in the midst of her thoughts. Hanche released another arrow, this time striking the hound leader's left front leg. Woof! Woof! The wounded leader collapsed to the ground, howling in pain. The other hounds, witnessing this, began to join in the cacophony of howls, seemingly responding to a call. Lan keenly sensed something amiss when she noticed several Abbas hounds stealthily slipping out of sight. Attempting to break through the weakening fire barrier, she immediately shouted to Hanche. Hanche, they intend to charge. Stay alert. Lan mused. These Abbas hounds displayed a semblance of intelligence, resorting to cunning tactics. However, she was a spirit of all things. To be bested by a mere dog was out of the question. Bali Vic, take the rear guard. Hanche promptly commanded, and several strong warriors of the Cold Wolf clan dispersed to prepare for defense. Seeing their plan thwarted, the injured hound leader suddenly leaped up, furiously howling at Hanche, Lan, and the others. Woof! Woof! Lan raised her chin and mocked. How dare a beast challenge us? You've got quite the audacity. Watch how I deal with you. With that, she turned to Hanche and instructed, give them a palm bomb. Let us see if they dare to be so arrogant. Hanche nodded, signaling to Yin, who swiftly retrieved a palm bomb from the tent and handed it to him. Hanche, do you see the hound leader? Aim for it. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. Since that creature showed no fear of arrows, let it taste the power of the bomb. Hanche nodded, igniting the bomb at the fire barrier, and hurled it towards the hound leader with great force. Boom! Woof! The air was filled with the sounds of howling. Not only did the hound leader suffer, but all the Abbas hounds within a 5-meter radius were also caught in the blast. Some were tossed to the ground by the shockwave. Others were burned and injured by the explosives, while some were struck by debris, howling in distress. In an instant, the hound pack was thrown into disarray. At that moment, the palm bomb displayed its might, effortlessly scattering the fierce Abbas hounds without the need for a single soldier to fall. Another one. Lan, seeing the hound leader fleeing in panic, immediately called for another palm bomb, hurling it after the retreating figure. Boom! Woof! Woof! The bomb struck its target, and as the smoke cleared, the crowd saw that the hound leader no longer dared to linger, dragging its blood-soaked leg as it fled desperately. Witnessing their leader's escape, the remaining hounds tucked their tails and scattered in fear, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Ha! Ha! A dog without a home. Let's see if you dare to plot against our Cold Wolf clan again. Lan laughed, hands on her hips. Roar! 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 The clan leader is mighty. The holy witch is formidable. The Cold Wolf clan members erupted in jubilation. This was the first time the Cold Wolf clan had engaged the Abbas hound without sustaining any injuries. Thanks to the palm bomb devised by Lan, they had easily driven away the ferocious hounds with minimal effort. This was a far cry from the previous desperate battles to defeat those vile creatures. What a thrilling victory! In that moment, the warriors of the Cold Wolf clan truly comprehended the power of civilization and intelligence. Observing the jubilant expressions of their clan members, Hanche and Mo Lan exchanged smiles. They had indeed fought a splendid battle. It seemed their palm bomb was truly an invincible weapon. Hanche took Mo Lan's hand and returned to the tent, sitting on the animal hide and gently caressing her cheek. Asking, "Were you frightened?" They had grown accustomed to nighttime ambushes by beasts, but Mo Lan had not. However, noticing her composure earlier, he surmised she was not afraid. "With you here, what do I have to fear? Besides, I have great confidence in the weapons we created. Look, didn't we scare those vile hounds away?" And Mo Lan replied, brimming with excitement. "Indeed, you're truly a blessing bestowed upon me by the heavens." Hanche nodded, gazing at Mo Lan with eyes as gentle as water. Mo Lan smiled sweetly, leaning her head on his shoulder, saying, "I was sleeping so soundly and was awakened. I'm still a bit drowsy. It is still early before dawn. You can sleep a little longer." Hanche draped a fur over her. "Will you stay with me?" Mo Lan nestled into his embrace, acting coy. "All right, I will patrol after you fall asleep," Hanche promised, wrapping her in his arms. "Don't tire yourself too much. Take turns watching the night with Yin and the others. I suspect that after what just happened, those beasts won't dare to come again." Mo Lan yawned, contentedly closing her eyes. "Now, sleep." Hanche gently patted her back to help her drift off. Drowsily, Mo Lan thought to herself that she had truly found a wonderful husband, a warm-hearted man. In the latter half of the night, as Mo Lan had anticipated, no more Abbas hounds came to cause trouble. The clan members enjoyed a good night's rest and awoke refreshed the next morning. When Mo Lan emerged from the tent, Hanche was already outside, discussing hunting matters with Yin, Soria, and others. Mo Lan approached and sat beside Hanche, noticing he was examining a piece of animal hide that bore various intricate markings. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "What is this?" She observed the hide, marked with curving lines and spots, and was momentarily puzzled about its purpose. "This is my marking. I have visited the eastern desert many times, but due to its vastness, I often took wrong turns at so I drew this marking to prevent getting lost in the future," Hanche explained, glancing at Mo Lan immediately understood and nodded. "So, it's your map." "Map?" Hanche expressed interest in this new term. A map is a representation of the Earth's various geographical features, crafted according to specific rules, reflecting the distribution characteristics and interrelations of natural and socioeconomic phenomena in two-dimensional or multidimensional forms. We, the Yin clan, typically use paper for maps, but since our Cold Wolf clan has yet to develop paper, using animal hide for now is acceptable as well. Mo Lan began to educate Hanche and the other clan members, who listened intently, unable to resist asking questions. "Holy Witch, what is Earth? What do two-dimensional and multidimensional mean? Is paper used for making maps? What is it like? Is it better than animal hide?" "Holy Witch, stop. No one is allowed to ask any more questions." Mo Lan, sweating, made a stop gesture, realizing that if she continued explaining, she would exhaust herself to the point of bloodshed, so she quickly called for silence and, with utmost seriousness, declared, "With your current nascent minds, even if I explain, you won't understand. Therefore, just listen. Don't ask too many questions. When we have the means in the future, I will personally demonstrate for you to that time. Without my saying a word, you will understand everything." "Yes, Holy Witch," the crowd responded in unison. After witnessing the power of the palm bomb, everyone present revered Mo Lan as if she were a deity. After seeing her clan members so obedient, Mo Lan nodded in satisfaction. Then she turned to Hanche and asked, "Where shall we head next? In which direction are our hunting targets, the Mo horse and the antelope?" The Mo horse is located to the east of the desert, right behind the territory of the Horned Wolf clan, roughly half a day's journey. The antelope is situated slightly further north, nearing the outskirts of the Grey Wolf clan's territory. We must first hunt the Mo horse, then delve into the heartland of the antelope to hunt it down. If fortune favors us, and we do not encounter conflicts with other tribes, we should be able to return fully laden within about 3 days. If we disturb the Horned Wolf clan and the Grey Wolf clan, we will need to delay for a while longer. However, with the Palm Thunder in hand, we should not fear ambushes from other tribes. The only concern is if the horned wolf tribe and the gray wolf tribe join forces to attack us. If they delay our time, it could spell trouble for our tribe at that point. Even if we allocate some food to them, we would have to compromise. Hanche held the animal skin map and meticulously explained the anticipated hunting route and plan to Emolan. Upon hearing this, Emolan furrowed her brows, saying, "We toil to hunt for food, and we barely have enough for ourselves, yet we must share with them. Aren't they simply taking advantage of their local dominance? Such blatant extortion is truly unscrupulous. Hanche, we must devise a solution. We cannot allow everyone's hard work to go to waste." Hanche nodded, stating, "Sharing food is a last resort. I would not do so unless absolutely necessary. However, to ensure the safe return of our provisions, sometimes a slight sacrifice is essential. We can discuss this later. For now, let's focus on how to hunt. By the way, is the Kumo horse difficult to hunt? It wouldn't be too elusive, would it?" Emolan thought to herself that since it was called a Kumo horse, it should be somewhat similar to modern horses, right? She had never tasted horse meat, but the mere thought of it did not seem appealing. However, the antelope, which Hanche had mentioned, was said to have tender meat that surpassed other types. If we could hunt a few antelope, that would be splendid. The Kumo horse is exceedingly vigilant and challenging to hunt that we will first give it a try. If it consumes too much time, we will have no choice but to abandon the hunt for Kumo horses and directly pursue antelope instead. Antelope are slower and easier to hunt. If we can kill more than 10 antelope, it is likely we will have enough food for the cold season. Hanche, declare point 10. Will we split them right there? Emolan suddenly inquired, recalling how Hanche had previously divided the yak on the spot. Indeed, otherwise we would not be able to bring them back. Point 10 antelope is already the maximum we can carry. Hanche sighed. Point 20 strong individuals, laden with these provisions, traversing most of the snowy expanse back to our territory. The dangers along the way are self-evident. It would be a feat to return with the food. The lack of transport is a significant drawback. Olan frowned, pondering if there was any way to resolve this issue. That if we had a cart, we could transport more food without needing to divide it on the spot. Olan expressed her frustration softly to the cart. Hanche looked at her, his expression filled with skepticism. Olan's new term piqued his curiosity at a form of transportation, capable of carrying various goods and people. However, we currently lack the means to create one. Alas, we do not even have a decent piece of wood. We cannot fashion even the simplest cart. Emolan scratched her head in contemplation. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her. A cart? That's right, they may lack carts, but they have horses. If we can capture Kumo horses alive and harness them, wouldn't we then have a means of transport? Hanche, I have a solution, Emolan exclaimed, grabbing his arm excitedly. Seeing her enthusiasm, Hanche quickly steadied her, asking, "What brilliant idea have you come up with?" Horses. Kumo horses can serve as transport. They not only replace human strength, but can also carry goods. Such a useful resource is right before us. How can we waste it? Emolan clung to Hanche, brimming with excitement. Kumo horses? To use them for transportation? But Emolan, how will you make them obey us? Even if we command them, they wouldn't understand. Hanche immediately raised his doubts. Emolan, however, smiled and replied, "In our flame tribe, there exists a profession known as beast tamers. They can communicate with animals, training them to serve our needs." Beast tamers? Communicating with animals? The nearby tribesmen were left speechless. Isn't that something only a deity could accomplish? Emolan, is what you say true? Do those beast tamers understand the language of beasts? Hanche promptly questioned. They do not understand beast language. Rather, they discern the needs of animals through their instincts and guide them accordingly, training them individually. Over time, the animals develop habits and naturally come to understand what their master desires. Furthermore, animals possess emotions and consciousness. If you tame them, they will recognize you as their master for life. Emolan explained it. I see. But taming beasts requires time, doesn't it? Can you tame Kumo horses for our use in such a short period? Hanche still harbored concerns. That is indeed uncertain. However, I have another method to quickly tame Kumo horses. Emolan replied thoughtfully. What method? Hanche immediately inquired. Why using force? Emolan chuckled. The rule of nature is survival of the fittest. The weak will always be dominated by the strong. As long as you are strong enough, nothing is impossible. In other words, if they refuse, we simply subdue them until they comply. Hanche nodded, indicating his understanding. Now, let's set off and capture Kumo horses alive. If we can tame a few horses to bring back, we will have our means of transportation. Riding horses would make the journey from our territory to the eastern desert in less than a day. Lan said excitedly. Riding horses? Hanche was particularly intrigued by this. Yes, riding horses, using their forelegs to replace our two. Wouldn't that be fast? Wouldn't it save effort? Lan quickly elaborated. Indeed, that is a splendid idea. Instruct everyone to have a simple meal and prepare for departure immediately. Hanche's dark eyes gleamed with unusual excitement at Lan's horse-taming suggestion. Soon, a team set off towards the habitat of the Kumo horses. This was a vast and open wilderness where patches of yellowish grass were scattered across the white snow. The Kumo horses relied on this sparse grass to sustain themselves during the cold season. Before long, several Kumo horses came into view. They ambled leisurely across the snow, grazing on the sparse grass while leisurely neighing. The Kumo horse is a unique species of the Kumo snowfield, much like the an indigenous inhabitant. They are unafraid of the cold and remain active even during the winter season. Lan observed the Kumo horses from a distance. These horses were slightly shorter in stature. Aside from having longer and denser manes than ordinary horses, they were quite similar otherwise. However, it appeared that these Kumo horses were notably more alert, as Lan noticed their large ears twitching, keenly picking up sound from all directions while they grazed. Lan, what should we do? Hanche, concealed behind a large rock with Lan and others, asked in a hushed voice. Lan turned to him, asking, how did he use to hunt Kumo horses? Hanche replied, we would surround them with multiple people. That I would divide the tribe into several teams, encircling them. That I would engage them directly, while others would pursue and block their escape. As long as we prevent the Kumo horses from breaking through the encirclement, we would generally succeed in killing them. However, this method would inflict serious injuries on the Kumo horses, making it impossible to capture them alive. Lan nodded in agreement. You're right. If I want to use Kumo horses, the first step is to ensure they are unharmed. Surrounding them is certainly not feasible. I need to find some tools to ensnare them. As Lan spoke, she turned to rummage through her animal skin pack for useful items. The other tribesmen gathered curiously around, wondering what Lan was concocting. Holy shaman, what are you doing? The beastman Soria asked, peering at her as she fiddled with 2 strands of yak sinew, twisting them into a peculiar knot. I'm making a lasso, Lan replied while busy tying the knot to the lasso. To capture Kumo horses? The beastman Yin inquired, leaning closer to inspect Lan's knot. Yes, to tame Kumo horses, we must capture them alive and not harm them. Lan finished tying the lasso and approached Hanche, who was still watching the Kumo horses closely. Which of our tribe's strong members is the fastest? She asked. Hanche replied, Vic is agile and the fastest. What do you need him for? He pointed to the beastman Vic standing behind Yin. Lan nodded and instructed Vic, listen closely. When the time comes, you quietly approach, wait for the right moment to throw the lasso over the horse's head, and then swiftly pull the knot tight. This way, the Kumo horse caught by the lasso will be unable to escape. We will assist you from all sides to prevent the Kumo horse from fleeing. After that, she instructed everyone, listen up. Once Vic has the horse's head lassoed, everyone should immediately form a circle. Put down your bows and spears. Do not harm the Kumo horse. Of course, this should be done while ensuring your own safety. Did everyone understand? Yes, we understand. Holy sorceress. The crowd nodded in agreement. Lan beckoned to Vic, saying, Vic, come here. I will teach you how to use the lassos. Vic immediately stepped forward respectfully. Lan meticulously explained the use of the lasso and the knot to Vic, asking, do you understand? Vic nodded in reply, I understand. Lan then cautioned, one more thing to remember. Once you have lassoed the horse's head, it may panic and struggle violently. You must pull the rope tightly. If you feel your strength waning, seek help immediately. Do not hold on stubbornly. Otherwise, you may be dragged by the Kumo horse and sustain serious injuries. I will remember, holy sorceress. Vic nodded once again. Hanche patted Vic on the shoulder and then addressed the others. everyone. Prepare for battle. Yin, Soria, you two take your teams to assist Vic. We cannot let the Kumo horse escape the encirclement. Understood. The crowd nodded in unison. Han Che then exchanged a glance with Mo Lan and declared, "Let us begin." Vic took the lasso and cautiously approached the Kumo horse. Once he was within a reasonable distance, he spotted a robust Kumo horse, dashed forward, and flung the lasso. Whoosh! Just as the rope was about to land on the horse's head. Unexpectedly, the horse tossed its head back, let out a long neigh towards the sky, and bolted away at full speed. The other Kumo horses immediately sensed danger and scattered in all directions. Such cunning creatures. Startled, Mo Lan rushed forward, shouting, "Everyone, stay calm. Surround that horse." After saying this, she yelled at Vic in the distance, "What are you waiting for? Cast again." Only then did Vic snap back to reality and hurriedly brandish the lasso. Charging forward once more. Indeed, Vic was swift. In the blink of an eye, he reached a point not far from the Kumo horse, swirling the lasso above his head several times before flinging it again. This time, Vic successfully lassoed the horse's head. Mo Lan's heart leaped with joy, and she shouted, "Vic, tighten the knot. Don't let it escape." Following Mo Lan's earlier instructions, Vic yanked the rope, securing it tightly around the Kumo horse's neck. "Ah, I've caught it!" Vic exclaimed in ecstatic delight, momentarily forgetting Mo Lan's warnings, and began to shout with excitement. But the expressions of Han Che and Mo Lan shifted instantly. "Vic, be careful." Yet Han Che's warning came a moment too late. The startled Kumo horse reared its front legs and let out a piercing neigh, then began to struggle violently. In his moment of triumph, Vic inadvertently found himself dragged to the ground, racing back and forth within the encirclement of the Han wolf tribe. Try to break free. "Vic, let go. Quickly release the lasso." Mo Lan cried out urgently, watching Vic being dragged by the Kumo horse. But Vic, unwilling to part with the lasso, had tied it tightly to his hand. With the horse pulling him along, the rope was taut, making it impossible to untie. Despite several attempts to free himself amidst the tumult, he was unsuccessful, and his clothing sustained numerous tears. Vic was on the verge of being dragged to his demise by the Kumo horse. Mo Lan was frantic with worry. She grasped Han Che's arm, exclaiming, "Han Che, you must help me. I need to ride the Kumo horse to tame it. Only then can we save Vic." "No, it's too dangerous. I should go." Han Che immediately shook his head in refusal. "You can't. You don't know how to tame a horse. Don't hesitate. If this continues, Vic will be killed." Mo Lan urged desperately. The only way to save Vic is to subdue the horse. Otherwise, no one can help him. Han Che reluctantly nodded, asking solemnly, "What shall we do?" "You help me mount the horse." Mo Lan replied promptly. "Understood." Han Che nodded, and together they rushed forward. When they were close to the Kumo horse, Han Che extended his arm to encircle Mo Lan's waist, lifting her effortlessly. Mo Lan took advantage of the momentum, placing her left foot on Han Che's bent knee, and leaped onto the horse's back. Once atop the horse, Mo Lan seized the lasso and severed the rope with her stone knife, finally freeing Vic. "Vic!" Han Che quickly led the others to drag Vic out of the encirclement. Fortunately, Mo Lan's timely rescue ensured that, although Vic was in disarray, he only had minor scrapes and was not seriously harmed. Han Che breathed a sigh of relief, ordering the others to attend to Vic while he dashed back into the encirclement. Meanwhile, Mo Lan, now mounted on the Kumo horse, faced a perilous situation. The horse, wild and unmanageable, began to buck violently, trying to throw Mo Lan off. She shouted unintelligible, single-syllable commands while gripping the lasso with one hand and wielding a whip made from yak tendons with the other, striking the horse's back repeatedly. The horse, in pain, struggled even more fiercely. With its front legs raised high, it neighed towards the heavens, and if not for Mo Lan's firm grip, she would have nearly been thrown off. What if she fell? She could easily break limbs or even be trampled by the Kumo horse. "You beast! Let us see if I can't tame you. Giddy up." Mo Lan, now angered, struck the Kumo horse fiercely, attempting to forcefully subdue the rebellious creature, but the horse's spirit was too unyielding. It refused to obey. With another kick of its legs, Mo Lan's grip faltered, and she leaned dangerously to one side on the horse's back. Han Che broke out in a cold sweat at that moment. Without a second thought, he summoned his bloodline power, swiftly transforming into his true form as a cold wolf, and leapt towards Lan and the Kumo horse. As he approached, he soared into the air, landing precisely on the horse's back. In an instant, he reverted to his human form, extending his arms to catch Lan, who was about to fall, and held her tightly. Still shaken, with beads of sweat on her forehead, Lan felt herself enveloped in a warm embrace. Knowing without looking that Han Che had come to her rescue, she finally relaxed. Lan, teach me. I will tame it. All right. Hold the lasso tightly, squeeze the horse's belly, and use the whip to subdue it. Keep at it until it obeys. Lan responded loudly, handing the whip to Han Che. Hold steady. Han Che commanded in a deep voice, then raised his hand, delivering a powerful strike on the horse's back. Han Che's blow, imbued with a fierce masculine energy, was far more forceful than Lan's, causing the Kumo horse beneath them to neigh and buck again. Both of them squeezed the horse's belly tightly, firmly restraining it. Simultaneously, Lan tightened the lasso and shouted again, "Giddy up! Go, go!" At that moment, it seemed the Kumo horse suddenly understood Lan's command, and with a burst of speed, it galloped forward. Break the encirclement. Lan realized that the Kumo horse had been partially tamed and immediately commanded her tribe to retreat. The remaining tribe members swiftly scattered, watching as Han Che and Lan rode the Kumo horse at breakneck speed across the snowy expanse, their impressive figures striking awe into everyone present. Good heavens! Has the horse been tamed? Such speed! Giddy up! Whoa! Oh howl! Oh howl! Lan shouted incomprehensible commands, and under Han Che's formidable authority with the whip, she began to guide the Kumo horse to move forward, backward, and turn. And so, the two of them, along with the horse, maintained this standoff for over an hour, until the stubbornness of the horse was finally worn down. It became docile and obedient to Lan's commands. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Lan excitedly patted the horse's neck, saying, "Good horse, remember, we are your masters. From now on, your name shall be Chasing Wind." Chasing Wind. Giddy up. What a splendid name. Having successfully tamed the Kumo horse, Han Che felt invigorated. Especially the sensation of galloping atop the horse made him feel as if the wind was at his sides, as if he were about to take flight. That unparalleled exhilaration. The surge of pride from deep within made him feel as though he had the entire world in his grasp. Han Che quickly became familiar with the commands Lan had been shouting. Turning from passive to active, he gripped the lasso with one hand, held Lan tightly with the other, kicked the horse's belly lightly, and with a gentle command, the horse obediently galloped away with the two of them. Lan was no longer surprised by Han Che's rapid mastery of horse riding. She had long considered him a genius. How unfortunate that he was born in this wild land. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be a person of great stature. Leaning against him, she turned to admire his spirited demeanor, unable to resist feeling a rush of affection. At that moment, Han Che's handsome appearance made her want to scream, and she did just that. Standing before Han Che, she cupped her hands around her mouth and excitedly shouted to the tribe below, "Hooray! We did it! We have tamed Chasing Wind. From now on, we have horses to ride. I'm so happy." Ah! The tribe members, hearing her shout, felt invigorated, unable to contain themselves as they raised their hands and cheered. "The chieftain is mighty. The holy sorceress is mighty. Roar! Roar!" After riding around a few laps on Chasing Wind, Han Che let out a soft sigh. Chasing Wind, carrying the two of them, gradually slowed its pace and finally came to a halt before a gathering of clansmen. Han Che dismounted, then gently lifted Lan down. The crowd surged forward, chattering excitedly. "Tribe leader, can this horse truly be tamed for our use? May we give it a try?" The clansmen were already eager, their hearts yearning after witnessing Han Che's earlier display of grace and prowess. Lan quickly waved her hands, saying, "Not yet. Chasing Wind has just been tamed. It currently recognizes only me and Han Che. Let us wait a few days until it becomes familiar with everyone before allowing you to try. Shall we?" Oh, the crowd couldn't help but feel a wave of disappointment. Observing their expressions, Lan smiled and reassured them. "Horses recognize their masters, but don't lose hope. We will continue to capture more. Let us aim to catch several more so that everyone can have their own horse. Really, that would be wonderful. Upon hearing this, the crowd instantly regained their spirits. Han-che chuckled. Let us take a short break, then change locations to continue capturing the Kumo horses, having learned from their previous experience. The next attempts at horse catching went much more smoothly. Lan and Han-che took turns, both capturing horses and teaching the clansmen how to tame them. After subduing the Kumo horses, they handed them over to the clansmen for training. Soon, several prominent warriors in the tribe, including Yin, Suya, Bali, and Vic, each possessed their own tamed horses as the sun began to set. Their group had successfully captured 7 horses. A truly fruitful endeavor. In their excitement, Lan began teaching the clansmen to sing. Clearing her throat, she launched into a soaring melody. O horseman, brave and bold, the galloping steed like the swift wind. Across the boundless plains you wander, your heart as vast as the earth itself. O horseman, you dwell in my heart. I yearn to dissolve in your broad embrace. The endless wilderness beckons you. All days shine as brightly as you. Han-che gazed at her slightly flushed face, her expression radiating exhilaration and charm. Roar, roar. O horseman, as bright as you. Roar, roar. Oh. The clansmen encircled her, joining in the joyous singing, their laughter echoing across the snowy expanse. With such a bountiful harvest, Han-che felt a wave of relief wash over him. Indeed, with Lan around, nothing seemed insurmountable. Han-che, let us rest well tonight. Tomorrow we shall venture into the heart of the antelope territory. With these 7 horses, we could easily bring back not just 10, but even 20 antelopes. Lan exclaimed, bounding over to Han-che, her excitement palpable. All right, I'm in, Han-che agreed. Tonight, let us set up camp on the slope ahead, and we shall set off for the antelope territory in the morning. Han-che nodded, feeling his spirits lifted by Lan's enthusiasm. He reached out, gently caressing her small face, and remarked, What was that song you just taught the clansmen? It was lovely. The horse catcher's song. I sent it beautiful. I know many more songs that I can teach the clansmen gradually. Lan replied proudly. This part of the Yin tribe's culture? Han-che inquired. Of course. Songs are a form of spiritual civilization, representing a facet of the Yin tribe's culture. Spiritual civilization manifests in both social sciences and cultural aspects, as well as moral values. Catering to people's spiritual needs, it allows individuals to enjoy the satisfaction and happiness that comes from spiritual culture while creating material civilization. Both forms of civilization play equally vital roles in human society. Lan explained earnestly. Material civilization, Han-che pondered. When you teach the clansmen to make utensils, warm clothing, help construct channels for irrigation, and create weapons like bows and thunderclaps, doesn't that fall under material civilization? Seeing Han-che grasp the concept, Lan clapped her hands in delight and laughed. Exactly. Material civilization refers to the tangible achievements created by humanity throughout social and historical development, reflecting the progress of social productivity. This includes all aspects of our daily lives, and spiritual civilization encompasses your teachings of song and dance, allowing the clansmen to feel the joy of harvest, relieve stress, and enhance their emotional well-being. Right. Han-che promptly continued, Yes, that is correct. Exactly. Han-che, you're incredibly astute. I feel as though you were born in the wrong era. Speaking with you is simply effortless, Lan exclaimed, her excitement bubbling over. Han-che smiled. I find you to be the truly brilliant one. You are like a beam of sunlight. Wherever you are, warmth abounds. You are my sunshine. As long as you are by my side, I feel safe and secure. Han-che, let us make a pact. I will warm your clansmen, and you will warm me. How does that sound? Lan proposed, her cheeks flushed with joy as she playfully tugged at Han-che's arm. All right, it's settled, Han-che declared, extending his arms to scoop Lan up, lifting her off the ground as he twirled her around, making her feel weightless. Ah, Lan squealed with a mix of surprise and delight. Her laughter ringing out as night fell. Lan and Han-che led their clansmen in setting up tents on the slope. They herded the 7 Kumo horses together, tying them securely to stakes driven into the ground. Ensuring the lasso ropes were firmly attached, a horse cannot thrive without its night feed. Let us go feed them some grass. Emolan instructed her clansmen to start a campfire and prepare meat for cooking. While she and Hanche each carried a bundle of hay to the tethered horses, it was evident that Hanche had developed a fondness for chasing wind, relishing the exhilarating sensation of riding. For Hanche, this was a novel experience, and she knew that someone like him, with his bold demeanor, would undoubtedly enjoy the grandeur of horseback riding. Chasing wind. Have you been well behaved? Your master has come to see you. Emolan approached the stake, affectionately patting the head of the Kumo horse, her face alight with joy. Nay, snort, snort. Chasing wind immediately stamped its hooves, whinnying in response to Emolan. Yet rather than offering it grass, Emolan turned to Hanche and said, "Watch closely. This is your master. His name is Hanche, the most handsome and strongest chief of the Han Wolf tribe. Now greet him, snort, snort." Chasing wind looked at Hanche and obediently whinnied twice in acknowledgment. Curious, Hanche asked Emolan, "Does it understand?" Emolan replied with a smile, "It may not understand after just a day or two, but over time, it will naturally grasp it. All beings in nature, whether animals or humans, have emotions. Perhaps our languages differ, but our hearts can connect. As long as we communicate sincerely and care for one another, it will eventually understand." "I see." Hanche nodded deeply in understanding. Emolan beamed. "So from now on, nurture a bond with chasing wind. I believe that as long as it feels your sincerity, it will undoubtedly stand by you through thick and thin." Hanche nodded, stepping closer to chasing wind, offering a handful of hay. "Here, eat." Chasing wind, from this day forth, you are a member of the Han Wolf tribe, and I will treat you with the same sincerity as I do my clansmen. Snort, snort. Chasing wind nodded its head as if comprehending, and eagerly accepted the hay from Hanche's hand. Hanche smiled, offering it another handful, then gently patting its head and smoothing its mane. Emolan knew that Hanche had already forged a friendship with Chasing Wind. She happily approached the other Kumo horses, who were eagerly watching her, and began feeding them as well. Don't rush. Don't rush. There's enough for everyone. Rest assured, we treat our captives with great kindness. As long as you behave, you will surely be rewarded. The horses eagerly reached out their heads to snatch the hay from Emolan's hands, and it took several trips for her to ensure all the horses were well fed. After their fill, the Kumo horses settled down, some lazily lying down, while others swished their tails and leisurely chewed on the scattered hay, all behaving quite well without a hint of rebellion. Molon wiped the sweat from her brow, satisfied. Good, fed and watered. Tomorrow we shall work. I'll give you all some defensive shots, and you mustn't slack off. Seeing this, Hanche chuckled as he approached. Let us head back. They've eaten enough, and we should have our meal too. Indeed, I didn't realize how hungry I was until you mentioned it. Emolan waved her hand, laughing. Be good, little ones. I'll come back to check on you soon. Snort, snort. A few horses even responded, proving that Emolan's taming efforts were indeed effective. Hanche smiled, wrapping an arm around Emolan as they headed back to the campfire. But just then, a commotion erupted from the outskirts of the camp. His complexion abruptly altered as he raised his gaze toward the distance, where shadows loomed ominously in the night, hurtling toward them. This is bad. A night raid. Without a moment's hesitation, Hanche swiftly shielded Emolan behind him, his focus sharp as he surveyed the rapidly approaching figures. Hanche, what is happening? Emolan, concealed behind Hanche's broad back, could not help but tug at his sleeve, peering out. That I can sense the presence of the Wolf Clan. It is a night assault by the Wolf Clan. But I cannot discern whether it is the Horned Wolf Clan or the Grey Wolf Clan, Hanche replied, his expression grave. At this juncture, the formidable members of the Cold Wolf Clan were also stirred, rushing forth to encircle Hanche and Emolan. Chief, there's a night raid. Chief, I can smell the Wolf Clan. It is most likely that raucous group from the Horned Wolf Clan. What do they want this time? Hanche, they must be targeting our horses. Quickly summon people to protect the steeds. Emolan immediately recalled something and grasped Hanche's arm, urging him. Hanche nodded, gesturing decisively. Yin, Soria, you two take 5 men each and encircle the horses. We must not let them seize a single one. The rest of you, follow me to confront them." Having said this, he turned back to Molan, saying, "Molan, return to the tent. It is too perilous here." Naturally, Molan could not simply comply. However, to catch the assailants off guard, she refrained from arguing and obediently retreated into the tent. Han Che was surprised by her compliance, but there was no time to ponder further. He immediately led his clansmen forward to confront the approaching wolf raiders. As the multitude of shadows closed in, they shifted from beastly forms back into human shapes. Han Che's expression darkened, for this group of night raiders included not only the Horned Wolf clan, but the Grey Wolf clan as well. This meant they would be besieged by 2 tribes. "Han Che, surrender. You cannot escape. Today, I shall avenge past humiliations." Zhan Hong, the leader of the Horned Wolf clan, brandished a stout spear, pointing it menacingly at Han Che. Not far from Zhan Hong, a tall and slender man with a strikingly handsome visage crossed his arms, gazing at Han Che with an air of nonchalance. "That I've been watching you for a day. Quite impressive, capturing 7 Kumo horses. I greatly admire the bravery and wisdom of the Cold Wolf clan. It is regrettable, however, that for the sake of my people, I must be unyielding." Lan Xiao, the leader of the Grey Wolf clan, replied leisurely to, "Is it merely for a few Kumo horses?" Han Che's expression darkened further. "Kumo horses are indeed rare, but what intrigues me more is the female you have hidden away. I hear even Zhan Hong has fallen to her." "I am most curious," Lan Xiao replied, unfazed upon hearing this. Han Che's expression turned utterly grim. Stepping forward, he extended his imposing frame and declared, "Mo Lan is my wife. Anyone who dares to touch her must first step over my corpse." "Not a problem. I can become her second husband. Such a talented female is rare in this world." Lan Xiao insisted relentlessly. Then I shall be the third." "Lan Xiao, if you wish to join forces against the Cold Wolf clan, I shall grant you the opportunity," Zhan Hong bellowed, his laughter booming like thunder. "You bastard. I shall make you regret it. If I don't send you fleeing, then I am not worthy of the Mi family name." Lan, having stealthily emerged from the tent with 2 palm-sized explosives, rolled her eyes at Zhan Hong's boastful words. "This fool! How is it that arrow did not slay him? No matter, today, if he can evade this explosive. I will write my name backwards. Zhan Hong, Lan Xiao. Lan has already sworn allegiance with me. There shall be no other husbands. You might as well abandon this notion, if you wish to seize her. Let us see if you have the capability." Han Che's voice brimmed with fury. Any man would struggle to maintain composure upon hearing his wife was coveted by others, particularly knowing that Lan was a shaman, making it imperative that she not be taken by outsiders. "Han Che, you have always been composed. I never imagined you would go to such lengths for a female. However, now that you mention it, I find myself even more intrigued by her. I intend to take her back to my tribe and make her my lifelong slave." Lan Xiao proclaimed, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he tilted his chin toward Han Che. "I will never allow you to take Lan." Han Che's countenance was as dark as water, his gaze shrouded in frost. "Is that so? I advise you to reconsider. If you hand over that female and the 7 Kumo horses now, I might still contemplate sparing you and your clan." Lan Xiao suggested once more, his eyes fixed on Han Che. He knew very well of Han Che's valor. Had it not been for Zhan Hong's exaggerated descriptions of the female, he would not dare challenge the Cold Wolf clan. But his curiosity about her identity had only intensified. Moreover, having gleaned from their brief interaction how much Han Che valued her, his interest was piqued further. "Enough of this chatter. Let us engage, as per usual. The victor shall claim the Kumo horses, and I will allow you to mate with the female first." Zhan Hong declared grandiosely. It was evident that Lan Xiao was swayed. He lowered his hand, his smile vanishing, and stated, "Han Che, I offer you one final chance. Will you surrender or not?" "Never in this lifetime," Han Che replied with unwavering finality. Lan Xiao's expression soured. "Then do not blame me for being unkind to the Cold Wolf clan. Bring forth the horses." This phrase was one he had just learned from Lan. Lan Xiao paused, then comprehended. He reached for a spear from one of the Grey Wolf clan members, pointing it threateningly at Han Che. Then let us not delay any longer. Zhan Hong, together we shall strike. Han Che, today you shall not escape the East Desert. Zhan Hong roared, brandishing his spear and charging Han Che. Stop, just as the two took their first steps. A melodious yet commanding voice rang out unexpectedly. In the astonished gazes of Zhan Hong and Lan Xiao, Mo Lan emerged gracefully from the crowd, a palm-sized explosive cradled in her hand. Mo Lan. Han Che's expression shifted instantly as he rushed to stand before her. Who permitted you to come out? Return. Mo Lan, unaware of the immense allure a female shaman held for a tribe, reassured him. Do not worry. These two cannot harm me. She smiled lightly at Han Che. Having said this, she casually tossed the explosive in her hand while nonchalantly stepping around Han Che, casting a glance at Zhan Hong and Lan Xiao. Who was it that claimed they would capture me to make me a slave? Mo Lan smiled innocently, yet a glimmer of coldness flickered in her eyes. That it was I. Lan Xiao stepped forward, his gaze fixated on Mo Lan's delicate figure and fair, beautiful face, his interest deepening. What a lovely little female! I have never seen such an enchanting female before. Even the renowned, gentle females of the Snow Antelope clan pale in comparison to her. And me, female, do you remember me? Zhan Hong's voice boomed as he too advanced, his eyes burning with intensity. Zhan Hong of the Horned Wolf clan, is it not? I remember. You are the one who fell to my husband. Han Che, Mo Lan beamed radiantly. Zhan Hong's face darkened, revealing his gleaming white teeth as he sneered. Humph, you audacious female. Once you become my slave, you will understand who is superior, me or Han Che. Is that so? Then let us see. If you can withstand my explosive, I will accompany you back to the Horned Wolf clan, Mo Lan declared, igniting the fuse of the explosive and smiling sweetly at Zhan Hong. The assembled strongmen of the Cold Wolf clan shivered in apprehension. Mo Lan seemed intent on obliterating Zhan Hong. That explosive was immensely powerful. To challenge Zhan Hong to catch it barehanded was tantamount to seeking his demise. Zhan Hong was not foolish. Gazing at the sparking explosive, a sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Before he could utter another word, Lan Xiao suddenly shouted in alarm. Zhan Hong, retreat, but it was too late. You dare to provoke me? I shall make you incapable of sustaining your own life. Mo Lan's eyes turned icy as she hurled the explosive toward Zhan Hong and the others. Molan. Han Che's expression shifted slightly as he swiftly stepped forward to shield Molan's body. Zhan Hong, Lan Xiao, and the others were not too far away. Molan had disregarded her own safety with that throw. Although it would not result in injury, the shockwave from the explosion would still affect her. One can easily envision the consequences.